Chapter 31. Do you know what the fear of the monthly exam is? Unfortunately, Bo-Rui knows and suffers from it. As the class-conspicuous person who Xie often laughs at and scolds, Bo-Rui understands it too well. He sat in a feng shui treasure land, with the big boss Asado, who has a photographic memory in front of him, the magic genius Chris behind him, the careful and smart Ophelia, and the hard-working Freya next to him, and even diagonally next to him, there is a talented Vera. Bo-Rui sat in the middle of a group of big bosses, and logically, he should be able to get unlimited benefits. But, coincidentally, Xie was not a good person. The 8 pages of densely written test paper made Bo-Rui unable to tell which question his senior classmates had written even if he wanted to copy. The answer sheet had at least 5 different positions, so Bo-Rui had no idea where the answer was. The dozen draft papers made Bo-Rui tremble. After all, he couldn't figure out where there were so many math questions on the paper. But the seniors around him were all using it, which was outrageous. So, instead of enjoying the benefits, he heard the sound of flipping papers, and Bo-Rui's mentality was about to collapse. Friends, can you understand the extreme gap when you just finished a question and felt a great sense of accomplishment, and then a top student around you suddenly changed his mind? It's okay once, but Bo-Rui can hear it every time. Bo-Rui wrote the questions with his eyebrows lowered, and from time to time, he would sneak a glance at his classmates with his peripheral vision. Although he couldn't see, it always gave him some comfort. Dong dong. The light knocking sound rang on Bo-Rui's desk. Bo-Rui subconsciously looked up and found that Screech had suddenly walked to his desk. He didn't say anything, but his clear and deep eyes looked at Bo-Rui quietly, which brought a sense of deterrence. Bo-Rui shrank his neck tightly, not daring to look around. His brain was numb. Thanks to Screech, Bo-Rui rushed and finished the test paper at the last minute. The papers are collected. Stop writing. Xie smiled and stopped everyone's actions. We have been taking the test for an entire afternoon. It's time to take a break. The whole class was as quiet as a chicken, leaving only the sound of Xie smiling and collecting the test papers, and the careless comforting voice. This time the number of questions is indeed a bit too much. But the questions are still simple, and there is plenty of time. The teacher will make improvements for the next exam. Generally speaking, if there are too many questions, it is difficult to increase the score. We still need to discuss how to set questions. It's not bad. It's simple. Herbert opened his mouth, patted his sister's hand, and said in a trembling voice, "Sister, are the questions simple?" Isabella rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "My dear brother, didn't you see me finish several pages of questions? Why are you pretending?" Isabella only finished 7 pages of questions. She didn't write a single word on the last page of questions. She didn't even have time to calculate whether she could pass. As an elf, Isabella has always pursued perfection. But she ended up suffering a Waterloo in this exam. It's really hateful. Damn Screech. Herbert was silent, genuinely puzzled. Why does Screech still think it's easy? Isabella took a deep breath, turned her head, and looked at Herbert with a fake smile. Idiot. Because he's smart. Just then, Xie collected the test papers and went to the podium to greet Mrs. Croft. Everyone didn't move around without Xie instructions, but they all started to communicate with each other in a low voice. Isabella immediately moved her position and knocked on Chris's desk. "Chris, how many points do you expect to get?" Chris was stunned, looked at a classmate he didn't know well, hesitated for 2 seconds, and chose to answer honestly. "The score is not very high. Maybe just 90. I'm not sure about many questions." Herbert, ? Isabella thanked Chris and looked at Ophelia. "Sister, how about you? How many points?" Ophelia was a little annoyed. "It may not be 90. The number of questions is too large. I always feel that my thoughts are disrupted when I finish the questions. Although many questions are what the teacher said. There are too many similar questions, and I still get confused easily." Isabella, how about you? How do you feel? Isabella said with a smile. "Anyway, I can stay. But there are too many questions, and I don't have time to do them." Ophelia nodded with lingering fear. "That's right. I almost couldn't finish it either." Herbert, who followed his sister to ask everyone about the situation, was shocked. They, Isabella sighed. Herbert, although Screech is not a human being, he did not lie. There are many questions, most of which will be relatively simple. Don't you have a lot of questions that you can see the options at a glance? That's true. But this question is not user-friendly. There are many questions, and the difficulty is scattered. It is very likely that you can see the answer to the first question at a glance, but you can't find a clue to the second question with 2 eyes, and your mentality will collapse. But, doesn't anyone think this question is very abnormal? Principal. Will the questions in the makeup exam be more difficult than this exam? A desperate voice came from not far away. The brother and sister subconsciously looked over. It was a brown-haired girl, who seemed to be called Valentina? Although the other party was cute, there was always a bloody smell. The elves of the elf tribe didn't like this smell very much, so they rarely got along. Now, they feel a sense of mutual respect. They are all poor students who are afraid of failing. Don't they like each other? Xieshichan looked over and laughed. Don't worry, little guy. The questions are not difficult. You can still pass. Valentina looked desperate and didn't believe it. Really? Principal. I only did 5 pages of questions, and my brain is numb. Xieshichan was surprised. Did you do it from the back? Valentina was silent for 2 seconds. From the front. Xieshichan smiled. Didn't you see the score? The big questions at the back are worth more points. And it's easier to get points by just writing casually. Why don't you fill in the questions you can answer first? Valentina was stunned. What? There are still points? What? The questions at the back are more cost-effective? Bo-Rui exclaimed. Why? Shouldn't the questions that require writing a lot of words be worth less? How difficult it is to correct. Xieshichan was silent for a moment, and smiled slightly. That's the teacher's job. You just need to answer the questions well and write more words. Chris couldn't stand it anymore. Rolled up the homework book and hit Bo-Rui on the head. Stupid. Giving high scores is just to make you pass. Otherwise, why say that there are a lot of questions, but the questions are relatively simple? The first thing Chris did when he got the test paper was to look at it. The questions at the back were difficult and easy. But the difficult questions basically hit a lot of knowledge points in the questions. And the simple questions were mostly subjective. Obviously, Screech placed his hope of passing the test on this little corner. Those who are good at it can get points by copying the questions. And those who are not good at it can get some points by writing their own thoughts. A little bit adds up to a lot. And naturally you are one step closer to passing. Bo-Rui's head turned around. His face gradually became serious. And finally he widened his eyes. Is this possible? Is this okay? Most of the students were gradually devastated. 8 pages of questions. They worked hard and nervously for an entire afternoon. And they were stuck on those questions that they didn't quite understand. And the result told them that the benefits were all in the future? Xieshichan understood that for this group of students, who had never been through exam-oriented education, the exam questions were indeed a bit beyond the scope. And it was difficult for them to react immediately when they first encountered them. But he wanted this kind of unpreparedness. And after more times, students would learn to use their brains. And he didn't need stupid students. Of course, since the exam is passed, there is no need to worry about it. At worst, you can take a makeup exam. It is not difficult. Xieshichan clapped his hands. And everyone quickly quieted down. They looked at Xieshichan with annoyance and waited for Xieshichan to summarize. Since the exam is passed, don't worry about it anymore. At worst, you can work harder and take a makeup exam. When the test papers are handed out tonight, everyone can correct their own test papers and fill in the gaps. Will the results be released tonight? A student asked with a little surprise. Xieshichan nodded. Don't worry. I'm always efficient. Student, But, you don't have to be so efficient. Xieshichan took out another stack of papers from the podium and said with a smile. Student Handbook 2.0, which records the role of contribution points and how to obtain contribution points. It will be updated at any time. Everyone has time to read more. As soon as these words came out, everyone became energetic. There was no way. Screech's questions were too difficult for students. For them, getting more contribution points and brushing up scores was a way to gain a sense of security. The last thing, I will review the test papers tonight, review the test papers tomorrow, and do the end-of-month summary and new course preview the day after tomorrow. And then I will start the second month of study. Next month. Our courses include Spiritual Power Development Practice, Magic Foundation, Magic Development History, Field Illustration Class, and Language Art. One course becomes 5 courses. Everyone should hurry up and get used to it. Magic Foundation? Ophelia couldn't help but exclaim. Is it the Magic Foundation she thought of? Chris's attention was on another course. Language Art? Chris muttered in his heart. Is this really not Scribe's happy class? Why do I feel a little creepy? Beauroy also opened his mouth. Field Guide class? What's the use of learning this? He remembered that other magic academies didn't have this course. No. Or most courses didn't have it. Thinking of this, Beauroy felt relieved again. Sieshichan nodded, and nodded again. Yes, these are the 5 courses. Although the content is not as much as the basics of psychodynamics. The 5 courses are more complicated and still require a lot of energy. I hope everyone will not disappoint the teacher. The whole place was silent. No one dared to take on the teacher's hope at this time. How to say it? This strange course is indeed very Screech's style. But doesn't it also mean that the future will definitely not be easy? Sieshichan didn't care either. He believed in everyone's potential. After explaining some precautions one after another, he left quietly and silently with Mrs. Croft with apology. It can be regarded as giving the students enough time to communicate. Beauroy turned his head to look at Isabella and Herbert, brothers and sisters. Friends, let's chat. Isabella and Herbert looked at each other. Tu Sal? I learned this word from Screech. Bori nodded heavily, and the 3 friends instantly burst into endless desire to talk, and hurriedly left the examination room with each other. Eat and talk. Villa looked at Bori's stupid departure with cold eyes. Turned to ask Chris. Chris? Why did Annie come to Screech? Is she worried about your study here? Chris paused. Yes. We had some misunderstandings, which were just resolved, and she wanted to see my study life. Vera said. You didn't tell me that I was busy reviewing these days, and didn't visit my aunt. It's so rude. Vera. Chris flipped through the page about contribution points in the student handbook, but didn't look at it immediately. Instead, he looked at Vera and said seriously, we may not be able to get married. Vera was very calm. Why? You should give me a reason. Right? Chris was silent for a while, until all the classmates around him left. He slowly said, my mother said that she respects all my choices and will try her best to give me everything I want. Others have things that I don't have. I hope I can trust her more. She also told me that the Duke of Munster is a daughter slave known to the whole royal city. So, I was thinking last night whether we also lack communication with our parents, and whether this marriage is really necessary. Villa interrupted unbearably. Just because you have a misunderstanding with your mother, you arbitrarily think that my family is the same. And then you can feel at ease not to marry me. Right? Chris was silent for a long time. Sorry, but I don't think so. I just... Sorry? Villa clenched her fists and sneered. Yes, you are the only heir of the Croft family, the child with the most magical talent. So you can be willful and say no to marriage. So what were you thinking when you agreed to me? Pity me? Then what are you doing now? You think I, Vera, am not worthy of you and a burden to you. Right? Chris approached Vera in panic. It's not like that. Vera. Vera's voice gradually became sharper. Yes. Vera, am just an insignificant marriage partner. You can't recognize me because of my changed personality. You only care about the little kid who was 4 or 5 years old back then. Not me. A grown-up noble woman full of jealousy and calculation. Then why can't you maintain the status quo until a better girl appears and you abandon me? Vera's voice choked when he said this. What kind of Chris am I? Brother. I'm sorry. I'm just too scared. I can only hold you. You don't hate you. Chris was at a loss, and hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe Vera's tears. I didn't abandon you. What I mean is, no matter who you are, I will always help you and protect you. So there is no need to make this bad decision. It's very unfair to you. Chris racked his brains to come up with words of comfort. Besides, you like magic, don't you? I can see that you are not happy when you mention the marriage. I don't want you to be sad all the time. They used to appreciate each other, not only because they both like magic and the feeling of creating something from nothing, but also because they were both tools for their parents to show off at home. And they were poor people who had to pay a lot to get a little recognition. But the Vera family was even more abnormal. So they had been cooperating early on, saying that they liked each other, and saying things that they didn't like each other, unwilling but helpless. But after talking with his mother, Chris found that many times, his mother just thought that he needed it and wanted it. so she helped him fight for it. Chris also struggled. Once he chose not to marry, he was free. But what about Vera? Her mother was so weak and her father was so strong. She would be forced to death. But Mrs. Croft said something that made Chris stunned in place. Child, why do you think Vera can't do without you? Will she be unhappy? Her father is an extremely protective and difficult nobleman. If it weren't for you and Vera getting along well, Mom wouldn't have gone there to suffer. That man is so petty that he even wrote into the terms that you are not allowed to have a lover after marriage. Mrs. Croft complained. If my family came to say that we don't want to marry, that man would be so happy that he would fire magic elemental cannons for 3 days and 3 nights. Who let us cheat on his child? Chris came back to his senses. He looked at Vera and said hesitantly, I just think that you will be happier if we don't marry. If you don't want to, I can. No need. Vera wiped her tears and said coldly, Vera Muster, have no shortage of marriage partners. Vera stood up from her seat and left the classroom without a word. Chris stared at the place where she disappeared inside. What should I do? Otherwise, he would go to Screech to find a solution? Chris was so upset that he couldn't even read Student Handbook 2.0. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Ophelia was upset after reading Student Handbook 2.0. If the score of a single test is higher than 90 points, you can get a bottle of talent-enhancing potion. If the score breaks the highest record again, you can get a bottle of talent-enhancing potion. You can choose the specific potion yourself. It takes 50 contribution points to brush up the score once. Each time the score exceeds the passing score, it can be exchanged for contribution points in proportion. Contribution points can be used for all campus expenses, including but not limited to talent query, professional experience, and purchase of teaching aids. Ophelia took a deep breath and felt that she was about to lose her literacy. Am I reading this correctly? What does Screech mean? Could talent be improved? Freya followed Ophelia and thought for a while. I don't know, but I think this has little to do with learning magic. Otherwise, with each make-up exam being more difficult than the previous one, it would be difficult for everyone to accumulate enough talent to learn magic. Of course, it is not ruled out that this is the way Screech thought of to make them learn magic. After all, Screech also said that if they failed 3 times, they would be persuaded to quit. Ophelia also felt that it had little to do with learning magic. They were about to learn the basics of magic. If even half of the class couldn't learn, it would be a headache. However, looking at the talent-enhancing potion, Ophelia's eyes flashed with ambition that could not be concealed. This not only meant that she could improve her talent, which was not weak, but also meant that as long as Screech agreed, she could use the potion to recruit more magicians, who only obeyed her orders, and cultivate her own exclusive forces. This is an opportunity. Ophelia stroked the Student Handbook 2.0, her eyes full of confidence and pride. Freya, our time has come. Then I have to help your highness earn more contribution points, Freya said, complaining softly. Screech has given too few channels to earn contribution points. It takes 50 contribution points to brush up on the score once. How long will it take to earn them? Ophelia coughed lightly. Yes, we still have to give students who fail the exam a chance to brush up on the score. From this point of view, it is even more difficult to earn contribution points. Moreover, the make-up exams will become more and more difficult. The first exam paper made Ophelia not very confident. The make-up exam is even more difficult. If you want to get more potions, you have to break the highest record. Well, I have to say, this score is really not easy to get. Your Highness, there are also talent query, professional experience. These seem to be very important. Freya knew that Screech would not write meaningless words in the student handbook. These things obviously have infinite appeal to them. It's just that they don't know what they are yet. Ophelia looked at the talent query of 100 points, choked for a while, and complained about her most beloved teacher for the first time. Why is Screech so unkind? These contribution points can't be saved at all. Freya agreed deeply. It's too difficult. Chapter 32. Siashichin kept his word. He said he would hand out the test papers to the students tonight, and he would never delay it until the next day, almost at the same time as the students. When they had just arrived at the lecture hall for evening self-study, Siashichin asked the teaching assistant for this period to help hand out the test papers. Let everyone check the answers and correct them. I will talk to the students about the questions. Siashichin simply gave everyone a preview. Perhaps it was his little love for the children that made him feel a little guilty. Of course, Most students didn't get the point from this sentence at that time. They just thought Xiaoxichen said he would find excellent students to explain the questions. This was the first time they adapted to this kind of exam style and atmosphere. The first thing they did after getting the test paper was to find a familiar partner to check the score, and then complain about the wrong questions. Ah! Thank God. There will always be a good score after writing it. I really admire myself for this 73 points. Bo-rui patted his chest. And for the first time he felt that he had such a talent for learning. 60? I just passed the test. Could it be that Screech was soft-hearted? Isabella raised her pointed elf ears, and began to look around at other people's scores. Herbert tugged at Isabella and pouted. Don't look. We are the lowest. Impossible. Isabella didn't believe it. She was a natural elf with a wood element talent. In terms of the use of mental power, she was not familiar with it. But at least she was more proficient than most of the students in the class. How could she be at the bottom? Let's not talk about anything else. Amelia, the common girl with freckles all over her face, who often played with pens in class, looked so careless that she couldn't compare to her. Isabella had always been praised as the smartest one in the tribe. And now she couldn't hold it anymore and asked about other people's grades everywhere. But maybe it was because the elves were so friendly. And her questions were not annoying. And everyone's grades were up to expectations. So they didn't feel embarrassed and communicated with her directly. 68, 74, 82, 95, 93, 91. Asking one by one. Isabella's eyes widened. How could there really be such people who said they would share her hardships, but ended up scoring higher than the other? Isabella rubbed against her final target Amelia unconfidently. Amy? Amelia yawned lazily, lifted her bangs that covered half of her eyes, and looked up at her. What's wrong? Isabella then discovered that Amelia had a pair of gray eyes. Although her facial features looked only delicate and not very conspicuous in this class full of beauties, when those eyes looked directly at people, they had the power to see through people's hearts. She couldn't help but stammer. No. Just. Amelia half closed her eyes and flipped open her answer sheet to show Isabella. 63. Just passed. Isabella touched her nose embarrassedly. I just want to know everyone's level. Amelia nodded, lowered her veil, and lay limply on the table as if she had no bones, showing her decadence to the fullest. Isabella choked and returned to her seat in dejection. She pulled Herbert to complain quietly. She is really too unkind. She doesn't even chat with me. I know I'm impolite, but she can be angry with me. Herbert glanced at the corner and asked curiously. Maybe she doesn't like chatting. I remember that corner was where Chris often sat before. It was easy to be ignored. Later, Chris moved to the middle front row, and that position was replaced. Isabella was stunned, subconsciously glanced at the corner, and nodded sadly. Okay. But you are right, Herbert. We have the lowest score in the class. It seems that we have to work harder next month. Almost half of the students in the class were in the 60s, and 4 students broke through 90, leaving only 70 or 80. These 4 students were Ophelia, Chris, Asuto and Vera. Isabella was not surprised by the first 3 big guys. Ophelia and Chris were famous in the class, so they were surprised if they didn't get the front row. Although Asuto was low-key and spoke little like an invisible man, he had no choice but to have a big mouth. Bori. He always said that my brother had a photographic memory, and whether he could take off depended on whether my brother would take me with him. Blah blah blah. And Isabella was also expected. The only thing that surprised her was Vera. She had never thought that the noble lady who always pestered Chris everywhere, and whose mind was full of love and spoiled, could actually get 90 points. And it was only 2 points less than Chris, almost third in the class. Isabella turned her head to secretly look at this legendary figure, and found that the other party, who had obviously done well in the exam, stared at the test paper in his hand with an indifferent face, as if he was very dissatisfied. She couldn't help but sigh that they, the poor students, really didn't understand the world of the top students. Is this what Screech meant by a top student? Bori didn't understand. He was like Isabella's mouthpiece. He sighed. Villa, you got such a high score, but you're still not satisfied? Why do you look so bad? Villa looked up at Bori, then turned to talk to Chris. I have the qualification for a bottle of talent potion. Do you need it? I can give it to you. Chris was in a complicated mood. Why don't you keep it for yourself? Wouldn't it be better to improve to a better talent? Vera was impatient. It's a waste for me to have such a high talent. Do you want it or not? Chris took a deep breath. Vera, you are too excited now. Let's talk about this when you calm down. Okay? Forget it. Vera turned his head away with a cold face. And the tip of his pen scratched on the paper to correct the wrong questions. And his eyes gradually turned red. Bori stared blankly at the sudden separation and disintegration of the trio. And he knew nothing about it. Muttering, "What happened?" His good brothers and sisters ignored him, leaving Bori alone to look here and there. Sighing, "Love is really an unpredictable thing. Forget it. The lonely swordsman only has sword and knowledge in his heart." Bori scratched his head and tried to revise his test paper. And time passed quietly under everyone's pen. Due to the new month, their class time has been modified to a certain extent. So the night running time has also been moved back to 10 o'clock in the evening. After the evening self-study, I went for a run, and ran back to the dormitory at an hour, which was almost time for rest. Perhaps this day was too torturous. Many people fell asleep directly after returning to the dormitory, but they were full of energy the next morning. Especially after Siashichin informed us that this morning's morning exercise was temporarily cancelled. What's going on? Is Screech sick? Nonsense. Can't you say something nice? The teacher must have seen that we were too tired and interrupted our morning exercise for one day. My friend, do you believe what you said? I always feel like Screech is planning a big move. No matter. It's good news anyway. Ha ha ha. This is a great time. I'm going to sleep. The students celebrated the good news one after another, and the slight uneasiness in their hearts had long been thrown aside. As for why they took a break, who cares? Let me thank Screech first. Siashichin, who was very grateful, had to give the students a day off from morning exercises because he was working with a new physical training teacher. This is what happened. After the monthly exam papers were corrected, Xiaoxiao gave Siashichin a refresh of the upgrades and tasks. And it was not until 5 in the morning that all the updates were completed. I am the principal updated. The latest update not only fixes some bugs, but also adds a lot of content. 1. Added, student critical value mark. When the marked student's life is threatened, the app will issue a warning and give the principal detailed coordinates. 2. Added, student growth footprint. Student key growth footprint record. Generate detailed footprint files every year. Give students the greatest sense of accomplishment. 3. Added, student trust value record. Trust value will no longer be displayed as a task, but will be directly put into the student file, so that the head teacher can understand the student faster. 4. New, teacher office software. Spend 100 principal points to create a simplified version of the I Am the Principal app. Currently, the simplified version only has teacher office and communication functions. 5. Update, teaching supplement mall update. The Teaching Supplement Mall has new products. The Timewanji Mall is officially open. Teaching supplement materials from different planes are updated to provide teachers with the most comprehensive teaching environment. 6. Reward, if the principal completes the task well, you will get a teacher lottery *1. Come to the lucky wheel. The newly added functions are very good. Siashichin praised Xiaoxiao for a long time before going to the lottery. He has 2 chances. One is the targeted teacher who receives the monthly exam pass award, and the other is the teacher lottery promised by the school. Siashichin picked the physical training teacher and the alchemy teacher according to his previous idea. Congratulations to the principal for successfully recruiting physical training teacher Mo Shuzi and alchemy teacher Eugene. The teachers are on their way to work. Please wait patiently. Teacher Mo Shuzi conveyed the proposal to transform the training ground. Will the principal spend 100 principal points to create a simple office communication app? Teacher Eugene conveyed the proposal to transform the laboratory. Will the principal spend 100 principal points to create a simple office communication app? Siashichin, of course he chose yes, having just completed several tasks. The thing Siashichin lacked the most was the principal value. What? You said he didn't have the principal value because he owed too much? The previous account was settled, so he could continue to borrow money. The app, which already knew its host well, gave the loan with a pinch of the nose, and quickly built a simplified version of the I Am the Principal app, and named this office communication software School Easy. Rustic, but image. After the app was built, Siashichin promptly started communicating with the 2 teachers who had not yet started work, and transformed the small garden and laboratory according to their suggestions, and the educational results he wanted. Even though the things in the teaching aid mall are cheap, CS Shichen still spent a lot of principal value to barely reach the standard they want. However, even so, there are still many areas that need to be communicated. Alchemy does not need to be taught for the time being. Eugene naturally does not have too many requirements. He just said that he will help part of the college's expenses in the future and provide enough materials. Very considerate. In contrast, Mo Shuzi from the fantasy world is not so considerate. Physical fitness. Mo Shuzi, I read the student file you gave me. The student's physical fitness is too poor. I have never taught a student with such poor talent. I guess I will not be careful when I take action. Physical fitness. Mo Shuzi, in order for them to hold on, I want to improve their physical fitness first. What do you think? Principal? Principal CS Shichen, what does teacher Mo need? Let me see if there are any substitutes here. Yes, because teachers come from all over the world. And if we want to meet their needs, we have to compare the differences between the two worlds and find substitutes. However, the teachers who can be selected by the school are all talented mentors who are selected from thousands of people. They are not short of learning and flexibility. They even ask CS Shichen for relevant books before taking up their posts, so as not to be uncomfortable with the local climate when they come. You know, the first impression is very important. Mo Shuzi was not polite to CS Shichen. In their world where martial arts are respected, there have never been too many twists and turns. He just wanted to improve his martial arts value. He set all the items he needed and the functions of the items to CS Shichen, and CS Shichen went to buy them according to the instructions. If there were no items in the teaching aid mall, he had to go hunting in the back mountain and barter at the foot of the mountain. In order not to delay the children's studies, CS Shichen could only reluctantly skip the children's morning exercises for a day, just as a way to relax for the upcoming physical training class. Of course, thinking of the teacher's vigorous and decisive manner, Xiao Xie still gave Mo Shuzi a small reminder. Teacher Mo, most of the children are magician reserve, and they are weak and frail. You, take it easy. CS Shichen wanted to say that magic was the main focus, and physical fitness was supplementary. But when he thought of the various backgrounds of his students, he estimated that not all of them would become magicians in the future. So he gave up. Mo Shuzi understood too well. Aren't there enough of their spoiled little princes? If you want to become a genius, how can you do it without going through a baptism of blood? Taijutsu. Mo Shuzi, teacher Xie, you are just too doting on your students. Don't worry. I know what's going on, and I will definitely unleash all the potential of the children. Alchemy. Eugene, the principal is worried that the students will waste their energy practicing martial arts and won't be able to study. Right? Taijutsu. Mo Shuzi, oh, you are worried about that. It's okay. It's only 1 or 2 hours of exercise every day. If anyone dares to use this as an excuse to be lazy, just go and practice boxing with me. You will be obedient after a few days of practice. Alchemy. Eugene, you can also come and help me with alchemy. The boring alchemy is enough to discourage children. CS Shichen was so grateful to them. But it was just like what Xiao Xiao said. Their personalities were easy to get along with, and they cared about the children. CS Shichen also believed that they knew their limits. Because class was about to start, CS Shichen could only say goodbye to them temporarily, and asked the 2 teachers to write their needs slowly to the teacher group, and then hurried to the class. The teachers recruited by Xiao Xiao were not natives, nor were they dead souls. They just signed a 10-year teacher contract and came to teach temporarily. Therefore, the principal's value needs to be paid, and the principal's value will also be transformed into the energy they need. CS Shichen can only work harder to earn the principal's value to avoid being a deadbeat. It's okay to eat the principal, but it's still a bit embarrassing to eat colleagues. The principal, who still has some dignity, walked to the door of the class, straightened his gorgeous clothes, and then stepped into the classroom with a teaching stick. The students stopped talking consciously, looked at CS Shichen with their eyes, and waited for CS Shichen to explain the test paper. Due to some minor incidents, the teacher has made some changes to the teaching these days, CS Shichen said, spreading out the test paper. Today I will only spend the morning to review the test paper, distribute new books in the afternoon, and talk to everyone about the new stage of learning. Starting tomorrow, we will officially concentrate on learning. Shortening the 2-day task to 1 day is a test for the student's ability to withstand pressure. But CS Shichen has no choice. The arrival of the new physical training teacher will increase the time spent on students' physical fitness, and the progress of cultural courses will naturally be slow in the early stage. Perhaps after the physical training is on the right track, everyone's physical fitness will increase and their energy will be sufficient, and learning in the later stage will not be so difficult. But that will take at least a few weeks or even a month. And Xieshichen's course cannot be delayed that long. He could only hope that the students could make it through. If they couldn't, he could only slow down his pace. The most important thing was to lay a good foundation for everyone. Although he didn't know what Xieshichen was going to do next, Xieshichen's words still made the students sigh. Sure enough, it wasn't so easy to take advantage of Screech. Okay, kids, this is just a temporary effort. You're all going to be great wizards in the future. So how can you hold back? Xieshichen smiled and patted the blackboard. Let's start talking about the test paper. I said I would talk to the students about the test paper. Right? I hope the little guys didn't forget what I said and corrected the test paper well. Xieshichen flipped through the test paper and said, this test paper has a lot of questions, most of which are basic questions. I'm glad that my children got them all right. The teacher excluded the questions that everyone knew yesterday and made a simple ranking according to the correct rate. We will start with the ones with the highest correct rate, and then pick someone to explain the questions, and the teacher will supplement them. Then, Xieshichen did something that stunned the students. He pulled out a small cylindrical wooden tube from under the desk, which contained 20 small branches, and each branch had a small rabbit pattern carved on the top, which looked lifelike. Xieshichen shook the wooden barrel casually, then pulled out a branch, winked, and said casually, Isabella, talk about question 137. Isabella, question mark. Actually, it's like this. Asking students to talk about questions? Scritch. You are so cruel. Isabella hurriedly turned to question 137, stared at the question stem for a few seconds, and her heartbeat gradually slowed down. Fortunately, it was the question she got right. She cleared her throat and began to talk about the reasons for her choice, like reading a book. Xieshichen nodded while listening. When Isabella finished speaking, he asked people to sit down and supplemented the children with some extended knowledge points in his gentle voice. Very good. Isabella has listened to the class seriously. Comparing mental strength, okay. Question 44. Osido? While the students were listening to the lecture with fascination, Xieshichen took out a branch and called a new student to explain the problem. Osido, who was not good at communication, blushed and stood up slowly. He took a deep breath and then another deep breath, and stammered about the reason for his choice. Xieshichen nodded as usual and asked the person to sit down. He turned around and called another student. Amelia, do you understand the reason Osido said? I remember that you got this question wrong. Do you have a deeper understanding now? Amelia, who was distracted just now, She closed her eyes, stood up reluctantly, and whispered, Principal, I was distracted just now. Amelia's face was slightly red, and it was obvious that she was caught for the first time. She was very embarrassed. It doesn't matter. Teachers often get distracted, and no one can stay energetic and focused all the time. Right? Xieshichen was considerate and didn't care about the student's temporary distraction. Then Osido, are you willing to tell your friends again? But this time the voice should be louder. Otherwise the friends sitting in the back row may not be able to hear clearly. Osido lowered his head as low as he could after sitting down. But it was too difficult to hide himself in a class of 20 people, and he was still 1.8 meters tall. Osido stood up tremblingly, stuttering. Okay, Xieshichen reminded. This time, you should speak louder. Otherwise the friends will not be able to hear clearly. Osido's head was smoking. Okay. Woohoo, Mom. Why is the exam so scary? Osido has never felt that the course is so long. Is Amelia going to have an easy time? As an orphan with no magic talent, Amelia was willing to come to Screech because Screech offered free tuition and free food and accommodation. It would be great to have a simple qualification and a few years of worry-free food and accommodation. Amelia came here, not to learn magic, but just to graduate. Screech wants to persuade her to quit after failing 3 times? It doesn't matter. She can pass the exam if she works hard. Screech has to study 5 subjects in a month? No. It doesn't matter. It's just 5 subjects. It's still okay to pass. Can't you still take the make-up exam? Screech wants the devil to interpret the test paper? It can't be okay. God. She really just came here to make a living. Why do you treat her like this? She is just a muggle civilian orphan who has no talent, no face, and doesn't want to be a maid. She really doesn't need such a responsible teacher. Amelia clenched her answer sheet tightly, wanting to cry but unable to. Does this pattern happen every month? She was really miserable. Did Amelia understand this time? Amelia forced a pale smile. I understand. Principal. I understand. Siashichin nodded, smiled and asked him to sit down. Good boy. You are such a smart little guy. Okay. This question has taken up a lot of time. The teacher has to hurry up and sort out the relevant knowledge points for everyone. Well, why is it Asado again? Let's take out the ones that have been called first, and then try our luck after everyone has experienced it once, Siashichin said, drawing out the lots of Asado and Isabella, shaking the wooden barrel and winking at the children mischievously. This kind of luck-based stuff is actually very fun. When you learn special magic in the future, you can not only rely on luck to avoid being drawn, but also use curse magic to make other friends win. Isn't it interesting? Students, a class with 20 lucky magics and curse magics flying around? That's really unthinkable. The class was no longer humorous and lively. Everyone took notes frantically when Siashichin was lecturing, and lowered their heads to pretend to be a quail when Siashichin was shaking the wooden barrel, as if this would reduce the probability of being selected. I don't know if Siashichin, the muggle, did it on purpose, or if the students were unlucky. Everyone found that after a test paper, students like Asado, who were not good at speaking, Amelia, who had a weak foundation, and Bori, who were conspicuous, were always easily picked out. Finally, the test paper was finished, and Beauroy's back was covered with cold sweat. He raised his hand weakly and suggested, "Why don't we draw lots ourselves?" Siashichin was indifferent. "It's all right, but you have to think carefully. If you sign with the teacher, you only need to learn curse magic and lucky magic in the future. If you sign with your classmates, you will have to fight against your classmates privately." It seems pretty good? Students, Damn. This must be a threat. It must be. Screech. You are so cruel. After a whole morning of explaining the test papers, the little guys who were drained of their energy at noon had 2 bowls of rice per person, and they ate more than the other, as if they wanted to eat Screech out of money. They didn't even think about what the new course guidance in the afternoon would be like. One after another climbed on the table in the middle of the day and slept soundly. Perhaps they were all used to this intensity of teaching. During the afternoon class, everyone was full of energy again, like an indestructible cockroach, which was very suitable for Siashichin to practice. Siashichin was very satisfied and was willing to give everyone a sweet treat. Everyone performed very well last month. Every student exceeded the teacher's expectations and reached a level that ordinary people could hardly reach. In order to praise my dear students, I will give everyone a bottle of talent potion as a reward. Everyone can come to me to exchange the potion next weekend. Siashichin dropped a bombshell as soon as he arrived, and the students were shocked. Is it the talent potion that allows us to learn magic? Herbert asked Siashichin excitedly. No. Siashichin raised his eyebrows slightly, and seeing that everyone was a little disappointed, he laughed. Children, what are you doubting? I once said that I can let students without talent learn magic. You know, learning magic depends on 99% of hard work, and learning legendary magic depends on 1% of talent. If you still need talent potions to learn magic, isn't my theory of learning magic without talent a paradox? That makes sense. The students seemed to understand, but not quite. If that was the case, then what about the talent potion? Siashichin didn't keep it a secret. Generally, the graduation standard of a magic school is to become a junior magician, and the standard for outstanding graduates is to become an intermediate magician. But our goal at Screechy will be higher. Graduation standard, to become a senior magician. The standard for outstanding graduates, to become a mage. The standard for honorary graduates, to become a great mage. And within 10 years of graduation, to become a mage saint. Students, Beauroy raised his hand hesitantly. Teacher, is our school system 10 years? Generally, magic academies have 5 to 6 years of schooling, and most talented students can still reach the level of junior magicians when they graduate. After all, there are not many students enrolled. The remaining magic apprentices, who cannot reach the level of junior magicians, and still cannot reach it in the next 2 years, will be expelled directly. Anyway, The Magic Academy will never admit that the students from their academy cannot reach the level of junior magicians. Bo-Rui was bold. He thought that Screech's teaching was pretty good. With the help of the gifted potion, it was not impossible to graduate and become a senior magician in 10 years. But Xie Shichen quickly broke his fantasy. How could it be? The academy is a 5-year system. Isn't 5 years enough for you to lay a foundation? Hearing Xie Shichen's tone that it was really disappointing that you still couldn't become a senior magician after 5 years. Everyone, whether they had studied magic or not, fell silent. Chris, the veteran, was even more confused and bewildered. The goal he set for himself to become a senior magician was exactly 10 years. Good guy. Screech really dared. Xie Shichen knew that this was just like telling high school students that it was easy to go to Tsinghua University or Peking University. It was normal for students to be unconfident. But it didn't matter. Time would surprise them. He continued his pace and said, "So, even without the talent potion, you can graduate smoothly. The talent potion only serves as icing on the cake. For example, it increases your chances of becoming a legendary magician. Children, I don't deny that talent is indeed important. Talented children will always learn magic faster, understand more, and communicate with elements faster than untalented children. But as long as you are willing to work hard, all of this is not a gap. Nor is it a reason for you to feel inferior. To become a leader in the field of magic, to become one of the few legendary mages in the world, you must have talent and work much harder than ordinary people. This is why I give you a channel to obtain talent potions." When Xie Shichen said this, all the students fell silent. They listened to the big cake Xie Shichen painted, and they didn't even dare to eat it. It's not that Xie Shichen's eloquence is not good enough, but in the future Xie Shichen painted, even if they don't have talent, they still have the opportunity to challenge the Mage Saint. That's the Mage Saint. Just like Chris's mother dared to stand up and compete with his father for the title because she was about to have a Mage Saint father. In the case of few legendary mages and infrequent appearances, the Mage Saint can be said to be the strongest ceiling in their hearts. Originally, they all just had a glimmer of hope, thinking that they could learn magic. But now, Skricky said that the talent potion is only for them to become legendary mages in the future, and everyone has the opportunity to become a Mage's Saint. How can they believe it? Xie Shichen smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Just follow my pace. Let me talk about the contribution point system. I turned the teaching assistant and feeding magic beast potions into the task of obtaining contribution points, and also officially added contribution points to everyone's work in the previous month. Everyone's contribution points will be updated every Monday, and you can see how many contribution points you have next week. There are many ways to get contribution points. In addition to those listed in the student handbook, you can also get contribution points through classroom performance, group discussions, homework, teacher subsidies, etc. As long as you attend classes actively and study hard. Screech will not treat any student unfairly. Of course, everyone should do what they can. There will be more courses next month, and ensuring a solid foundation is our first priority. Do you understand?" "I understand." The students responded loudly. Although Screech's pie is indeed very big, it is not impossible to look forward to it. After all, Screech has done what he said every time, except for tricking them into studying. Right? Afterwards, Xie Shichen talked to the students about the new course schedule and gave a brief introduction to each course. After arousing the students' interest, he began to distribute thick textbooks, notebooks, diaries, and course schedules, distributing them one by one. Each student's desk was piled high. They looked at the new textbooks that they had never seen before, and their eyes were full of curiosity. Although the course schedule was very full, it must be said that these courses seemed so interesting under Xie Shichen's introduction that they forgot for a moment that the more courses there were, the harder the exams would be. Don't worry. Although there will be new courses next month, not all subjects need to be completed for this month's monthly exam, so the pressure won't be too great. Xie Shichen simply comforted him and turned around and said, "By the way, Screech has recently hired 2 new teachers, namely physical training teacher Mo Shuzi and alchemy teacher Eugene. Alchemy teacher will not participate in teaching for the time being, and may occasionally issue tasks to find apprentices. Interested students can pay more attention to the contribution task bar next to the cafeteria." Bo-Rui asked excitedly, "What about the physical training teacher? Mo Shuzi's name is so strange, but he must be very powerful to be chosen by Skricky." "Right. Shichen smiled mysteriously. That's what I'm going to say next. In the future, the morning exercise time will be changed to 6 to 9 o'clock in the morning, including breakfast time. And the night running time will be changed to 10 to 12 o'clock in the evening. The specific arrangements for morning exercise and night running will be fully responsible by Teacher Mo. You will be able to meet Teacher Mo tomorrow. Teacher Mo is a cheerful and generous, but very strict teacher. I believe that everyone will get along well with Teacher Mo. Cheerful and generous, but very strict. Bo Rui's face fell. Hesitant. How strict? Is it as high as yours? Of course, Shichen said with emotion. I showed your situation to Teacher Mo. And Teacher Mo told me that the students are still too delicate. How can the geniuses be weak? Just practice more, and they will be fine. Bo Rui, Jen? Geniuses? Haha. Teacher Mo really thinks highly of them. Chris, who has become a representative of the delicate, slowly put down his pen and asked a soul-searching question. Teacher, don't you think the teacher's evaluation of us is too high? Shichen tilted his head, and the black whale hair tie flickered a little. Chris, don't underestimate yourself. The teachers are not looking at the present, but your future full of infinite possibilities. This evaluation is very objective. Don't you want to fight with your idol Aurora and snatch the magician tower from Aurora to prove yourself? Chris, you are only 15 years old. You still have to have a dream. Chris, I want to vomit. Thank you. In short, the first lesson of the new moon ended perfectly under Shichen's skillful painting technique. The students also went from being incredulous at the beginning to numbly handing themselves over to the teacher. Of course, the children now don't know that in the near future, after Screech School of Magic opens rounds of enrollment, they will be extremely grateful to themselves for handing people over to the teacher at this moment. Among the many students, the 20 of them are the teacher's closest disciples, the most thoughtful students, and the most enviable mysterious seniors. They get the best teachers, the most care, the most detailed teaching, and they don't even need to think about how to learn, because their teaching team will take care of it. They customize students' personal growth plans, allowing them to lay the most solid foundation in the shortest time and then reach the top. Chapter 33. Shichen's plan was very big, but it must be said that it still left a trace in the children's hearts. In addition, the teacher was not on duty tonight, so they only needed to do the night run, which left them with a lot of time. Naturally, they also had a lot of time to think. Some people started writing diaries. Some people started reviewing their diaries from last month. And some people followed their own psychological journey and began to try to write new plans for their future, although they still had only a vague concept of their future. It must be said that this was enough to make them feel a little faith. They slept soundly that night, so soundly that when they woke up early the next morning, several students were still scrambling to do the tasks in the monster garden. The teacher said that we should follow his requirements in the future. It is absolutely possible to become a high-level magician. Why are you still working hard? What do you mean I am still working hard? I am a swordsman. A swordsman? Bo Rui argued convincingly. I am a transfer student who needs contribution points more, although they don't have such a strong desire to brush points now. Just like Shichen said, just trust him. He provides talent potions just to give them a chance to impact legendary magicians. But Bo Rui doesn't have such a lofty dream. Bo Rui's biggest dream is to lie down, or go out and become a famous hero. So, the high-level magician pie given by Skricky is enough for him to eat. But what if it happens? Anyway, it's better to save contribution points for a safe haven. Several students were arguing over the task. They were quite civilized and didn't fight. They just elaborated on the argument that they needed more contribution points in an attempt to get other students to give up. I really don't want to quarrel with everyone because of this. Stop arguing. Everyone. Ophelia rubbed her temples. Chris, it's fine if they don't read it. But why didn't you pay attention? It says on the task board that there is no limit to the number of people. Chris, who was arguing with Bori, paused. He seemed to be in disbelief. He frowned first and read the task description from beginning to end very carefully to confirm that it said there was no limit to the number of people. I looked at the task description again and confirmed that it was the previous task of breeding monsters. I read it back and forth several times and murmured in a low voice, Ophelia, do you think it will happen? Don't be like that. Chris. Ophelia understood Chris's implication without any guidance and said with embarrassment, Maybe Screech just wants us to accumulate the contribution points we need. Is it possible? This question flashed through the minds of all the students who gathered together at the same time. And they couldn't answer it. But even if there is a trap, there is no need for them to refuse such real benefits. At most, they will be cheated once. Can Screech still harm them? In fact, he can. Boroy looked at the monster park that had expanded more than twice without realizing it, and asked his classmates expressionlessly, "Why didn't I know that our monster park was expanded?" The classmate next to him also answered expressionlessly, "When our monster park was built, we didn't know either." That's right. Screech was silent except during class time. And he was silent all of a sudden. It doesn't matter. This must be because Screech is worried that they don't have enough positions. So he is artificially creating positions for them. It must be. Bori is so convinced. After all, this is the livelihood project of the academy. And Screech must be doing it to make money. No matter how they convince themselves. When the pit finally comes, they still have an idea in their minds that it is just as expected. They saw their new physical training teacher. At that time, they were disheveled. Their faces were dirty. And they arrived at the small garden at the last minute panting. Before they were confused by the transformation of the small garden. They were called by the new physical training teacher Imoshuzi. "What are your names?" Teacher Imoshuzi is a middle-aged man with a long beard and a thin body. About 40 years old. The other person has an ordinary appearance. The kind of figure that is difficult to detect in a crowd. But his eyes are bright. And when he looks at people, it makes people feel uneasy for no reason. Several students looked at each other and reported their names one by one. If it were in other occasions, they would definitely question this middle-aged man who looked very ordinary. But this was Screech. And they were extremely vigilant. Imoshuzi stared at them for several seconds. And suddenly laughed. "Not bad. Not bad. All of them are good seedlings." Good seedlings? The few people blushed and bowed their heads slightly. The next moment, Imoshuzi's face was serious. "Then you guys will be my assistants in this new class. And give other students a sample in advance." Several students. Imoshuzi could not see the complicated emotions in the students' hearts. He was carefree and rarely read people's expressions, let alone students who were not very threatening. He first introduced himself briefly. "Maybe my appearance makes you feel a little strange. I come from the mysterious and distant East. My name is Imoshuzi. You can just call me Teacher Imo. From now on, your physical skills will be handed over to me." Imoshuzi looked around and his tone became serious. "Although I am an outsider, I also understand the development of physical skills here. I have to say that your physical fitness is really worrying. Such a fragile body can be broken with a slight bend. What's the need to fight?" he said, feeling unsatisfied, and pinched a stick-thick iron frame next to him. The stick-thick iron frame was flattened and broken in an instant. Just like mud. It seemed to be their future bodies. Boroy trembled all over, not daring to say a word. No way. No way. Could it be that their bodies must be harder than iron to not be brittle? That's a block of iron. That's a solid, stick-thick block of iron. Imoshuzi looked at the block of iron in his hand, threw it behind him carelessly, and laughed, looking very honest. "Oh, I'm so excited. Your teacher Sia also told me to take it easy. And I accidentally destroyed the teaching aids." Students, But, Teacher Sia? Is it Skricky? Everyone was thinking about this matter a little bit. But of course they were more focused on the morning exercise this morning. There was always a bad feeling. As it turned out, their feeling was correct. Teacher Imoshuzi accepted all the suggestions from Teacher Sia, such as communicating well with students, showing students a little to avoid being looked down upon, and taking it easy. But he just didn't implement them. Teacher Imoshuzi believed in actual combat more. He directly asked students to practice Tai Chi next to the wooden stakes behind him, and then randomly selected students to fight with him. Oh, yes. The first ones to be hit were the students who were busy and panting for contribution points. Not surprisingly, the students fell down in one blow. Imoshuzi frowned. "Get up. I've seen your physical reports. You shouldn't be so weak. Don't be lazy." The students were silent. That slap was like an iron palm. It felt like vomiting blood in the next moment when it was pressed against the chest. At this point, "You still say they are lazy?" Boroy has no doubt that Chris, the weakest one, has a blue patch on his chest now. But there is a kind of thing called the teacher thinks you can do it. which is like Screech drawing a pie for them. Big and incredible. But Screech thinks it is possible. So they can do it. It is the same now. Since Teacher Mo thinks they have not reached their limit, then they have not reached their limit. Several students even want to give up. Anyway, the pain in their chest cannot be faked. What is the difference between this and punishment? Mo Shuzi said in a faint voice. It turns out that Screech's students are just like this. When I came, Teacher Xie told me that although his students are weak, they all have a perseverance that ordinary people can't match. And they will never let me down. As he said this, Mo Shuzi laughed sarcastically. It seems that Screech is indeed biased towards his students. Before he finished his harsh words, Chris, who was still lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and stood up staggeringly. Mo Shuzi was very surprised. He originally thought that the first person to stand up among these people would be the wheat-skinned boy. The boy looked talented in sword practice and must be a perseverant person. Unexpectedly, the first person to stand up was this thin and weak white-faced scholar who might vomit blood at any time. What surprised Mo Shuzi even more was that another student, who looked like a well-trained lady, also trembled and climbed up and gently brushed the dust off her pants. The female student had gentle eyebrows, but firm. Teacher Mo. My name is Ophelia Fickle. I know that I have been spoiled since I was a child and cannot meet your standards. But? Ophelia straightened her waist and said in a rare strong tone, you can scold me for my poor qualifications. Scold me for wasting my time. Scold me for disappointing you. But you can't say that my teacher, Teacher Xie, is lying. He never lies. I always believe him when it comes to us. Chris licked his lips, pursing them to make them red, and did not give in at all. If he says we can do it, we will definitely do it. They are not Screech's shame, nor are they Screech's stains. They are Screech's pride. As long as Screech says they can or can't, they will learn to work day and night. Go forward fearlessly and fearlessly. Following the lead of the two students, the remaining students also stood up, supporting each other. There was some dirt from the monster garden on their faces, but their eyes were unyielding. Perhaps they did not trust and like Screech as much as Chris and Ophelia did. But at this moment, they were a whole, trying to maintain the honor that belonged to Screech. The students beside the wooden stakes behind them also stopped one by one, looking at Mo Shuzi steadily, as if waiting for an answer, an explanation. Mo Shuzi scanned all the students slowly. This time, he checked their self-introductions one by one. The students might not trust the teacher. So how could the teacher trust the students at the first time? Rather than saying that this was a show of strength to the students, it was more like a choice and honesty between the students and the teacher. The clock ticked by, and Mo Shuzi gradually relaxed his expression and laughed. Good. Good. As expected of the students that I, Mo Shuzi, want to teach. They are really brave. Mo Shuzi smiled happily. Xie Shichen's vision is really good. Each one is a good seedling worth cultivating. Come. Let the teacher see where your limits are. Their bodies still hurt slightly, but the affirmation from Mo Shuzi also gave them an endless desire to win. One day, they must become top masters. And then, press Mo Shuzi in the small garden and beat him. Beat him hard. The students with bruised noses and swollen faces smeared the medicine oil given by the teacher while cursing in their hearts. Mo Shuzi, who had already walked away in a swagger, hummed a little tune and lowered his head to chat with Xie Shichen on the school's easy pass. Tai Shu Mo Shuzi, Teacher Xie. You are really lucky. Although these students have poor physical fitness, their perseverance is first class. Tai Shu Mo Shuzi, let alone body training. If I don't forge them a copper head and iron bones, I am not called Mo Shuzi. Tai Shu Mo Shuzi, haha Teacher Xie. Have you collected all the herbs and animal blood I need? If you don't have any, send them to me. I go collect them. I have to transform their physiques tonight. Principal Xie Shichen, these are the ones left. I haven't collected the complete list yet. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Taijutsu Mo Shuzi, you're welcome. I should be grateful to you. I haven't had such a tough student for a long time. Xie Shichen looked at that tough and guessed that Mr. Mo Shuzi was a little too proud of himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him slip such a big trap. I think it's better to be nice to the students. I always feel that my conscience is not at ease. Teacher Xie also sighed for the relationship between teachers and students today. After the Spiritual Power Foundation came to an end, she knew as courses were gradually presented to the students' desks. Because it became 5 courses, Xieshichin naturally made a schedule for them, so that they would not learn too boringly. In Xieshichin's teaching plan, the easiest course is undoubtedly micro-expression learning, and the most difficult course should be magic basics. He interspersed the classes, so that students could have less trouble. For the first lesson of Xinhua, Xieshichin chose the basics of magic, and it was a very fresh course. For this, he and Xiaoxiao spent 1,000 principles points to buy a magic instrument. When Xieshichin came to the classroom with the instrument, all the students looked at him with complicated eyes. Xieshichin paused and tilted his head. What's wrong? The bruises on his face have disappeared. Teacher Mo's ointment is very useful, but the bruises in his heart are obviously not going to disappear in a short time. The students shook their heads and still focused on the machine Xieshichin was holding. What is this? Xieshichin smiled mysteriously. Good stuff. Don't worry, my dear children. Today's class is very easy. The teacher is not lying. They are not human. Right? Most of the human students in the class felt offended. They really didn't expect that Xieshichin really didn't lie to them this time. Nor did he say anything that would cause misunderstanding. It was real and easy. This is called the Magic Career Planner. Remember the talent test for using contribution points? Xieshichin explained with a smile. This is a low-end version of the talent test. This can't see everyone's talents, but it can provide appropriate guidance based on everyone's talents. That is to say, you will see and experience the career path that the instrument thinks is most suitable for you in the instrument. Xieshichin paused and explained. Of course, children, the future is unpredictable. Perhaps the other path you take is also full of flowers and applause. Don't let the instrument frame your future. The instrument can only give you a reference for your future. After all, machines are machines and cannot replace human willpower, even if it is not suitable. As long as they want, they can achieve their goals. Human willpower and potential are infinite. The students were thoughtful, and they had some guesses and curiosity in their hearts. Xieshichin did not keep them in suspense, and directly took out 20 high-level magic stones from the space ring and fed them into the instrument one by one. High-level magic stones? Borui exclaimed in a low voice. Scritch, won't this be a loss? They didn't need to pay tuition to go to school. And now Xieshichin paid for so many good things out of his own pocket. What kind of saint is Xieshichin? Chris was in a complicated mood. He wanted to remind Screech that giving without asking for anything in return would easily breed a group of ungrateful people. But he was one of the beneficiaries, so he didn't know how to start. If he said too much, would Screech think that he was rebellious? Everyone looked at the precious high-level magic stone, and for a moment, they didn't even know how to respond. This favor seemed too much. Xieshichin could guess some of the students' thoughts, but he didn't care much. Not to mention that these were all given to him by the schoolmaster. For him, the students' remuneration had been paid long ago, and even if they were ungrateful, it didn't matter. Xieshichin just enjoys the process of training. Even if this batch of students is gone, there will be the next batch of students, and the next batch of students. As long as the college is strong enough and rich enough, there is no need to worry that the students will throw themselves into the arms of others for petty gains. Even if we take a step back, the school is a place to train students, not to cultivate any power. What the students think has nothing to do with him. Screech? It's enough to keep the qualification to run the school and graduate. Sometimes Xieshichin is indeed calm to the point of indifference. He put the last magic stone into the groove, pressed the start button, then took a step back and said with a smile, "This is the only experience in the morning class. The teacher has left for the time being. After everyone has experienced it, you can leave the class on your own." As he said this, Xieshichin knocked on the desk and walked out of the classroom leisurely. "Ah? That's it? Then what should we do?" Borui looked back and saw that most of the students around him were very confused. He scratched his head. "Wait for the instrument to start. This is the first time I've seen such a big thing." Ophelia's eyes lit up. Scritch always finds these strange and useful things. I'm really curious about how this thing is made. With the current alchemy level of their ace empire, I'm afraid it can't reach this level. Could it be forged by the dwarves? Ophelia guessed. It is said that the dwarves are all forging masters, and the holy swords they forge are sharper than the authentic holy swords of the Church of Light. But there is only one, and no one has seen it. No, it can't be, Darren whispered, his eyes full of obsession. This is definitely not something we can make. Only gods can make such exquisite objects. Oh my god, I really want my uncle to study it. It seems that this Screech magic journey is indeed not a mistake. Amelia glanced at her deskmate, who was in the state, and sighed softly. There are so many extraordinary classmates around me. After the students chattered and discussed for about 10 minutes, the machine completely covered the entire lecture hall. Soon, a total of 20 pale white beams were scattered from the machine and shone on the 20 students one by one. The students didn't have time to be surprised. The next moment, they felt a drowsy sleepiness. Soon, the white light gradually dissipated, and all the students lay on the table, as if they had a sweet dream. The dream was so real that they could even feel the softness of the ground under their feet, smell the fragrance of the grass, and see the strange monster that was 100 meters tall. Oh my God! Where is this? Ophelia looked around in panic, but didn't see anyone. She forced herself to calm down and quietly looked at the 100-meter monster in front of her without moving. They were in Screech's lecture hall before they passed out. It was impossible for them to be moved to this strange place so quickly, unless this was a teleportation scroll. But what was the point of Screech teleporting them to a dangerous place? It was harmful but not beneficial. Ophelia didn't think Screech was a fool. But if this place was fake, even the wind around was so real, could it really be fake? Her heart kept sinking. The most worrying situation was that Screech's instrument had an error. So, roar! The huge roar of the monster seemed to ring in her ears, deafening. Ophelia subconsciously wanted to raise her hands to cover her ears, but found that she could not move. What happened? Before Ophelia could figure it out, she found herself like a passerby trapped in her body, watching another self controlling herself. Yes, although it is difficult to say, it is true. She was in her body, watching another self attacking this 100-meter high monster. I saw Ophelia raise the gorgeous scepter in her hand and uttered a string of beautiful and mysterious magic spells. She chanted the spell very quickly, and with the help of the flying technique, her body retreated steadily, pulling the giant beast, not letting it leave, but not interfering with her chanting. When the long spell was halfway through, Ophelia saw magic circles appearing one after another in front of her. They flashed different colors and intertwined with each other. You are in me. I am in you. And gradually merged into a vortex. While the spell was still going on, Ophelia seemed to realize something. She stared at the dazzling magic light in front of her without blinking, unwilling to miss any details. When the spell was coming to an end, Ophelia's eyes widened. The magic elements in front of her merged with each other, gradually condensed into black in Ophelia's eyes, and flashed colorful light under the light. Bang! As the staff was waved, the huge black ball of light rushed forward towards the beast, carrying a momentum of decaying everything, devouring all the life passing by, and finally stopped briefly in front of the beast, then spontaneously wrapped around the beast, devouring it bit by bit. The speed was very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the beast disappeared in the black ball of light. And then the black ball of light gradually dissipated in the air. And the beast that gave Ophelia a huge deterrent didn't even roar out the last unwilling roar. Ophelia stopped and stared at everything in front of her. She seemed to be able to move suddenly. She lowered her head and looked at her white and soft fingers, and the gorgeous staff inlaid with gems, feeling confused. Is this the future she can reach? Before she could think about it, more and more giant beasts appeared in front of her. Ophelia raised the staff and found that she could move in addition to chanting spells. She freely controlled the levitation, and the spellcasting movements gradually became more proficient. She didn't realize that the look in her eyes when she looked at these giant beasts had changed from fear, terror, and tension to compassion and calmness. If this is the future that Screech tempted, then we have to admit that Screech succeeded. She was extremely eager for this future to happen. Coincidentally, Chris also encountered trouble, but the target turned out to be his idol Aurora. Unlike Ophelia, Chris immediately guessed that everything was fake, because it was impossible for him to be told by Screech the day before that he could fight Aurora to capture the tower in the future, and then immediately encounter Aurora to capture the tower at this moment. But it must be said that the joy of magic being almost instantaneous, the joy of not being afraid even when being approached, and being able to punch Aurora one by one, really made Chris addicted. Chris panted, and after beating all the magic saints and legendary wizards who hindered him from taking the tower, he stood on the top of the wizard tower and suddenly felt a little confused. Is this the future he wants? Chris lowered his head. His staff was mottled. His voice was still cold. And those wizards looked at him with fearful eyes. This should have been his dream. But at this moment, the dream seemed to be vulnerable. This is not what he wants. Even if it is a false gain. Chris can think that this is not what he wants. Then what does he want? Chris clenched his fists. He thought. The wizard under the tower gradually disappeared. And the wizard tower collapsed in an instant. As if he was the only one left in the world. He thought. The land began to crack. And huge rocks stood up, forming one after another magic circle that was difficult to replicate. And the tower stood in the center of the world again. All the mages were trying to seize the tower. And the old tower was groaning under the heavy load. He wanted to. A brand new tower suddenly appeared on an isolated island in the sea. With no one around. A mage in a blue magic robe held up his staff and gently pushed open the heavy door. He wanted to create his own tower. Chris's eyes were burning with ambition. He didn't want to be the one who picked up the gift from the ancients. He wanted to be the legendary mage who gave surprises to the newcomers. At this moment, Chris seemed to suddenly understand the meaning of Screech's lesson. Not only Chris. Vera, Bori, Freya, Herbert, Isabella. 20 students were immersed in the future woven by the instrument for them. Maybe this future was not what they wanted. Maybe this future gave them a reference direction. But in the final ever-changing world, they all fell into the temptation of the instrument. Can this really be done? Can their future really be so brilliant? Even if their talents are poor. Even if they have nothing now? Some students doubted. Some students aroused the desire to struggle. Some students pondered deeply. And some students were determined to change their attitude towards learning. But no matter what, when the instrument woke up all the students, they were disappointed. They were excited. They were lost. And they seemed to have a goal and motivation to move forward. Until Sieshichin stepped into the classroom with a regular pace. The students were still immersed in their own thoughts. Sieshichin shook his head and laughed, holding the machine, and left the classroom leisurely. Xiaoxiao was very curious, scratching her head and curiously. Why did all the students have such expressions as if they had found their goal? You know, this magic career planning instrument is all nonsense. The real name of this teaching prop is called Holographic Experience Machine. The Holographic Experience Machine from the future small world is of course expensive. But how can this thing be considered a career plan? And it makes the students look like they have gained something? Xiaoxiao wanted to ask. But Sieshichin had a kind of beauty that didn't care about other people's lives. And didn't seem to want to answer at all. Host. Xiaoxiao decided to take the initiative and tried to speak. Sieshichin raised his voice slightly. Xiaoxiao, your instrument. Oh. Yes. I was so happy just now that I forgot to ask. Sieshichin hesitated and looked at the 100% new machine in his hand. Xiaoxiao. Look at this holographic machine. It hasn't been used for even a day, let alone 3 days. Can I get a refund? App, huh? Do you want to hear what nonsense you are talking about? You want a refund after you have used it up? What is the difference between this and those who buy clothes? Try them on. Take photos and post them on WeChat Moments. And then ask for a refund overnight? Sieshichin looked innocent. It's still different. Clothes are very personal things. But instruments are not. You can get a refund within 7 days if you buy a rice cooker. App choked. Friend, don't tell me that you have to recycle the textbooks you bought. Sieshichin, that won't happen. Books are also very personal things. They are not recycled. App had nothing to say. It even wanted to dive immediately and pretend that the signal was bad. But, do you want to know why they all look like they have found their target? Sieshichin asked slowly. App was severely controlled. Yes. Sieshichin said then. Give some benefits to hard-working old teachers, like us, who are still burdened with loans? I am your family. You have thought about it. I am the only one using your mall. Shouldn't you treat me more? He opened his mouth and watched the live broadcast a lot. App felt that its data was almost disordered. It really hated why the Lord God had set up an emotional system for it, making it damn curious. But what could App do? He said it was his family. Xiaoxiao made a promise with tears in her eyes. You can recycle it. And I will charge you a 20% handling fee. You also know that you have used the 20 high-level magic stones. So my price is already very fair and reasonable. Deal? You are really my good partner. Sieshichin praised generously. App felt like he was immune, so Sieshichin gave the answer. It's very simple. I'm the one who knows their talents and personalities. I just need to find out the most suitable paths for them according to the student profiles given. and then make up suitable scenes according to their personalities, and do some preliminary guidance. I also set up a few more specific paths for subsequent reactions. Generally, they are for students who are very confused and have no ideas and whose magic horizons have not yet expanded, when their own imaginations converge into brain waves that can be received by the instrument. It is enough to prove that this is the most ideal and desired path in their hearts. Then I just need to give them the most realistic experience. In the final analysis, it was Shichen who was manipulating. But he was manipulating the hearts of the students. App was silent for a while, and suddenly asked a question. Is this their future life trajectory? How could it be? Xiao Xiao. The potential of intelligent species is infinite. Shichen laughed. As long as they are still thinking. Their future has infinite possibilities. This lesson just gives them enough motivation, confidence, and goals. In the future, when they have experienced more and gradually matured, they will have deeper feelings. Even if they still have the same goal, their feelings will be different. Their future is destined to be more exciting than expected, Shichen said casually. Looking at the reduced debt of 800 principals, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was used to cheating the school, he always felt uneasy when carrying a loan. Shichen browsed the latest I Am the Principal app, compared them one by one, and saw what tasks could be completed now. And suddenly saw a task that he had forgotten for a while. Achievement mission, Vera's thoughts, 0 out of 100. Shichen was surprised. Nothing happened? He touched his chin. Was the future picture he gave not touching enough? Why is there no progress at all? This is unscientific. Shichen, who had encountered an unexpected setback in his teaching career, first picked out the one about Vera from the remaining holographic films, and watched it carefully from beginning to end. After seeing the ending of Vera's transformation due to his strong will, he realized that this was another child with a problem in his family. He opened Vera's student file again, and paid attention to this student, who had been thrown aside for observation. Are you sure that the student file you gave me was not fake? Shichen questioned. How is it possible? The app was furious. You can question my chatterbox, but you can't question my professionalism as the principal. Our systems are all professional, and this data will definitely not be wrong. That's strange. Shichen stared at Vera's file, and couldn't find any problems for a while. This is where the composition of the student profile comes in. The updated student profile is divided into 3 pages. In addition to the newly added growth footprint, the other 2 pages are already there. One page is the student's talent, with the student's current headshot attached. The talent bar includes the student's affinity for various magics, the student's comprehension, the student's basic data, and recommended career references. One page is the student profile, which is a simple description of the student's family situation and personal situation. For example, the second page of Verla reads, Verla, the youngest daughter of Duke Muster, Ace Empire. Then, there is the mother's name, the mother's favorability towards her, the father's name, the father's favorability towards her, the names and favorability of the 2 brothers, and what honors and titles Verla has received in the past. It's not very detailed, but Shichen has investigated one by one. The lowest favorability of Verla's family members towards her is her second brother, 80. You know, Chris's father's favorability towards Chris is only about 85, which is the level of I will be proud of you and help you. But if you borrow money from me, I will write an IOU and train you well. Love, but not spoiling. It is rational love. According to Shichen's speculation, the favorability is about 90, which means that the person is willing to be seriously injured and cover the person's departure. Chris's mother's favorability towards Chris is 96, and Vera's father's favorability towards Vera is as high as 99. Growing up in such a nearly spoiled family, Vera seems to be worried, and even worried about the family. According to the scene Shichen saw, it feels more that the family's needs and his own desires have formed a contradictory sense of repression. Shichen, please forgive me for being frank. He has never encountered such a strange scene in all his years of teaching. Shichen chose to confront Xiao Xiao directly, then look at it yourself. In theory, Vera is more favored than Chris. Right? Oh no. Compared to a girl, Vera's family is happier than Ophelia in terms of favorability. After all, Ophelia's parents are the king and queen. They have many things they have to do, and many things they need to balance. So although they love Ophelia very much, their overall favorability is not particularly high. About 80 or 85. But Ophelia's concerns are related to herself. She is more worried that her parents will be affected by her physical condition. She wants to maintain her status as an heir and has her own ambitions. So she wants to become stronger. She is more about realizing her ambitions and ideals. Xieshichan saw it very clearly. From the first day Ophelia arrived at school, he saw the girl's unwilling eyes. Ophelia's concerns are also the easiest to guess and solve. But Vera is difficult to deal with. What about this little guy? It's no exaggeration to say that she is the treasure of the whole family. Why did she not react when I shaped her future? It's not that Xieshichan is so confident that he is arrogant. Xieshichan observed all the students for a month and got the answer based on the file information, the students' daily performance, and every micro-expression of the students. This is a scientific inference. Moreover, he saw Vera's heartbeat. But more of it was the instant pale face and the sudden change of the scene. Thinking of the subsequent scenes that Vera imagined, Xieshichan tried to guess. I have also guessed that it is because she is the youngest and only daughter in the family. So the family mainly pampers her and ignores her own growth needs. But it doesn't make sense. Xieshichan's voice was very light, full of doubts. 99. Xiao Xiao. You understand the meaning of this score better than me. That is to say, even if all the property of the Duke of Muster is put together with Vera, and he is asked to choose, he will choose Vera without hesitation. In other words, this is the only weakness of the Duke of Muster. Therefore, Xieshichan did not think that his speculation was reasonable. Unless Xiao Xiao was wrong. Why would Vera have such an illusion? Xiao Xiao had watched this image back and forth several times in her mind. And she stuttered. She thinks her greatest value is marriage? Xieshichan's face was cold, and he did not say anything. This was the key. If it was Xieshichan, let alone a weakness, even if it was his own daughter, he would not let his daughter marry casually, no matter how excellent the other party was. Instead of marriage, it is better to find someone with a soft personality and keep him by your side, so that he can take care of everything. He is a person with a strong desire for control. He will be worried if his daughter is far away. Of course, Xieshichan also understands his shortcomings and has never thought of forming a family. Is this Duke of Mus so generous and fearless that he would put his weakness in someone else's home? How is it possible? The app feels that if it transforms, it will be sweating profusely. Host. Wait a minute. I will go to flash the machine and report to the main god world to see if there is any mistake. Good guy. This makes it lose confidence. It is the product of the main god. Chapter 34. Things have reached a dead end, as the system insists that it has not made any mistakes. Xieshichan is not a procrastinator, but he has not figured out what kind of reason to find to talk to Vera. More importantly, he knows very little about Vera, so it is not appropriate to start a conversation now. In the end, Xieshichan can only choose to put things aside for the time being and pay more attention to such a troublesome student. The afternoon course is relatively easy. It is about stimulating and expanding mental power. This course is basically practical. In this magical world, even muggles have mental power. But the strength of mental power is different. Most people can barely use mental power, but their use of mental power is very superficial, and it is basically passive. For example, when memorizing, they will subconsciously use mental power to assist and deepen the impression, such as Asudo. However, this passivity makes it impossible for them to use mental power. In other words, there are still too few people in the entire magical world who can use mental power correctly. Almost none. Xieshichan had already prepared the lesson plan. The entire course did not follow the steps in the textbook. Most of it was Xieshichan's own performance. He was not that confident. After all, he seemed to understand how to use mental power as soon as he read the textbook. But the words he said were still lacking. He was worried that his words were too empty and would confuse the children. In fact, his worry was right. Imagine that when you close your eyes, there are a lot of messy lines in your mind. They can be colorful, pure white, or even transparent. When you see these lines, you have already started to develop the basics of mental power. Xieshichan was talking about the first method, the imagination method. Unlike meditation and daydreaming on Earth, people here really have spiritual power. As long as you feel and perceive it carefully, you still have a chance to find it. But unfortunately, this method may not be very practical for his children. After trying for more than 10 minutes, all the children opened their eyes and looked at Xieshichan blankly. Xieshichan thought for a moment, Then try the inner vision method. Close your eyes this time. Don't imagine. But a desire bursts out from the depths of your heart. The kind of urgency to meet your own spiritual power. When your brain realizes your needs, it will spontaneously take you into a mysterious territory. A bit abstract. The students tried hard to aspire, but they always felt that something was missing. Shichen had no choice but to teach a few more methods and told everyone not to be too anxious. Take it slow. If they could find the existence of spiritual power today, they would be successful. Perhaps for these children living in the magic world, this description is still very abstract, but not very difficult to understand. They can sense magic elements, which is very imaginative. It's just that spiritual power, which is almost invisible, makes their learning difficult. Fortunately, after about half an hour of guidance, the first little guy who guided out his spiritual power appeared. Asudo, the kid with a photographic memory. His spiritual power is stronger than that of ordinary people. In addition, Asudo has been reciting frequently for exams recently, which passively strengthened his spiritual power. This spiritual power search quickly achieved the goal. No, it should be said that the goal was exceeded. His spiritual power took the initiative to show up, playfully and quietly, and a horn appeared on his forehead. If Shichen hadn't been sharp-eyed, he wouldn't have noticed it. Congratulations to our Asudo. It seems that Asudo has found his spiritual partner. As soon as Shichen finished speaking, Bo-rei, who claimed to be Asudo's good friend and brother, went to see him immediately. Let me see. Let me see. Asudo, what is your spiritual power like? He looked around excitedly, looking at Asudo's face and body carefully. But he saw nothing. Shichen found this was an opportunity. He used a rather bewitching voice to guide the students to look at Asudo. Don't worry. Spiritual power is something that cannot be seen or touched in a sense. Only when you realize its existence can you truly observe it. So you need to calm down and concentrate. Believe me, you can all see that I have already felt your mental power being so active. I want to have a pleasant interaction with your good classmate and good partner Asudo's mental power at this time. Before Shichen traveled through time, he was a master of time management. He must have known what kind of major was beneficial to education. He had even passed the psychology degree exam. Shichen was naturally familiar with the most famous hypnosis in psychology. At this time, it is equivalent to unconsciously guiding the children's thoughts, leading them to imagine, to believe, and then let them spontaneously bring out this naughty spiritual power. Shichen said while gently tapping the podium, making a very regular sound. So don't be nervous. Your spiritual power is just a little shy. Communicate with it well. See, it has slowly rushed out of your body. You can feel a warm power from your brain, unwillingly rushing to. As Shichen described, the children still looked at Asudo, but they felt as if they had unconsciously seen a very beautiful, translucent thing in their eyes. It looked a bit like a tentacle. Very cute, with tiny whiskers, as if floating on the water, swaying gently. Bori gradually opened his mouth. I seem to see it. Chris murmured absent-mindedly. Is this really not magic? Asudo was sweating profusely. What on earth is it? I can't see it. Where is it? He was so anxious that he forgot his shyness. He tried to reach out and grab his little tentacles, but he didn't know where to put his strength. He was completely at a loss. Shichen laughed. It has just been stimulated and is still too small. You can't see it. You can only pay attention to it when it is in your mind. He meant something, but you can try to help your little friend. When your little friend's mental power is stimulated, see your little friend's mental power. It's almost the same. Mental power is not magic. Can it have different performances? In fact, it really can. Beyond Shichen's expectations. Shichen watched the little classmates pair up in 2s and 3s, staring at each other's faces together, and then tried hard to think about the tips and guidance Shichen gave them, trying to guide this naughty mental power. This is always a bit difficult. But with hope and seeing the finished product, they also have some feelings. The first, the second, the third. As the mental power was successfully stimulated one after another, exclamations came from the classroom. Ah! I saw it! Your spiritual power is so cute! I saw it too! Dear! Your spiritual power tentacles are actually pink! What? Pink? Shichen touched his emerald ring, took out a cup of steaming water, lowered his head and drank slowly, so energetic. It turned out that his spiritual power was so ordinary? Was it because he was old and had no imagination? In the classroom, some students' spiritual power had a faint glow, as if sprinkled with glitter. Some spiritual power tentacles had a bow tied on the top. And some students even used their spiritual power to condense a small rabbit headband, which was still pink. Yes, the last very flashy headband's spiritual power is Borui. Xieshichin threw it into the focus list without hesitation. Xieshichin gave the students a certain amount of reaction time. After everyone got used to the appearance of spiritual power, he took out another 20 cups from the ring, which contained a few beads. It looked a bit perfunctory. But the words were not perfunctory at all, since everyone's progress is so fast. We will start the second item early. The second step is to use spiritual power. Everyone's spiritual power is not weak. Being able to release it is already ahead of a large number of magic apprentices. What you need to do now is to use your mental power to successfully move these cups. Classmates, ? What nonsense is Screech talking about? This mental power can be seen, but not touched. Without waiting for them to react, Xieshichin casually threw the cup upwards. And then the 20 folded cups seemed to be separated in an orderly manner by a force, and then flew to each student's desk with a clear purpose. Just like the teacher did. Use mental power to change the position of the cups, Xieshichin explained. Of course. You are just getting started. So the teacher doesn't have such high requirements. Just move the cup. It's better not to explain. Chris's face turned pale. You really don't know magic? For example, is this actually instant levitation magic? The more Chris thought about it, the more he felt it was right. We didn't see your mental power. So it's not actually based on mental power. Right? It's instant flying magic plus levitation magic. Yes. It must be like this. When he provoked Screech, Screech once asked him curiously why he couldn't cast low-level magic instantly. It must be that Screeky has mastered the technique of low-level magic instant casting, so he can use the floating magic with ease. When they didn't notice it, Chris's face became more and more determined. And it was obvious that he had entered the stage of convincing himself. Why can't you see my mental power? This is the future course. I don't think everyone wants to see their mental power come out to act cute during the battle. And they can't even do sneak attacks. Right? Xieshichin made a joke, but was reminded, but you are right. Chris, there are many students in our class who secretly hide the fact that they can do magic. And the teacher needs to impose more restrictions. This goal can only be achieved with mental power, not magic. Even instantaneous magic and silent magic will not work. Chris, damn. Do they look like people who can cast magic instantly and without saying anything? Is Screech being sarcastic or really worried? Chris was about to get angry. Bori looked at Chris with pity and patted Chris on the shoulder. Just accept your fate. Brother, you can't win against Screech. You might as well just ignore it and pretend that Screech didn't say anything. But then again, whether Screech can do magic is really a mystery. Bori thought of Screech's strong appearance in the first class, and his mind was opened. Hey, so our principal is not a legendary wizard who teaches us incognito, right? To do experiments on cultivating muggles? Xieshichin smiled slightly. I heard it. Bori, this joke is really humorous. Kid, if I am a legendary wizard and want to do experiments, why don't I just make it public? Isn't it better to choose 1 out of 1,000,000 than to trust fate? That's right. Xieshichin joked. Maybe I'm a god who hides his identity? How else can I explain that I know so many things? Ophelia was surprised. Ah, is that the god of wisdom? What? Am I so lucky? To be the first disciple of God? Freya was the first to respond to her princess. Xieshichin, there's no need to be so flattering. There will really be stupid students who believe it. The stupid student Borui scratched his head, his eyes full of doubt, and even shrunk his shoulders, as if he was thinking about whether he had done anything disrespectful to the gods, which made Xieshichin helplessly hold his forehead. Thick black studies must be put on the agenda. Happy times always pass quickly. After trying for a whole afternoon, everyone went from half belief to conviction. The reason was that Asado was unwilling to not see his mental tentacles, and tried desperately to test his limits, almost making himself unconscious. In his drowsiness, he seemed to see his thin and long tentacles gently pushing the cup on the table, making a sharp sound. His desk mate turned his head subconsciously, and happened to see the slight movement. The cup moved slightly by 1 centimeter. It moved. Asado's cup moved. This sentence once again made the student's eyes move over. Asado didn't pay attention. He lay on the table contentedly. He had already lost his strength just by using his mental power to push a small cup. But he finally saw the appearance of his mental power. Very cute. He likes it very much. Moreover, as long as he practices more, he will be able to perform such magic-like actions like Screech in the future. Right? Doesn't that mean that even if he can't learn magic in the future, he will no longer be a despised muggle? Asado thought, and fainted with a smile on his face. His movements were so fast that they scared all the classmates. It was not until Shichen walked down from the podium and checked from all angles that he was sure that the little guy was exhausted. And everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. People with strong mental strength usually have better memory. Asado's mental strength is stronger than all of you. But he still lost his strength. Everyone must do what they can. He gave a few small examples and summed up the self-help after losing strength, but did not pull the students back. They are just in the second year of junior high school, and their classmates have already learned it. How could they be willing to fall behind so much? It can only be said that fortunately this action has no risks and will not harm their bodies. Otherwise, Shichen would have another task of taking care of the children. When the get out of class was about to end, Shichen finally called everyone back and gave a rough summary of the class. Finally, he said, today's class is over. It's relatively easy, but the future classes will be difficult and easy, and there will be many difficult places to overcome. I hope everyone can also work hard to find ways to overcome them like this afternoon. Instead of complaining and willing to fall, I hope that after today's class, everyone can realize and recall their dreams, ideals, and visions of the future. So the teacher will also assign everyone homework for this week. Shichen rarely wrote on the blackboard behind him. First assignment, write a summary of what you have learned from today's class, including your previous views on magic, simple plans for the future, and the future you want. Second assignment, something more personal, similar to the first assignment. Shichen said this, looked at the children, and said thoughtfully, the teacher will give you letter paper and envelopes, and you will write a letter to yourself. There is no limit to the content of the letter. The letter will eventually be delivered to you, who will graduate in 5 years. The teacher will seal it with magic. From now on. Except for you at this moment, and you 5 years later. No one will know what you wrote in the letter. It can be a vision of the future, a reflection of the present, an explanation for the future, or an expression of one's own emotions. Anything is fine. Whatever you write, it will be accepted by your future self. Accept your once immature self, your once high-spirited self, your once daring self, your once timid self, and then tell your past self that you have a beautiful future. I think this must be a very beautiful confession. This operation is very common in Shichen's world, and almost every class teacher will give students such a request. But in fact, there are not many students who are willing to write seriously. Most students enjoy the present and do not have too many feelings. They will treat this matter more as a task. There is nothing wrong with this, which proves that children of this age do not have so many worries. They are happy. Happy children can convey the carefreeness of the present to the future, and unhappy children will also be touched by themselves at that time at a certain moment in the future. That is a very beautiful process and result. Therefore, at this moment, when he noticed the children's specialness, Shichen still brought up this letter. It was still necessary for the children's growth. Shichen had some directional thinking. He thought that after he finished speaking, some students would be deeply touched, and some would not care. But he did not expect that all the students had almost the same expression the moment he finished speaking. Stunned, and then fell into silence. Did today's class give them too many feelings? Shichen didn't know what was going on. So he placed the envelopes on the desk and asked the children to choose one by one. The 20 patterns were quickly picked up by the students, and Shichen livened up the atmosphere. Then the get out of class should be over. Is there anyone willing to take today's duty? This contribution point should be the easiest to earn. Right? As soon as the voice fell, Bo-Rui rushed to the podium first. Let me do it. This is really simple. Today, Skricky only wrote a sentence. This blackboard is definitely easy to erase. Shichen, yes. There is this little classmate everywhere. The little classmates took their homework and today's harvest to the cafeteria. Shichen took some snacks as usual and returned to his office. He still has a lot to do. Fortunately, the students are still very conscious in their evening self-study, so he doesn't need too much involvement. He just needs to use the teaching stick to guide the children to go for night running at the right time. Oh, yes. The physical training teacher has taken up his post. They don't even need the guidance of the teaching stick. The physical training teacher will lead them personally. In this way, the whole evening was free. Xie Shichen sorted out the lesson plan for this week and made the mental test paper for the makeup exam. In addition, he spent more energy on the arrangement of the class meeting. Yes, class meeting. After thinking about it, Xie Shichen still wanted to get to know Vera better first, and then find an opportunity to communicate with Vera. Xie Shichen thought of many ways to understand, but it was still difficult to get the child to accept his observation and understanding. Vera was a sensitive child. When she found that Xie Shichen's eyes paid more attention to her, suspicion and nervousness flashed in her eyes. Xie Shichen suspected that something he didn't know had happened. So, in order to get Vera's information as soon as possible, Xie Shichen has only one way to do it. San Trey. Although he cannot know the specific situation of the other party, he can understand the reason why the other party is currently troubled in a more detailed way. Moreover, Xie Shichen also has his own little plan. He wants to take the opportunity to talk to Vera and do psychological treatment after the San Trey treatment. Although his level is not that professional, it is precisely because of this that Xie Shichen is more troubled, fearing that this class will not be done well, but will bring rebellious psychology to the children. Unconsciously, he wasted the night again, not even noticing the students' screams and howls, until a carrier pigeon cooed from somewhere and flew to his desk. "Enchen? Is Mr. Enchen here? Hello? Hello? Hello?" Xie Shichen came back to his senses, looking at the pigeon tilting its head to look cute, with gentle and cheerful sounds coming from its beak. And his first reaction was to check the time. 2:13, in the middle of the night. Xie Shichen was helpless. "Dear Miss Fanny, do you still remember that you once complained about me and said that I was a gentleman in the middle of the night?" Since Xie Shichen always contacted her at night, and Xie Shichen entertained Mrs. Croft at midnight, Fanny laughed and complained, "Why not call our principal Screech the Midnight Gentleman? How come you have such a connection with the midnight? Honestly, Enchen, if I didn't know you were innocent and were always talking about business, I would have suspected that you had some bad intentions towards us beautiful young ladies." Mr. Midnight Gentleman. Xie Shichen was speechless at the time, and he still holds a grudge. It seems that I, a midnight gentleman, am really wronged. I always attract a group of midnight ladies to my door. Fanny chuckled again. "What are you talking about? Enchen Skricky, you are taking revenge now. And I will tell you good news later. What can you use to withdraw your words?" "Withdraw?" Xie Shichen suddenly remembered that Fanny seemed to be a teacher in their college. He lowered his head to operate the app and said to Fanny, "The college has recently recruited 2 teachers. I made a little thing that works like magic. See if you have it." Fanny was puzzled. "What? Scritch is now able to recruit teachers? It won't work if the teachers are too weak. Oh my god. What is this?" Xie Shichen said calmly, "Oh, Teacher Fanny is a well-known magician. Can't she even use this little thing?" "Nonsense. How can I not use it?" Fanny snorted. "Follow the instructions and join the teacher group." While studying the app and chatting with Xie Shichen, "I just didn't expect that you Scritch still have such a good thing. If this thing was taken out earlier, I'm afraid that none of those snobbish magicians would be willing to leave." Xie Shichen corrected him. "It's our Screech." Fanny replied casually, "Yes. Yes. Ours. This little thing is quite useful. School Easy Pass? It's quite descriptive." Xie Shichen also laughed softly. "It's okay as long as it's useful. As for those magicians who have left, I can't force them to share my suffering. Right? It always takes a lot of effort to educate a group of untalented muggles." Fanny naturally thought so too. She secretly laughed at the group of magicians, who looked down on muggles for losing the watermelon, and at the same time felt that she had taken a great advantage. If it weren't for the excellent students that Skriggy had taught, she wouldn't have joined this academy so easily and seen so many magical things. "By the way, did you come to me this time for Chris's magic journal?" Xie Shichen asked, and seeing that Fanny hadn't answered, he couldn't help but ask again. "Ms. Midnight?" Ms. Midnight Fanny was not distracted. "Let's talk about business later. There's no rush. Enchen Skriggy, the teacher you found for your students really suits my taste." Ha ha ha. Fanny didn't know what she saw. She laughed till tears came out. "Oh my god. I like him so much. Is he married? Can you give me a recommendation? Oh my god. I like him so much. I can see that he is talking incoherently. But who does he like? Siashichin opened the school easy-to-access app doubtfully. The only way for Fanny to know the teacher's news should be the teacher group. Did something happen? At the teacher's workstation of the school easy-to-access app, videos appeared in the chat group that needed to be opened with mental power. School Easy Pass can't record directly like modern technology. It is equivalent to storing the images recorded by the Magic Photo Stone in the app for long-term storage. You only need to use magic elements or mental power to open the video. I don't know how Emoshuzi learned the skills of using the Magic Photo Stone without a teacher. The entire group of teachers recorded the embarrassing appearance of each student in the physical training class tonight one after another. Physical training Emoshuzi, thank you. Teacher. These little guys are too fragile. I did a test before the physical training. This is the test image and the test conclusion. Physical training Emoshuzi. I gave them their first physical training. They were useless and fainted. Fortunately, they persisted to the end. Let's do the morning training an hour later tomorrow. Just 2 hours. So that they can rest more. Physical training Emoshuzi. Oh. Because it was too irritating. I forgot to tell them about it. Forgot to tell? Siashichin felt that this honest physical training teacher he hired was also a bit treacherous. He hadn't watched the video yet. So he replied to Emoshuzi first, saying that he would give the children a unified notice tomorrow to let him rest assured. Then he slowly turned his attention to these videos. And after watching them, he felt complicated. No wonder Fanny didn't mind the trouble. A newspaper editor-in-chief, more or less, likes to watch this kind of entertainment short videos. Right? He asked Fanny. Have you ever considered making an entertainment weekly? Fanny wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Magic Entertainment Weekly? God. Screech. Do you think I don't want to? Those magicians are arrogant and full of jokes. Some played with women and ended up hurting themselves. Some went out to exercise with mercenaries and got lost. And some used magic to spy on other people's privacy and got beaten. If I can, I will make them be laughed at by everyone. But what can we do about it? They are magicians. And our Steen family can't afford to offend magicians. Fanny shrugged, her tone full of sarcasm. Siashichin thought for a moment. Everyone still likes to eat melons. Oh no. They like to watch other people's jokes. As long as it becomes a trend, you will be the one they all want to protect. Right? Fanny's eyes turned slightly. You mean? Siashichin tempted, in this way. You might as well find melons from students first. Students are not of high status. So you can turn a blind eye to it. It will snowball. In the future, you can write jokes about legendary magicians. Fanny frowned. If the status is not high, there is nothing to watch. Right? Siashichin said calmly. How could it be? Isn't the power behind them the attraction? If you are worried, you can release an issue to test the waters first. And I will provide you with information. Mrs. Croft visited Screech late at night and said that the past 15 years were all misunderstandings. Do you want to hear it? Fanny was silent for a second. 2 seconds. I want to. She also confirmed with Siashichin again. What's going on? Why didn't I hear any news at all? Siashichin's suggestion was very good. As long as the gossip was positive and focused on students, it would not offend any forces behind it. But they had to say that they really wanted to know the reason behind it. But speaking of this, Fanny suddenly remembered, by the way, after Mrs. Croft came back from her outing, she seemed to have quarreled with the Duke of Croft. It was said that the Duke went to the palace for several days with a bruised face and became a laughing stock. Is it related to this? Siashichin was silent. Before leaving, Mrs. Croft had talked with Siashichin many times late at night and asked Siashichin how to help Chris cancel the marriage intention peacefully. Although they are not engaged yet, the news has been spread. If they suddenly regret the engagement, it will not be good for her child's reputation. Mrs. Croft said in a light tone with a fierceness, It's okay to make Croft, that big fool, lose face. But my Chris must be clean. Moreover, if Chris wanted to cancel the marriage and focus on learning magic, she would never give Chris this thing that would affect his development. To be honest, the Muster family spoiled their little daughter to the point of doting. She didn't want her child to marry such a spoiled noble lady, who would not let Chris study magic with peace of mind, and would often quarrel with her. Siashichin thought of a somewhat unethical method at the time. Let an influential newspaper help publish the whole story, and then let the Croft family have to come forward to give an explanation. Then go to the Muster family to apologize. and finally cancel this intention. In this way, the public will realize that Chris is now a free noble. Of course, they can also apologize directly to the Muster family, and the engagement will be tacitly cancelled. But Mrs. Croft thought, her child has misunderstood her for so many years. Is it really just sensitivity? Will someone stir up trouble? Is there any unknown conspiracy behind the Duke of Croft? The more Mrs. Croft thought about it, the more she felt that she still needed to make a big fuss. Only by making a big fuss would those who were secretly making small moves be exposed. She accepted Xieshichen's suggestion without hesitation and asked Xieshichen to help connect with Editor-in-Chief Stern. It was not convenient for them to communicate with each other. Xieshichen originally just wanted to send a letter and asked Fanny to help a little. It would be good for his students. Unexpectedly, while chatting, she suddenly felt that developing a different entertainment weekly seemed to be a good idea. Xieshichen roughly told Fanny about all this, and Fanny touched her chin. What do you think? I should make a weekly newspaper for the school? Fanny was indeed very tempted. But Fanny also had her own bottom line. She didn't want to make a newspaper that put all the vulgar entertainment in it. Those dirty magicians in the newspaper simply lowered the taste of their Steen family. But the information source Xieshichen gave her was very pleasing to her. It just so happened that the Steen Magic Journal was dedicated to writing about the insights of magicians. A very positive newspaper. So she could make an entertainment newspaper. Talk about the daily interesting lives of students. Talk about the misunderstandings between students and parents. Occasionally interview students. And write about these insights of future hopes. It seems pretty good too? Of course, Fanny will not limit herself to students. She will focus on the many magicians who have stepped into magic. This entertainment newspaper can not only let parents know some news about students trapped on campus, but also become a stepping stone for students who have not enrolled to become famous. Xieshichen listened to Fanny's ideas and listened to her gradually improving the system, and pointed out one thing: the idea is good, but there are more and more submissions, and it is difficult for the newspaper to screen them. The workload is too large. It was okay in the early stage. In the early stage, they found entertainment news and made newspapers by themselves, relying on Stern's current popularity to promote it. Later, when the newspaper became famous, most of the submissions were students, and the screening process would become very painful. If Xieshichen's advice focused on the grudges among wealthy families and quarrels among internet celebrities that everyone was concerned about, Fanny's advice expanded it to become a positive and entertaining newspaper for students and youth, which was more difficult, more challenging, and more difficult to do. Fanny thought for a while, no matter what, I take your commission. I try it out first, and then we talk about it if it doesn't work. She really didn't want to put those love stories in her own newspaper. Although it attracted attention, it always felt like it lowered the threshold of her own newspaper. Xieshichen knew that Fanny had an idea, so he didn't say anything more. Anyway, as long as Chris's problem could be solved, it would be fine. Teacher Xie didn't like to meddle in other people's business. Seeing that it was already past 3 o'clock, Xieshichen was about to end the topic, but suddenly realized that they hadn't talked about business yet. By the way, what did you come to me for? Fanny also came back to her senses. Damn it. I almost forgot. Anchen, I have someone make the honorary medals and certificates for the 2 students who published the newspaper. You can send your owl to come and get them. I can't bear to spend such a large amount of space magic. Xieshichen. That's it? How could it be? Of course, there are more important things, Fanny said with a smile. You know, Aurora really likes the essay written by Chris. This time, the review is sincere and long, which surprised a group of people. Xieshichen hummed, then? Fanny didn't keep it a secret and chuckled, then? Then Mrs. Croft, who has always been pro-noble, held a banquet and invited everyone to appreciate the works of her son Chris. She imitated his majesty and gave everyone souvenirs. She also praised Aurora for her vision. Xieshichen guessed the follow-up. Leonard's defense broke? Broken? Hearing this word for the first time, Fanny was a little surprised, but she quickly came to her senses. Ha ha ha. You are right. Leonard's defense broke. Oh my god. And Chin, how can you have so many accurate descriptions? It's really wonderful. Isn't it just a broken defense? Leonard came to me, and I sent him away at the time. I heard that he went to fight with Lorella again. And Chin, do you think we should hand the children's manuscripts to him? So it was this matter. Xieshichen pondered for a moment. Don't be in a hurry. People who rush to the front are always not cherished. Wait until he comes to your door to make trouble. Then pretend to be embarrassed and put out all the manuscripts about him. And let him choose for himself. All of them were put out, indicating that their newspaper still attaches great importance to Leonard. And also spread a message. There are many manuscripts praising him. Not only did Leonard start to write back with satisfaction, but with Leonard's personality, he would definitely go to Aurora to show off. By then, how could Aurora, who had only published 2 articles, not be anxious? Will she not come to the door? When Fanny thought of this, her heart was full of enthusiasm. I know, Anshin. Ha! I will arrange it now. Anshin screeched. You really make my heart move. Siashichin was helpless. I can see that. Wait a few more years. The whole screech will make you move. Fanny's scalp tingled when she thought of that scene. Forget it. There can't be too many people who are moved. Otherwise it will be worthless. Fanny said with a smile. Okay. I'm going to stir up trouble. Dear gentleman Anshin, you should also go to bed early. Good night. The carrier pigeon cooed and rolled its eyes, and soon returned to its original lively state. The caster of the sound transmission magic had left. Good night? Siashichin sighed softly. No. We have to see what kind of trouble Mr. Mo has made the students suffer. I hope it's not too bad. His classes tomorrow are still very tight. Mr. Xie is also working late today, worrying about the students. Chapter 35. In a luxurious manner. The servants coming and going wanted to hide in the ground. Damn it. What did you say? There were sounds of objects being smashed in the house again, and all the servants subconsciously slowed down their footsteps. This big shot was not easy to serve, and his temper has become even more irritable recently. Each of them had to be careful to avoid accidentally becoming the food of the big shot's pet. How dare the Steen family not give me face? Leonard overturned the table again, and said to the servant, who was standing like a wooden stick not far away, What are you standing there for? Clean up quickly. Yes, sir. The servant knelt down hurriedly, and then hurriedly began to clean up the damaged items in the room, not daring to say a word. Don't be angry. Sir, maybe it's just a misunderstanding? The guard who was delivering the message seemed to be very familiar with Leonard, and was not scared by Leonard's temper. Leonard sneered. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? She actually wants to publish an entertainment newspaper. Thinking of this, Leonard got angry. He knew that the business of the Stern family was going downhill recently. In the past few weeks, the Stern family actually invited Orilla to increase their popularity. He even laughed at Orilla at that time. Looking at Orilla's stubborn look, Leonard even had sweet dreams. But what happened next? Orilla actually wrote another short review. Oh no! This should be called a long review. The first time I wrote a short review, the royal family of the Ace Empire held a banquet and praised Orilla. The second time I wrote a long review, Duke Croft of the Ace Empire also held a banquet and praised Orilla. Leonard couldn't help it. If the royal family of the Ace Empire held a banquet for their heir to increase their popularity, Leonard could still say that he didn't care. But the Croft family, which was itself an aristocratic class, seemed to have stabbed Leonard in the heart. The guard looked at Leonard's distorted face, and couldn't help but comfort him. You still have to write to the Stern family to ask about the specific situation. Don't worry too much. You are a legendary wizard. How can I not worry? Will, you don't know how ugly I looked when the Croft family held a banquet, Leonard said, his face getting more and more ugly. No, I'm going to the Stern family now. This time, Fanny Stern won't try to perfunctory me again. The guard opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped, and finally looked at Leonard's back. Confused? Embarrassed? It's not that he didn't go to the Croft family's banquet. Everything was normal. Why was it embarrassing? Of course, the poor guard didn't know how unlucky Leonard was that day. He was so unlucky that it had been several days. Whenever Leonard's mind was empty, he would think of every detail of that day. Even when he heard that Fanny was going to publish the Entertainment Weekly, he thought that Fanny must have seen him that day. So she came up with such a way to please Aurora. This brings us to the banquet held by Duke Croft a few days ago. The original intention of Duke Croft to hold this banquet was really ordinary, because his wife wanted to hold it. Because his wife said, if Her Highness Ophelia had it, why couldn't her son have it? Okay. It was just a family recognition banquet. He was also honored that his son could write such an excellent manuscript and be praised so much by Aurora. So, Duke Croft helped his wife to start planning the banquet. When he was drawing up the guest list, he was still struggling over whether to send an invitation letter to Master Leonard. After all, his family and Leonard were not particularly indifferent. They were all aristocrats, so there were some interests involved. However, this was a party where his son praised Aurora. Hesitantly, Duke Croft finally maintained his face and sent a bland invitation letter to the other side. He also asked someone to help block it, trying to say something nice to make Master Leonard give up the idea of coming. Then, Duke Croft saw Leonard at the banquet. He really couldn't blame him. He swore that he really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Yes, my Chris has always been so outstanding. His excellence made Screech discover and dig him out. And he even contacted Mage Aurora for him. Oh, you asked me how Screech contacted Mage Aurora? I don't know about that. Maybe it's Screech's personality charm? Hee hee. You're joking. Although my Chris has some talent, he's still far from that goal. But I think there may be a reason for that. After showing off her son enough, Mrs. Croft took a sip of tea and laughed softly. Look, Master Aurora has given quite a few comments to my little Chris. It seems that she likes this manuscript very much. Mrs. Croft didn't compare with Ophelia. She just needed to show off her son. But she had to admit that Aurora's obvious partiality still made her feel very useful. She couldn't help but praise Aurora's wisdom and bravery. Speaking of which, my Chris really admires Mage Aurora. He grew up listening to Aurora's stories since he was very young. A commoner, without resources and support, who has gradually become the top water mage. Mage Aurora is indeed unmatched by many people. Mrs. Croft's mood became better and better as she talked with her best friend. As luck would have it, Leonard was hiding and listening to her on the side. Leonard, who was not very tolerant, originally just wanted to secretly attend the banquet to see what kind of banquet made Duke Croft give the message that it was best not to attend. Then, the more he listened, the more his face turned green. Mrs. Croft called Mage Aurora on the left, and Chris liked her very much. She also praised Aurora from time to time for being very inspiring, and few people on the continent could compare to her. Isn't Leonard a human being? Leonard gritted his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. Although he was a legendary mage, the status of a legendary mage without a tower was slightly different from that of a legendary mage with a tower. Moreover, the Croft family has always been mainly engaged in water magic. And there is also a mage who is studying legendary magic. There is not much connection between them and Leonard, except that they are both nobles. In short, respect, but not enough respect. Leonard did not want to tear his face. Otherwise, he would not have come here in secret. He quietly listened to Mrs. Croft bragging about Aurora. I don't know what was going on. He suddenly changed his voice and said, "What about Master Leonard?" Mrs. Croft frowned and looked around. She didn't find a person who spoke, and she felt unhappy. The people in her small circle were all good friends. How could someone ask such an unkind question? Mrs. Croft, who decided to go back and check, concealed her expression and smiled softly. His Majesty Leonard is the pride of our nobles. How can we put them together? At this point, Mrs. Croft sighed softly. It's just that my Chris likes Aurora too much. He keeps telling me about Aurora's deeds every day. Oh, by the way, have you seen this issue of Stern Weekly? She covered her mouth and laughed. It even has all the honors that Aurora has won along the way, written in a very clear and logical way. After reading it, I want to follow her footsteps. If you test me now, I think I can recite it. The small group didn't know who just asked the stupid question, but the atmosphere finally eased. So of course they had to protect it. So they started to discuss the Stern Weekly. Okay, let me test you. Are you kidding me? Mrs. Croft and the others laughed again. Leonard was furious. His face was as gloomy as a water mage, and his heart was as boiling as a fire mage. Hold on. Hold on. We are all friends. But I just like that stupid woman Aurora more. Damn it! Leonard couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly left the front hall. He was really afraid that he would ruin the party by accident. Originally, it would be fine if we went to the deserted garden, away from the crowds of people. When the mood calmed down, we could just go back and pretend that we didn't know anything. Who knows? Leonard is so unlucky. Leonard hurried to the small garden, and before he found a place to sit down, he heard a young couple discussing something in a low voice. Leonard, who had very sensitive ears, heard everything correctly. Oh my God! I really can't stand Croft's grinning face. Isn't it just a long review from Aurora? What's there to brag about? Leonard, not bad. Not bad. You hit the nail on the head. Let him see which noble is so tactful. It's our son's fault that Bori doesn't live up to expectations. If he was willing to work harder, would Croft, that idiot, have such a glorious life? Leonard, ? Bennett Amos curled his lips. I asked him to go out to study. But he is so stupid everywhere. And he doesn't even know how to fight for opportunities. Okay. Xia calmly ate the cake and rolled her eyes at her husband. Aren't you just jealous that Croft can show off his son? Bennett Amos touched his nose. Well, you can't say that. I just think the child is not living up to expectations. Xia sneered. Why didn't you mention that before this issue of the journal appeared? The Croft family went to Screech? You care about your son and want your son to make you proud? Bennett Amos felt guilty, and his voice became smaller and smaller. I care about you. Most of my private money was taken away by that stinky boy. Xia reminded. That's because I found your private money? So I asked you to give it to your son. Bennett Amos said nothing. He knew that he always lost when arguing with his wife about his son. It was not because he had no eloquence. But he was just giving in to his wife. That's right. He's not afraid of his wife getting angry. Seeing Bennett stop talking, Xia softened her tone. Don't say bad things about Bori. If Bori really has shortcomings, it's because you have the same shortcomings. He learned them from you. Do you understand? Bennett? Bennett said embarrassedly. I understand. I understand. I don't know how this brat got his mother to be so supportive of him. I definitely beat him up when I see him again. Before Bennett could imagine how to beat his son, Xia narrowed her eyes slightly. But you're right. Chris can be on the Stern Magic Journal. Why can't our Bori? He just doesn't have a talent for magic. Not that he doesn't have an affinity for magic. As a swordsman, he's progressing much faster than Chris. Yes. That's what I mean. Our little Bori is so outstanding. He should be on that newspaper. Bennett kept agreeing. Then, he heard his dear wife say to him with a smile. So Bennett, while there's still time, you should go to Screech. Bennett, What? What do you mean by a trip? Bennett tried to refuse. Xia, listen to me. I am the leader of the Iron Rose mercenary group. I have a lot of things to do. I think. Seeing that Xia's face was getting colder and colder, Bennett changed his words. I think you may have to work hard in the future. After all, the Iron Rose mercenaries are always difficult to discipline. Xia then smiled faintly. And Bennett also smiled foolishly. Leonard listened to the whole story, and the smile shifted from his face to the young couple. Leonard was so depressed that he was injured. He turned and left with gritted teeth, and suddenly realized why Duke Croft hinted that he should not come. But it was too late. The banquet of the day became his nightmare for a while. Leonard swore that if he didn't solve this matter as soon as possible, it would become his nightmare and bottleneck for life. Yes, he admitted that he was stingy and couldn't bear that Aurella surpassed him. The stingy legendary fire mage visited the Steen family again. Of course, this time he did not follow the rules and visit directly, but went straight to where Fanny Stern edited the newspaper. Fanny was looking at the manuscripts, and the manuscripts for the next issue needed to be selected and printed as soon as possible. Leonard's side had already been fanned to the point of being too much, and Fanny knew that Leonard would not be able to stand it for long. So now she needed to select the manuscripts with Leonard as the main subject, and then wait for Leonard to select them. Of course, because they had already decided on the theme. The other corner contents of this issue had been prepared, and they were just waiting for the main manuscript to be printed. Fanny was still eager to make a move on the entertainment student newspaper, and wanted to develop this young newspaper through the publication of this newspaper. She had a lot of tasks, and Leonard had a strong sense of concealment, so she didn't notice that Leonard had come. Leonard stood at the door, looking at the more than 10 manuscripts in Fanny's hand, and instantly he was like a flame blown by the wind, and the whole person exploded. Fanny Stern, you Stern family must go against me, right? Is this what you said about going back to think about it? Asking. Leonard immediately chanted a spell, vowing to burn all these annoying manuscripts. Fanny looked at the door in shock. She never expected Leonard to be so angry. The effect was too good. Right? Wait a minute. Fanny reacted quickly and stopped immediately. Please take a look at the content of the manuscript first. This is really the sincerity of our Steen family. Sincerity? Leonard sneered. Sincerity means writing a legendary experience for that stupid woman Aurora. And then letting me be laughed at by many nobles? No. 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 I begged Screech to send me the student manuscripts. These are what the students wrote about your battle to capture the tower. Seeing Leonard was about to get angry again, Fanny said briefly. They said you should have won. This should have been your victory. Leonard was stunned and stopped the spell. He asked in disbelief, Really? Fanny nodded carefully. Then why don't you take a look first? Fanny swore. The students admire you very much. It took me a long time to communicate with Screech before I got the manuscript. Naturally. It was a little late. Leonard couldn't listen any more. He suppressed his fluctuating thoughts, strode to the table, picked up a manuscript and started reading. He thought Fanny Stern wouldn't dare to lie to him. Leonard rarely had the patience to read the manuscripts, one after another. And indeed, as Fanny said, they were all objective analyses of how he won and how Aurella got lucky. Leonard was very satisfied. Really satisfied. He looked at the signature below and found that it had not become anonymous. It was indeed in line with what Fanny said. And it was sent in a hurry. So it was a little late. Leonard didn't recognize these names. Come to think of it, how could he, a legendary wizard, know these unknown students? But Leonard kept staring at the signature of one of the students, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Fanny's heart sank. What's wrong? Your Majesty? Are you dissatisfied with something? No. Leonard slowly pointed to one of the manuscripts. This Bori. Is it Bori Amos? Fanny didn't know why Leonard asked for a while. So she carefully tried. Is it because he didn't write well enough? Your Majesty, our students are all magic apprentices who have just entered the magic world. Although they can summarize these materials, their understanding of magic is not good enough. No. 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 I think you misunderstood me, Leonard said with rare reserve. I just think that this manuscript is well written and deserves praise. He asked Fanny casually, What are your requirements for manuscripts in Stern? Who is Fanny Stern? She is a ruthless person who rushed to the position of magician in just a few decades. A strong man who supported the shaky Stern magic journal to today. And a businessman known to everyone in the aristocracy. Of course, she heard Leonard's hidden meaning. Not only that, she even guessed Leonard's future plans. So Fanny followed Leonard's words and said, These are the fine manuscripts we are about to publish as theme manuscripts. I personally think that although these children are immature, their views are very novel and worth reading carefully. They just lack experience. Of course. I mean, Master Leonard has more experience and rich experience. Naturally, I have to point out some harmless shortcomings in front of you. Maybe they are perfect in my eyes. But in your eyes, they still need to be revised. Need to improve. And need guidance. Right? Leonard was overjoyed. Not bad. Not bad. He really needs some advice. This manuscript is exactly what he wants. What's the most important thing? It's the person who wrote the manuscript. The son of Bennett Amos. Who said he was going to find Screech through the back door that day. Bori Amos. When the newspaper appears, the Amos family will praise him with a pinch of their nose and apologize for their superficiality in the past. Which will definitely make him forget the unpleasantness of that day. Oh yes. He must invite Aurora to the banquet at that time. After all, such a good thing must be known to everyone. So Leonard generously left his own handwritten comments in Stern's office, which were much longer than Aurella's and very sincere. Leonard was moved by his own dedication. After leaving his private seal, he looked at Fanny. I like these manuscripts very much. I make a copy to take back. Do you have any objection? Of course not. Fanny Stern smiled slightly. It's my honor, Your Majesty. And I believe these students will feel honored as well. Leonard left in a good mood. Fanny saw him off. When she came back and looked at the long comments left, she couldn't help but chuckled. Oh, it seems that my first issue of the entertainment student newspaper has something eye-catching enough. Fanny propped up her chin, and her smile gradually became mysterious. The two legendary wizards, who are incompatible with each other, have written brief reviews for the submissions of Screech students. The reason behind it really makes people want to explore. Anyway, the Stern Journal, don't know? Fanny thought. Turned around and picked a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. Opened it. And while waiting for the wine to sober up, she was in a good mood and flipped out the school's easy pass to contact Screech. Oh my god. She was right. She was really getting more and more attracted to Screech. She must share this interesting good news with Screech as soon as possible. Before Fanny contacted Sieshichin, he was observing the students. He was not sure about the body training that Emoshuzi gave to the students. In order to get the students' physical and learning status as soon as possible, Sieshichin followed the students' morning exercises again the next day. Of course, he did not interfere with Emoshuzi's teaching, nor did he show his figure. Like a mysterious class teacher, he watched the children's mental state during morning exercises in a corner that no one knew. Emoshuzi naturally sensed Sieshichin's arrival, but he didn't say much. He continued to follow his own pace and gradually increased the training for the students. Thanks to the Tai Chi practice before, the little guy's reactions were not particularly slow, and they were able to keep up with Emoshuzi's movements. Emoshuzi asked them to stand in front of each plum blossom pile and taught them how to pile, how to squat, and how to relax their bodies. Because they only learned 2 points today and had to leave time for the students to eat breakfast, Emoshuzi didn't teach any extra movements. He was just laying the foundation for the children and talking about some basic knowledge of martial arts. A group of students squatted in horse stance, sweating all over, listening to the basic knowledge. But they really listened. When Emoshuzi called for the end, everyone found that they still had a lot of impressions of what Emoshuzi said just now, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Are they so powerful? Sieshichin, who was watching from the dark, was also surprised, especially when it came to the morning class. The students were not as tired and distracted as Sieshichin imagined. They were full of energy and had very good memory. When Sieshichin asked about a very detailed knowledge point half an hour ago, most of the students could answer it at the end of the class. It's incredible. Can physical training also have the effect of training the brain? Sieshichin asked Emoshuzi with doubt. Emoshuzi touched his beard and laughed. Teacher Sia, come and watch the children's physical training tonight, and you will know. I told you that you didn't feel that much. Sieshichin thought so too. So Sieshichin followed the physical training from beginning to end that night. This time, he did not hide his presence. Emoshuzi directly told the students that Teacher Sia was here to listen to the class, and everyone must behave well and not let Teacher Sia laugh at them. The students listened to it, but they didn't expect that this black-hearted teacher had recorded a short video for them last night. Not to mention Teacher Sia, Teacher Fanny, and Teacher Eugene. They all knew everything. They are still defending their youthful stubbornness. Emoshuzi didn't delay and immediately started a Tai Chi fight with the students. 1 against 20. Yes, it was 1 against 1 on the first day. But now, because of the urgent time, it was directly 1 against 20. Anyway, the students couldn't beat them. It doesn't matter if you can't win. Emoshuzi is counting. If any student slacked off for a bit, he would know what was happening and yell at them, making the surrounding students' ears numb and forcing the student to get up. Afraid of being tutored by Teacher Mo Weak, Bo Rui. I'm talking about you. You're still slacking off? You're a junior swordsman. If you lie down for 2 seconds and can't get up, you're just being lazy. Don't bully me because I'm from the Far East and don't know your limits. Bo Rui got up bitterly. Teacher, I think you know my limits better than my father. Emoshuzi snorted coldly. That's because I have eyes. Amelia, what are you doing? Girls are physically inferior to boys, so they have to work harder and knock those stinky men down. 4 seconds. If you don't get up in 1 more second, you will be taught one-on-one. Amelia gritted her teeth and supported herself. I know. While Emoshuzi was talking, he knocked down several students with a crackling sound. After he had his hands free, he picked up the students who really had no energy to get up, let them fight passively, and taught them some martial arts knowledge. Don't be confused. Tai Chi emphasizes the use of a small force to move a large force. Do you know what that means? Theoretically, your strength should be able to knock me down. If you can't, then you haven't practiced well enough and haven't grasped the essence. Pay attention to these points when practicing Tai Chi. Also, are these acupuncture points and weaknesses fixed? I told you yesterday that you should hit them according to their weaknesses. I don't hit you because I'm afraid I paralyze you. What are you afraid of? Quick! Attack! 20 students look pale. Damn it! Don't they want to fight? Did they not remember the acupuncture points and weaknesses? They didn't have a chance. Gritting his teeth, he tried to recall the Tai Chi movements and his own skills, and desperately moved closer to Emoshuzi. If they didn't get hit, they would have psychological trauma for the rest of their lives. Sieshichin was stunned at first, But later he moved a bench from somewhere, and started eating snacks, and watching the fight. And even recorded a short video with interest, and sent it to the teacher group. Principal Sieshichin, the children are very perseverant. Right? Alchemist Eugene, When will they be sent to me as apprentices? I don't have enough staff. Principal Sieshichin, Teacher Eugene. Wait a little longer. The students are a little busy with classes recently. I will issue commission tasks on weekends, and they will come. Alchemy Eugene, okay. Don't have too many students. 4 or 5 will be enough. I can't guide more than that. Thank you. Principal Sieshichin, it should be. It is my responsibility to coordinate the work of the teachers. Would Fanny, haha. Haskrich. I see. You really make my heart beat. Principal Sieshichin, question mark. Mushi Fanny, oh no. Teacher Mo makes me happier. I can't wait to teach the students. Mushi Fanny, well, are you sure the children can inspire magic this month? Right. I'm very strict. Sieshichin, Okay. I know that the teachers at Screech are very strict. He didn't know that the teaching style of Screech was so consistent. It would be uncomfortable if the children were not exposed to the rain. Right? But it must be said. Sieshichin now thinks back. If the students before dreamed of making him lose face, the students now would definitely have the first reaction of being irreconcilable with teacher Mo Shuzi. Apart from anything else. When the little guys have accumulated their strength, the first thing they will do is probably to beat Mo Shuzi up. I hope this colleague can hold on by then. Apt curious, aren't you afraid that they will beat you up? Sieshichin snorted and laughed. How? By that time, my strength will have reached the ceiling. Right? As for magic, Sieshichin said calmly, didn't you also say that I am immune to magic? What magic can they use? What magic can I be immune to? What is there to be afraid of? Principal Anshin Scrige is destined to be an insurmountable mountain in their hearts. So that's why this dogman is never afraid of letting them get wet in the rain. I've gone off topic. After Sieshichin showed the teachers how excellent the students were in this small group, he continued to watch Mo Shuzi's teaching. This kind of teaching from actual combat is really fast. At least the students are familiar with every knowledge point, and have also summed up a lot of experience in the repeated beatings. Although compared with the experienced Mo Shuzi, their progress is almost invisible. Mo Shuzi did not last too long in this link. The beating of about half an hour can not only promote the circulation of the meridians in the students' bodies and enhance the absorption of the medicinal effects, but also leave enough impressions on them. But if it exceeds the time too much, it will be a one-sided attack, which is unnecessary. Mo Shuzi stopped very measuredly, and after the children rested for about 10 minutes, he let them enter the prepared body training pool one by one. These were 2 large pools that Sieshichin helped to prepare, separated by 2 wooden rooms, with separate pools for men and women. Heated fire jade was placed at the bottom of the pool, and the students just needed to wear inner clothes and soak in the water. As for why there was only 1 wooden board, because they still had to follow teacher Mo Shuzi's instructions to adapt to their bodies and transform their bodies. And the wooden board was too thick, and they were afraid that they couldn't hear clearly. Of course, it is not impossible to have a gap. After all, they are all wearing underwear. But Mo Shuzi is still quite particular about this aspect. If conditions permit, he will not wrong them. Mo Shuzi sat cross-legged in the middle of the 2 rooms, talking about the various feelings that would appear while guiding them to absorb the body-refining liquid. With the experience of yesterday, everyone was familiar with the process and gradually got into the groove, and soon immersed in the process of forging the body. Very tired, very painful, the body seemed to be gradually filled with liquid medicine from the inside out. These liquid medicines slowly hit the blocked places from places they could not tell, and then slowly flowed through the whole body. Numbness and itching were already a blessing, and many times they wanted to scream out. As expected by Mo Shuzi, after 10 minutes, the students began to wail one after another. He comforted them as usual. It's normal to feel pain, the swelling and tingling of the meridians, the gradual heating of the body, and the blood vessels that seem to be about to explode. It's all normal. Just bear it. If you really can't bear it, stand up and wait until the pain is over before continuing to soak. Will it be dangerous? Sieshichin asked Mo Shuzi softly. Mo Shuzi smiled. No. This medicine is very mild. It contains materials to replenish the body and the blood of a first-level monster. It should be as comfortable as taking a hot bath. As he said this, Emoshizi muttered, on the first day, when they cried out in pain. I was really worried that the blood of the beast had been swapped. Sieshichin, Emoshizi sighed. The people in this small world are indeed not as physically fit as those in the great wilderness. Sieshichin, friend, do you want to hear what you are talking about? Sieshichin hesitated, but still stood up to test the mildness of the liquid medicine. Worried that Emoshizi might misunderstand, he explained the reason to Emoshizi. Emoshizi had no feelings at all, and was even happy about it. How should I put it? The students were too miserable, and he was really confused. He needed a native to help him see the situation. So, when Sieshichin entered the men's bath, the little classmates stretched their necks one by one, gloating. If there were no photo stones, they would definitely record one. Emoshizi stood by nervously, afraid of being slapped in the face. Sieshichin only wore soft pajamas, and did not take off his clothes. He went directly into the bath, and waited quietly for 10 minutes. The students around were so quiet that they grimaced in pain. They all wanted to see Sieshichin's good show, so they gritted their teeth and kept silent. But Sieshichin didn't react at all, and didn't even have the chance to feel his meridians. He looked at Emoshizi curiously. Why don't I feel that I have absorbed the medicine? Emoshizi slapped his thigh. I said it was very mild. The medicine has been diluted to the point that you can't absorb it. How can you absorb it? Emoshizi looked at the stunned students with pride. Look, your teacher Sia also tried it, and it was like taking a hot bath. I know you are in pain, but how can you not feel pain if you succeed? Don't say the teacher is unsympathetic anymore. Emoshizi suddenly remembered something and encouraged. You can thank the teacher for being a muggle. You can too. Tell me loudly. Is it true? Students, Students with tears in their eyes said weakly, yes. F***K. Muggle? Whose muggle is like this? If anyone dares to say Screech is a muggle in front of them again, they will be angry with him. Chapter 36. Every day's body refining liquid costs a lot of money. And the liquid that smells of money is naturally very effective. At least these 20 students have become stronger with the naked eye, although they still look thin and tender. Oh, that's not the case. After all, many civilian students also need to work frequently before coming to Screech. It should be said that although they still look very weak, every student seems to be full of strength. It is a kind of power hidden in the body, a silent and hard to ignore sense of power. Their spirits have also improved a lot. They no longer feel sleepy at noon, and have more energy and time to study. Nowadays, students can wake up naturally after sleeping for about 6 hours, and some even need less sleep. This is not brought by practicing magic, but by real energy. Sieshichin is a good teacher who is keen to help students break through their limits, since the students' bodies have also made a qualitative leap. Sieshichin naturally has to seize the opportunity. On the third day of physical training, the students changed their schedule. A tighter schedule meant that their studies became more demanding. Of course, there was good news. At least Screech was not so cruel as to occupy their evening self-study. They had enough time to preview new lessons and review old lessons. Listen to what Screech is saying. How much time can there be in an evening self-study? He didn't even count it. Bo-Rui was indignant. He was the first person who couldn't help but complain when he heard Sieshichin say that he was soft-hearted. Then, he was punished by Screech, who felt offended to go to the physical training teacher for extra training. This was after the extra training. He talked about Screech with his good classmates without repentance. Bo-Rui muttered. I knew that Screech wore a green caterpillar hairband that day, and he must have a very bad temper. I actually went to offend him. Oh my god. I am so unlucky. Asuto was diligently doing his homework. Hearing this, he looked up in confusion. Then why did you go? Bo-Rui choked. He complained in a low voice. Asuto, what you should do most at this time is to unite with your good friend. Asuto kept silent and said, have you finished your homework? Bo-Rui, Okay. He treats his friends as his best friends, and his friends treat him as a mortal friend. Bo-Rui curled his lips. I'm writing. I really hate things that require ink. Why can't dreams exist in my imagination? He imagined himself opening a blank envelope in the future. He must have a plan in mind. After all, this proved that he had already figured it out in his mind. He used a blank piece of paper to tell his future self. You, Super Bori. Infinite possibilities. So cool. Your imagination is worthless. It's better to spend a few more drops of ink and gather some favors. Chris came down from the ladder with a few books he had just found. He patted the dust off the books. He didn't look at Bori. But Bori knew that Chris was mocking him. Bori was so angry that he exploded. Chris, why are you still talking nonsense and spreading rumors about me? I knew you were jealous of my wheat-colored skin, strong body and cheerful personality. I told you that Screech would not be so merciful to get points for writing. No. I rely on my strength. He was talking about Bori's monthly exam paper, which was obviously nonsense. But Screech still gave 0.5 points. Chris looked at Bori coldly. Jealous of you? Then I might as well be jealous of Vera. Vera listened to their quarrel calmly, silently rolled up his sleeves, and his thin arms could lift a big guy like Bori with one hand. Ever since he showed this skill, Vera has become Mr. Mo's favorite. Bori choked, turned back embarrassedly, and continued to pester Asudo to chat and do homework. Such scenes are rare in the past few days, because the library is very large, and there are only 20 students. It is very empty, and naturally there is no rule of standing still to talk. The main reason is that the academy is in a state of disrepair. Sieshichin has no money and cannot organize more places, so he just makes full use of them. Sieshichin also requires students to shuffle their groups every day, and do homework together in groups of 4. Every day, they do homework with new classmates to cultivate tacit understanding and friendship. Obviously, Asudo, Bori, Vera, and Chris are in the same group today. Bori really can't stand such a quiet atmosphere of doing homework. As a swordsman, he can't sit still. So after writing for less than 10 minutes, he started to mutter again. Didn't Screech say that this week's homework is to write letters and plan for the future? Why is there another homework? Bori. Villa took a deep breath and said word by word. He didn't say only, understand? Bori understood. Hey! Even Vera was irritable. Homework is really not a good thing. Holding the one lesson one exercise book that Screech got from nowhere. Bori lowered his head and stopped making trouble. The time at noon passed very quickly. In less than 2 hours, they had to go to the afternoon class again. This was also the only time they had a lot of time to do homework. The evening self-study was reserved for review and preview. Those who didn't want to fall behind could only lay a solid foundation whenever they had time. In this situation, the different learning abilities and accumulations of students were revealed. No. Perhaps they existed before, but now that the courses are tight, they have become particularly noticeable. For example, the nobles among the nobles, such as Chris, Ophelia, and Vera, are students who work hard and will not be stumped by their studies. They even have time to learn more extracurricular knowledge. They are also people who often come to Screech's library to borrow books. For example, non-noble students like Amelia and Valentina will occasionally find it difficult. It's not that their IQ is not enough, but simply because they have not accumulated as much as Chris and others, and have not received a good education since childhood. So they will always fall behind in terms of progress. Of course, there are also those who are similar to Darren, the dwarf kid, who are partial to certain subjects, and those who are like Bori, Herbert, and Isabella, who are playful and don't like to study. When learning enters a stable period, everyone's efforts in learning and their shortcomings in learning are all exposed. This is also a good time to correct children. Sieshichin teaches students in accordance with their aptitude. This is the good thing about a small class of 20 people. As a teacher, he can easily observe the needs of each student. For example, for those who are far ahead of the main group, we can recommend more reading materials to them to increase their breadth. For example, for those students who don't like to study, Teacher Mo will have to work harder to help supervise them. Sieshichin focused on the students who couldn't keep up with the progress. After the afternoon class, he knocked on the table with his teaching stick to call everyone's attention, and then talked about his plan. Starting tonight, there will be some changes in the evening self-study. The students looked at Screech curiously. Could it be that he was relieved because he saw that they were too hard-working? Sieshichin remained calm in the face of a group of hopeful eyes. In the future, the evening self-study teachers will assign some students to the evening self-study according to everyone's attention and concentration on the courses during the day, and the teachers will take them to the evening self-study. For those who did not listen to and understand the lessons clearly during the day due to various reasons, they will go to the library browsing room for evening self-study. I will be in charge of them. I can also help everyone when they need it most and reduce the time wasted. Although Xie Shichen was tactful enough, everyone was not stupid and could clearly understand why this item appeared. Because some of them could not keep up, which was a cruel fact and made them feel a little uneasy. Perhaps Screech was unwilling to give up on them and wanted to give them special treatment. But their abilities were indeed mediocre. Would they be looked down upon by those students who were not given special treatment? This class itself was a class of commoners, nobles, and multiracial integration. It was normal for everyone to have such concerns. But Xie Shichen was not worried. After all, there were many conspicuous people in this class. You should have remembered what the teacher said. Right? Teacher Xie takes some students. And Teacher Mo and the new teacher Eugene also take some students. Thanks to Mo Shuzi's constant mention of Teacher Xie, the students have already understood that Screech has an oriental name, Xie Shichen. Now the students call him anything. Complain about Screech. Ask for help from Teacher Xie. Praise Teacher Anshin. All kinds of hodgepodge. Bo Rui looked at Xie Shichen's expression, and the light bulb in his head lit up. I don't want to follow Teacher Mo. Do I? Xie Shichen was exaggeratedly surprised. Bo Rui, you are so smart that the teacher is pleased. Bo Rui, Ha ha ha. Herbert laughed without hesitation. He couldn't blame him. He used to be the most shy and timid elf in the elf forest. It was Bo Rui who made him like this. Herbert, keep your voice down. Isabella smiled and patted her brother's thigh. Bo Rui will be shy. Bo Rui was annoyed. I don't believe that I am the only one who is studying with Teacher Mo and Teacher Anshin. Don't you think so? Of course. The number of places each day is not fixed. It depends on everyone's study status during the day, Xie Shichen said with a smile, and turned back to the topic. Okay. Since there is no objection, the teacher will start to call the roll. The students who will study with the teacher tonight are Emilia, Valentina, Nathaniel. The students who will study with teacher Eugene are Darren, Osido, Fred. Those who followed teacher Mo Shuzi are Bo Rui, Herbert, Isabella. Wow. The three happy people were all called to follow teacher Mo Shuzi. Bo Rui laughed loudly. Ha, fellow Taoist. Herbert? Isabella? Let's throw ourselves into Teacher Mo's arms together. It is worth mentioning that the title of fellow Taoist was introduced by Teacher Mo Shuzi. Teacher Mo Shuzi has said this so many times that I would rather die than be a fellow Taoist. Bo Rui remembers it clearly. The twin brother and sister turned green. Xie Shichen had no choice but to explain. I know that everyone is a very smart child. But every kid has his or her own strengths and weaknesses. So don't worry about it. The kids who go to study with Teacher Eugene may have a harder time, because Teacher Eugene may give you some pointers on alchemy to see if you have any talent in this area. Ophelia's eyes lit up, and she raised her hand quickly. Teacher, can I go? Xie Shichen nodded. Of course, but the basics must be learned well. Ophelia was satisfied. She cherished every opportunity to learn. Bo Rui patted the table to attract Xie Shichen's attention. Teacher, can I also go to Teacher Eugene's place? Herbert and Isabella made the same expression. Me too. No. Xie Shichen smiled slightly. The teams have been divided and cannot be changed. After a pause, Xie Shichen hinted. Of course. If you really don't like Teacher Mo, you can come to the teacher. Bo Rui's face turned green. No. I like Teacher Mo so much. I love Teacher Mo. I love Taijutsu. I can't bear to leave Taijutsu for even a minute. Isabella instantly became as quiet as a chicken. But Herbert nodded in agreement. Yes. I can't eat without seeing Teacher Mo. As if everything has become nothing. Xie Shichen's smile remained unchanged. That's good. Teacher Mo will definitely be very touched. He will go to tell Teacher Mo the good news today. The three little classmates, who didn't know how to offend Screech again, all breathed a sigh of relief. Talking to Screech is really a trap. Everyone's evening self-study tonight was decided. Xie Shichen returned to the office and sorted out the special exercise books. When the children arrived tonight, he would explain the knowledge points with questions so that they could understand the knowledge thoroughly. On the first night, the evening self-study was separated. In fact, everyone was not used to it. The atmosphere of the 20 people quietly preparing in the huge classroom made them feel like they were studying. And being supervised by the teacher always made them feel nervous. For example, here was Xie Shichen. Several students who knew they had become a drag, were a little nervous. They stood at the door of the reading room somewhat awkwardly, hesitating whether they should go in. Why not go in? Sieshichin adjusted his glasses and smiled helplessly. The teacher is still a teacher who teaches during the day, and will not turn into a devil at night and eat people. Emilia set an example awkwardly. I know. She glanced at the classmates who followed her to study together. Although Emilia rarely communicated with her classmates, she knew all of them by name. The boy who was silent and could not say 10 words a day was called Nathaniel. Emilia could see that Nathaniel's clothes were filled with patches of the same color. They were the same people, and the most inconspicuous people in the class. The girl with brown hair and proud eyes was called Arabe. She was a noble lady and often pestered Vera to chat. But Vera seemed to dislike her. There was also a boy whose presence was so low that Emilia forgot about him in daily life. His name was Chloe. Emilia was not familiar with him at all. She only knew that the boy seemed to get along better with his deskmate Darren. Finally, there was Valentina, the little girl who often played with Ophelia. She was probably not very old, although she was dressed very ordinary. Emilia knew that her family must be extraordinary. She was not a beautiful girl that could be raised by common people like them. There were 5 students in total. Emilia hesitated for a moment and chose to sit with Nathaniel. They were all common people, so they didn't want to offend the nobles. Chloe seemed unaccustomed to being noticed, and she also found a corner to sit down. Arabella glanced at a few students, pouted, and stayed away from everyone. Valentina didn't care, but she liked the hustle and bustle, so she sat down next to Emilia without hesitation, making Emilia feel very uncomfortable. Sieshichin saw all their little movements, and didn't say much. He just gave them corresponding questions according to the content they couldn't keep up with, which was a piece of paper. There were only 10 questions on the paper. Not too many, but they all looked difficult. He handed them to the students one by one, curled his eyes. 10 questions. Each one is different. I will explain them one by one after you finish. Well, let's start with Chloe. Chloe, listen to me first, then go back to do the questions. Chloe was stiff all over. He was like a stuck machine. Very reluctant, but had to raise his stiff neck. I can learn by myself. No, you can't. Sieshichin smiled and shook his head. Does Chloe dislike that I don't explain the questions thoroughly enough? He pretended to be embarrassed. It's okay, kid. I understand. You have been seeing the teacher for a month, and you are already tired of it. This is not your fault. It's the teacher's problem. But there is no one else who can explain the questions now. Since Chloe doesn't like the teacher's explanation, the teacher can't force you too much. How about I call Chris over? Chloe was so drunk by the tea. No need. The cold little guy stood up slowly, holding his textbook, and slowly moved in front of Sieshichin. His steps were very brisk, and he really deserved to be a moon cat among the orcs. As cute as a kitten. But his temper is not like a kitten, and he likes to get angry. Sieshichin recalled the student's file and smiled more deeply. Thank you, Chloe. It seems that the teacher also has some merits. I hope Chloe doesn't hate the teacher. Chloe was silent for a few seconds. No. Ah. How come he is more annoying than his sister's arrogant look? So annoying. Chloe, holding her breath, had a stern face, handed over the textbook, and struggled desperately. Actually, I know everything. Looking at Sieshichin's eyes that seemed to speak, Chloe shut up and sat down next to Sieshichin dejectedly. The process of listening to the class was not boring, but it was very torturous, because Sieshichin was not the kind of teacher who talked on his own. He liked to interact with students. This tortured Chloe, who wanted to hide in the corner without being noticed and learn magic quietly, instead of being called once every 10 seconds like now. Chloe, is there anything you don't understand about what the teacher said just now? Is it fast? Chloe, the teacher's speaking speed may be a little fast, so be sure to say it if you are not used to it. Don't worry. The teacher won't be angry. Look, does this knowledge point match the question? It's very simple. Right? Chloe? Is the teacher's voice too gentle? Why are you distracted? It's okay, kid. The teacher is not blaming you. The teacher is just thinking. Should I repeat it again? No. 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 I understand. I understand. It's very simple. Very simple. Very simple. Chloe's little fangs rubbed against each other, and he couldn't show any abnormality, and needed to be very low-key. He agreed aggressively. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Siashichin paused, trying to hold back his smile, but still couldn't help rubbing the little guy's fluffy head. Okay. Time is running out. Go down and do the questions. Come back to me if you don't understand. Okay. Chloe resisted the urge to quickly slip away, packed up her things very quickly, and returned to the corner quietly. Then she breathed a sigh of relief without making a sound. It's so scary. It's so scary. Emilia did the questions absent-mindedly, watching Siashichin nagging at her with a pleasant face while she was filled with panic. Damn it. What's the point of being born a commoner with low self-esteem? Even if Ophelia came, she would have to force a smile in front of Screech. Emilia heard Chloe, and it seemed that she heard Emilia, and her whole body was trembling. She couldn't bear it anymore, and poked Nathaniel beside her. Nathaniel? Nathaniel paused, and looked at Emilia in shock. Do you know me? Emilia didn't know how to respond to this. She cut the Gordian knot. You are my classmate. Of course I know you. You? Before she finished her words, Nathaniel couldn't help but his eyes turned red. Emilia? ? Did she say anything hurtful? Of course. Emilia didn't understand what her words meant to Nathaniel. He was just an ordinary civilian student. His parents were servants in a baron's house in a nearby manor. They earned a few copper coins by manual labor to barely support their family. At the age of 3, Nathaniel was tested to have a high talent for magic and a good affinity for magic. He was a very good seedling. His parents were very happy and told everyone that Nathaniel was their pride. Nathaniel was very happy and proud at the time, because even aristocrats may not have such high talent. Until he was 5 years old, his talent was known by the Baron. The Baron asked Nathaniel to go to his home and be his adopted son. This was a huge pie. Although Nathaniel's parents were reluctant, they still agreed for Nathaniel's bright future. They just wanted Nathaniel to live a good life. But they never thought that the Baron himself didn't want to be anything, but was just jealous of all those who were more talented than him. Nathaniel returned home with wounds all over his body. He lost his talent and cheerful personality, and was covered with scars that could not be removed. He hated every powerful noble, but he did not have the courage to retaliate, because his parents said, "Be patient, Nathaniel. It's all our fault. We shouldn't be so ostentatious and so face-conscious. We are just slaves of the nobles." Oh no! Servants who could be expelled at any time. Nathaniel also gave up. He didn't even have any talent. What could he not be patient with? So Nathaniel learned to hide himself, learned not to speak, and learned to stay away from the nobles. His parents were very sad, thinking that it was all their fault, and often blamed themselves. In order for Nathaniel to work harder, they no longer told others that Nathaniel was their child, and found a teacher to teach Nathaniel to read, hoping that Nathaniel would not become a servant of the nobles like them in the future. But Nathaniel had no way to solve it. He was a failed child, until he learned that Screech accepted untalented students. That moment was the most important turning point in Nathaniel's life. Nathan, Mom knows that I have let you down these years. Can you bear with me for a while? When you go to Screech, there must be many noble young masters and young ladies there. Be patient. Once you learn magic, everything will be fine. Mom, I don't have the talent for magic anymore. I can't learn magic, Nathaniel said to himself in his heart. But he pretended to be happy and nodded. I will learn it well. He touched the patched clothes his mother sewed for him, worried that he would be looked down upon. His mother used fabrics of similar colors, and there was almost no trace of mending. Nathaniel must go to Screech. Of course, these are things of the past, and Nathaniel no longer cares about them. But looking at his classmates of all kinds, it would be a lie to say that he doesn't envy and yearn for them. He looked at the confident look of Her Highness Ophelia, and could hardly imagine that he would have the opportunity to be a classmate of the Crown Prince of the Empire. He looked at Chris's arrogant but patient way of explaining questions and answering questions for his classmates, and realized that not all nobles were as annoying as the Baron. He watched Bori approach the civilian Asada without a care, watched Valentina approach Ophelia with a smile in her ragged clothes, watched Herbert and Isabella play and laugh. Nathaniel wanted to blend in, but he didn't dare to anymore. He was so ordinary and so bad that no one would want to play with him even if he approached. He could only continue to hide himself and be the invisible person. So, when Emilia accurately said his name, Nathaniel's eyes were really sore. He was very happy and excited, as if he had crossed an invisible ladder. It seems that good luck is waving to him. Congratulations to the host for triggering the achievement task. Nathaniel's thoughts. 10 out of 100. Nathaniel, who was born in a commoner family, once had a dazzling talent that was incomparable to the descendants of magicians. But everything ended in the past, and he has now become a useless person. Now, Nathaniel's heart is full of knots. But what does he want more? There is no way to know. But the principal will definitely solve it. An excellent principal can find out all the troubles of the children and eliminate the troubles in the air. Sieshichin, how many student concerns are these? Could it be that all his achievement tasks are related to student concerns? Sieshichin asked Xiao Xiao. And Xiao Xiao answered hesitantly. Not necessarily. But most of them are definitely. You know, achievement tasks are basically generated by student growth nodes. If you cross them, you will achieve your life. And if you can't cross them, your life will be ruined. Seeing that Sieshichin didn't say anything, Xiao Xiao continued. Besides, host, there is not only one achievement task. Most achievement tasks are growth-oriented. You must start from the most basic concerns. Only by solving the concerns can you climb higher. That's right. Sieshichin suddenly realized and said with emotion. There are not many teachers, like me, who are so dedicated to solving children's family conflicts these days. Don't make it sound like you're a neighborhood auntie. Joking aside, Sieshichin also knows that most of the troubles of teenagers actually come from their families. It's just that when he first saw that the favorability of his students' parents towards their students started at a minimum of 80, he slightly relaxed his attention on this aspect. Now it was just a matter of picking up this part. But Sieshichin swore that he would only be so dedicated to these 20 students he was reluctant to throw away. He would not worry so much about the students he recruited in the future. Recruit dozens more teachers, and let them worry about it. The conversation between Sieshichin and Xiao Xiao was only a moment in his mind. Since the little guy had his name registered, he couldn't blame him for calling out the names. Nathaniel. Sieshichin called the next one softly. Come! The teacher will explain the questions to you. Amelia trembled all over and kept poking Nathaniel. Go. 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 She lowered her head and pretended to write a draft, while covering her forehead with her hands. She kept poking Nathaniel with her elbows and gnashing her teeth. Nathaniel, what are you daydreaming about? Go up. Screech looked over. Who knows if he will change his mind? Good brother. Save her. Save her. Since she knows her name. Nathaniel's eyes were still wet. He was called up without any preparation and went to the podium at a loss. He lowered his head and handed the book to Sieshichin. It was filled with notes, and it was obvious that he was a very serious child. Sieshichin felt better. Sit down, kid. Don't worry. The teacher is very nice. Amelia and Chloe shuddered at the same time. Help! How could someone say that he is a nice person in the tone of a big bad wolf? Does anyone believe this? Yes, there is. Nathaniel. The poor honest little guy. He believed it. After all, he was the one who brought him hope in life. So Nathaniel had a filter of 100 meters thick for Sieshichin. Unlike the timid students on Sieshichin's side, Eugene's side was much more peaceful. It was the first time for him to meet some students. But it was not awkward because there was not much communication at all. You are all extremely self-disciplined students. You don't need my supervision. Right? Eugene said in a light tone. Like an alchemist in their traditional impression. He focused on alchemy research and didn't pay attention to the outside world at all. I just wonder if she will be very irritable when alchemy fails. The students all thought at the same time. Eugene didn't care about the students' stares. He called them directly. I heard that Ophelia has finished her review and preparation. And she is free for evening self-study. So come and be my assistant first. Eugene emphasized. Screech will post my commission this weekend. And I will recruit 5 assistants in total. You have experience. Maybe I will take a fancy to you and increase my competitiveness. Fry, who just passed the exam with a few points, hesitated. Well, actually I didn't think about the weekend. You have to think about it, Eugene said coldly, with an unquestionable tone. Screech showed me your files, and said you have a talent for alchemy. I hate being passive. So I have to verify the truth of his words before this weekend. Fry vaguely remembered that the last person who said this seemed to be Mr. Maksuzi. And it seemed that Screech said they were very perseverant. Then they had a hard time for several days. Fry's heart trembled. And his smile was pale. Teacher Eugene, Teacher Screech said. Is there anyone else with a talent for alchemy? Eugene thought for a moment. About 10 or 20. I can't remember until they come to me. Don't worry. I verify them one by one. But they only have 20 students in total. Fry responded dryly. She asked Ophelia for help. Ophelia was moved. Thank you, teacher. You really love us. Fry was speechless. Okay. Just muddle along. What else can we do? A salted fish lost his dream. And a group of conspicuous bags seemed to have become salted fish. Bori begged for mercy. I really tried hard. I didn't slack off. You were distracted for 17 seconds just now. I, Moshuzi, am a very reasonable person. If you were distracted for only 2 or 3 seconds, would I have scolded you? Bo-Rui, and Herbert. I saw clearly with my 2 eyes the drawings on the textbook. Isabella. And you? Hum songs moderately and study seriously. Herbert and Isabella, woo. After correcting the students' distraction problems one by one, Moshuzi sighed. Your teacher Sia asked me to correct your distraction problem. But children, how can they not be distracted? Right. 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 Several big fish eaters looked at Moshuzi with sparkling eyes. Moshuzi stroked his beard. But I'm not old-fashioned. Nor am I inflexible. The students straightened their backs even more. Moshuzi coughed lightly. A little embarrassed. I heard that you like me very much. And you can't live without my physical skills. You feel heartbroken when you can't see me? The effect of the evening self-study in batches on the first day was still very good. At least the knowledge points were poured into the students' minds. Just need to find more opportunities for them to play together, lest they become dumb from learning too much. Sia Shichen made daily edits to the teaching plan, feeling sorry for his students. He planned to have fun in every class meeting and give them some sweetness. He worked until midnight again. Sia Shichen had just finished his work. Fanny, who was very good at choosing time, chose to be a midnight lady again and contacted Sia Shichen. The contact through the school easy-to-use communication was still written, which was not satisfying. So Fanny was still used to making phone calls with Sia Shichen. The cooing pigeon tilted its neck, and Fanny's increasingly cheerful voice came from inside. Anshin, I have to tell you a piece of news. Leonard wrote a comment directly in our newspaper. Sia Shichen raised his eyebrows slightly. As expected. But he chose little Bori's manuscript. Fanny continued with a smile. So I want to ask for your opinion. Whether to reveal the news to the Amos family. The Amos family is Bori's family. Bori's father is the head of the Amos family. A ruthless man who single-handedly promoted himself to the imperial aristocratic circle. Sia Shichen refused without hesitation. It's better not to, Fanny. You know, not all of our students are nobles. If we keep asking noble parents to claim the manuscripts in order to attract attention, what's the point of us being anonymous? When the manuscripts of other children who are not nobles are sent out later, will they not pay attention to what the children write? And not pay attention to the comments of Aurora and Leonard, but just explore. Whose child is this? If it is even more exaggerated, if they really investigate and find out that the lucky person being talked about is just a commoner, an orphan, or even just a child from the slums, will the nobles' filters be broken and make a big fuss about it, and then look down on this manuscript and find faults in all kinds of ways? This is not the result Sia Shichen wants. He would rather claim this manuscript when the student becomes famous or successful in the future. Just like Aurora's resume, which is just a medal of excellence in their youth. Not a black history that is ridiculed by the nobles because of their identity. Fanny listened to Sia Shichen's analysis and was silent for a long time. After a long time, she exhaled a long breath. You are right, Screech. Now we have enough ways to attract attention. It doesn't matter who the students are, Sia Shichen and Fanny said in unison. What's important is that they are excellent students of Screech. The rare tacit understanding made them all laugh. Fanny said, then I'd better copy the manuscript. If it is recognized again, it will be bad. Wait. Sia Shichen stopped Fanny from talking. And another owl entered his side. Fanny, what's wrong? Sia Shichen opened the envelope and looked at the handwriting and private seal on it, like an old man on the subway looking at the emoji package on his mobile phone. He fell into silence. What's wrong? Something big happened. Chapter 37. What's wrong? Fanny had a bad feeling in her heart. Why didn't Screech speak for so long? Could it be that something terrible happened to him? However, in Fanny's eyes, Screech seemed to be omnipotent. No matter how naughty the students were, no matter how bad the things they were discussing were, he always looked like he was at ease. Fanny couldn't imagine what kind of thing could make him silent, and even sighed softly. Siashichin paused, with a strange expression. Bennett Amos sent me a letter saying he was at the foot of the college. Siashichin didn't even know for a moment whether he should lament that his guests always liked to visit in the middle of the night, or whether he should be troubled by these caring parents, who always caused trouble for him in unexpected places. Ha ha ha. Fanny was silent for a long time, and finally couldn't help laughing. Scritch, what are you worried about? Isn't this a kind of luck? Why don't these nobles look for me? Fanny said, also a little puzzled. Obviously, I am the editor-in-chief of Stern. I am the one who publishes the newspaper. Right? Siashichin looked helpless. Fanny, your teasing is too blatant. Fanny was silent for 2 seconds, and couldn't help laughing. Siashichin took a deep breath. Okay, you can do it over there. I have to meet my guests. I can't keep them waiting for a long time. Right? Fanny nodded in agreement. You are right. But Mr. Onshin, our next issue of the newspaper will be about little Bori. Now that the head of the Amos family has come to us. Will it be? I don't know either. Siashichin smiled, holding his forehead and sighing. I will talk to Mr. Bennett Amos first, and hope everything will go smoothly. How should I put it? The arrival of Bennett Amos was both reasonable and unexpected. Siashichin never thought that he would receive so many parents so early. Not to mention that the arrival of these parents just happened to coincide with the order in which the students were about to publish the journal. Siashichin opened his mouth. If Fanny knew Screech very well, after only working with him for a short period of time. Hearing the unfinished words, she rejected it with a smile. There is no if. Screech, I think you should understand how difficult it is to get Leonard to write a review willingly. Siashichin certainly knew that the legendary wizard was not so easy to use. If it weren't for the right time, right place, and right people, their opportunity would not have gone so smoothly. But when Siashichin thought of the various misunderstandings that were about to happen, he had a headache. It wasn't that serious. It was just that it would be very cumbersome, and Siashichin would be exhausted from dealing with it. The most obvious trouble on his side was the problem of unspoken rules. Skricky didn't know how he got in touch with Stern and successfully brought Stern back into the public eye. But his ambitions were not limited to this. Every time his students were published in the newspaper, he had ulterior motives, wanting to use the reputation of the nobility to save this magic academy that was about to fall. Don't believe it? Look, if they hadn't discussed it with the royal family, how come the royal family of the empire would have promoted it before the newspaper was published? Look again. If Mrs. Croft hadn't approached Screech overnight, how come the second issue was just a contribution from Chris, the heir of the Croft family? Now, just before the newspaper was published, it just so happened that the head of the Amos family, who couldn't sit still, also came. This is fucking impossible. Can Siashichin say that he never thought about it, and that everything was just a coincidence? Will the public believe him if he says it? Will the public identify the school after this incident, send their children's manuscripts to Screech, and visit him frequently? When Siashichin thought of that scene, goosebumps appeared all over his body. He is not. He did not. He really is just a coincidence. Yes, Fanny obviously understands this. So she laughs so wildly. Of course, this is her best partner. Of course she has to comfort him. Don't be nervous, dear. If your reputation is ruined, I will be implicated. Right? There are still people who will suffer together. Siashichin closed his eyes. But this suffering should not be endured. That's true. Who made everything so coincidental? Fanny. Ha ha. Fanny hung up the phone very neatly. She was only responsible for making and selling newspapers. What did Screech's distress have to do with her? Siashichin felt helpless. But she had to keep the best smile and greet Bennett Amos. Hey. I always have a feeling that I have seen Bori get into trouble. I hope that in the future, Bori will not always give him unexpected surprises like his father. Bennett Amos is a relatively carefree person. He has never been so roundabout, and it is difficult for him to think of many details. It is all thanks to his wife that he can go to Screech. Naturally, when he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he remembered to write a letter to explain his purpose. Otherwise it would be easy for others to misunderstand. It can be said that Bennett Amos's arrival was beyond Siashichin's expectations in various senses. At this point, Xieshichin could only think about how to remedy the situation. He pretended not to understand and asked Bennett Amos why he came. Bennett Amos patted Xieshichin on the shoulder. Hello, Principal. I am Bori Amos's father, the leader of the Iron Rose mercenary group of the Ace Empire. Bennett Amos. Just call me Bennett. So you are Bori's father, Mr. Bennett. Xieshichin looked at Bennett Amos in surprise. Smiling. You and Bori look so much alike. It's hard to ignore your father-son relationship at first glance. The personalities are similar. Bennett was flattered and smiled. Ha ha ha. His mother also said that we look alike. So his mother dotes on him, saying that she saw a smaller version of me and couldn't bear to scold him. Heart of a tiger sniffing roses. Although Bennett is usually very carefree, but at this time, he still did not forget to show his affection. Even though his wife never said such nonsense, Xieshichin ignored it directly. He couldn't bear to hear such love words from young couples. So, Mr. Bennett's visit is worried about Bo-Roy's college life? Ah? Not really. The little boy is poorly raised. As long as he can get by. Our family doesn't care about this. Bennett waved his hands, thinking of his wife's instructions. Hesitating. Yes. Yes. There is indeed something. Something. He would not beat around the bush. Usually he would be straightforward. After all, with his status, he didn't need to please anyone. As long as he was sincere enough, no one would dare to cheat him. But, facing Xieshichin's weak body, rumors, and pretty boy face, jealousy, Bennett was still embarrassed to say what he wanted to say. Always feeling uncomfortable. Oh, they don't need to use the word uncomfortable over there. Anyway, they are cautious in various senses. Xieshichin hummed. You said? As long as it's about Bori. Our school will tell you everything. Xieshichin made a little joke. We want to reassure the parents. Right? The little guys stay for a year. The parents must be very worried. Bennett nodded frantically. Yes. Yes. I just say it straight. My wife said that Chris and Ophelia of the Croft family are both on the magic journal. And our Bori is not bad either. Can you see if you can help arrange an issue? Fearing that Xieshichin would be embarrassed and refuse to agree, Bennett quickly added. You don't have to push it. As long as it can be promoted. I have an explanation. I know that my Bo-Rui is usually unreliable, always unmotivated, and always smiling. But he is indeed very talented. But he has not yet developed it. If you help us, our Amos family will set any conditions you want. Bennett Amos was willing to give it his all. This promise would make the imperial royal family excited. But it was a pity that Xieshichin would only have endless troubles. As expected, he exhaled slowly. You mean? Chris and Ophelia were able to appear on the Stern Magic Journal because I compromised with their family? Bennett looked blankly. Isn't it? Xieshichin, Bennett realized that something was wrong with the party and said hurriedly. No. 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 That's not what I meant. I mean, Bennett stuttered and said. You can set the conditions. Xieshichin was helpless. Mr. Bennett Amos. I think you misunderstood something. He patiently explained to Bennett. Cooperation with Stern Magic Journal was a condition that I had agreed with Editor-in-Chief Fanny a long time ago. And the reason why Ophelia and Chris were responded to by Her Majesty Aurora was because their homework was attractive enough to Her Majesty Aurora. Perhaps you will think I am faking it. But in fact, this submission is just an assignment I gave to the children. They are responsible for completing it. And I am responsible for guiding the revision and helping them find a place to publish it. It is just a small reward for their hard work in completing their homework. Seeing that Bennett didn't quite understand, Xieshichin had to make it clear. Their success is due to their excellence and hard work, not the coercion and inducement of the Croft family and King Fickle. I think, as a noble and an experienced mercenary leader, you are used to the exchange of interests and the benefits brought by power. But you forgot one thing. A very important point. The world of children is very simple. They only think about working hard and doing one thing well. This is already great. As for whether this thing can bring huge rewards, this is something we adults should worry about for them. They just need to do it well. And we can't ignore their efforts and excellence just because we have paid and helped them find ways to increase their returns. Right? Bennett Amos was stunned by what he said. Not because he had a deep understanding. If Xieshichin's words were heard by the Duke and Lady Croft, they would probably go from silence to tears. But Bennett Amos didn't have so many thoughts. He screened Siashichin's words and concluded, his son is very good and can submit his work without him looking for him. Is that so? Bennett asked Siashichin uncertainly. Siashichin choked. His life suffered another setback. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is a student's parent. He should be calm. Siashichin smiled falsely. Yes. In fact, I have already agreed with Editor-in-Chief Fanny that this time, all my students will be on the list, regardless of their family background or external influences. Oh, I'm sorry, Principal. I was reckless. Bennett also knew how to quickly slide down and apologize, because his own son still needed Screech's care. Moreover, what Screech said really made him feel Screech's pure care and love for the children, which was difficult for him as a father to match. He was not qualified enough. Bennett apologized to Siashichin again in a serious manner for his recklessness and loss of composure. Siashichin accepted the thanks and took the opportunity to ask, Mr. Bennett, can you do me a favor? Bennett straightened up in a serious manner. You say. There was nothing that Bennett Amos could not help. It was getting dark, and Bennett sat in the carriage on the way back, his face full of bitterness and melancholy. Okay. He, Bennett Amos, really couldn't help, but he had already agreed, and he really didn't have the face to go back on his word. That's why. Why couldn't Screech treat everyone equally? Bennett remembered what Siashichin had said to him earnestly. Mr. Bennett, I won't lie to you. In my eyes, all 20 students are equally excellent, and their manuscripts also dazzle Fanny and I. Before Bennett could be happy, Siashichin continued, initially, we chose Ophelia's manuscript to be the first one to be published in the newspaper. We did have in mind that King Fickle would be able to protect his own children and prevent our students from having the opportunity to be published in the newspaper later. Indeed, if Fickle couldn't even protect his own heir, then all these years of being the emperor would have been in vain. Siashichin sighed. And Mrs. Croft's arrival was an accident. She and Chris had some misunderstandings and cried very sadly. I couldn't bear to make a mother sad and embarrassed. So when she went back to clear Chris's name, I softened my heart and didn't refuse. It's right. The lady of the Croft family is really difficult to deal with. She can win 3 points by being unreasonable, but not everyone can refuse. Speaking of this, the foreshadowing is almost done. Siashichin looked at Bennett with a sincere face, as if only you can save me, which made Bennett's mind empty for a while, and only the simplest actions were left. But Mr. Bennett, you should know that except for a few noble students, most of my students are just civilian students without family support. I don't want others to misunderstand that only nobles can come to me for a deal to let their children appear in the journal. This is too harmful to my civilian students. You are so kind and upright. You must be able to understand my difficulties. Right? Bennett nodded subconsciously. And then Siashichin looked very touched. I knew Mr. Bennett understood me and was willing to help me. I hope that when this issue of Bori's manuscript is published in the newspaper, you and your family will not claim it. And wait. A year later, my children will grow up, and I will support you in any plan you make at that time. This? Bennett didn't even have time to regret, and was sent out of Screech School of Magic by Siashichin like a plague. Well, now the question is, how can he explain to his wife that his child was indeed reported, but they can't claim him? Bennett scratched his head so hard that his hair was about to fall off, and he couldn't come up with a perfect plan. So, why can't Screech treat everyone equally? But there was one thing that neither Bennett nor Siashichin expected. Soon after Bennett returned home, his wife handed him a letter directly. Bennett was stunned and confused. What is this? She calmly drank tea, her tone cold. Obviously, it's a letter from His Majesty Leonard. Leonard? Didn't he have much communication with their family? They only met at a few banquets. So why would he send a letter? Bennett opened the envelope with a serious face, wanting to see if it was a conspiracy from Leonard, but was stunned at the beginning. To Amos, I have written a comment for Bori Amos. Bori Amos is a swordsman worth cultivating. Although he has no talent for magic, he is very talented in magic comprehension. I look forward to the big sales of the Stern Journal. Bennett grumbled for a long time, his eyes sparkling. So what Screech said was true. His students can be reported. Sia frowned slightly. Really? What did Screech say? Repeat it all to me. Oh, okay. Bennett had a good memory, and he said everything Siashichin said word for word. Sia's face became colder and colder as she listened. And when Bennett finished, she put down the teacup heavily. Idiot! Bennett was completely confused. Xia gritted her teeth. Mrs. Croft cries, and is not easy to deal with. But won't I? Mrs. Amos. Cry? Why can't my beau-ray hold a party to admit it? Bennett said embarrassedly. They say that there is a misunderstanding between mother and son. And he is not good either. You and I also have a misunderstanding. Xia said coldly. I think I am quite suitable to live alone with my son. What do you think? Bennett? Bennett, woo! Well, he is not very smart. Don't take your anger out on him. Go find Screech. Go find that scheming pretty boy. Not knowing that soon. Bori's mother would be so angry that she couldn't eat. Xie Shichen was now relieved. After finally persuading Bennett Amos, he looked at the clock. Oh my god. It was another night without sleep. Although Xie Shichen's physical condition had improved a lot recently, and he didn't need too much sleep, this forced overtime still made him feel bad. Xie Shichen, who was in a bad mood, looked around at many small hair ties, and chose a red chili gem hair tire. I hope today's children can understand things, and not let him have the space to take revenge or abuse his power for personal gain. Unfortunately, the students have been very well behaved these days. And even the strange evening self-study has been persevered. So Xie Shichen has no room to find fault. He can only devote all his passion to building the campus. Screech School of Magic is an ancient and glorious school of magic. Many places are just not open because of few people. But the facilities are still very good. It's just a little old and needs funds to repair. Xie Shichen hesitated for a while, and decided to let the school go retro for the time being. Appearance is not important. What is important is the connotation. Xie Shichen planned a lot of current buildings, divided them into various areas, and began to build the entertainment building that students need most now. The first building was a place for the powerful noble students in Screech School of Magic to relax. There is a beautiful open-air garden, various afternoon teas, reading in the warm sunshine, and taking a nap in the soft big bedroom. It is a privilege that only belongs to excellent magician students and the aristocracy. Of course, this privilege no longer exists. But for Xie Shichen, the value of recycling this place is very high. The open-air garden, close to nature, is very suitable for a deep forest meditation room. Then pick a room with good sunlight to make a beach meditation room. And then use the app to make an underwater meditation room, a downtown meditation room, a food meditation room. Such an immersive meditation room will definitely allow his little classmates to stimulate and expand their mental power at the fastest speed. Xie Shichen picked and chose, and located the meditation building on the top floor of this building. The entire entertainment building originally had 5 floors. Considering the future, Xie Shichen allocated 2 floors for meditation. The 2 middle floors are used as psychological healing rooms. His students will face increasing learning pressure in the future, so this is essential. In addition to the open-air garden part of the first floor, which is also a meditation room, the rest of the place is directly connected to make a hall. Yes, since there is a lot of land anyway, Xie Shichen doesn't mind leaving a floor to make the interior more luxurious. He also wanted to save face. Although everything had been planned, the construction task could not be completed overnight. What he could do now was to build the psychological healing room so that he could cope with the class meeting on Friday. Regarding the construction of the healing room, Xie Shichen did not have too many fancy ideas. He divided the largest rooms as group sand tray game healing rooms. When he opened psychology courses in the future, or did group healing for students, he could accommodate the students of the next class in one room. The small room also has 2 or 3 individual sand tray therapy rooms and a traditional consultation room. After dividing these relatively important rooms, the remaining rooms are varied. Music therapy room, tea house, candy house, fantasy park. The more childish and dreamy things are, the more Xie Shichen wants to arrange them. He just wants his little classmates to have fun shamelessly. Let go of all constraints. And then, take a picture for him. When they become successful, these will all be resources. There are at least more than a dozen rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors, which are not so easy to build. After 2 days of hard work, Xie Shichen only built a sand tray game therapy room. But it is enough for him and his students for now. The opening of other areas will have to wait until new students and teachers are recruited in the future. There is no rush. Time is fast enough and slow enough in a sense. How to say it? For Xie Shichen, this period of time passed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, It seemed that it was Friday. He did nothing. And it seemed that the schedule was full. But for the 20 little classmates, this week was as long as a month. Their daily body training was like a year. Every evening self-study was like a year. And every day of class was still like a year. Is there no time when the days are not long? Yes. When sleeping. It seems that the whole night has passed by as soon as they close their eyes and open them again. Because they are too tired at night. They fall asleep directly when they lie on the bed. And they don't need to prepare at all. Because they are not sleepy when they get up. They even feel as if they just closed their eyes and rested for 10 minutes in bed before getting up. The experience is extremely bad. Oh! Good news. Everyone can get up. And this job of feeding medicine to Warcraft to earn contribution points has become a very popular task. Even though teacher Eugene intervened and the students who got up early had to follow the alchemy, it did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Until Friday morning, the few students who got up successfully with strong willpower and yawned to complete the task gradually adapted to the current rhythm. They agreed to draw lots for 5 people every day the day before and earn contribution points in harmony. This week was really difficult. Just like Brother Sia said, young people are extremely adaptable. Even if their bones are broken, they can still get up. Bo Rui said the second-year speech Sia Shichen found for him. And sighed, I'm so strong. If I were at home, I would have been crying while hugging my father's thigh. Because Sia Shichen said a lot of second-year speech to him, which satisfied his heart. Bo Rui now called him brother like a family. What? The name is messed up? Scritch doesn't care. Calling him like this makes it seem like they have a good relationship. Of course. Bo Rui will definitely not call him Oshuzi. The old man? Mo brother. When he sees Mo Shuzi now, he feels like Chris hears Rora. The latter wants to vomit. And the former's legs tremble. Holding your father's legs and crying? I haven't seen you cry before. Asado and Bori are already very familiar with each other. And they don't have much scruples when talking. Is your father very serious? Oh, that's not the case. But whenever I cry to him, he will be beaten by my mother. Bori touched his nose. A little embarrassed. I cried while holding Mo Shuzi's legs. And no one could beat Mo Shuzi. So of course I wouldn't cry. Asado thought about it and nodded. That's right. The environment is different. Bori twitched his mouth. But I don't cry that easily. I was just joking. We swordsmen who practice martial arts will never cry because of a little fight. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Asado nodded. You are very good. You learn very quickly. Bori raised his eyebrows proudly. Among the 5 people who came today, all were boys. But he was the only one who was talkative. Asado could barely serve as his supporting actor. But people are not always so easy to satisfy. Without Chris's sharp tongue to argue with him, he always felt uncomfortable. Bori glanced at the remaining 3 compatriots. One was skinny and wanted to stay 8 feet away from them, with an expressionless face as if he wanted to kill someone. One had his head so low that he couldn't even see his face. And he always walked half a step behind them and couldn't even remember his clothes. There was another one. Oh! The dwarf Darren, who was frantically reciting the golden sentences given by teacher Eugene. Bori had a headache when he saw this kind of academic and professional talent. His eyes wandered around. And finally, he chose the one who was easiest to bully. He paused, and saw that the other person was parallel to him due to inertia. And without saying a word, he put his arm on the other person. His good classmate shuddered all over, looked up with confused eyes, looked at the identity of the person who put his arm on his shoulder, and then lowered his head hurriedly, as if nothing had happened. Bo Rui was puzzled. You don't like me? Or are you afraid of me? No. The good classmate's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. But Bo Rui heard it clearly. And he was very happy. I said, who would not like a friend like me who is sunny, cheerful, helpful, smart and generous? The good classmate was silent for a few seconds, then hummed against his will. Bo Rui frowned and lowered his head to observe the good classmate's expression. The good classmate was startled by Bo Rui again and almost stepped back, but was held tightly by Bo Rui and could not step back. The good classmate hesitated. What? What happened? Bo Rui looked at the good classmate's face steadily. His expression became more and more solemn, making the good classmate uneasy. And his fingers kept twirling his clothes. Bo Rui? Asado was worried that Bo Rui would have a conflict with others and be dragged away by Sia Shichen. so he couldn't help but remind him. Bori's voice stretched out. Nath. Neil? He asked uncertainly. Am I remembering correctly? I've seen your homework. The good student, Nathaniel, was stunned and asked the same question he asked Amelia before. Do you know me? Oh, there is no one or anything in this class that Bori doesn't know. Bori proudly hugged Nathaniel and continued to walk. I said, my proud memory can't make me forget my classmates. Right. Asuto? Asuto was silent for 2 seconds. You're right. Bori looked at Nathaniel. Look. Asuto, who has the best memory in the class, agrees with what I said. I am indeed gifted. Ha ha ha. Nathaniel choked. Although he was trying to join this class, Bori seemed different from what he imagined. In his impression, Bori was generous, casual, cheerful, and had a good attitude. He would smile and go along with it when Screech used him as an example. He was the bravest person in the class, the one who dared to go against Screech the most, and the most dazzling person, more eye-catching than Ophelia and Chris. It was also Bori's approachable and cheerful appearance that made Nathaniel gradually let go of his grudges. He always thought that it would be great if all nobles were as good as Bori. Now, Nathaniel didn't know that this was called a broken filter. He found that Bori's advantages were not gone, but he saw more truth. The real and down-to-earth Bori continued to chat with a smile. I not only read your homework, but also copied your homework. Before Nathaniel could get curious, Bori blurted out. Damn you, Screech. I wrote Leonard and you wrote Aurora. What's wrong with me copying a sentence? Can I quote? Why did you judge me for repeating? I wrote it all, Nathaniel said. How come this doesn't count as a quote? Nathaniel, Although he was very happy, Nathaniel still had to say something fair. The teacher said that when quoting, you have to quote famous quotes and mark the book from which they are quoted. Bori swore. I have marked it. Right on your homework book, Nathaniel. Bori curled his lips. Besides, we are still young. Who says we can't become celebrities in the future? Screech wants to train us to become legendary wizards. I just booked a famous quote in advance, but he can't even make concessions. Screech. He is really cruel. Nathaniel knew that what Bori said was more of a complaint, just to make his homework easier. But he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed when he heard Bori's words. But his talent has been ruined. He has to start from scratch. No matter how hard he tries, no matter how many magic talent potions he gets, it is difficult for him to become a legendary wizard, let alone become famous. But he is still unwilling to accept it. Bori seemed to have just said it casually, and then continued to use his expertise, chattering with the whole group. Speaking of this, I originally wanted to copy a sentence from the homework of the whole class and use it as a record book. Who knew that Screech found it and asked me to copy these famous quotes 20 times each? Beauroy complained. I borrowed this homework with my own ability. He is so cruel, bullying me when I am young and I can't resist. Asuto couldn't help it, wondering, when did you borrow it? Bori said as a matter of course. I asked Ophelia for help. You know, all the classmates are very easy to talk to Ophelia. Ophelia just asked to borrow the homework for reference. In less than 10 minutes. Hey, all 19 homeworks are in my hands. Asuto, you are amazing. Beauroy was very proud. Is that right? Hey, Chloe over there? We're going to the monster park soon. Won't you come and build some tacit understanding with us? Chloe didn't answer and accelerated her race. Beauroy choked and muttered. Okay, little guy. If you don't listen to your brother Beauroy, you be covered in saliva and shit when you come back. Asuto hadn't experienced this when he came here, and was shocked when he heard it. There will be shit? Beauroy snorted. That's right. It is said that except for the first 2 groups of us, Screech restrained the monsters later. Now there are so many people and monsters. Screech is too lazy to restrain them. Anyway, students are thick-skinned and can't stand being hurt. This is what Screech had said. But it was the first time that Asuto had heard about the power of the monster. So he couldn't help but beg Bori to tell him more. Bori patted Nathaniel beside him and said, Friend, listen carefully too. You will have to team up with Asuto later. Nathaniel lowered his head and was awakened by Bori. Ah? You won't team up with Asuto? Asuto thought for a while. You want to team up with Darren and Chloe? That's right. Who made me the helpful and cheerful Bori? Bori pretended to be deep. There are not many captains as reliable as me. Asado didn't know how many times Bori choked him today. He closed his eyes, walked past Bori, and pulled Nathaniel. Hurry up and tell me. Nathaniel. We are running out of time. Bori uttered a few O's and hurriedly explained his experience at that time, and reluctantly asked them to finish talking before arriving at the monster garden. Then Bori waved his hand to find the remaining 2 classmates. He believed that Asado could handle everything. Of course, Asado didn't know that Bo-rui was too cheerful today. Actually, there were objective factors. After finishing the physical training class, Bo-rui sneaked to the door of Xie Shichen's office with a lunch box and knocked on the door. Brother Xie? Come in. Xie Shichen spoke gently, looking at Bo-rui's furry head sticking out with a smile, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Good harvest this morning? That's right. Is there anyone who can refuse me? Impossible. Bo-rui smiled and humbly arranged the dishes for Xie Shichen, put the exquisite breakfast one by one, and stood behind Xie Shichen. Brother Xie, Bo-rui, will pick up the dishes for you. He was the first student to discover that Screech and Mo Shuzi were both used to using chopsticks, and they had practiced for a few days. They were just not very skilled. Xie Shichen had no choice but to tap Bori with chopsticks, and casually took out 2 books from the space ring. Here, remember? This is our private deal. Hush money. The books were very ordinary, like 2 notebooks, but Bori knew that they contained the quotes of Long Avian that he had been thinking about. Don't worry. Bori, am absolutely reliable. Bori was overjoyed. He patted his chest and promised. Bori, have friends all over the world. I just love to make friends. Then he winked at Xie Shichen. Next time you want to make friends, continue to call me Brother Xie. As he said that, Bori hid the 2 books in the space ring with a turn of his hand like a flexible monkey. And before leaving, he gave Xie Shichen a gentleman's salute with a playful smile. Chapter 38. Bori said he was good at making friends. And he was not lying. In just one morning, he successfully got close to Nathaniel and called him a brother. He also hooked up with Chloe and took the initiative to join the conversation. Although they didn't say a few words, he even successfully made an appointment with Darren to grab Eugene's alchemy class on the weekend. Of course, it was mainly to help Darren grab it. Bori himself didn't want to go. When it came to the class meeting in the afternoon, they even hesitated and took the initiative to ask Bori if they could be divided into a group. Of course, Bo-rui agreed to accept the offer. Xie Shichen was amazed. He had always known that Bo-rui, who was carefree and occasionally attentive, was more likely to have friends. But he never thought that Bo-rui could do this. Xie Shichen was a little curious. If enough people came to Bo-rui, how would Bo-rui deal with these friendships that came in droves? But he didn't have such a bad taste for the time being. The class meeting in the afternoon was not for making trouble. The class chose one of the sand table game therapy rooms for the meeting. The location was clearly stated to the students before the morning get out of class ended, and they just waited for the students to arrive at the therapy room. Sandbox game room? Bo-rui silently read the sign that Xie Shichen had written, wondering, what is this? Screech is willing to give us an entire afternoon to play games? Asado tugged at Bo-rui's clothes and whispered, of course. Teacher Xie has always loved us. Bo-rui, don't you think so? He blinked wildly, and Bo-rui didn't notice, and just curled his lips. Asado, I just made a few more friends and stayed with 2 of the poor little ones for a while longer. Don't be so unfamiliar all of a sudden. Are we still complaining about Screech's comrades together? Our goal is to be the supreme master of the magic world. How can we stop our pace because of a little Screech? Asado, a man's knees are made of gold. Asado, ? He tried to save. Bo-rui, don't talk nonsense. I also made friends with him. I am not unfamiliar. And I didn't complain about Screech with you. I mean, Screech is a good principal. He always pays attention to our learning situation. So we should look at his teaching arrangements objectively. Bo-rui calmed down and looked at Asado up and down, his face full of worry. My dear friend, what's wrong with you? Your abnormal behavior makes me wonder if I did something to make you misunderstand and jealous. Bo-rui, stop acting. Asado couldn't help it. Gritted his teeth. Look behind you. What's behind me? Behind me? Bo-rui looked back blankly. Xie Shichen was leaning against the wall, hugging his arms, holding the teaching stick with one beautiful finger, and smiling very gently. Creepy. Bori turned around nonchalantly. What can be behind me? Asuto? But this place has changed a lot. When I first came to Screech, it was full of spider webs. Now it's so beautiful. I can see that my brother Sia has put a lot of effort in it. Really? His brother Sia's voice was soft. Actually, I regret it now. I put in so much effort. But now I don't give students time to play games. It's such a waste. Don't you think so? Bori? Boroi turned around slowly with a droopy face, pretending to be shocked. Brother Sia, why are you here? Then he said confidently, I don't allow you to say that about yourself. This is such a great project. Don't underestimate yourself. Sia Shichen looked at Boroi from head to toe with a smile on his face. Boroi's scalp was numb, and he thought he might as well admit his mistake. Actually, you are so lucky. Today's Screech is in a good mood, Sia Shichen said meaningfully. But it's hard to say about the future Screech. After all, Screech is always so fickle. Isn't it? Really? What if he didn't want to hear this word coming out of their amiable principal's mouth? Watching Sia Shichen leisurely strolling into the classroom, Boroi leaned weakly on Asuto, choking his voice. It's okay. I'm strong. At least I understand that when Screech wears a small flower gem hairband on his head, he will be in a good mood. Say less. Nathaniel looked at it for a long time, wanting to say that Boroi was unlucky, but felt that it was more because of Boroi's bad mouth. So he could only change the subject. Go in first. Aren't you afraid that you will say that this hairband rule will no longer apply in the future? Wearing a small flower on the head. Will Screech really not give Boroi a hard time? Nathaniel was not sure. The three of them calmed down and followed Sia Shichen into the sandbox game room. In Boroi's imagination, the sandbox game room was a place to play with sand. After entering the room, there was indeed sand, but it was also very different from what he imagined. There were 7 or 8 strange tables of different sizes, and the tabletop was a square groove filled with fine sand piles, and some tools such as small shovels. The groove is blue, a beautiful color, and it is very comfortable to look at. On the surrounding walls, there are some simple patterns, not complicated, and the overall feeling is relaxing and pleasant. What puzzled Boroi the most was that there were shelves on the 3 sides of the wall, on which were placed various clay figurines, items, buildings, etc., and it was unclear what they were used for. He didn't even know where he should sit. Sia Shichen casually pointed to the corner. Move the chair and choose your own position. There are 8 sand trays in total. You can choose the sand tray you like and sit down. There is no limit on the number of people in each group. Up to 5 people. They can choose to occupy a sand tray alone, or choose to use a sand tray together. Now they are not particularly familiar with each other, and Sia Shichen does not force some students who like to be alone to integrate into the group. Bori pulled Asuto and Nathaniel to choose the largest one without saying a word. He raised his eyebrows proudly. Wait a while. When Chris comes, let him come over. And call Darren. Our group will be complete. Nathaniel was stunned. Not Chloe? He always felt that Bori was not the kind of person who would ignore one person alone. Chloe went to feed the monsters with him this morning, and he thought Bori would maintain the 5-person group in the morning. Bori laughed. You can invite him, but I guess he will definitely not be happy. He would rather everyone get together and occupy a table alone. It must be said that Bori is very observant in this regard. Chris came late, and his task was not finished yet, so he came on time. Chloe is used to hiding in the crowd, and even if she comes quietly during the time when most people arrive. As soon as she came in, she ignored Nathaniel's hesitation and chose a sandbox in the corner far away from Sia Shichen and his classmates without hesitation, and almost wrote "Don't get close to me" on her clothes. Nathaniel opened his mouth, closed it again, scratched his head, and looked at Boroi with hesitation. He doesn't like us playing? It's a personal habit. Boroi glanced at someone who was about to become autistic, and said casually, when we were chatting today, when we talked about Screech's crazy answering of the lottery, he joined the topic, said a few words, and then stayed away from us. Isn't it because he is not used to it? As he said this, although Bori was cheerful and liked making friends, he did have a problem with Screech's answering the lottery questions. This was just as out discord. If Chris learned magic in the future and cursed him every time, how could he maintain fairness? How could he maintain the face of Bori Amos? Bori swore that he really only cared about whether he was fair, And he was really not afraid of Chris's revenge. Let's not talk about this. Chris should come directly later. He has a bit of a cold temper. Like a stinky black bread. But he is very soft-hearted. If you act coquettishly with him, he can even help you with your homework. Beauroy introduced Chris to his new friends with a raised eyebrow. So don't worry about his expression. Few people can make him angry. Oh! Except for Screech. That kind of frustrated and helpless anger. No one can ignore it, Beauroy said with a smile, which made his team members a little nervous. That's Chris, the only junior magician in the class. While Beauroy was talking to them, other students came in 2s and 3s. There were also many people gathered at Ophelia's place. Ophelia had to help divide them into groups. 2 sand tables were occupied at once. The remaining students could form teams with each other. If they didn't form teams, they would occupy a table alone, filling up the 8 sand tables. Chris came in as usual. He scanned the people in several positions. When he saw Vera alone in a sand table, he stepped forward without hesitation to join. Vera raised his eyelids and said coldly, "I want a table for myself." Chris paused and turned to join the Bori group with only 4 people. Bori said sarcastically, "Look! Who is this? Isn't this the great junior magician Chris? Why did you come to my place? Hey! What can Bori do? You can only choose." Chris's face turned black. "Shut up. Bori. Where do you get so many strange words from?" Bori suddenly shut up and laughed. "Of course, it's Screech's love for me. Sit down. Sit down. The chair has been moved to you. Young man, there are not many reliable team members like me." Chris, He sat down as he was told, nodded to the others, and waited quietly for the class to start. Bori was not a quiet person. "Chris, you don't know? You haven't noticed it. Right? Let me, Master Bori, introduce you to this," Chris said coldly. "Nathaniel, one of the writers of Aurora's homework." Nathaniel scratched his head and smiled shyly at Chris. Bori choked and looked to the other side unyieldingly. "This," Chris said without blinking. "Darren, the dwarf classmate praised by teacher Eugene." Bori was silent and looked up suspiciously. "How do you know? I remember when I was dating you. You asked me who you were 37 times in a row. 37 times. Aren't you a clumsy magician who can't recognize people and only recognizes people by their decorations?" "Chris, Chris sneered. "If you mean you changed 103 clothes and 17 hair colors in a month, and every time you were flashy like a showy male peacock, and you wanted me to wear your clothes, then I admit that I am a clumsy magician." "Beauroy. Well, you don't have to say that. That dress is so beautiful. Right, Osido?" At this time, only the good old man Osido was willing to nod. Beauroy left sad tears, not leaving them much time to play. Sieshichan saw that the time was up and started this class meeting. "Today's class meeting theme is Dreamtown," Sieshichan said, pointing to the 4 big words on the blackboard with a teaching stick, and said in a gentle voice, "Each of us has our own Dreamtown, which is a small house built by them. It is their safest place, and the place they want to live most. This can be a downtown area with a noisy tavern, where you can hear the lazy hawking of the owner of the black bread, and see the child selling newspapers running all the way. This can also be a magical forest, empty inside, with only a small wooden house with a light burning, a warm fire burning in the wooden house. And you can hear birds singing under the window. No matter where you are, it is safe and relaxing here. Here you need to build it up little by little according to what you want most." After Sieshichan finished his introduction, he slowly entered the topic. "So, our journey today is to use the miniature magic teaching aids on the shelf to build our dream town on the sand table." As soon as Sieshichan finished speaking, all the students subconsciously looked at the various clays around them. Some people were puzzled. "If we choose a group, do we build together?" Sieshichan smiled and nodded. "You can divide a corner for yourself as your own territory. Or you can build together. Or you can build some connecting paths outside your own little home. It's all fine." After a pause, Sieshichan continued, "However, everyone must promise to remember which one is yours, and why you want to place it this way. The teacher will ask." The students vaguely understood that it was to build a dream kingdom on the sand pile. If you don't want to be connected with others, just surround the sand pile and isolate yourself from the world. The sand table is not small anyway, and everyone can't occupy too much space if they divide it. After thinking it through, everyone was eager to try. even if they were nobles. They had a lot of manor houses. But designing their own house was still very exciting. After Siashichin's start, everyone went straight to the shelf. After a month of getting along, they had a tacit understanding. Holding a small basket, they scanned the props on the shelf one by one in a clockwise direction. Threw what they needed into the small basket. Selected first, and then arranged the plate. Generally, the group sand table is basically limited to only a few. Because if there are too many, it will be a burden for the instructor. He needs to ask the plate arranger one by one the meaning, position, and idea of the plate arrangement, and then unravel the other person's psychology, and finally let people release it. But Siashichin didn't need it. He just observed the students' plates, left an impression, and then gave the students a dream class meeting. It was not a traditional healing class meeting, but a purely relaxing class meeting. There was one thing that Bori was right about. It was incredible that Skriki gave the students an afternoon to relax. While the students were choosing props, Siashichin sat on the small sofa and read leisurely. These days, I was busy preparing lessons, busy with the Stern Journal, and busy with the teacher's affairs. I had less time for reading, and I should slowly make up for it. I have to say that the biggest gain from coming to a new and strange world is that I can see more wonderful books here. There are romantic epics written by bards, anecdotes about the world atlas, the rise and fall of various nobles, the development of magicians, and the rise of magic academies. These works left in the real world are always so exciting. Siashichin drank black tea, which still felt a little bitter. He should find a way to make some milk tea. I believe the students will like it very much. The sun shone in from the huge French windows, shining warmly on the books. The sun in spring is always so soft, not too hot, and very comfortable. Siashichin almost fell asleep. Fortunately, he did not forget the purpose of this class meeting. Seeing that the students had almost finished their selections, he also stood up and walked slowly past the students, perfectly integrating into the student group. From time to time, he asked, "What is this? Why is it placed here?" It was very easy, but there were still some problems. Siashichin walked around to a few students who occupied a sand table alone, watching them arrange the dishes without making a sound. He only interrupted them gently when they took a break. "Won't it feel empty if you only occupy one corner?" Siashichin asked Vila. Vila looked at the crowded corner and shook his head. "This one is enough. The sand table is too big." Siashichin nodded, curved his eyes, and asked in a friendly manner, "Teacher, do you have the honor to listen to your ideas on dish arrangement?" Vera was silent for a while. "I just thought about it casually. I have no idea." Siashichin seemed to be thinking about something. Then, "Do you mind if I ask a few questions? I am a little curious. Of course, if it is inconvenient, you can refuse me. I believe Vera is not a child who will wrong herself." Vera's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she couldn't tell what was in her heart. She said inexplicably, "You asked? Perhaps." At this moment, she chose to seek help from the outside world, and issued a last weak cry to this young man who was full of tolerance, strong and secure. Siashichin walked around and collected some information from the little ones. He also encouraged the little ones to talk to the props when arranging the dishes. Maybe the props could know what they were thinking? Everyone laughed it off. Siashichin smiled and didn't explain much until time passed quickly, and it was almost time to end the get out of class. Seeing that everyone was still interested, Siashichin picked up the teaching stick and performed a dream magic for the students. In Screech, the most abundant thing is various magic teaching aids. This is also the case in today's class. "Now, your dream town is calling you." The familiar, magnetic, smiling voice fell, and the twinkling stars in the sky poured down like a waterfall, as if a grand magic had been transformed. The purple, white, green, various colored light spots poured out from the teaching aids on the sand table and the teaching stick like fireflies, weaving a long-awaited dream for many students. The dream seemed to be a moment, like a holographic movie, or a daydream. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, they entered this very safe little home. Some people are leisurely tasting red wine on the top of the magic tower. Some are touting their reputation in cheap taverns. Some are showing their magic to their parents in a warm room. And some are feeling everyone's kneeling in the dazzling palace. Unlike the class of future trajectory, sand table games are more of a sense of peace and security. This kind of security even makes people feel restrained and creates a little contradiction. Vera fell into the forest she had set up. She became the rabbit. A fast little white rabbit, running wildly in the endless forest, but couldn't find the direction to leave the forest. Her two hunter parents stood quietly at the door of the cabin, watching the rabbit running around without knowing where to go. Their voices cold and fake. Villa, don't waste your time. You know, you have two brothers who love you so much. They will definitely protect you. Come back. Mom will teach you how to make soup and how to arrange flowers. Women must know these skills. Otherwise, what if they are bullied? How can Mom let you get married without worry? This is the soup we made for Vera? Ha! Bring the basin quickly. It's all mine. Ah! You are worthy of being my daughter. You can make such a delicious soup. I am lucky. You see, Vera, your father likes you very much. Doesn't he? Good boy. Do you like to learn piano? Mom will teach you personally. Oh, your brothers? Of course they also learn these. But they will never learn as well as you. I heard that our Vera can play the piano. Does she like playing the piano? Dad heard that the piano master Freer is coming to the capital. And Dad will bring him back for you. I heard that the heir of the Croft family showed great magical talent and is a very hard-working and polite child. If he can be with Vera, I will have less worries. What? The heir of the Croft family? The kid named Chris? Is he not worthy of our Vera? Even if he is worthy, will the Croft family let him come? The Croft family has a small population, and Vera and Chris will not suffer any loss in marriage. Our two families can be considered a strong alliance. Ha! Our little Vera can do whatever she wants. Only you can take the position of heir. Fake. 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 Vera ran in this bondage called home, listening to her parents nagging, with tears on her face. Mother said that father liked Vera's soup, Vera's piano, and Vera's flowers very much. So why did he send Vera to marry? Father said Vera could do whatever she wanted. Said the family belonged to Vera, and said Vera was the only heir. But why did he sell her for the Croft family? She didn't want to. She wanted to learn magic. She didn't want her brothers to protect her in everything. She wanted to be the heir. She wanted to be the heir by her own strength. Since she had promised. Why did she assume that her brother was the heir? Just because she was a girl? Ophelia could. Why could she? Vera? Is it because she was not the only daughter? Why was the love for her always full of calculations? Why did her mother always look at her with worried eyes as long as she was a little playful? Why did her father always ignore her, but gave instructions to her brothers? She also has a talent for magic. So how come she only has the function of marriage? She also wants to be like Chris. Proudly announced that she does not want marriage. And she does not need marriage. Villa cried and ran in the forest she built. There were buildings everywhere to block her from leaving. Her mother worriedly called her back, saying that it was dangerous outside. But her father said, "Let her go. What will happen? I will ask someone to protect her." Villa resolutely rushed to the edge of the forest. The two young men in appropriate magic robes turned their heads and looked at the little rabbit running towards them. Surprised? Do you want to go out? Big brother will go with you. Okay. Second brother can go too. If you don't like it, I can hide in the dark. You know, I'm very good at hiding. No. She doesn't want anyone. Villa cried and rushed out of the forest, as if as long as she went out, she would break the shackles and get a new life. But outside, there was endless yellow sand, desolation and dead silence. Outside was not what she wanted. Villa stared at all this in a daze, and didn't realize it until the get out of class was over. Villa? Villa? Siashichin gently patted Villa's shoulder, squatted down, and looked at the girl who was kneeling on the ground and crying silently. The get out of class is over. Kid, don't be afraid. We are back. As if it was a signal. A gap for venting. Villa couldn't help but burst into tears. She choked and hugged Screech tightly, as if she wanted to draw strength from Screech. Woo I woo. Don't be afraid. Kid, the teacher is always here. Isn't he? Siashichin said, rubbing Vera's beautiful golden hair, and said in a gentle voice, "You are back. You are free. That small house was too restrictive. Now you are liberated. Look, the sunshine by the window is also rejoicing for your freedom." Vera burst into tears, her voice full of sobs. I don't want to. Woo. Well, I understand. Sieshichin looked up and gestured to Ophelia. Ophelia came to her senses, and hurriedly called other classmates to leave the scene. After the scene was cleared, only Vera and Sieshichin were left in the entire healing room. Sieshichin waited for more than 10 minutes. But the little girl still couldn't stop crying, and sighed helplessly. He leaned over and picked up the little girl, put her on the sofa next to him, then sat opposite Vera and pushed the clean handkerchief on the table. He didn't say much, but just quietly accompanied Vera in crying. He understood that for Vera, what she lacked most now was an unbridled venting. Until half an hour passed. She barely stopped talking, smiled and thanked Sieshichin. Thank you, teacher. I'm much better now. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. Sieshichin shook his head slightly and asked non-aggressively. Do you want to talk to me? If you do, the teacher will be a qualified listener and help you solve your problems when you need it most. If you don't want to, what happened today never happened. And he doesn't know anything. He only knows that his student is the most pampered rose in the empire, the most famous daughter of Muster among the nobles. Vera Muster. Vera heard what Sieshichin didn't mean, and she was silent for a long time. It takes courage to cry about your scars to others. At least Vera needs it. She clenched the wet handkerchief in her hand, opened her mouth, and hesitantly told a story from the past. My mother was very strict with me. The Verla family is the Muster family, one of the 3 great dukes of the empire. Her father is the head of the Muster family, a noble who is vigorous and ruthless. Others only dare to call him Duke of Muster. But he is very good to Verla, as far as Verla knows. Among her father's 3 children, only she was raised by her father himself. It was not until she was 3 years old that someone told her father that it was inconvenient for a man to take care of a daughter. So her father gave her to her mother to take care of. But even so, he would come to see Vera every time he finished work. And that period was the happiest time for Vera. Because of her father's special love for her, she is still proud of herself. She is the most pampered flower in the empire, and no one can compare to her. But when Vera was 6 years old, she found that everything was not as beautiful as she imagined. My father treated me well because I was a girl, and I could not inherit his title. So he only needed to pamper me. Wirela pulled the corners of his mouth and pulled out an ugly smile. He didn't even ask me to learn the various etiquette and upbringing that aristocratic girls should learn. He said that no one dared to talk nonsense about my daughter of Muster. But Wirela knew that all this was fake. Just like raising a canary. Why do you need to let the canary learn anything? Canaries only need to know how to please people. Sieshichin hummed and asked. Why do you feel that your father treats you well just because you are a girl? Vera's expression faded. I was tested for high magic talent and medium affinity when I was 6 years old. My father was very happy, and found many magicians to teach me magic. He said that if they were not good to me, I should tell him, and he would change my teacher. Sieshichin pondered. There was nothing wrong with this sentence. There was no misunderstanding. Right? Vera continued. That night, my mother took me back to the room. She cried very sadly. She asked me if I really wanted to learn magic, and if I could not learn magic. I didn't want my mother to be sad, so I agreed. Sieshichin sensed something was wrong. Why doesn't your mother want you to learn magic? Because she's worried that you get hurt? No. Villa smiled bitterly. Because my father said that my teacher can be changed at any time, and my brothers must listen to the teacher. My mother told me that my father must show that he is fair. But that doesn't mean he is willing to let me learn magic. So he can only use words to hint at these teachers who come. To hint at her who can make a negative decision. My father told the teacher that I don't need to study hard. They can just teach casually. And he also told my mother that my teacher can be changed at any time. So he advised me to learn everything that a noble girl should learn as soon as possible. And not to let the Muster family be tarnished. Sieshichin, he asked sincerely. Didn't you ask your father? I asked. Villa was very aggrieved. I was worried that what my mother said was true. She always knew my father so well. So I made a pot of particularly unpalatable soup. I wanted to tell my father that I have no talent for cooking. I don't want to learn cooking, flower arrangement, and don't want to be a tool for marriage. Vera bit her lower lip, tears streaming down her face again. But he drank it all. He said it tasted good. From now on, I get him all the food I cook. Sieshichin, he asked tentatively. Then did you try a few more times? Maybe. He just doesn't want to make you sad? Vera pursed her lips. I have tried. He always looks like he doesn't care about anything. But he gets angry with my brothers. He's obviously not like that. But he doesn't get angry with me. My mother cries every time she sees it. She's afraid that my father doesn't have any feelings for me. She said it was all her fault. She didn't win my father's heart. Vera was just a teenager. What she saw and understood became a fixed pattern. She could no longer see her father's love for her. She understood what perfunctory meant, and did not want to continue to make her mother sad. So, when Chris proposed not to marry again, Vera was filled with panic. She was worried that if she could not even help with the marriage, what else could make her mother no longer sad, and make her father look at her more? She did not know what to do. But she could not force Chris to do something he did not want to do. This was just her family affair. Sieshichin had a headache watching the little girl pretending to be mature and strong. He never thought that one day, the conflict between the child and the parents would be caused by the lack of communication between the parents. Of course, because of his God's perspective. Sieshichin knew in advance how much Viola's parents liked Viola. So he could detect something wrong in Viola's description. If you are deeply involved in it, how many people can detect that something is wrong? He changed his posture and looked at Viola. Child, do you want to hear Screech's analysis? Vera stared at Sieshichin in a daze. Hesitating. Will it get better? Of course. Sieshichin smiled slightly and rubbed Vera's head. Maybe after listening to this, you will be willing to have a close communication with your parents. Vera hesitated and nodded slowly. Vera came out of the healing room in a trance. She didn't dare to believe Sieshichin's analysis. But she couldn't help but imagine it. What if it's really the same as Screech said? Thinking that Screech had already sent a letter to her parents. She no longer had the conditions to regret it. And Vera's heart kept beating. She was nervous, afraid, worried, and looking forward to it. She didn't even know if what she could give was what she wanted. Vera got a night off for evening self-study tonight. Sieshichin asked her to relax and adjust her mood during the evening self-study. Vera walked slowly on the way back to the dormitory. She wanted to be alone during this time. To have a space to empty herself. And to think about whether Screech had fooled her. Vera's steps were heavy, and her mind was in a trance. She didn't even notice that someone was following her. Villa. A cold voice called her. Vera turned around and frowned. Chris? Why are you here? Aren't you in evening self-study? I ran away. Chris said with a firm look. Are you in the mood? I want to talk to you about my mother coming to see me. Vera paused and stopped slowly. Okay. Chris knew it again. He was always so perceptive. Chapter 39. Sieshichin didn't expect that Vera's father would come so quickly. No. It should be said that when he saw the other party's favorability value, he was somewhat prepared in his heart. But when he really saw it, he couldn't help but sigh without knowledge. The sure response OWL 2.0. No matter how far away, it can deliver the letter to the person concerned within an hour. It is a rare good thing. Oh no. 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 He is not advertising. But just telling everyone seriously how fast this sure response OWL is. You know, Screechy is on the edge of the Ace Empire. And it is still a long way from the capital. As for this Duke of Muster, Sieshichin, to be frank, he even suspected that he didn't read the envelope clearly. The owl arrived at the Duke of Muster in 1 hour. Good guy. 1 hour and 10 minutes later, Sieshichin saw the Duke of Muster at the door of the library. Isn't this too fast? If Sieshichin hadn't been in a hurry to watch the students' night training at that time, he couldn't even tell others accurately when the Duke of Muster came. He stared at Duke Muster, sizing up this dusty man. He looked about 30 years old. But the magicians here all had the skills to maintain their youth. So Sieshichin couldn't just say that he was young. But he could still see the dark blue under his eyes. With a hint of fatigue, his facial features were very handsome. Or rather, in this Western look, he would be a little androgynous. But people would not mistake his gender. More like the heroic Vera. His facial features and temperament were sharper than Vera's. Like a bloodstained sword. Charging forward. Duke Muster was also looking at Sieshichin. Anshin Screech. Duke Muster knew him. Not that he had met him, but that he had heard of him. He was said to be the last guardian of the Screech family. Apart from a legendary wizard ancestor who had lived in the magic tower for many years to study magic, he was the only one left in the Screech family. People around him said that Screech was a coward. But he was also arrogant and unwilling. After taking over the Screech School of Magic, he was not happy that he could not learn magic. So he selected a group of untalented muggles and tried to make these muggles unite with him. Duke Mustard didn't like Screech from the beginning. And he didn't like Chris, who kidnapped his daughter, to Screech even more. I'm getting off topic. Now Duke Mustard looked at Screech and felt that the rumors were indeed wrong. At least in his eyes. Screech still looked very elegant. Oh my god. It was the kind of fox temperament that he could not avoid after just one look. Duke Mustard dared to say that if Vera didn't like this place, he would definitely take his child back immediately. I am afraid that Verla will be bullied here. The two looked at each other for a long time. Siashichin kept smiling. And finally Duke Mustard couldn't help it. Frowned and got to the point. Where is my Verla? Siashichin, He coughed lightly. You are the Duke of Mustard. Right? Let me introduce you. I am Anshin Screech, the principal of Screech School of Magic. I know. Duke Mustard was impatient. Where is my Verla? Didn't you say she was wronged? Speaking of this, Duke Mustard gritted his teeth. I know that no man is a good person. Even a teenager in his teens. Did that bastard from the Croft family bully my Vera? Siashichin, Your mother-in-law liked tone. He really can't respond. Fortunately, Duke Mustard doesn't need Siashichin to take over for him. He just needs to know where his child is. Siashichin can be satisfied with this. But he has to say it first. Vera is still in class. She likes this class very much. I think you don't want Vera to spoil her fun. Right? Duke Mustard shut up. On the way to follow Screech, he sneered and responded, if you say she likes it. She likes it? Did she say it herself? Siashichin realized the problem and asked back, if she said she likes it, you believe it. And if she said she doesn't like it, do you believe it? Duke Mustard admitted very readily, of course. I believe everything she said. Siashichin didn't know how many times he was speechless tonight. He tried to be tactful. I am a little curious. I don't know if Mr. Mustard can help me answer it. Excuse me. Have you ever liked a woman? Duke Mustard didn't understand why Siashichin asked this. But considering that he was the principal of Verla, he barely suppressed his impatience. It's a family marriage. I don't need emotional constraints. Siashichin, what about Verla? Duke Mustard took a deep breath. Sir, if you are here to sow discord, then I think you are wrong. I am not someone who is so easily provoked. Verla is my daughter. My only daughter. And the only daughter I have brought up. I have never hesitated to announce to anyone that I will respond to my daughter's requests. And I am never afraid to expose my weaknesses. After all, the grass on the grave of the person who dared to threaten him with Vera was already 3 feet high. Siashichin was speechless. He finally understood why a father, with a favorability value of 99, could make his daughter misunderstand like this. He was not tactful. He was not his student. So he could not let him get angry. Siashichin said sarcastically, yes. The Duke of Mustard did respond to my daughter's requests. But it was a pity that he didn't even know what my daughter wanted. And all he gave her was what she didn't like. Duke of Mustard, ? His first reaction was that it was impossible. He would always give his daughter whatever she liked. And she would be very happy after giving it to her. Then Siashichin spoke slowly. You don't know? When we were in class before, we asked everyone about their dreams. Vera obviously liked magic very much. But in the end, she told me that her dream was to get married. And then become a standard noblewoman to regain face for her family. Siashichin sighed. I was very surprised at the time. How could someone's dream be to regain face for the family? How can this be considered a personal dream? Mustard's eyes widened. What did she say? What marriage? Are you kidding? My daughter, Sheldon Mustard, needs a marriage? Did that bastard from the Croft family force her? Siashichin, Siashichin smiled but didn't smile. No. You probably haven't thought about why Vera cried so sadly today. Why Vera wrote a letter to me to help send it to you. And asked you to come and talk to me. After all, in your opinion, Vera can have whatever she wants. How can she be unhappy? Duke Mustard was stunned and asked subconsciously. She cried? Siashichin was speechless. How could there be such a parent who couldn't find the key point? No. Duke Mustard could still find the key point. But more important than these key points was his daughter's emotions. So Siashichin had no choice but to continue the topic after Duke Mustard begged him to tell her why Vera was crying and what her life in the academy was like. I know Vera's relatives love her very much. But love is sometimes heavy, and sometimes even a burden. I asked Vera to contact you because I wanted you to sit together and have a good exchange. You know, Many emotional breakdowns are caused by the failure to resolve misunderstandings. I think you will feel more deeply than I do after listening to Vera's academy life. Duke Muster was silent. He had been brought to the small garden by Xieshichan, which had been transformed into a pure martial arts training ground. Duke Muster and Xieshichan stood in an inconspicuous corner, watching 20 students practicing boxing and martial arts with plum blossom piles under shouts. And his eyes were always chasing Vera, his delicate daughter, who always complained that her hands hurt again today, stood in the most conspicuous position, tied up her beautiful long golden hair, with a firm look and a slight redness around her eyes. But Duke Muster could not take his eyes away for a long time. That was his daughter who was becoming more and more outstanding. The daughter's tender arms hit the hard plum blossom pile without a sound or a cry of pain. But her eyes became more and more lively. Muster realized that Vera liked her, even though she was repeatedly knocked to the ground by the teacher that Duke Muster looked down upon. She would get up again and again in a short time and continue to join the battlefield. She was not squeamish at all. Xieshichan added softly at this time. Vera said that she didn't like cooking or flower arranging at all. She could learn to improve herself, and she could do it well. But she wanted to learn magic like Chris. And she also hoped that she could be trained hard by her father like Bori, and learn the sword skills she dreamed of. But she also knew that she had 2 older brothers. If she showed her talent, others would think she had ideas about the position of heir. So she never expressed her hopes. She made you very unpalatable meals, and put very ugly flowers in your place. She hoped to hear a sentence, "It doesn't look good. It doesn't taste good. Don't do it." But she never waited. She became the most spoiled noble lady in the empire in your dream. But buried her own dream. Mr. Muster, when I heard her say that, I felt that you were not such a person. Because you care about Vera. So you can't speculate about her like that. But she doesn't understand. She is just a child. A child who needs you to tell her everything carefully. Xieshichan asked, "Do you want to have a good chat with her?" "I will. But not now." Duke Muster was silent for a long time, looking at his daughter's increasingly outstanding back. He smiled helplessly. "She must be very tired tonight. I should wait until she rests, and then have a good chat with her." "That's the truth," Xieshichan hummed. And the two fell silent again. Xieshichan knew that a man who was obsessed with his daughter would feel uncomfortable watching his daughter suffer. Even if he didn't dare to stop his daughter, it didn't stop him from harassing others. So, in order to avoid harassment, Xieshichan changed the subject when Duke Muster was about to blurt out. "Speaking of which, my owl should have met you not long ago." "Right. How did you get here?" Duke Muster said casually. "Magic teleportation scroll." Xieshichan, Scritch is at least a week's journey from the capital. In order to save time, the parents used some teleportation arrays when they came. It cost a lot to come here. Magic scrolls are even more expensive. A magic scroll of intermediate magic costs more than 1,000 gold coins. And there is still no market for it. Teleportation scrolls are closely related to space magic. And they are long-distance teleportation. If you calculate it carefully, Muster's trip will cost more than 100,000 gold coins. Poor Screech sighed in a naive way. Muster seemed to be enlightened. He asked pointedly, "Screech's teachers have all left recently. You still need to get so many teaching equipment. The funds should not be sufficient." "Right?" Xieshichan knew what he meant. "Mr. Muster wants to help Screech? It's not free. I think Principal Screech doesn't want to take it for free." Duke Muster paid very readily. "My conditions are not high. It's mainly for us." "Vera." Xieshichan was very tempted. "But, Mr. Muster, I think you should know that we cannot let outsiders interfere in the teaching of Screechy. I can't change Vera's teaching plan just because you gave us money. This will harm Vera." "I know. I don't think so." Duke Muster looked like you were slandering me. "I never do anything that Vera doesn't like. I want to say that I hope you can improve the facilities of the college, especially the places where Vera will appear. I don't want the child to suffer in an unnecessary place." Xieshichan, "Oh. His academy is so poor that little Vera is so embarrassed." Muster looked at the field with disdain. "At least the clothes should be unified? My Vera likes bright colors, which can make her feel good. Also, it should be more professional. Vera is practicing martial arts in this outfit, which is unfair to her." Duke Muster finally found an opportunity to vent all the anxiety he had when he came, by commenting on the poor teaching environment of Screech. Of course, it's not that he didn't want to tell Screech that his daughter had suffered, and that the teacher was too fierce. Muster understood that it all depended on Vera. If Vera said he was unwilling in the private chat later, he would spend money to let Screech change teachers. The most abundant thing in their Muster family was money. The wealthy sponsors always had some harmless privileges. Shichen smiled slightly and forgave the sponsors' rudeness. After all, their college did need money, and they couldn't rely on their principal for everything. Right? These days, there are not many parents who can donate gold coins, but do not ask to be shareholders of the academy. Shichen asked sincerely, "Do you want to be given the title of honorary combat instructor and teach the children yourself?" Muster was very tempted. "Is it okay if I don't keep an eye on them from time to time? I really feel uneasy." Shichen smiled. "Yes. Of course. It turns out that parents can get the benefits in this way." They chatted very happily until the little ones finished their physical training and were ready to go to bed. Duke Muster watched Vera return to the dormitory safely, and shamelessly followed Shichen back to Shichen's lounge, calling it an inspection before investing money. Okay. Fanny had slept in the reception room next door. Shichen hesitated and still did not bring Sheldon Muster over. They barely stayed in one room. Anyway, a Scroll King was organizing teaching plans almost without sleep. And a great magician did not need sleep to practice, and did not even need to fight for a bed. But Muster did not enter the practice state so easily. The quiet environment in the room made him recall the past more and more, recalling what Screech said today, Vera's accusations and pain. He felt that he needed to refute Screech. As the teacher closest to Vera, it was easy to affect Vera's emotions and thoughts. He didn't want Screech to misunderstand. "I know her flower arrangement is not good looking. And I know that her soup is very unpalatable," said the Duke of Muster, laughing nostalgically. "But she looked at me very nervously at that time. Her beautiful violet eyes were full of stars. And I was thinking at that time, if I said a negative word, I made an unqualified expression, how sad my little angel would be. But others don't have such good upbringing as me, let alone such superb acting skills as me. So I told Vera that in the future, the meals she cooked and the flowers she arranged must be given to me. I like them very much and hope they will always belong to me." Duke Muster was obviously a little disappointed when he said this, but I never knew that she didn't like them. She told me that she liked them very much and would always give them to me. I was really happy at that time. Shichen rubbed his eyebrows, crossed out the words that were written, and said calmly, "What about now? Have you found the problem?" Duke Muster didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit, "I didn't ask Vera if she really liked it." Shichen raised his eyebrows. He didn't like to get involved in other people's family affairs, but he felt that it was more a problem with Vera's mother than a problem that Duke Muster didn't ask. After so many years, didn't Duke Muster ask if she liked it? It's impossible. Otherwise, how could he directly say that his daughter liked bright and colorful colors and see the joy in his daughter's eyes? However, liking and liking are still different, especially in uncertain situations. The little girl's tentative answer of liking needs to be guessed. At this time, the only person who could mislead Duke Muster and Vera at the same time was Vera's mother, who was related to both of them. Shichen was just about to talk about this issue. From Vera's point of view, how they solved it was their own business. But unexpectedly, Duke Muster spoke first. "In addition, I need to correct one thing you said," Duke Muster said calmly. "When Vera left me at the age of 3, I swore to your majesty that the title of my Muster family would be inherited by my youngest daughter in the future. If I unfortunately pass away and Verla's brother is disobedient, your majesty will help support Verla for my years of loyalty. If Verla unfortunately leaves, your majesty can take my title. But all my assets must be given to my child and taken to the crystal coffin. Even if she leaves with the god of death, she must be the most envied person in the empire. Therefore, there is no such thing as coveting the title. If Vera wants it, she can get it at any time." Muster doesn't understand why Vera has such an idea. He has told Vera many times that everything he has belongs to Vera. Shichen was shocked. He was silent for a long time. He didn't know what kind of mood Duke Muster said this. But there is no doubt that he really loves his daughter. "I heard that you are very strict with Vera's 2 brothers. You train them as heirs?" Duke of Muster sneered. "Who said that? Those 2 are so playful. Of course, I have to be strict with them. They can't even keep up with half of my intelligence and strength. How can they protect my daughter?" Shichen, Yes. That's the angle he didn't consider. Maybe he couldn't sleep because he was worried. Although Xieshichin felt that Duke of Mustard just caught someone to show off his daughter. Anyway, Duke of Mustard's mouth hardly stopped all night. From time to time, he talked about how excellent his daughter was, scolded Chris for not knowing what was good for him, reflected on how much he had lost to his daughter over the years, and thought about how to take time to accompany his daughter for a long time. I have to say that a favorability value of 99 is really lethal. App snorted. I said that our main god realm must produce high-quality products. How could there be any mistakes? Yes. 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 There is no mistake. Such a daughter control is really rare. Xieshichin even drove people out as soon as the sun rose. The students will finish their morning exercises at 9 o'clock, including breakfast. So hurry up and go over. If you finish early, Vera might go to receive the commission task. Duke Mustard hesitated. Then should I wait for her to finish the task? Xieshichin smiled with a fake smile. Sir, I think you need to understand that our Screech's schedule is very tight, and we don't have that much time for you to reminisce. If you don't want to, you can just go back. Screech. Mustard stood up angrily, and kept telling himself that this was the principle of Vera, and he couldn't offend him for the time being. After taking a deep breath, he left the browsing room angrily. Xieshichin rarely complained. Oh my god. He talks a lot. App followed up. Yes. I have never seen such a nagging parent. Anyway, I think after the father and daughter communicate, his achievement task should be completed. Xieshichin started to browse the teaching aid mall to see what he could borrow. App was speechless. Xieshichin asked, Xiao Xiao. I have achieved my second month goal. Do you want to send a teacher? App was furious. Xieshichin. Don't push your luck. Do you know how expensive a teacher is? You don't know. I sent you 2 teachers at once. What else do you want? Xieshichin regretted, but the recruitment of teachers in the magic world requires careful selection. And I don't want to be perfunctory. He shrugged helplessly. I can't let my students listen to my cultural classes all the time. Right? They are not tired of me. But I am tired of them. And Xiao Xiao. Even if I change the world, I have to cherish my voice. The app thought about it, and it seemed so. But it really couldn't continue to give teachers here. It said, it is estimated that the goal will not be achieved in the second month. But don't you plan to take the children to the field training in 3 months? You can set a higher goal. And I will apply to the main god world for record-breaking rewards. Record-breaking rewards? This is related to the teaching plan level mentioned by the school app before. Why can you get 1,000 principal points regardless of the level of the plan? Isn't it unfair to high-level teaching plans? Although the school said at the time that the higher the level, the more detailed the daily tasks. So the principal points will naturally be much more. But in fact, there are many hidden benefits. For example, in the S-level teaching plan, at the end of 1 year, the goal of 20 students has reached the junior magician score. This result is considered a record-breaking, and the principal will be rewarded for breaking the record. Since Xieshichin's teaching plan has been improved to the SS level, the student's potential value is higher, and the student's future development is stronger. So the rewards they can get are more. For example, the teacher reward that can be given in the first month. The system has also black-boxed it once. For example, if the student makes great progress in the first practice, such as breaking the record, he can get rewards. These rewards are all designated by the main god world, and are the rewards that best meet the current needs of the principal. Since Xieshichin has a good relationship with Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao can communicate with Xieshichin directly, based on Xieshichin's ideas, and directly specify the reward when reporting. As long as it is within the scope, it can be directly approved. It can be said that these invisible rewards have also solved a lot of troubles for Xieshichin. At least the principal value does not need to be spent too much. It only needs to be used to apply for teaching aids and pay teacher salaries. Oh, yes, pay salaries. Xieshichin even forgot to ask, how much are these teacher salaries? App chuckled, they are all basic teachers. And each teacher only gets 1,000 principal value per month. Isn't that cheap? Xieshichin, He asked, very puzzled. Do you know how much my daily principal value is? App was also puzzled. I'm the one who sends the principal value. Of course I know. Less than 200. Oh, so you know. Xieshichin stretched out his tone. I thought you had Alzheimer's disease and needed to come back. Otherwise, how could you say that it was only 1,000 principal value? App, be reasonable. Please. Daily tasks are worth over 6,000 yuan a month. Student achievement tasks occasionally reward 1,000 yuan. Reputation tasks occasionally reward 1,000 yuan. And even hiring teachers, updating teaching aids, and building campuses will occasionally reward principal value. After all these calculations, Xie Shichen's principal value is still a little less than 10,000 yuan a month. And when there are more teachers, there will be teacher subsidies. And when there are more students, there will be subsidies for poor students and excellent students. When the development plan is completely determined, there will be textbook subsidies. How can it be poor? Xiao is a system. If it doesn't know how to calculate this account, how can it allow Xie Shichen to buy on credit with it? App was so frustrated that it wanted to have a verbal battle with Xie Shichen. Even if it couldn't win the argument with Xie Shichen, it had to make its position clear. It was the greed of the surname Xie. But Xie Shichen directly calculated the account for it. Okay. You are right. I earn a lot. So I also spend a lot. App said earnestly, I told you not to spend money so recklessly. The principal's money should be used wisely. Xie Shichen snorted and laughed. Let me ask you. Should I spend money to improve my teaching facilities? Do I need to replace the magic tables and chairs? Magic sanitary ware? To go a step further, for the safety of students, does the school's magic circle need to be repaired? Do I need to expand the teaching facilities involved in my teaching plan, such as the meditation building and the mission building and the student cafeteria? The more App listened, the more headache he had. Then you don't have money. Xie Shichen immediately changed his face. You also know that I don't have money. So why do you say that 1,000 principals are worth a small amount of money? App, strong, unreasonable. App never expected that not only could he not win the argument, but he was also dragged into a ditch by Xie Shichen. It subconsciously asked, then, what do you say we should do? What should we do? Xie Shichen said casually. Then you can apply for more tasks from the main god realm. I don't mind working harder, but you have to give me more opportunities. Right? Right? The students are still young. I will never save money. The implication is that he wants to open source. The app thinks so. After all, there are too few channels to earn principal points. Seeing that the host has nowhere to use it, it seems that there are too few tasks. It went to apply happily. After fooling the school, Xie Shichen was in a very good mood. However, overnight, he had a school uniform production provider, an investor for the campus renovation, and a future combat mentor. Now he knows the hidden rewards, and has the opportunity to earn more principal points. It seemed like everything good was waving to Xie Shichen. He couldn't help but sigh. Good luck is really coming. And the suffering last night was not in vain. But Xie Shichen was still a nobody. And any good news couldn't last long. Fanny contacted him again. Xie Shichen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably when he saw the cooing pigeon. Hey. Hey. Are you there? Screech? Screech wanted to say no. Xie Shichen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to make himself look more reliable. Yes. Did the Amos family hold a banquet? It's okay. Fanny. We have a second plan. As long as the follow-up is well controlled. That's not the case. Don't be nervous. Screech. Fanny's tone was a little strange. Their family just held a family banquet and spread the excellence of their son in a small range. It's okay. Xie Shichen breathed a sigh of relief. Before he finished breathing a sigh of relief, Fanny said faintly, but Xie Shichen's heart was lifted again. And he asked with a bad thought, but what? The impact is still expanding? Well, that's not the way to say it. Fanny hesitated. But His Majesty Leonard still held a banquet and sent a copy of the magic journal to Aurora and everyone in the Amos family. From the head of the family to the slaves. Xie Shichen, Fanny emphasized. Mrs. Amos was very angry and came to me to say that her family couldn't tolerate this and asked us to be mentally prepared. Even the president of the Magic Association attended Leonard's banquet. It was very lively, and it would be difficult to end this time. Xie Shichen pondered and said, It doesn't matter. Leonard is also the protagonist of this incident. He has an outspoken personality, and I expected such behavior. As for the Amos family, I will write them an apology letter and make compensation later. It's not a big deal. Just a small accident. But Fanny didn't finish her words. There is another big accident. This time Fanny didn't breathe heavily. Her voice was weak. This is magical. But I swear I didn't lie. Screech. On the day when His Majesty Leonard hosted a banquet for everyone, His Majesty Aurora was invited. Fanny smiled bitterly. She had a fight with His Majesty Leonard at the banquet. Shichen? ? Fought? Fought? He was so shocked that his gentle expression collapsed. Shouldn't it be? Hasn't Aurora always been too lazy to care about Leonard? Besides, she has published 2 magical journals. I don't know. But Screech. Fanny's face was full of lingering fear. Her Majesty Aurora just came to me, and came to you with a manuscript written about her. I don't know what she wants to do. I can only say, may the best of luck to Screech. If you are still alive, please write to me. This is Fanny, who will always be moved by you. After saying this, Fanny, the future teacher of Screech, who has not yet taken up her post, learned Screech's teaching style without a teacher, and hung up the conversation. God of Light, please bless Screech's life. If Her Majesty Aurora is really angry, you can break his legs directly. But please keep that handsome face. She doesn't want her colleague to be too ugly. It really affects her mood. Chapter 40. As the old saying goes, when the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Another old saying goes, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself. At this moment when Shichen was more anxious, he was more and more desperate. Anyway, the thing had already happened, and the person who was supposed to come hadn't come yet. So what was there to be anxious about? He decided to do it once and for all, and directly put down the things in his hands, changed into pajamas leisurely, and planned to have a good sleep. What? This is the first time to implement the contribution point system, and the students still need to be supervised? I'm tired, but Xiao Xiao is here, so I don't care. Shichen put on his eye mask, and took good care of his brain to avoid being confused and suffering. Unlike Shichen, who was carefree and easy about leaving everything behind, Fanny was really busy. She also had to print more newspapers. The first batch of newspapers had been bought by Leonard a long time ago, and he gave them a preferential price. They didn't make much money at all. She also had to deal with the subsequent manuscripts. The excerpted manuscripts were taken away by Aurora, so she had to make new ones again. This time, she couldn't leave handwriting behind, which would easily reveal the secret. She also wants to. Busy to the point of dizziness. What a coincidence. Leonard came again. Fanny is really having a headache, Your Majesty. We haven't decided on the manuscript for the next issue yet. If you have already written a review, please submit it directly to our editorial office. Oh what? You said you are afraid? What a joke. Aurora has already gone to find Screech, and we don't know if their next issue can be published as scheduled. What is there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is that Aurora and Leonard will fight again. Fanny also began to follow the footsteps of their principal. Leonard's face changed, and he suppressed his anger. I heard that Aurora came. Fanny said respectfully, yes, Your Majesty. After Your Majesty Aurora got the remaining manuscripts, she went to find Screech at the Screech School of Magic. You know, these manuscripts were written by Screech's students. It's better to die than to die. Screech, forgive me. This is the last time I betray you. Leonard didn't leave as soon as he said he would. He frowned and found Wudyan. You mean, there are still manuscripts left? Fanny, friend, you are so good at grasping the key points. It really makes her feel very difficult. What else can she do? Fanny said tactfully, Your Majesty. There are 20 students in Screech School of Magic. Leonard carefully calculated that his manuscript and Aurora's should be divided equally. Okay. Leonard was reluctantly satisfied. Where is Screech School of Magic? Let alone the old school Screech. Even other magic schools. Leonard didn't know. He didn't have such a thing as a popular magic school back then. Fanny sent the person away like a plague god. When the editorial office was empty again, Fanny let out a long sigh and collapsed on the sofa, her face full of fatigue. I really don't know whether to say it's good or bad. Fanny thought of the plan that Screech gave him and sighed. Damn it. Isn't it just a few students' manuscripts? Why are these 2 legendary wizards so fussy? Yes, it's just a few students' manuscripts. Most of these students can't even be rated as magic apprentices. At best, they got a lot of news and information, which can make them look more professional. Shichen also didn't understand why these 2 legendary wizards were so fussy. In their expectation, the 2 would indeed write reviews for them because of their quarrel. But after writing a few articles at most, they would stop sending manuscripts and reviews because the outside world no longer paid attention to them. Shichen also took the second step and lured them to help write reviews. The reason was also ready. His students needed to be treated equally. Who knew? This was just the beginning. And the first step hadn't even been taken half a step. Oh my God. Aurora came directly to find the culprit of the idea. Leonard went straight to Aurora. Outrageous. If Xieshichan wasn't a gossiper, he would have asked, do these two have a deep hatred for each other? Is it necessary to chase each other like this? But Xieshichan's current fighting power is indeed not high enough to question directly. He can only get up after a good sleep and continue to work hard to solve the problem. Aurora was reading in the library and waited for him for 3 hours. Speaking of Aurora's waiting, there is something to say. The cause was that the rebellious son Borui and his friends accepted a task to deliver monster meat to the town. It was a very simple task, and the conditions had been negotiated by Xieshichan before. They only needed to deliver monster meat and alchemy potions once a week. They even had only 3 people, because most of the work was physical labor. And the team formed by Borui and his team were all boys. A eloquent Borui, a 1.8-meter tall Asudo, and a Nathaniel who often did physical work. The porter team was formed. The team first went to the monster park to steal the monsters. This week, they had to deliver 4 adult monsters and 17 baby monsters. The adult monsters could be freshly slaughtered, and they could put them in rings. But the baby monsters had to be alive. So Bori and his team had to be flexible and steal the baby monsters from the mother monsters. Then, they carried the baby monsters to the foot of the mountain step by step with a shoulder pole provided by the principal. Their school was built on the mountain. Or in other words, the whole mountain belonged to the Screech School of Magic. There was only one ladder from the foot of the mountain to the top, and no car could be driven. To be honest, if it weren't for the high contribution value, they really wouldn't be willing to accept it. Bori sighed. I said, when does Screech not torture us? It's all his little tricks. He rubbed his shoulders, which were sore from being squeezed by this little thing. Bori, who ran back and forth 3 times, muttered, I'm really curious. Where does Screech get so many new and strange things to play tricks on people? Then you can remember it. Nathaniel wiped the sweat from his head. Screech will definitely have a lot of students in the future. You are a senior. You are several steps ahead of them. And you can tell them how to overcome it when the time comes. Nathaniel was actually just trying to comfort Bori, who knew Bori would slap his thigh and say, You're right, Nathaniel. You're really smart. Nathaniel looked at Asudo blankly. What did I say? Asudo, who had a good memory, was silent. Do you remember? Scricky once made a joke in class. Nathaniel had worked hard to remember the knowledge points. Not to mention that it was a joke that Xieshichan made to liven up the classroom atmosphere. He asked. Asudo sighed. Screech said that he once heard a saying that because he had been caught in the rain, he wanted to hold an umbrella for those who came after him. Nathaniel had a vague impression. I seem to remember that I was quite happy at the time because I met a responsible teacher. Asudo looked constipated. Then, Screech said again. But he did not agree with this saying, since he had been caught in the rain and knew that he could grow up after being caught in the rain. Why should he hold an umbrella for those who came after him? Of course, it has to be torn off. This is called sharing happiness and hardships. Only such friendship can last forever. Nathaniel. Yes. Is that how you understand it? Bori understood it this way anyway, and he felt that Screech was right. Why should we hold an umbrella for the next generation? We should act together, get beaten together, and build a small alliance against Teacher Screech together. Bori began to take notes with a grunt. Nathaniel was scared. After all, this kid Bori was really good when he was nice, and really involved when he was involved. He hurriedly pulled Bori's sleeve. It's time to go. Otherwise we'd be late. Okay. Last sentence. Bori quickly wrote a string of words that no one could recognize in his dog-like handwriting, put away his notebook, and drove to a town not far away. Xieshichan was not an irresponsible teacher. He made a trading manual for the students and even negotiated the transaction price and process in advance. The students just had to follow the manual to trade. Everything went very smoothly. And thanks to Tabori, the son of a noble family, they were not embarrassed. Nor did they spend a lot of time. They were directly invited in to complete the transaction. During the transaction, the contact person asked casually, Who are you to that adult? Children? Of course. Nathaniel became alert, pulled Bori, who had not yet reacted, and forced himself to calm down. Thank you, brother. You treat us as well as your own children. The person in charge saw the child's nervousness, smiled, and did not continue to ask. Bori realized belatedly that the other party was trying to trick him. Until he came out of the trading floor. He asked, "He doesn't know Screech's identity?" "It should be," Asato observed carefully. "He seems to want to find out the identity of the teacher. But what can he gain from such a large trading field?" Nathaniel hit the nail on the head. Alchemical potion. The two turned to look at Nathaniel. Nathaniel was not talking nonsense. The environment he grew up in was too complicated. Nathaniel's keen sense of smell in this area seemed to have been deeply trained. A potion that can shorten the growth cycle of monsters. Make monsters go into heat every time. And reduce the loss of monsters? I think there must be a market for it. This means that they can keep the monsters in captivity. Even if the effect of raising them is not as good as wild ones. They don't need to take risks all the time. The Bori family is a mercenary group. And he knows what this means. Once the demand for wild monsters decreases, the interests of the mercenaries will be damaged. And then Screech will also be in danger. Bori touched his chin. "No. It's so dangerous. And Screech still asked us to come? This is..." The three half-grown children didn't understand. So they simply didn't think about it. Anyway, Screech must have his own reasons. Seeing that it was still early, they simply went to the newspaper office in the town to find out the news. "I heard that Ophelia and Chris both received a reply from Aurora. And I really want to read it." Boroy even generously decided to buy 20 copies to share the joy with all the classmates in the class. What? No more. Boroy was shocked as he searched through the pile of newspapers in front of the newspaper office. Stern Magic Journal is so famous. How come you only have so few? Isn't there still some? But why is it before this? Boroy pulled out several old newspapers, frowned and said, "I want the latest issues. The ones about Leonard and Aurella's battle for the tower." The three of them had just finished trading. And they were all dirty. The newspaper owner didn't see anything wrong and said unhappily, "No more. Those issues have been sold out long ago. I don't want to take more. There were only a few hundred copies distributed. And they were snatched up as soon as I received them." Boroy muttered absent-mindedly. "Shouldn't Editor-in-Chief Fanny seize the opportunity to print a few more copies?" The boss looked at Bori in surprise. He didn't expect that the kid knew their editor-in-chief was called Fanny. He also became patient and told the kid, "Our editor-in-chief Fanny is of course farsighted. The first issue of the Battle for the Tower was printed with 10,000 copies. But most of them were bought by the king. Small places like us can only wait." Bori twitched his mouth. "What about the second issue?" "The second issue shouldn't be included." "Right." He remembered that the second issue should be Chris's. At present, only Ophelia and Chris have sent the newspaper. The boss rolled his eyes. "The second issue? We didn't even get the second issue." It is said that the second issue of Magic Journal was written by the heir of the Duke of Croft's family. And the Duke bought all of them. Bori, is his uncle so powerful? Asato listened to the popularity of this and sighed. Stern Magic Journal is really amazing. I don't know if their newspapers will be sold when they are issued. The requirements are not high. Just don't let Editor-in-Chief Fanny lose money. Asato knew that civilians like them would not have anyone to help buy sales. Bori did not give up and continued to ask. "The third issue should be out this week." "Right. What about the third issue?" The boss waved his hand. "Don't think about it. The third issue of our journal is to praise His Majesty Leonard. And it was ordered back by His Majesty a long time ago. I haven't even seen it yet." Bori and the other two, No. What is this person meddling in? Seeing that the little guys were not giving up. And not knowing where they got the news from. The boss hesitated and took out a stack of newspapers from the newspaper office. There are no more school newspapers. But there are quite a few entertainment student newspapers. Do you want to order them? Order? Boroy said firmly. And finally took 20 copies of the entertainment student newspaper back. On the way back, Boroy was still driving the car. He was the only one who had driven a car here. The two people in the car read the newspapers, and read them out loud to give Asato a taste. Oh my god! The heir of Croft and his mother have been misunderstood for 10 years. The reason behind the indifference is... Nathaniel took a deep breath after reading this. The heir of Croft. Is it Chris? Yes. Chris' full name is Chris Croft. I didn't expect Chris to be under such great pressure before. Nathaniel nodded. It turns out that Chris worked so hard because of this. I always thought that nobles were very relaxed and had no pressure. Asato nodded. Chris has high standards for himself. And I Admire him too. Bori scratched his head and said, "What? Read it to me." "Oh. Oh. Oh." Asado lowered his head and was about to read the news to Bori. But he read it wrong. His eyes widened instantly. And he almost broke his voice even though he was calm. Orella Leonard is fighting again. And the reason is actually an ordinary student of Screech. What? Nathaniel also came over. It's related to our college? Let me see. Let me see. I have to say, Editor-in-Chief Fanny is really good at seizing the opportunity. Nathaniel sighed. It happened less than 2 days ago. And it's already in the newspaper. Bori gritted his teeth. What is it? Can you be nicer to your classmates who drive the car? Nathaniel came to his senses and hurriedly read the newspaper to Bori. Bori was satisfied and rushed back to Screech at full speed. Then at the foot of Screech, he met a strange woman. Several little guys were laughing and joking. And then, they stopped instantly when they saw the woman in the blue magic robe. It's dangerous. Beauroy subconsciously took a step forward and blocked the 2 little friends, who had not yet entered the martial arts. Who is trespassing in our Screech? Beauroy sunk his breath into his dantian and asked nervously in a serious tone. To Orella, it didn't sound serious at all. She only heard a little guy who was old enough to be her great-grandson, shaking his legs and stuttering, asking her what she was doing here. Screech's little fellow is not that good either. Aurora looked up, took off her hood calmly, and said lightly, Aurora, come to see your principal. Screech. Aurora looked back at him calmly, and said lightly, lead the way. Bori, shock. But, damn, I was fooled. Little Bori was planning to fight back again. This is at the foot of Screech's mountain. There is a magic circle. How could there be a safety problem? No matter if she is Aurora or Leleo. She can't steal Bori's coolness. He opened his mouth, and his rusty brain suddenly flashed with inspiration. And he reacted to something. Fuck. You are the legendary wizard whose record is so rich that Chris almost vomited? The little guy quickly covered his mouth, his face full of tears. Ah, Chris. Forgive me. I really didn't mean to embarrass you in front of your idol. Oh, Layla, For a moment, I didn't know whether to be happy or angry. So, you didn't even verify the identity or ask me. And brought the person up? Sieshichan had just woken up. His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of magnetism. Is this the reason you woke me up? Beauroy wanted to cry, but had no tears. Brother Xie. I was wrong. But oh. Her Majesty Orella said that if you don't see her again, she will go directly to find her classmates. What for? Sieshichan came back to his senses. Puzzled. Beauroy didn't know. He was just unlucky to meet Orella. And then unlucky to expose Chris's little secret. And finally unlucky to meet Screech's rare sleep. He was really just too unlucky. Little Beauroy didn't know when Chris would beat him up. Sieshichan knew that Aurora was probably here with bad intentions. So he sighed softly. Okay. Go and pour tea for His Majesty the Mage. Send some snacks. And treat him well. And tell him that I'd be right over. Beauroy hurried away. Sieshichan chose a relatively formal outfit, matched it with his principal's robe, and after a simple grooming, he left the browsing room. Aurora was sitting in the library reading a book, and Screech's background allowed Aurora to find some books of interest here. But that didn't mean she could wait for Screech forever. Beauroy was busy like a little eunuch, refilling the tea, making sure the snacks were full, and even controlling the angle of the sunlight, trying to make Orella forget his previous outrageous words. He was very flexible. When Sieshichan arrived, Beauroy breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said goodbye to Sieshichan. Sieshichan smiled apologetically at Orella. I dealt with the teaching problem too late yesterday. And it's rare that I got up late today. Thank you for waiting. This was the first visitor who came to see him in broad daylight. And Sieshichan was a little surprised. Orella sipped her tea elegantly. It's not polite to make a lady wait. Sieshichan smiled slightly. Not giving in at all. It's not something a lady should do to threaten a teacher with students. Orella's face darkened, and the teacup knocked directly on the table. When did I threaten students? You people in the Screech family are so unreasonable? Sieshichan looked at the table. Madam, this table was left by Screech's ancestors. It's an ancestral property. Please cherish it. Aurora, you? She became famous too early. And her magic talent is not low. Even now, she still looks like she is at most 30 years old. And there is no trace of time. Even her temper has not changed much. She was so angry with Xie Shichen that she almost stood up without caring about her image and wanted to fight with Xie Shichen to determine the right to speak. No. No. Screech is a muggle. A muggle who can't do magic. Aurora never does such unfair things. Aurora gritted her teeth. I came here. Of course. I have something serious to talk to you. Xie Shichen nodded. You said? I hope our conversation won't end unpleasantly. This also emphasized that he would not back down easily. But Aurora was not afraid. She dared to come to Screech School of Magic alone, which meant that she had made full preparations. And Xie Shichen was not too worried about this scene. The school was old and dilapidated, and the security facilities were pretty good. At worst, there was still Duke Sheldon muster. Xie Shichen's calculations were crackling. Now Aurora really looked at Xie Shichen like this, and remembered the hateful owl that must have an echo. And then couldn't help getting angry. Calm down. Calm down. Oh Layla. You are here to do business. You don't need to have too much contact with this bastard. Oh Layla took a few deep breaths and barely maintained her legendary wizard's face. This is the manuscript of your college students. Right? Xie Shichen looked at the several test papers pushed by Olayla and asked tentatively, What do you mean? Olayla pulled her hair. What about the remaining students? I want to see them, she said calmly. I think they are still young and don't understand the battle to seize the tower thoroughly. I need some time to tell them what happened at that time, so that they won't go the wrong way. Xie Shichen opened his mouth. His mind was very complicated. So what you mean is that you want to meet the students who wrote about Leonard, hoping to give them a history lesson about the battle for the tower? Aurora knew that her request was a bit difficult. She added, Not only the battle for the tower. I also have a lot of magic experience. Oh, don't get me wrong. She just wants to tell the students some knowledge and experience. She doesn't want to be a teacher. Just think of it as repaying the favor that Screech had sent her for sending her those precious magic materials. Xie Shichen's mood became even more complicated. How to say it? This is a kind of an indescribable sense of absurdity. As if he had won the jackpot. He thought Aurora came to settle accounts with him. After all, they had openly calculated against two legendary wizards. Who knew that Aurora came? But she came to correct the students' misconceptions. He thought that if he wanted to get a legendary wizard with a reputation and strength as a teacher, he would need to plan slowly. Who would have thought that he would take the initiative to attend the class for a battle to seize the tower? Even if it was temporary, it was still progress. Fanny didn't even attend the class, but just sat in on a few classes, and decided to become a combat instructor. Not to mention coming to the class? Did Xie Shichen have any reason to refuse? No, he said honestly, Your Majesty. I appreciate your good intentions for your students. But Hey, are you willing to spend some time to listen to my troubles? Aurora was unwilling. But Aurora had to be willing. She pinched her nose and responded, Okay. You go ahead. I hope this Screeky can be tactful, and not drag her to talk for a long time. Xie Shichen pretended to be sad. I think you have also heard that almost all of my students are untalented. Olayla nodded. Such a child can still write such an excellent manuscript. Even if these materials are not provided by them. It is still very admirable. Not to mention anything else. It is not easy to collect these useful materials and summarize them. Xie Shichen continued, I have only taught them for more than a month. And they are already quite good at it. I dare not imagine how profound their understanding of magic will be after receiving your guidance. Olayla continued to nod. Although they could not learn magic, it was good for them to gain something in this area. Xie Shichen changed the subject. It is precisely this point that they have not learned magic. And your insights and guidance must be very profound and meaningful. For them, it is undoubtedly a waste of time and effort. Olayla didn't understand what Xie Shichen wanted to say. Was he trying to reject her in a roundabout way? That wouldn't work. She had to teach these kids a lesson. How could the battle for the tower be about Leonard? That bastard? She couldn't help but ask. What do you want? Xie Shichen looked innocent. Your Majesty. You misunderstood me. I just wanted to say that your precious advice would not work as well as it should. And I heard that you are also very knowledgeable about mental power. Coincidentally, my students started to study the battle for the tower because of mental power. It was because of your strong mental power that Leonard missed the chance to win. You are so outstanding that you must have a deep understanding of this aspect. If you can give my students some guidance in this regard, I believe they will get much more than listening to those profound magic insights now. Aurora understood. But her research on mental power is indeed not much. Of course. She did not deny that her research in this area is indeed far beyond most magicians. But if she were to give a lecture, she would still feel that she was not well prepared. Aurora hesitated. Seeing that Aurora didn't speak, Xieshichen's eyes dimmed. I forced it. I understand that such exclusive insights are not suitable. Let's put it this way. You can teach anything. But I hope you can be gentler when students can't keep up. He showed a helpless smile. My good children. Because of their muddle identity, they are always so inferior. This. Aurora's heart was soft. And she felt that it was not good to hear this. Her magic perception is indeed not something that ordinary people can listen to. Even a magic saint may not be able to keep up with her thinking. Now it is indeed a bit unrealistic to talk about magic to a group of students who have not yet embarked on the path of magic. If these little guys are disappointed in themselves because of her, then, Aurora gritted her teeth, it's just mental power. Not a unique perception. I just feel that my perception is not deep enough. And I am afraid that I can't teach the students well. Xieshichen smiled wider. That's great. Your Majesty. I believe you can definitely answer the students' questions. They have only studied for more than a month. How much knowledge can they understand? But as long as they understand a little bit, I think they will have infinite hope in their hearts. Alela looked uncomfortable, but still held her temper. Then you go and talk to the students. I will tell them about history first, and then tell them about the development of spiritual power. Of course, I will arrange it right away. Xieshichen stood up excitedly, but thought of something and sat down again with annoyance. By the way, Your Majesty, I was too excited and forgot to ask. When are you free? We can fully cooperate with you in the teaching arrangement of Screech. Alela felt even more guilty. It was just her momentary impulse that caused Screech to mobilize so many people. However, she was a legendary wizard, so it was natural for them to be excited. Alela hesitated for a while. Next week. The battle for the tower has been a while for me, and I need to recall it well. By the way, read more books related to mental power, so as not to disappoint Screech's kindness. Xieshichen agreed immediately, and he even took advantage of the situation. By the way, Your Majesty, the theme of our next issue of Stern Magic Journal has not been decided yet. It is expected that 2 or 3 student submissions will be placed on one page of the journal. Do you have any manuscripts that you like? He said modestly. I can discuss it with Editor-in-Chief Fanny as a thank you for your willingness to teach the college students. Aurela picked 3 articles without hesitation. These 3 articles will do. My comments can be published at any time. Yes. She almost forgot. She came here for the manuscript. Why did half of the students in this college write about Leonard? She had to hurry up and let those students write another manuscript about Aurela and publish it. Xieshichen held back his laughter, but he looked very embarrassed. Your Majesty, I may only be able to get permission for 2 articles. Just as Alela was about to get upset, Xieshichen stepped forward and whispered, His Holiness the Mage Leonard has been chatting with Editor-in-Chief Fanny recently. Fanny told me that she has decided to continue to choose Leonard as the main character in the next issue. Xieshichen was a little embarrassed. I didn't think it through. What do you think about the next week? This time, I will definitely pester Fanny early. Fanny is easy to talk to. Once she agrees, she won't change her mind. No way. Why can Leonard, a loser, be allowed to do it for 2 consecutive weeks? Aurela rejected this choice instantly. However, when Leonard is the main subject, even if she publishes 2 articles, it will be useless. After all, it means that Leonard has suppressed her. Oh, how proud is that idiot? No, she must be the main subject. Aurela made this request, and even said without thinking, Why are you afraid of Leonard? I will take care of it if there is any problem. I must be the main subject next week. Xieshichen was embarrassed, but Fanny has already agreed. Aurora sneered. So what? Xieshichen said to himself. It seems that Master Leonard has also said it. Aurora, Well, her threats have been completely blocked. Right? It's because she is easily soft-hearted. Right? But Aurora really couldn't say it, so she had to put pressure on Leonard. Who made Leonard say it? When Leonard is not the main person, that petty man will probably make trouble for the Steen family every day. Aurora can only manage for a while, but not for a lifetime. And she doesn't want to manage for a lifetime. But she just can't accept it. Seeing Aurora's resentful look, Xieshichen whispered then, Why don't you choose one too? Who said that a newspaper can't have 2 main bodies? Can't we vote for the article we like more? That makes sense. Aurora's eyes lit up, and she agreed to Xieshichen's proposal. Considering that she had to teach students next week, Aurora also stayed at Screech this week. Aurora is not a student parent like Sheldon, who can be treated casually. She still needs to be taken seriously. Xieshichen specially chose a water meditation room with a sea theme in the meditation building. Used the principal's points to buy some daily necessities, and simply decorated it into a room. And took Aurora to live there. Oh! Yes. He also helped Aurora move a lot of books to relieve her boredom. After Xieshichen had taken care of everything, he finally had time to chat with Fanny. Principal Xieshichen, Aurora is done. And we will directly battle in the next issue. There are 2 themes. One for Aurora, and the other for Leonard. Let's make a more vivid gimmick, and let everyone vote for whose article is the best. Principal Xieshichen, by the way, we can accept excellent selection articles and publish them in the next issue. Don't worry. Our newspaper will continue to grow. Principal Xieshichen, I will handle the selection of articles for Aurora. You should pay more attention to Leonard and try to choose a common student. They need to build momentum. Fanny replied almost immediately. With Fanny, got it. Don't worry. Principal, I will definitely handle this little thing. With Fanny, it's just, maybe. There is a little, small difficulty. Xieshichen was used to it. So he let Fanny speak directly. Fanny seemed embarrassed. And it took her a long time to tremble and deliver a paragraph of words. With Fanny, that, Leonard asked me where Aurora went. And I said I went to find you. Xieshichen had a bad feeling. And typed, so? With Fanny, maybe you will meet another mage soon? Principal Xieshichen, With Fanny, haha. Screech, you? What? Can you also help Leonard with the manuscript selection? Xieshichen, But Aurora hasn't left yet. Chapter 41. I remember that there is a teaching aid in our teaching aid mall. Called the Black Room? Xieshichen suddenly spoke, startling the app that was on standby. The app scanned the mall and quickly answered, yes. This teaching aid is used to supervise disobedient students. In the Black Room. Only when a certain goal is achieved can they officially leave. When entering the Black Room, everyone will subconsciously ignore the existence of this person. This teaching aid is mainly used for students to concentrate on learning. In the Lord God realm, many children of destiny always have many friends. When they learn skills, there are always various reasons that they have to complete, which makes them put aside the skills temporarily. So the Lord God produced such a teaching tool. The Lord God firmly believes that no one in this world must exist. But it is just because he remembered the other person, and the other person happened to be able to solve the problem. In this case, as long as the outside world can't remember this person during this period, then there will be no reason to have to. Xieshichen scoffed at this theory. Just like his current situation. If he disappeared and Leonard ignored him, would Screech's difficulties be solved? How is it possible? But now, Xieshichen is extremely grateful to the Lord God for this brain hole. Thank God. I finally found something useful. Xieshichen breathed a sigh of relief. App is curious. What does the host plan to do with this teaching aid? This teaching aid is quite expensive, and it costs 20 points of principal value for each use. This is the discounted price. In the main world, the Sons of Luck almost don't need to eat. Without these needs, one use can last for a long time. So it is very expensive. But in a small world, the natives with physiological need use this teaching aid for a very limited time. So the price is naturally not that expensive. Xieshichen first exchanged several small black rooms, and said calmly, let Aurella and my dear classmates go in for a while. App, ? Xieshichen did not explain too much. When the small black room came into play, they would naturally know. Anyway, it was impossible to overturn the car, and there could be no sure field. They, Skricky, had managed to maintain the shaky building with great difficulty. And they could not let it be blown up just because of 2 magicians who disliked each other. Even if Xieshichen could recover the losses by then, could he still let the students study under the tent? What a joke. Xieshichen set the time for the small black room, and then issued a directional task, asking the teaching stick to find someone directly. After finishing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fanny had better pray that I'm in a good mood after finishing all this, Xieshichen said in the most gentle voice and the most ruthless words. Otherwise, she will have to carry on with the teaching activities next month because of my bad mood. You really hold a grudge. This grudge was not avenged on the spot, but was directly delayed to next month. Ophelia was outside the library when she received the message from the teaching stick. The teaching stick almost didn't need to find someone, and saw her as soon as he went out. At that time, Ophelia was planning to go to the alchemy laboratory to show her learning results to teacher Eugene. Find new guests to have professional discussions, including but not limited to magic, psychodynamics. Ophelia read out this request in confusion. Strange. Why did you suddenly give me this task? Is Screech going to recruit teachers again? It's not that Ophelia is too sensitive. This kind of finding new guests to ask for advice is almost like writing a few words on your forehead. Show your intelligence and keep the teacher. It was not surprising that she had this idea. But what surprised her was that this task required her to spend almost half of the next week discussing professional content with customers, to be on call at the request of the teaching stick, and even to skip classes when necessary. This was not in line with Screech's style. Could it be that he had to have this teacher? Ophelia was thinking about who could make Screech care so much, while paying attention to the people who completed the task with her. Unexpectedly, there are only two people doing this task. One is her, and the other is Chris. Oh yes, there is also a backup candidate, Vera. But Vera is not mandatory. What happened? Ophelia was puzzled. She held the teaching stick and prepared to follow the teaching stick to find Chris, and discuss the reason with Chris. Although that guy usually looks lazy, he sometimes has some indescribable accurate intuition about Screech's twists and turns. It was this time when Ophelia went to recruit people and arrived at the winding place. Chris was squatting behind a big tree in the grove, with a serious expression, as if thinking about something very serious. Shoo! Chris turned back suddenly, and covered Ophelia's mouth with a serious expression. Shut up. Ophelia blinked her eyes to indicate that she understood, and Chris slowly put down his palm. Ophelia curiously poked her head and asked Chris in a whisper, "What's wrong?" Chris looked into the distance and responded in a whisper, "Villa's father is communicating with her." Ophelia? ? She was puzzled. Then what are you doing here? Eavesdropping? You are not that kind of person. Are you? It was as if she had stepped into another world. She had always thought that the upright Chris would actually do such a thing. Ophelia said tactfully, "I thought you didn't like Vera." Chris was at a loss. What? I didn't dislike her. Ophelia choked up. And she said patiently, I thought you didn't have any love for Vera. So what? Chris didn't understand. He didn't have any romantic feelings for Vera. But Vera didn't show that she liked him that much. Did she? Could it be that Ophelia was feeling sorry for Vera? Chris had a complicated expression. My relationship with her is not what you think. Ophelia. Huh? Ophelia was surprised. Aren't you planning a family marriage? Everyone around me said so. I didn't expect that you actually liked each other. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Chris. Ophelia felt guilty. I was too sure before. Since you like each other, I should keep my distance from you. I hope Vera didn't misunderstand. I will find time to explain to her. I should have thought of it earlier. There were rumors of marriage when you were very young. Obviously, your parents didn't seem to be very willing. Ophelia convinced herself. But she felt a little strange. How old are the children? They start to like each other? But this is not very important. For families like Ophelia's, family marriages are very common. If you meet a couple who are already engaged or are going through the marriage process, in theory, you should try to avoid too much contact. Their marriage at this stage is not stable. And whether there is love or not, you should avoid suspicion. After marriage, if you need to cooperate, you can reduce suspicion. But you won't be too close. Ophelia knew that the two families were discussing marriage. But when she got along with the two, she didn't see any love. Instead, she felt that the two were reluctant. So she estimated that this marriage might not be successful. So she didn't pay too much attention to propriety when getting along. Now that I think about it, she is really terrible. Chris was shocked. Wait, what do you mean by liking each other? He even forgot that he was still peeping, lowered his voice, and was a little annoyed. We are just preparing for marriage. Preparing for marriage. Not necessarily marriage. I just admire and love Vera. And she is the same. Ophelia. When did you like to hear these untrue gossips so much? Ophelia. Then you said it's not what we imagined? Chris choked up. Who knows what they imagined? Forget it. Since you are just preparing for a marriage, It is still very rude for you to eavesdrop on Vera and her father here, Ophelia said seriously. This is not good. Chris choked up again. No. It's not what you think. He tried to express his thoughts incoherently. But because it involved Vera's privacy, he could only shut up dryly. In the end, he said dejectedly, just think of me as being worried. But I have to emphasize that we can't hear their conversation from this position. Ophelia knew. But she thought this behavior was not feasible. It's okay to eavesdrop on bad guys. But this is a friend. How can you eavesdrop on your friend's words casually? Before Ophelia could argue, a cold male voice suddenly came over. You can't hear it. But you can see it. The man glanced at the stinky child with displeasure, and said in a bad tone, if Vera didn't say he didn't care. Croft family, you must be beaten by me today. Vera was speechless. Dad. He is my good friend. We have been friends since childhood. I know. He is your good friend. Sheldon Muster raised his hands, helpless and sad. How can I stop you from making friends? As long as they are your friends, Dad will have the greatest enthusiasm for them. Vera's cheeks were slightly red, but she nodded happily. Dad? I like Screech very much. I don't want to go back. She still spoke in a low voice. Although her father came over in a hurry and explained to her all the concerns she told Screech, and also explained other misunderstandings that she did not tell Screech. Vera cried loudly, but not out of sadness, but a deeper bitterness. Only when she talked to her father one by one did she deeply feel the love that her father had for her for so many years, which was hard to ignore, which made Vera feel even more guilty. She felt guilty for failing this kindness, and sad that she misunderstood this love. She couldn't imagine how uncomfortable her father felt when he heard that all her love was distorted into coercion. But she couldn't blame her mother for causing everything to happen, because she could also feel her mother's extreme anxiety and love for her. In the end, Vera could only blame herself. If she hadn't been so sensitive, if she had dared to lose her temper with her father, if she had dared to take the initiative to say no to her father, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a long misunderstanding. Child, why do you think so? The Duke of Muster felt very distressed and puzzled by Vera's guilt. Why would I be sad because of your misunderstanding? Vera blinked. Tears couldn't help falling. It's very sad to be misunderstood. Duke Muster rubbed Vera's head with amusement. Good boy. You have to remember that my title of Sheldon Muster was not passed down from my ancestors, but earned by myself. I have experienced enough betrayals and witnessed the ugliness and beauty of everyone. I never care about any misunderstandings or what others think. The only thing I need to worry about is you. It is obviously because of my carelessness that you misunderstood me. Why should I be sad because of this misunderstanding? Duke of Muster sighed softly. I can only think sadly that if I could be less self-righteous and more careful and attentive, my daughter would not be sad because of the misunderstanding of her parents. She will be very happy and proud of her surname Muster all her life, instead of feeling great pressure because of this surname. Villa choked and shook her head. She felt that it was wrong to think like this, but she didn't know what was wrong. Duke of Muster didn't say anything. He knew that this venting was necessary. After Vera had vented, the Duke of Muster whispered, you don't have to mind it. And you don't have to admit your mistakes. Misunderstandings are two-way. And when one party has more say, that is the root of the error. I am wrong. I educated you in the best way I think. But I lack meticulousness. So you feel insecure. Child, if I make you trust me enough and feel at ease, you will not tell me that you don't like it. And you will not misunderstand me and the responsibility on your shoulders. Right? Vera nodded subconsciously. She opened her mouth to refute, wanting to say that it was not the case. She did not think her father was wrong. Duke Muster continued, your mother was also wrong. She and I were married. Her family failed. So she had no confidence and was always cautious with me. She had heard a lot of rumors about me. So she knew that when she was useless to me, she would only be abandoned by me. Vera, father did not want to lie to you. The truth may be cruel to you. But yes, I have always thought so. Because she and I were originally exchanging interests. Duke Muster spoke of his wife, not hiding his indifference and carelessness towards her. He knew that his attitude towards his wife had caused his daughter to feel wronged by her. But he had to explain what he should explain. They were not married for love. And Sheldon Muster was not a very emotional person. His daughter had to face his indifference, so as not to cause him more pain. Vera looked up blankly. looking at his father's calm expression, and nervously pulled his father's sleeve. But she said that you like your ex-wife very much. Duke of Muster, His voice was difficult. If you want, I can tell you about my history of success later. Child, your father is so cold and despicable. I don't want you to hear about my bad past. Villa shook her head, but I want to hear it. Duke of Muster agreed. Of course. But he had to change the child's heart not first. He continued to analyze his wife, in your mother's eyes. Her two stepchildren, that is, your brothers, are valued by me. She has seen my blind love for you and my strictness towards your brother. So she presumptuously speculated that as long as you don't fight or compete, you can always give my love. Just like her. But she can't understand why you are different. If she is careful enough, she can actually see it. But she just doesn't dare to think about it. But it's not your fault. You are just a child. Right? You have no way to resist your parents, who treat you well with their own ideas. The Duke of Muster saw it very clearly. Since being awakened by Screech, he recalled the source of everything, and guessed the cause of everything. If we use the words of the East, the Duke of Muster should be explained as a hero. He is cruel enough, desperate enough, ruthless enough, and ambitious enough. At a young age, he earned the title of Duke and became an important official in the Ace Empire. He also made friends with countless magic saints and legendary magicians, and had close contacts with multiple races, accumulating countless wealth. It can be said that the Ace Empire could not do without him. And he was respected wherever he went after leaving the Ace Empire. He devoted his whole life to his career and achieved supreme success. His first wife was just an ordinary civilian, because he was also a poor boy at the time. He was developing his career, and did not need other nobles to drag him down or command him. He didn't need to rely on his wife's background. But he needed a family to prove that he had a weak spot, so that others could use him as a knife without worrying about it. After his wife died, he had achieved some success and integrated into the circle of nobles. So he chose his second wife, who had a noble title but failed, just because she was beautiful enough and weak enough. A vase that would not hinder his development and could be taken out. He was always so cruel. But at that time, he did not expect that the child born by this vase wife would bring him such a big change. He personally took care of the little guy, and the violet eyes seemed to be able to speak. No matter how tired he was, he would always feel it was worth it when he saw the innocent smile of the other party. He wanted to make more friends and protect his daughter. He wanted to train his two sons well and hold up a huge umbrella for his daughter. But he forgot about the cowardly wife, who was also the closest relative of his daughter and the one who was most likely to influence her. All this was his mistake, and also his wife's mistake. But it had absolutely nothing to do with his daughter. So, don't blame yourself. Okay. Duke Muster gave in again. If you are sad because of your father will be even sadder. Vera nodded slowly. She never thought that everything was so natural and so unexpected. But she did not break her filter for her father because of this incident. She was the beneficiary, and she had no right to complain about her father's cruelty. But she might not change her attitude so quickly. She would learn not to take everything on herself anymore, and not let her father guess her emotions again. This takes time. Just like now, when she and her father put forward their real needs, she still felt a little uncomfortable. But the Duke of Muster was very surprised. Any daughter's slave would not miss the moment when his daughter made a request, as if he was suddenly useful. The Duke of Muster took credit without hesitation. I know. Dear Vera, I have invested a large amount of money in your principal, in your name. From this moment on, you are the largest investor in Screech. Duke of Muster beamed with joy when he said this. If Screech offends you in the future, you can proudly tell him that you defended Screech and asked him to be polite. Villa. No. There is no need to do that. Duke of Muster continued, when I return, I will ask His Majesty to pass the title of Duke directly to you. From now on, you will be the real Duke of Muster. If Screech disrespects you, it will be a provocation to the Empire. Speaking of this, Duke of Muster sneered. I wonder how that old fox dares to treat you badly. Vera, Dad! She really doesn't need this privilege. Chris suddenly said, indeed. Screech will look very happy at that time. He also understands facial expressions. At this time, just make Vera happy. Otherwise, this Duke, who was rated as stingy by his mother, would probably really give him a hard blow. The Duke of Muster was very satisfied. And Vera was indeed a little moved. But he still managed to maintain his sanity, let's not do this. Screech is the principal. And I will just be his investor. When Vera thought of the future scene where Screech would come to her and ask for money for the academy facilities, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Duke Muster breathed a sigh of relief. Finally smiled. Sweet Vera was better. Duke Muster accepted all of Vera's requests. He even told Vera that he was going to be a combat instructor and said jokingly, "I'm very strict." Vera looked up with sparkling eyes and showed great admiration for her father. Really? Really? Are you really willing to teach me? Duke Muster nodded heavily, and instantly felt that he had committed a heinous crime before. If he had been more careful, he would have looked at little Vera's admiring eyes for more than 10 years. Hateful Sheldon Muster. Ophelia and Chris did not disturb Vera and her father from continuing to communicate their feelings. The father and daughter must have more to say, and it was time for them to leave. Chris was just worried that Vera would quarrel with her father, so he secretly watched the situation here. Seeing that Vera's father really loved Vera as his mother said, he was relieved and left with Ophelia. "I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, Chris." Ophelia sincerely apologized and gossiped. "But, did you really never like Vera?" "Sorry, Chris. I'm really not curious. Just a little bit curious. A little bit." Chris had a headache, of course not Ophelia. Vera is the youngest in our class. She is only 13 years old. I watched her grow up since she was a child. I even hugged her when she was a child. How could I like her? I'm just worried. She always has a lot on her mind. She used to tell me about it. But since her family announced that they wanted to form an alliance with ours, she hasn't told me anything. I have to pay more attention to her. Right? Chris swears to the god of light that he really only cares about Vera. Ophelia was stunned. Did her family talk about the marriage first? I thought. Chris was silent for a while, looked back at Vera's cheerful look, and shook his head. It may be a misunderstanding, but now the misunderstanding has been resolved, and we can all pursue our dreams. Ophelia nodded and avoided the question. Yes. We will all have an infinitely bright future. She was considerate and did not continue to ask. But Chris fell into deep thought. No one could explain what happened at that time. But Chris remembered deeply that Vera was more than 7 years old at that time, and he secretly taught Vera to learn magic for more than a year. Vera was very smart and could always memorize spells quickly. Chris was planning to persuade Vera to go to the Magic Academy with him. Although she was still very young, the nobles had some privileges. As long as they stay in the Magic Academy for 10 years, Vera will definitely achieve some success and will no longer be bound by the family. However, Chris waited for a long time that day, but Vera did not come. Until it got dark and his family's guards came to find him to go back. Vera suddenly rushed out like a kitten, with tears on her face, asking him if he liked her and if they could marry her. Chris was confused at the time. How could they marry? Vera sobbed and cried very sadly. Mom is going to find a marriage partner for me. I don't want to marry others. They will only pull my hair and lift my skirt. Brother, can you help me? Vera's eyes were red, and she whispered, I saw it. Mom has a portrait of you, and she said your family is interested. Because of me, I am only best with you, and I don't want to marry anyone else. Chris is an only child. His mother has always been strong and said she only wants one. His father also respects his mother, so Chris could only envy other people's sisters since he was a child. He finally got his sister. Now his sister is crying to him very sadly. So of course, agree. This is his sister. His only sister. Chris went home happily and told his family about his intention. Of course, because Chris's mother really didn't like delicate little girls, and the little ones were too young at the time. How could they understand love? As soon as I heard it, I knew there was a plot. In addition, the Duke of Muster was a very difficult man who was obsessed with women. When Chris went back and insisted on getting married, he was beaten up by his mother. The result was successful. Mrs. Croft always found it difficult to refuse her children's requests. However, when they met again, Vera spoke to him in a strange way, which made Chris feel distressed and aggrieved. Now, it's all getting better, Chris thought, and still complained quietly, no matter what. I still have to say that I don't like Mrs. Muster. He prefers someone like his mother. Of course, he can understand that when the weak can't protect the people they want to protect, they will always let the other party learn to be tolerant. So Chris wants to be a strong man. He wants to be the strong man who can protect the people he wants to protect even when facing a stronger person. Ophelia blinked. There are too few people in this world who are not Mrs. Muster. Aren't they? Even Ophelia couldn't guarantee that her parents wouldn't become Mrs. Muster. She could understand. But, Ophelia smiled and said, but I won't be. I want to be someone like Screech in the future. Smooth enough. But will never give up her own interests. She is protective enough, and can also hold up an umbrella when she is weak. Oh my God. In the past, Ophelia didn't dare to think that she could say such strong words. Chris was silent for a moment and changed the subject. By the way, let's go meet the guest requested by the teaching stick first. It's better than being caught off guard later. God. Please don't let Ophelia become the next Screech. This is too painful. Chris suddenly felt that this strongman was not so difficult. If every strongman represented a Screech, he would definitely be the one who killed a strongman with one sword. Well, it's a bit early to brag. It is not necessary to be a strongman. Chris stood outside the meditation room with a pale face. Like a puppet. Oh! Who is this? Take a look. Why does he look so familiar? Uh-huh. Screech must be joking with him. Right. Just because he complained about Screech when he was writing Aurora's homework before. Screech came to scare him. Are you Chris? A familiar look appeared on Aurora's serious face. Chris smiled stiffly. Yes. Your Majesty. My name is Chris Croft. And I am a magic student at Screech. Olayla scanned Chris from head to toe. And then scanned him from toe to head again. With a stiff tone and a hint of doubt. Didn't your classmates say that you wanted to vomit when you saw me? If you can't hold it, you can go and vomit first. Olayla suggested very kindly. Of course. Chris is not stupid, and knows very well whether this kindness is sincere. I kill Bori. Chris gritted his teeth. His smile became even more rigid. That classmate must have misunderstood. You know, my classmates come from all over the world. And there are always those who are not very smart and speak like crazy. I have always regarded you as an idol. You may not remember that my mother once sent a letter to your magic tower for exchange. Because I have always admired you since I was a child, and have read all the stories about you that I can know. Aurora listened to Chris's flattery, and was barely satisfied. If there wasn't a little kid next to her, she might have asked Christ to say more before leaving. Aurora looked at the other kid. Are you Ficker's heir? She was a little hesitant and uncertain. After all, it had been too long since she and Ficker met. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty. Ophelia bowed. Smiling gently. Ophelia Ficker. I give you my most sincere compliments. You are really the easiest magician I have ever met. As soft as a hot spring. Aurora's face lightened up a little. Screech asked you to come. Come in. She made way for the door, and said in a light tone, by the way, the boy's smile is still too hard. You should learn more from the girl. Otherwise, I would think you were holding back vomiting. Chris froze. Thank you, Your Majesty. I really don't smile very often. Ah! He killed Bori. Oh! You asked him what to do if he killed the wrong person? There is no possibility of this. Except for Bori. The big fool and big mouth. There is absolutely no other classmate who would say this to him. Chris was so angry. The two little guys were very smart, and confirmed the guests in advance. Shichen naturally set up a small black room with few targets, and a time limit to test the effect. The effect was very good. After setting it up, even he, the client, felt that he should not call Chris, Ophelia, or Aurora unless necessary. They were very busy, and it was difficult to disturb them. Hey, the kids are really useful. Oh! You asked why Shichen didn't tell them in advance that the guest was Aurora to give them some psychological preparation? How could that be? If they really said it, the performance of the little guys would not be real. In order to hold Aurora back, Shichen thought of every aspect, and would not allow any mistakes. This led to the fact that after the small black room was over, the two students walked out of the meditation room, as if they had been sucked of their young energy. Ophelia was fine. But her face was a little pale. It still takes courage to chat with a legendary wizard. Chris was different. In a simple 1-hour chat, Aurora cued him 47 times. Every time. I have to add. You don't feel like vomiting. Do you? The bad thing about Screech's meditation room is that there is not even a toilet. If you don't want to vomit, and don't need to go to the toilet, there is really no need to ask. Chris obviously didn't vomit or have diarrhea. But when he walked out of Aurora's place, he felt like he had collapsed and almost sat on the ground. Just as he walked to the door, Chris whispered to Ophelia, "Help me up." Ophelia held back her laughter and stepped forward. Master Aurora is indeed a very interesting person. And he fits Screech's teaching style very well. To be precise, it fits Screech's aesthetic when choosing a teacher. Chris' eyes were blank. Huh? Are we going to find a new teacher in our academy again? Ophelia shook her head. I don't know. I just feel a little like... Forget it. Chris smiled weakly, gritting his teeth. I really don't want to be weak in the next 5 years. Ophelia. This is a big blow to my reputation. You get used to it. Ophelia blinked. Very unsympathetic. Excuse me. Chris, if His Majesty really becomes our mentor, he can teach you water magic one-on-one. And you will have to take fewer detours. Chris choked. It's okay. I'm still young. It's normal to take detours. Ophelia, pfft. Cough cough. This is still Bori's fault. It should be Bori. He seems to be the only one in the class who is brave enough to say bad things about you. Chris didn't say anything. Obviously this well-known character made him very angry. Even more than Screech, who framed him. Ophelia said seriously, when we go back, I will help you trick Bori here and let you beat him up. Thinking that Chris is a magician and his physique may not be as strong as Bori. She added, I let Freya help you. You know, she is my closest guard. She will definitely be able to suppress Bori. Anyway, you must come to see the scene. Right? Chris now understands Ophelia's occasional bad taste. He gave up and said, laugh if you want to laugh. Ophelia was silent for a second. 2 seconds. Pretending to be innocent. I didn't want to laugh. I just, okay. I'm sorry, Chris. This time I really apologize sincerely. I really couldn't help it. Ha. Sorry. I have tried very hard to hold it back. Chris's face was sluggish. Oh. Then you should just give me the cold shoulder for now. Okay. I don't really want to hear laughter. Ophelia tried to hold back her laughter, but I still need to help you. Chris. I'm sorry. Ha. Okay. She really couldn't hold back this time. And it's really not her fault. Chris was very depressed. And the laughter show finally ended with the arrival of Screech. C.S. Sheechan was still joking with the students with interest at the time, although you are all 15 years old. We Screech can't fall in love too early. Then, seeing Chris' dead fish eyes and Ophelia's innocent eyes full of water, he couldn't help but laugh softly. Chris almost swung his sleeves and left. He didn't do it, mainly because he had no sleeves and his legs were weak. He was politely invited to the office by C.S. Sheechan, and his tone was rarely hesitant. This matter is indeed a bit difficult, but the teacher still hopes to get your help. Chris was immune to all the tones of C.S. Sheechan, and he said expressionlessly, Can I refuse? C.S. Sheechan replied in 1 second, Of course not. Kid. The teacher just said it in a more tactful way. Chris and Ophelia, C.S. Sheechan coughed lightly and continued, Actually, this matter can't be blamed on me. It's mainly because of your teacher Fanny. Anyway, if something happens, it should be pushed to Fanny first. It's reasonable for him to bear more of the student's anger. Isn't it? C.S. Sheechan slowly talked about their troubles. Just like that. His Majesty Leonard will come to the college to select manuscript soon. But His Majesty Aurora is also in the college. If they meet, you may have to study in the tent. In this case, I'm not sure if I will start the wilderness survival course in advance. But the pace is a bit fast. I'm really afraid you can't handle it. You also know that? The two little guys have mastered the skills of complaining in their hearts and showing different expressions on the surface. C.S. Sheechan continued calmly, So I can only trouble you. You see, the teacher is still very generous and gave you a lot of contribution points. By then, you will be the richest students. How great. Okay. In exchange for dignity. Just ask which classmate is willing to come. Chris doesn't mind transferring this hot potato. Of course, you can tell it's impossible after thinking about it. Because Chris and Ophelia are the only two students commented by Aurella. Chris is even the one who admires her the most and asked Aurella to write more comments. They reluctantly agreed to this task under the coercion and inducement of C.S. Sheechan. Remember, in the next week, go to Aurella at a fixed time every day to ask questions. Chat. Study together. Whatever is fine. Don't let Aurella leave the cabin. Especially when the teaching stick gives you hints. Screech's survival depends on you. C.S. Sheechan patted the students, who had high hopes on him, on the shoulders, and said with emotion, When the teacher tricks Leonard, Oh no! Pass the buck to teacher Fanny. You will be relieved. 2 students, At this moment, they had a deeper understanding of Screech's teaching style. Chapter 42. After delegating the tasks, CS Shichen felt more relaxed than ever before. He finally understood why those leaders like to not care about things. This feeling of relaxation was addictive. However, Xiao Xie was not the kind of leader who did not care about things. He was a leader who would lead his subordinates to work hard together, even if these tasks were assigned. He was not very idle. CS Shichen still had a lot of things to do. For this reason, he even assigned a lot of tasks to the only 2 teachers left in the school. For example, Mo Shuzi. He needs to submit a report on the student's system and development within 1 month, as well as an assessment of the student's physical skills, and even a plan for the 4th month's field training. At least 5 plans. What a joke. There is already a physical skills teacher. Why does CS Shichen still want to take on the job? As for Eugene, since he has no arrangements to teach students now, naturally he has less tasks than Mo Shuzi. But it's not easy either. He was required to find out the foundation of 20 students within this month, submit the students' academic requirements in alchemy, pay more attention to students with talent in this area, and generate a development report. Similarly, he also had to select and evaluate the students' choices of potions and alchemical items, striving to ensure that students could get back to their busy studies as soon as possible after returning from field training. The 2 teachers who had originally tortured the students quite easily turned green. Mo Shuzi understood that CS Shichen wanted to improve the abilities of these weak little guys, and maybe even go in the direction of magic and martial arts dual cultivation. But, don't you think your arrangement is outrageous? Mo Shuzi pointed at the task requirements above, and said in a shocking tone, 1 month, 20 students. Their development plans must be figured out. And there are also physical fitness issues, suitable exercises, and whether to specialize in martial arts. CS Shichen, are you a beast? Mo Shuzi couldn't help but curse. It's been a long time since I heard this familiar quarrel. CS Shichen still missed it a little. Old Mo, it's not that I want to exploit you. I'm under a lot of pressure too. Mo Shuzi is an honest man. There is no PUA in the fantasy continent they are in, let alone selling misery. Hearing CS Shichen say that he is under a lot of pressure, he is not sure. Could it be that there are some hard indicators? CS Shichen sighed softly. Very lonely. You also know that if our college does not meet the standards in 1 year, it will be abolished. Mo Shuzi stroked his beard. That's right. But isn't your goal to be at least an intermediate mage in a year? It won't be banned. Right. CS Shichen remained calm. Not being banned is just a hard requirement, not my ultimate goal. After a year, the academy that meets the requirements will not be banned, but the academies will also be rated. The higher the level, the more support the academy will get, and the more famous it will be. We only have 20 students, and they are all elites selected by the entire academy. Our 20 students can only become intermediate mages after working hard, but they can pick any one of them and make him a senior mage. Oldemo, if you don't make up for it with some martial arts, the little guys will go there with heroic spirits and come back with weak spirits. Don't you feel sad? Mo Shuzi was silent. That must be heartbreaking. He loves his own students. He has spent so much energy on them. He naturally treats these children as his own disciples. How can he not feel heartbroken? CS Shichen sighed. I don't want to compress it so tightly. Academics can't be mastered overnight. What's more, you were recruited as a basic teacher, and you can't help me beyond the basic teacher. I understand. I am also trying my best to make up for it. You see, I haven't slept for many days. I am really too worried about the children. I have no choice but to find more work for you. Mo Shuzi, That's what I said. But why do I always feel weird? Mo Shuzi looked at CS Shichen hesitantly, feeling that he was fooled. You are right. They can't improve their martial arts in a short time. It doesn't matter if I work a little harder. But I am afraid that they will focus on magic and abandon my martial arts in the future. Mo Shuzi frowned. I am very strict and will never give them this opportunity. CS Shichen patted Mo Shuzi on the shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. Old Mo, they won't have this opportunity with me here. My students, even the dumbest one, must practice both magic and martial arts. Oh, what does this have to do with me? Eugene? Eugene said coldly, looking at CS Shichen's unfriendly expression. Principal, there is a saying in Teacher Mo's hometown that you can't chew too much. They are only in the first grade. Are you sure you want to give them so many courses? Eugene folded his arms and sneered. I don't care. But they don't have the energy. Right? Shichen said calmly. I can do it. Why can't they? Eugene was stunned. What can you do? Before Shichen answered, Shuzi touched his nose and said, Teacher Eugene, you probably didn't pay attention? Our principal is not from this world either. As teachers recruited from the Zhutian small world by the eye and the principal system, they were able to know some of the principal's information during the recruitment. This also makes them feel like they are on the same boat with the principal. Shuzi is honest, but afraid of being cheated. Although the system offers good benefits, he still reads it carefully. He knew that the principal who recruited him was a teacher from a small modern world. At that time, he was still muttering. In such a school composed of teachers from all over the world, can students really learn knowledge? So Shuzi made up for a lot of worldview before he came. To avoid being separated from this world and appearing unqualified, Eugene probably didn't read it. The small world he was in was very similar to this world. His difficulty was not great. Although he also read a lot of information and made a lot of preparations. The similar background made him more comfortable than the other two teachers from the East. Eugene frowned. So? Shuzi coughed lightly. So? The students are now learning a series of cultural courses such as mental mechanics, magic basics, mental power practice, magic history, etc. In theory, they are all taught by teachers here. Shichen nodded. So I need to spend more effort. After all, the world I live in is a technological world. That is, humans have no magic or martial arts, and rely entirely on the development of props. Eugene, Shichen comforted him. Trust me, Mr. Eugene. If an ordinary muggle like me can do it, our students will not be inferior to him. If it doesn't work, I ask the system to buy me some brain development agents? Shichen thought. If it doesn't work, I just exchange it for a time flow black room. Eugene had nothing to say. He could only agree to this outrageous request. Oh, by the way, he also has the task of generating income for the college. If there weren't really not many students with alchemy talent, he might really go on strike. Who wants to follow Shichen? The two teachers were so angry that their faces turned cold. Even when they met the students that day, they felt that a storm was coming. The students dared to guarantee that it was definitely Skricky who was making trouble again. What was it? They really wanted a preview. Shichen, who had already done the work, was seeing the guests off. The Duke of Muster had also been here for a while. After talking with his daughter, he didn't plan to take up too much of his daughter's study time. He simply saw the problem and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he handed Shichen a contract scroll, which stated that he would sponsor the college in exchange for a college teacher quota. It was a profitable thing, and Shichen had no reason to disagree. But when the contract scroll was handed over, Shichen had a subtle feeling that money was chasing him. He signed his name on the contract and shook hands with Duke Muster. Then thank you again for your contribution to the construction of Screech. Duke Muster emphasized. Just call me Sheldon. The future Duke is my family's Vera. Okay, Mr. Sheldon, Shichen said. We will keep your name as an honorary tutor. But when you come to teach students, please contact us a week in advance. After all, the college's courses are very intensive, and we need to make some adjustments. Sheldon nodded. He never cared about such small details, as long as he could achieve his goal. But there was one thing he had to emphasize. I heard from Vera that she will publish her article in the Stern Magic Journal soon. Shichen had a bad feeling in his heart. So? Sheldon's face was indifferent, but his tone was unquestionable. She is my pride, and the little daughter I am determined to spoil when she publishes the issue. I hope Screech can notify me. I will monopolize the current issue of the journal. Shichen just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Sheldon say, hold a unique banquet and give away all the journals for free. Shichen. Your Excellency. I think. Actually. But isn't it too little to issue only 10,000 copies? Sheldon didn't want to just distribute them to those nobles who didn't know the difference. He wanted to send them to students from other magic academies. This was the honor his daughter deserved. Well, give me Fanny Stern's contact information and I'd talk to her. Sheldon saw that Shichen was a little bit reluctant, and raised his eyelids. I don't think you would refuse me casually if it can help you expand your honor. Right? Yes. It is hard for Shichen to refuse such a benefit. But, But, Siashichin said tactfully, Mr. Sheldon, I think I need to emphasize one thing to you. We at Screech really don't publish articles for students just because parents ask us to. Sheldon was a little puzzled. I know. But what does this have to do with my party? Of course. Wouldn't this make their already impeccable reputation even worse? Okay. Compared to the benefits, Siashichin thinks it is acceptable to take the blame. But, Mr. Sheldon, I understand your concern and love for your daughter. But can you reluctantly share some mercy with us at Screech? Siashichin tried his best to make himself sound very pitiful. I think you must be very clear that we have quite a few common students in Screech. And they are all Vera's classmates. If all the noble students hold a banquet, and they have nothing, the outside world will. Sheldon would not stop until he achieved his goal. I'm responsible. Siashichin choked. Okay. What else can he say? Siashichin agreed. And he suddenly remembered something and said casually, since you are also going to hold a banquet, when you meet Mr. Amos on your way back, I hope you can help me pass on a message. Since the Vera family is also going to hold a banquet, it would be a bit unfair not to hold a banquet for the Bori family alone. Anyway, in the end, Sheldon himself promised to cover the bottom line. Although Siashichin didn't trust him very much and would supervise him more, he didn't resist too much. Isn't it the nature of human beings to be fickle? What's more, in this case, Fanny will be embarrassed in the end. What does it have to do with him? Siashichin? Of course, Siashichin will not let go of the benefits he deserves. For example, the Sheldon family is about to apply for a title for their daughter. He applied for Fanny and tried to get the authorization in the next issue of the entertainment newspaper so that Fanny could send the news out as soon as possible. This must be a huge gain for their entertainment newspaper. Siashichin discussed some details with Sheldon again, and then sent Sheldon away. Another job was completed. Siashichin turned back with a smile, and met the Muster family again at the entrance of the library. It was Vera. Little Vera received her father's unconditional support, and she looked much more optimistic, less anxious and worried, and more beautiful, like a proud little peacock, with her neck raised, looking energetic at everyone. Siashichin pushed open the door of the office and jokingly saluted Vera. Dear lady, would you like to come in and chat with the principal? Vera nodded, of course. She walked proudly into Siashichin's office. Siashichin still had some hospitality. He poured a cup of tea for the little guy, served dessert, sat opposite the little guy, and asked with a smile, what topic do you want to talk about? Future? Family? Classmate relationship? Or college facilities? In fact, they all wanted to talk. But Vera, who was really embarrassed, chose a relatively easy one. School. College facilities? Vera said this, and raised his head confidently. My father said that the funds given to Screech were given in my name. Yes, theoretically speaking, you are my financial sponsor. Siashichin took off his single-sided glasses. Without the restraint of glasses, his green eyes looked deeper, like an especially old elder, with wisdom and tolerance written in his eyes. As the sponsor of Screech, you can make reliable suggestions for the construction and development of Screech, and we will consider adopting them. How to adopt them specifically is the business of the school board, and what the school board thinks is Siashichin's business. You know, there is only Siashichin on the current board of directors of Screech. Villa didn't understand the twists and turns of adults. When she heard Siashichin's teasing of the little sponsor, she felt that it was particularly appropriate. It's the sponsor, she asked eagerly. Any suggestions are okay? Of course. Siashichin smiled and pushed the dessert. As the sponsor, you are qualified to make suggestions. Villa cleared her throat. It's like this. I think our course schedule is too tight. There is not much free time every day. Don't you think this is very restrictive to the development and nature of your students? You are right. Siashichin nodded. And before Villa's expression changed, Siashichin spoke again leisurely. But our college's board of directors has the power to refuse to adopt it. I am really sorry. Vera was so frustrated. Then what suggestions could she make? Siashichin crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa, saying lazily, of course, as the only sponsor of Screech, we Screech must give you the most special treatment to thank you for your dedication to Screech. How do you think about this? Virella pricked up her ears. But she was not very embarrassed. It doesn't have to be special. I be the same as everyone else. Siashichin, the sponsor must get the best education. In the future. Let Mr. Moshuzi and Mr. Eugene take out an hour every day to tutor you. How about that? Not really. Vera is indeed ambitious and wants to pursue the pinnacle of magic. And she also has some strange desire to win. But she is not competitive. She is just a motivated student who can use her time reasonably and refuses to stay up late to compete. This special treatment has no appeal to her. No. Sieshichin opened his eyes wide in surprise. This is a unique treatment. If Chris knew, he would be envious and jealous. Maybe he would even duel with you to try to seize such a qualification. If Chris knew, he would probably just sympathize with her and gloat over her misfortune. Then pat her on the shoulder and say that he was with her. Right? Villa gritted her teeth and muttered in her heart, with a very aggrieved look on her face, I don't want this special treatment. Sieshichin shrugged. Then what do you want? How about this? Villa was numb. She felt that it was impossible for Screech to say good things. He didn't even care about his sponsor. After teasing the child enough, Sieshichin crossed his hands, put away his lazy expression, and his deep eyes were full of laughter. I will give the sponsor a simple question and answer session. Vera was stunned, and the expression of grievance on his face gradually disappeared. You know? Sieshichin thought that if he didn't know about Sheldon's attitude of chatting with him all night, it would be strange. On the surface, everything was normal, of course. I am Anshin Screech. What don't I know? Vera's entanglement gradually climbed up his face. I know it's wrong to think so. But I always worry about my mother. I know that my father is not wrong. And my mother is not wrong. They also love me very much and love me in their own way. But I am always worried about my mother. You can't accept your father's love for you with peace of mind. Because you feel that your mother is pitiful? She is in pain. But you turn a blind eye to it? Villa was silent. Yes, that's what she thought. From her father's confession, she understood that her father and mother were not united for love, and that this kind of marriage was very common among the nobles. Her mother also understood it. So her mother never asked for her father's love. But her mother wanted Vera to get her father's love. Because only her father's love could make Vera be pampered and get something that others could never get in their lifetime. This is also the confidence of Vera after getting married. Indeed, Vera also knows that perhaps her anxiety, sadness and sorrow over the years are inseparable from her mother's misleading. But when this layer of misleading, wrapped in the strong love for herself, she always starts to recall the memory of her mother crying every day. Then, with a hint of worry, Sieshichin pointed out the problem. You think your mother is pitiful and painful. So why do you think she is suffering? Vera blurted out subconsciously. She is afraid that I will be like her. Sieshichin said. Then do you think you will be like her? Villa shook her head. But she... Sieshichin sighed. Child, you also said that your parents were not together for love. And they never asked for love from each other. Their only bond is you. Right? Maybe what I'm going to say next will make you feel harsh. But the teacher thinks you have to understand. Sieshichin frowned. When your parents are limited by their useless experiences in the past and pass on these useless experiences to you in a loving way, you don't need to remember the uselessness of this experience. You just need to feel this love. In other words, you pity your mother. But as Mrs. Muster, your mother has no worries about food and clothing, has status, jewelry, respect from her stepson, and love from her daughter. How can you pity her? Her pain comes from her weakness and inability to protect you. But now you don't need this protection. She should be happy. Why is she feeling pain? Of course, Sieshichin didn't say anything more extreme. After all, they are the parents of his students. And he didn't want Vera to know this. Human nature is unpredictable. Even if Vera's mother likes Vera very much, when she stubbornly uses her past experience to restrain Vera and does not try to make her child happier, it actually becomes a burden. And no one knows whether this burden is because Vera's mother dares not to think or verify, or is unwilling to think and verify. He doesn't know, and he won't speculate. But if, after Duke Sheldon goes back and talks carefully with Vera's mother's love for Vera decreases, this possibility will increase. This is what Sieshichin doesn't want to see the most. He hopes that his students can fly freely, and he doesn't want his students to be bound by their parents and miss their dreams. If this is really the case, he will take action, even if it is not in line with what a teacher should do. But this is his first student, and he will lead the student from beginning to end. He does not allow any mistakes. Of course, these are things for the future. Now he will only let Vera let go of this knot. He told Vera that true love is to hope that you can become better and get what you want most, rather than giving you what I want to give you. That's not love. It's manipulation. Vera left the office, half understanding. Maybe she understood, or maybe she didn't. Shichen felt helpless as he watched Vera's thoughts stuck at 90% of the progress. It seems that there is no way to make money from this place in the near future. Xiao Xiao? How is your application? Shichen went to harass Xiao Xiao again to find the principal. Xiao Xiao was almost furious. Can't you care more about the students and do some achievement tasks? You must catch it and take advantage of it. Right? Shichen looked innocent. I want to. Xiao Xiao. But have you forgotten? The achievement task is not so easy to trigger. How about you give me some hints? Shichen only completed Chris's achievement task of the students' concerns. And the remaining Nathaniel and Ophelia were probably related to their magic path, and could not be completed quickly. Villa didn't even know what the 10% stuck was. Shichen wanted to find out the concerns of other little classmates. But thinking of how they were trembling when they saw him, Shichen had to give up. Perhaps, for students, hiding when they see the head teacher is a very normal thing. Right? Shichen sighed. Xiao Xiao said coldly, your students don't hide when they see you. They hide when they see the teacher. It's so funny. It's as if Eugene and Mo Shuzi didn't have this treatment. Shichen was rarely criticized. He changed the subject as if nothing had happened. Xiao Xiao. Please have pity on me. If I don't make any more money, I won't be able to pay my teachers' salaries this month. As an excellent college, their salaries must not only be paid on time, but even on the 5th day of every month. This is such an efficient and capitalized college. Loans are granted even if there is no money. But loans are also a way to fleece Xiao Xiao. Why not give her more tasks so that she will be fleeced less? Xiao Xiao was driven into autism by this genius logic. It looked at the remaining principal value of Shichen and was puzzled. What are you going to do? Isn't this principal value enough? Shichen remained calm. I recently gained a sponsor. Xiao Xiao knew. So Xiao Xiao was puzzled. Because gaining a sponsor is obviously a good thing. Why do we still need to spend on principal value? Shichen was calm and composed. The appearance has been updated. So shouldn't the interior also be changed? To be honest, I have long been fed up with this blackboard that is always losing powder. The treatment of students has been improved. So the treatment of teachers can't still be difficult. Right? Teacher. Thinking carefully. The only teacher who needs to use the blackboard now is Shichen. Xiao Xiao was puzzled. Aren't you supposed to take the lead in suffering? Shichen corrected. Suffer the suffering that should be suffered. And don't suffer the suffering that should not be suffered. Xiao Xiao, Yes. This is a very powerful explanation. But Xiao Xiao couldn't do anything. The application from the Lord God also has a cycle. If the time is not up, no matter how much you urge, there will be no result. What can you do? In the end, Shichen cheated Xiao Xiao for a sum of startup funds to renovate the classroom where the students were. It doesn't cost much to renovate a classroom. After Shichen emphasized, he turned around and took on a large amount of loans. When he praised his golden finger, the golden finger had already pretended to be dead and ignored him. Hey, when it comes to paying for students, Principal Xia never cheats. Even if it offends his golden finger, he will not look back. Screechy is always very active. At Screechy School of Magic, their school is just like a real magic school. It is not an exaggeration to say that it changes every day. There are always some inconspicuous places that are quietly transformed at night when they don't know about it, and then emerge to surprise them. For example, the physical garden of Teacher Mo Shuzi that changes frequently. The alchemy laboratory of Teacher Eugene with more and more equipment. The more and more monsters in the monster garden. And for example, damn it, there are thieves in the school, Herbert exclaimed. As a nature-loving elf, Herbert and Isabella always get up early in the morning to embrace the fresh air in the morning. Sometimes they even come to the classroom in advance to reserve seats because they are too early, and then go to physical training when the time comes. As for some people who want to ask why they don't go to the cafeteria to eat in advance, or ask why they don't go to the monster garden to earn contribution points, well, the contribution points in the monster garden are not easy to earn, and they don't have any special places that need contribution points. So it doesn't matter whether they go or not. As for eating, what a joke. Those training sessions where they had to lie on the ground every time. Was it to give them food in advance? Herbert was also competing with Isabella today to see who could get up earlier, and he was the first to step into the classroom. A small class of only 20 students didn't care much about seats, except for a few top students who always sat in the front row, and other seats were almost random. So Herbert was smug when he came to take a seat. I must choose a good seat today. Isabella likes to sit with him the most. And then give Isabella the opportunity to be closest to Screech. Oh my God. Such a good opportunity. His dear sister will definitely be grateful to him. With such a happy thought, Herbert took advantage of the lightness of the elf and was as fast as a gust of wind. Well, this is a bit exaggerated. It is just very fast. Herbert is so impatient. Until, seeing an empty classroom and a strangely shaped green blackboard, Herbert roared in shock. Isabella was lazy today. She and Ophelia made an appointment to come to the classroom to put books together, and she was too lazy to pay attention to the childish Herbert. When she heard Herbert's call, she even sneered in disdain. Listen, that fool who is as bad as Bori is showing his brain again. Ophelia smiled implicitly. Maybe there is really an emergency? Let's go up quickly. Herbert seems very anxious. Isabella shrugged. I dare say that this boring guy must be hiding behind the door, trying to scare us. I go up first. If I don't scare him back this time, I won't call Isabella. Isabella ran to the classroom door in 3 or 2 steps with a heroic and confident look, and pushed the door open with a grin. Ha ha ha, Herbert. I'm going to hit you and make your nose blue. Eh? Isabella widened her already large green eyes. Screech was robbed? Ophelia realized something was wrong and rushed over. What happened? She looked at the empty classroom and was at a loss for a moment. Is the magic circle of our school broken? It's hard to say. Isabella finished her embarrassing physical training and wolfed down the pancake. But when the class starts, Teacher Sia will know about it. Maybe we will have a self-study class today. As a slender elf, Isabella usually only needs 1 pancake. But the chefs in the academy don't know how to make it. These strange and convenient delicacies are always delicious. Anyway, she had already finished her physical training, so Isabella stuffed an extra meat pie without hesitation. Delicious. Herbert rolled his eyes. My dear sister, haven't you seen through it yet? If Screech is willing to let us study for a day, my God, then you should think about whether Screech is going to let us take an exam again. Isabella almost choked on the biscuit and coughed wildly. Herbert still had a conscience and actively handed Isabella water, complaining in a low voice, be careful. You are an elf. You will choke no matter how you eat. We elves are the most elegant creatures. No one else. Yes, their elegance is innate. From the inside out. Isabella said unhappily. Who told you to tell such a devilish story all of a sudden? Herbert touched his nose, feeling a little guilty. Well, it was indeed that he did not consider it carefully. But the same discussion was also going on among the students. This was a big deal. A big deal that would determine the content of their class today. The time for breakfast was not much, and after they finished, they would rest for at most 10 minutes before rushing to the classroom. But everyone walked a little slower today. They didn't even have desks, so it was probably difficult for the first class to start on time. Rather than handing in early and looking at Screech's half-smiley face as if he was using them as a scapegoat, it was better to walk slower. It was not embarrassing to be late as a group. Ophelia and Chris, who were held back, followed the group helplessly. Perhaps it was because they took it for granted. When they saw Screech sitting leisurely behind the suddenly appeared desk, smiling and scanning them one by one, everyone's scalp still felt numb at the same time. Beauroy was pushed out by everyone without hesitation. Little Beauroy gritted his teeth and greeted Xie Shichen. Xie. Brother Xie. You are here too. Uh-huh. Come on. You are really early. Huh? It's 9:05 now. If nothing unexpected happens, I should have been in class for 5 minutes. Maybe this is not too early? Xie Shichen asked back in a good tone. Beauroy's legs went weak, and he barely supported himself against the wall. When did you find the desk? Are we going to sit on the floor to have class today? But my books are all in the desk. Asado mustered up his courage, but his voice was a little low. He was embarrassed. Commoners like them, without space rings, could only carry books with their hands. But studying and practicing martial arts every day was too tiring. So Asado stuffed the books into the desk after finishing his studies. There were only 20 classmates. Who would steal textbooks? Slapped in the face. Now the desk is gone. Asado was dejected. and didn't know if he could borrow someone else's book to copy notes. Bo-rui heard Asato's whispered response, and said very righteously, "Yes, Brother Xie. We may not have any books. How can we have classes? But what happened to Screech recently? The desks can be stolen?" Bo-rui muttered quietly. He knew Xie Shichen could hear it. Xie Shichen smiled slightly. How could it be stolen? Screech's security facilities are still guaranteed. Besides, they are just some desks for muggles. I believe that those who have the ability to enter Screech will not steal these desks. This? The student stood at the door, not daring to move. It was Xie Shichen who spoke first, asking them to go into the classroom and find a place to stand. Xie Shichen saw that everyone was finding a place to sit in an orderly manner, and was very pleased. Your unity really exceeded my expectations. The teacher is really very happy. In order to give you a reward, the teacher will not continue to keep you in suspense. Xie Shichen explained the meaning of keeping you in suspense, and then said, before the school started, Vera complained that the facilities here were not good. I think so too. At that time, even our desks were old wooden tables for muggles. If it weren't for the limited funds, Screech would not have made do with it casually. Vera immediately retorted, I didn't say that. You must have heard it wrong. Screech. What are you going to do to your sponsor? Is this the ruthless backstab that Screech always talks about? Why her? Can't he find Bori? If Bori knew that his friend pushed it to him like this, he would be scared awake in his dreams. Xie Shichen blinked. Of course. Of course. This is just an excuse. But recently Screech received good news. A small sponsor who is studying in our college has provided us with a huge amount of funds to assist Screech in its transformation, striving to provide students with the best teaching environment. Xie Shichen smiled deepened when he said this. After careful consideration and discussion, our board of directors finally decided on the first use of the funds. Is there anything more professional than providing a set of magic desks to a group of students who have become magic apprentices? No more. Classmates, Chris said slowly, excuse me. The school board is... Me. Screech's light words, with a little upward sound at the end, are very vivid. Ophelia also asked hesitantly, the magic desk. Oh, this is a very interesting magic equipment. I think you will like it. Xie Shichen supported the desk with both hands, smiling lightly. Did you see those beautiful magic spells on the ground? All the students looked down subconsciously and saw the so-called spell. On the rows of stairs, there was a magic spell every time there was a gap. The spells were twisted like earthworms and difficult to identify, but they were not unfamiliar to them. It was the first lesson in the basics of magic they had just learned recently. Spell form and identification. These spells combined with the brown wooden floor looked like an ancient carpet, or a pattern that fit Screech. To be honest, they had just learned the basics of magic, and when they first saw these strange letters, they really didn't realize that this was a spell. Bo-rui thought to himself, are you asking us to recite a magic spell? He had heard of space storage, but it was not quite the same as this principle. Xie Shichen shook his head, yes and no. Don't be too nervous. Kids. He tapped the teaching stick very sincerely. Smiling, this is a mental power spell that the teacher found after flipping through many books. Use mental power to stimulate and recite the spell smoothly, and you can get a set of fully functional magic tables and chairs. Are you surprised? Very happy? Excited to the point of being speechless? Students, Weak. JPG. Teacher Xie was considerate. Don't be too happy. Kids. I understand. I understand. This must be the first time for most kids to be so close to magic. I understand. But everyone should also pay attention. Our magic tables and chairs have a harmless flaw. Xie Shichen gave everyone advice. It requires mental strength to maintain. Students who haven't learned well should start working hard to stimulate and expand mental strength. We, the magic apprentices of Screech, cannot sit on the ground to attend class casually. It's so rude. Xie Shichen's voice floated in the hearts and minds of all the students like a spell. They looked at the spell that was blinding them, and then looked at Xie Shichen, whose smile was gentle and unchanged. Their minds turned over and over. But in the end, they still didn't ask any more questions. The students didn't want to humiliate themselves. Would it be useful to get a perfunctory, useless answer with only a shady tone? It's not useless. Ophelia asked the question that the students were most concerned about. So today's lesson is to stimulate the desk? Xiaoxichen's eyebrows relaxed beautifully, raised his index finger, and shook it slowly in everyone's expectation. Children, today's lesson is the mysterious micro-expression learning. Have you forgotten it? Xiaoxichen was ruthless and uncompromising. Maybe there are too many things recently, so everyone is a little forgetful. But it doesn't matter. You all know it. The course of micro-expression learning is very interesting and simple. Even if it takes up a certain amount of time, I can still complete today's teaching progress. I will reserve half an hour for you to summon your desks and chairs. Of course, half an hour is the limit. If it is delayed, I will have to postpone the class. This is really a big failure in my excellent teaching career. Students, It is completely conceivable that if they fail to complete the task within the limit, they will definitely get more than just postponement. Chapter 43. Has anyone tried to cram for half an hour before the exam? The students of Screech felt that this was about the same difficulty as cramming before the exam. And it was the kind of cramming that takes you half an hour to finish a book of more than 2 million words. It was uncomfortable. Uncomfortable all over. Gritting your teeth to read the book. Feeling dizzy. And after the exam? You felt like you didn't know anything. They were the same. Obviously. These knowledge points were learned last week. And many people even took full notes. But when these symbols twisted and attached to the floor, they fell silent. The silence was deafening. Bo-Rui even took out his magnifying glass and studied them bit by bit. But he still didn't know where to start with these weird symbols. Perhaps if Bo-Rui came from modern times, he would understand that this kind of powerlessness is like looking at a fancy letter verification code. It's so funny. I have no idea what the letters are. Take a deep breath. It's okay. You can do it. After making serious mental preparations, Bo-Rui prepared to copy the homework of the top students. Let's look at Chris first. Chris frowned, flipping through the book on the basics of magic while studying these symbols. Theoretically, he should know these symbols. He is the only junior magician in the class. And he should have learned spells. But it's so strange. How come about 30% of the symbols are unheard of? Chris continued to flip through the book, and even borrowed a magnifying glass from Bori when Bori looked over. Capital is unreliable. Bo-Rui took a deep breath and comforted himself not to worry. There were 20 students in the class. Could there be only one top student? Impossible. Little Bo-Rui looked at Ophelia quietly. Wow! Ophelia has already started practicing the spell. Bo-Rui sneaked around and listened. A pro ####. Ophelia paused, looked at the strange letters, and said to herself, Strange. This can't be activated. Is it a confusing item? Ophelia turned her head and saw Bori. She was slightly surprised and borrowed a pen and paper from Bori. Her things were all placed in the desk to occupy a seat. And she didn't have a pen to use. Another unreliable one. Bori borrowed a pen and went back dejectedly. Bori scratched his head. He thought that since Screech gave them half an hour, it must not be difficult. Otherwise, wouldn't this be forcing them to be punished? It's really possible. After analyzing it carefully, Bori instantly felt desperate about his future. Xiaoxichen was holding the teaching stick and watching these little guys working hard. And he was really relieved. Compared to when they first came, they now learned to cooperate, unite, and even fool the teacher together. Oh! The latter is not worth promoting. But in fact, this magic stimulation is not difficult to say. But it is also difficult to say that it is not difficult. It requires abandoning past experience and trying new ways. Only by reversing the traditional way of using magic for students can Xiaoxichen guide them to use their mental power to stimulate magic, use magic, and store magic. Therefore, among these students, the more they have never been exposed to magic, the easier it is for them to complete the task in the first place. On the contrary, for magicians like Chris, who have already come a long way, this stage is particularly difficult. But there are also many benefits. If Chris can make it, his future achievements will definitely be more impressive than those cultivated according to traditional rules. Xiaoxichen quietly waited for the students to open up. 10 minutes passed quickly, and most of the students gained nothing, which made their already uneasy hearts gradually become a little restless. Xiaoxichen comforted him with a few words and also gave some suggestions. Don't be too anxious. Take your time. Think slowly. Think about the content of the first course we took, and then think about the basics of magic. I believe you can do it. You must know that you are Screech's students, the elite of Screech, and the brightest new stars in the entire magic world in the future. Believe in yourself, and you can think of a way. Method. Method. What is the combination of the contents of the two courses? All students subconsciously recalled. Asato even closed his eyes, and directly recalled all the content that had been taught before, as well as all the relevant words that Screech had said. The content of mental mechanics mainly told him what mental power is, how to use mental power, the role of mental power, and the origin of mental power. After that, they learned about the stimulation and expansion of mental power, the foundation of magic, magic elements, magic symbols, and the process of converting magic elements into magic. Asato was slightly suspicious. Could it be that mental power is used to communicate magic factors? But what does this have to do with their stimulating desks? Never mind. Let's try it first. Asato tried hard to summon his mental tentacles and tentatively approached the twisted symbol with them. Because the tentacles just had a small tip, Asato had to lie on the floor to stimulate. But he felt that his idea was right. When Asato's mental power came into contact with these symbols, a group of gray-white bright spots appeared in his brain for no reason. These bright spots lingered around the string of letters, not fitting in, floating above the floor. But Asato inexplicably understood that this string of letters had an indescribable attraction to these bright spots. If he could have the key to open this string of letters, it would be like opening a door, allowing these bright spots to live in and achieve his goal. Asato gritted his teeth and tentatively released more mental power along the mental tentacles. He couldn't say how he did it, just like controlling the mental tentacles to push the small cup at that time. It seemed that because of his desire, those little guys with power spontaneously followed the tentacles to cross in the direction he expected. The small tentacles flickered, and a little bit of starlight touched the string of symbols, lighting up a series of characters. These characters were particularly eye-catching on the dim floor, allowing Asato to directly understand the meaning of the symbols. The spell symbols they recited when they took the basic magic course. Asato subconsciously followed along. The rhythmic ups and downs of the tone made the students around him subconsciously look in Asato's direction. Asato was still lying on his buttocks, his forehead almost touching the floor. But his voice was so present that no one could ignore it. As the spell came to an end, Asato felt that something seemed to float past his mind, but it was hard to grasp it. However, the next moment, the entire character lit up, emitting a dazzling gray-white light. Be careful. Bori moved quickly and directly pulled Asato in front of him, looking at the light in front of him in doubt. The light on the steps flickered slightly, and soon a vague table and chair appeared in front of them. But for some reason, it only flickered for a moment, and then disappeared. Where's the table? Where's the chair? Herbert was shocked. Didn't it succeed in summoning it? He couldn't help but look at Sieshichin, praying that Sieshichin would be willing to explain the reason to them. Sieshichin smiled faintly and said nothing, but he could see that he was still very pleased. Obviously, the direction they were working towards was right. Asato took a few deep breaths, wiped his sweat, and smiled. This was the first time that this shy boy laughed so happily in front of the whole class. I know the reason. Asato licked his lips, his bright eyes full of concentration and determination to win. Because my mental power was cut off, Asato said, showing them the small tentacle on his forehead. I used my mental power to stimulate the magic spell. And then I saw a string of magic symbols we knew. And after reciting them, I successfully opened the desk. The students were surprised. It turned out to be mental power? Yes. Screech had said before that by using mental power to stimulate and recite the spell, you can get the desk. But how could they guess that this spiritual power stimulation was stimulated by the spiritual power tentacles they stimulated? Most people, including Ophelia, took it for granted that this spiritual power stimulation, like the magic diary, can be opened by just thinking about it. The diary will automatically identify whether the weak spiritual power belongs to the owner. So when they encounter a magic spell, they naturally think that it is necessary to recite the magic spell first, then stimulate the magic spell, and then use spiritual power to maintain the operation of the magic spell. I didn't expect it to be this kind of stimulation. Everyone is eager to try, and they are so excited that they can't wait to succeed in the experiment. Asato, who finished sharing his experience, was a little annoyed. But because the tentacles are too small, you have to lie down to connect. This desk can't maintain the transmission of mental power after it is summoned. Students, wait. Lie down on the ground to stimulate. Recalling the way Asato stuck his butt out, everyone's expression became uneasy. Isn't there another way? Bori asked tentatively. For example, let the tentacles emerge from the feet? It's feasible in principle. But, Ophelia quickly thought of the shortcomings. Our mental tentacles are stimulated by the brain. How can they be transmitted from the brain to the soles of the feet, and then drilled out from the soles of the feet? Bori, Chris joined the topic. It is certain that the internal transmission is the fastest. The biggest problem is whether the internal transmission of mental power will be as strenuous as the external transmission of mental power. Moreover, what kind of channel can maximize the retention of mental power is also a problem. Asado nodded and scratched his head. When I tried, I always felt that my brain couldn't bear to keep the mental power stimulated. I think this requires mental power to maintain, which may not be the kind of maintenance we imagine. Otherwise, how can you listen to the class if you spend the whole class thinking about the desk? Everyone's point is reasonable, and it's difficult to deal with. Each one is a problem that needs to be considered. But there are less than 20 minutes left before the time given by Screech. Can they really do it? The students subconsciously looked up at their principal. The principal was still sitting on the podium, occasionally glancing at the students, smiling at them, and continuing to lower his head to prepare for class. He proved with practical actions that there was no need to keep focusing on the stimulation of mental power. That there were other ways. Damn. Why can he be so leisurely? I have a way. Chloe spoke out of the blue, startling his classmates and causing Xiaxichan to look over with interest. Oh my god. The most socially anxious person in their class actually spoke. Chloe tried to avoid everyone's gaze and leaned close to the ear of the familiar Bo-Rui, whispering something cautiously, even looking straight at Xiaxichan, as if she was afraid that Xiaxichan would know. Xiaxichan raised his hand helplessly. Don't worry. Students, when you work hard, the teacher wears earplugs, so you definitely can't hear it. He took the initiative to put on the earplugs and expressed his honesty. Students, of course it's not that easy to believe, but no one had the courage to try to verify the truth, so they could only run away to discuss the policy. Bo-Rui touched his chin and felt that this proposal was very good, but there were some risks. He pulled the students in the class to the end in batches and whispered about this proposal. The students almost all had the same reaction. First, he subconsciously glanced at Xiaxichan, then hesitated with worry, and finally nodded heavily. Xiaxichan said that he would not listen. But the sixth sense was too sharp, which was a bad thing. He always felt that he noticed the students looking at him at least 5 times. What bad idea is she thinking of? Are you so afraid of him finding out? Xiaxichan was very curious and really looked forward to this unknown surprise. The students discussed very quickly, almost racing against time. When they were ready, there were still 15 minutes left. Asado took the lead in summoning his little tentacles, and stood with Ophelia and Chris, the 3 with the strongest mental power, ready to take position at any time. Bori, Chloe, and Nathaniel, who were flexible and powerful, stood in a triangle position. I don't know what they were preparing for. The remaining students stood in their assigned positions according to their distribution, waiting solemnly. Xiaxichan raised his eyebrows. Can I take off my earplugs? Bo-Rui came up with a smile. Of course. When have we ever been on guard against you? As soon as the voice fell, Chris's cold go sounded, and several boys grabbed Xiaxichan's limbs at the same time, and carried Xiaxichan out of the door. Xiaxichan was stunned. Before he took off his earplugs, he felt the students' hot body temperature and their crazy panting chests. When he came to his senses and looked up again, a group of students were like a wall, wrapping him up layer by layer. Vera stammered and begged, Teacher, you must cooperate. We are all girls. We can't force our way through. Isabella nodded heavily. Yes. Cooperate. Teacher Xia. You are the best. Vera threatened unskillfully. I am your sponsor. Just pretend. Just pretend you didn't see it. Xiaxichan, good guy. He is really a good guy. So a group of students whispered and didn't show him, just to mess with him. What the hell? Xiaxichan was so angry that he almost laughed. He took off his earplugs and raised the corners of his lips lightly. His smiling tone was full of helplessness. You want to tease the teacher so much? Xiaxichan patted Bo-Rui and scolded with a smile. Okay. Put me down first. I will cooperate with you. There are still 10 minutes left. If the task is not completed, don't blame him for taking revenge. Bo-Rui embarrassedly asked everyone to put Xiaxichan down. And the encirclement was tighter. It was still the brave Wei La who spoke. You can't watch it yet. Wait a little longer. Teacher, Shichen endured it. He wanted to see what these students were doing. What were the students doing? Less than a minute later, Asato's joyful voice came from the other side. I understand. I understand. Everyone, retreat quickly. Chris nodded. Teach in groups. One group at a time. I promise you will learn it. Wow. The students in the encirclement exclaimed. And a group of people instantly dispersed like waves, not caring at all whether Shichen had seen it or not. Shichen, yes. Very youthful. Very suitable for being educated. He barely held on to the wall to stabilize his body that was hit by the students, while tidying up the wrinkles on his clothes, and casually looked up at the students who were dispersing in groups. His mind turned, and he immediately understood what they were doing. The desk he had activated was still standing there woodenly, completely contrary to the original intention of requiring mental power to activate it all the time. In other words, the maintenance of this magic desk does not require the connection of mental power all the time. The little guys asked him to go, first to see if this speculation was correct, and second to see if they could guess from it how he stimulated and formed this result. Shichen didn't even know whether to be relieved or give him a beating. Asato explained to a group of students. His eyes lit up, and he felt this convenient method for the first time, which really made him very excited. I found that the tables and chairs of Scricky's desk were all infused with spiritual power, not replaced by magic elements. All spiritual power. I guess that Screech must not rely on mental power to attract the surrounding elemental factors, and then use spells to forcibly gather them together to finally achieve the purpose of using magic. This method consumes too much mental power, and is not suitable for practicing magic. Screech's previous words are also somewhat misleading, but the real answer is also very simple. Use mental power to stimulate, and then recite the spell. Screech said before that this is the spell that he found after reading various books, and found the most suitable spell for our mental power. In other words, these spells themselves do not need to gather magic factors. We have so many students. Some are marked as not having magic talent. Some are marked as not having affinity talent. And some even have neither. In so many situations, Screech can say that this is the most suitable for us, which means that this method only requires something we all have. Bori understood. What we all have is only mental power. Yes. So Screech actually told us the answer at the beginning. Asato said this, a little helpless. Don't worry about the surrounding magic factors for the time being. Use mental power to stimulate the tables and chairs. Fill them with mental power, and then chant the spell, and the tables and chairs can be used. In other words, Asato's approach at the beginning could not be said to be wrong, as he also injected mental power into it. But after he injected a little and successfully touched the spell, he began to chant spells. These spells were like keys, telling the magic elements wandering outside the gate that the door was about to open. The magic elements poured in frantically, but they were not even magic apprentices. So how could they support these magic elements? They couldn't do it. And with Asato's withdrawal, the mental power could not keep the door open. So the magic elements could not enter, and the magic could not be completed. So the desk could not come out. However, the method that Screech said was different. Don't worry about the magic elements. Don't chant the spell first. Fill up the mental power required for the spell. And the mental power at this time will be like water, floating into the door slowly. A door that is already filled cannot squeeze in magic factors, but a door that is already filled will pour out the stored things after opening it with a key. And the desk will come out like this. As long as the mental power in the door is not exhausted, the desk will always be there. Coincidentally, the duration of a spell is fixed, which is enough for them to finish a morning class, and then re-stimulate it when they go to class again. Asato sighed as he injected his spiritual power. Screech was really cunning. Who could have thought of that? Those who have learned magic, when they see those magic elements, they automatically know what to do next. Those who have not learned magic, when they see those magic elements, they subconsciously think of spells. If it weren't for Chloe's trick, they really couldn't find a breakthrough point. Asato, who had already sat on the chair, couldn't help but hug Chloe tightly, saying excitedly, Chloe, you are really too smart. Boroi hurried over. That's right. Good brother. You are perfect to be my brother. Do you want to accompany me on a journey of dominance? Chloe suddenly asked. Do you know why I came up with this idea? Asato and Boroi. Why? Chloe said expressionlessly. Revenge? He always asks me to go to evening self-study. But I like to be alone. These threatening words made Bo-rue's scalp numb. Bo-rue took his hand back with a smile, turned his head, and put it on Asuto's shoulder. Asuto, you are so smart. Asuto also smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. No. I just have a better memory. Bo-rue frantically tried to find a topic. Really? Let me see how good your memory is. Let's go. God of Light. Is this classmate really a human? He's really scary. Little Bo-rue patted his heart and felt that he would have to change the way he communicated with Chloe in the future. As for not harassing Chloe, that won't work. He, Bo-rue, must not miss the talent who can think of such a way to torment Screech. This is the sole figure who is like his military advisor. One after another, everyone successfully activated their own desks and breathed a sigh of relief. When the last one was activated, no matter what everyone was doing, they all looked down at the time and exclaimed, 3 minutes left. Ha! We succeeded? They looked at Sia-Shichen with the hot and innocent eyes of young people without blinking. What a pity. I didn't expect everyone to really complete the task at the last minute. Sia-Shichen looked at them and shook his head helplessly. Take a 10-minute break before class. Okay. Sia-Shichen pretended to be serious. Don't be too presumptuous. If you give the teacher a chance. Everyone. Really? So straightforward? It turns out that Sia-Shichen is not straightforward. He is blatant. This micro-expression class is really interesting, as Sia-Shichen said. This person is singular. He was so crazy that he asked the students to look at his expression and guess the emotions he wanted to express. He was obviously using himself as a model. But he didn't feel humble at all. Because Screech, besides smiling, is just smiling, a tired smile. How can you think so? Don't be too depressed. Children, I know that it takes time to learn a subject and achieve academic success. I am not in a hurry. And you don't need to be too anxious either, he said, gently tapping the blackboard with the teaching stick. So, first look at the blackboard, and the teacher will explain it to you slowly. He is very kind. After changing to a new blackboard, he can draw on the blackboard without chalk, and even just wave his hand to make the blackboard disappear. And there is no need to wipe the blackboard. This convenience made him more patient with the children. But it was useless. Help! Why was that smile just now a fake smile? And this one is real. The arc of your mouth corners is obviously the same. What? Can you see the wrinkles at the corners of the eyes if you look closely at the real smile? What a joke. Screech can't find any wrinkles when he smiles. Do you want them to use a magnifying glass to find them in the future? The overly outrageous courses made the students gradually lose control of their expressions. And Screech's sudden idea of drawing lots to answer questions made the already poor family even worse. The last breath of fairy spirit was gone. When the get out of class was over, Bo-rue asked Vera very sincerely, "Aren't you a sponsor? Why don't you be tougher?" Vera smiled. "Oh, the Amos family is also quite rich. Right? Why don't you ask your father to invest some money? And you can also try this sponsor?" What a joke. Ever since Screech said he would give her special treatment, Vera really wished she wasn't the sponsor. Too scary. Didn't she just lift him up and block him? How can you hold a grudge like this? The little ones were almost crying because of being bullied. However, Teacher Sia was very tactful. He knew what was appropriate. He taught a very interesting class and ended the class on time, barely comforting the students' hearts. They supported each other and went to the cafeteria in an exaggerated manner. Sia-Shichen looked at the energetic little ones from a distance, and finally couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. He took a video of the students' backs and sent it to the group. Principal Sia-Shichen, look. The students are really full of vigor. The vitality of youth is priceless. Alchemy Eugene, ? What class are you taking? Physical training? Physical training Maksuzi, ? Don't slander me. When I'm done with get out of class, the students run away as fast as mice seeing a cat. Principal Sia-Shichen, So, this is the cultural class I'm taking? For a while, the teaching group was as quiet as a chicken, and no teacher spoke. Eugene was reflecting on himself, whether he had planned too easily for the students. Alchemy is a very difficult course. If its horror is not as good as the cultural class, wouldn't he be very embarrassed? Imo-Shiuzi was sighing at himself. It turned out that he was too kind-hearted, so the students didn't fear him too much. If the students were brisk after the physical training class, But week after the cultural class, wouldn't it prove that he was too incompetent? If the students knew, they would probably cry to death. Shichen was free for a while after that. Although it wasn't particularly long, his life was still quite enjoyable overall. When it was time for class, he would go to class and earn some daily principal points. Occasionally, when he thought of a good idea, he would update the task panel of contribution points to ensure that the students would not lack channels to earn contribution points. When I was free, I discussed with the teachers the reform plan for the students and the plan for the 4th month's field training. In short, there was no end to the work, and Shichen felt that this kind of life was very fulfilling. Unfortunately, Leonard came in less than 2 days. His coming was within expectations, but the timing was not very coincidental. Shichen was in class when he suddenly received a notice from the school. "Leonard is here. I will help you put Aolila in a small dark room. You hurry up. Otherwise Aolila will find something unusual." Shichen's face changed, and he threw the book in his hand on the desk, and spoke very quickly. "A big guest has come, and the teacher needs to go to receive him. It's very important. This class will be temporarily changed to self-study. Bo-rui should manage the class discipline. Especially you. And don't talk nonsense." Bo-rui pointed at himself in shock. "Me? Manage class discipline?" Shichen did not answer. Time was still too tight. He had to speed up and emphasize. "Ophelia. Chris. Hurry over. I'm leaving now. Everyone study hard." As he said that, Shichen emphasized again and again, "Don't cause trouble. Understand?" "Understood." The classmates agreed in confusion, watching Shichen, Ophelia, and Chris hurriedly leave, all showing curious expressions. "Bori, do you know why they went there?" Herbert asked. Bori shook his head, his big eyes full of cunning. "But I want to know. What kind of important guest did Screech meet that made him so anxious?" "Freya, do you know what Ophelia went to do?" Isabella also asked Freya. Freya looked up, not seeming very interested. "I shouldn't know where the prince went." Her words directly blocked the students' channels for finding information. Bo-rui touched his chin, curious. "What do you think Screech meant when he told us not to cause trouble? Could it be a new sponsor?" "Impossible." Vera shook her head and replied. "When my father gave the money, Screech was not so nervous. But I felt." Vera thought about the mission she had neglected because of her father's arrival. For some reason, she always felt that their departure had something to do with this mission. That is, isn't this a mission to retain the mentor? Could it be that the big guest refers to the person who will become their teacher? The more Vera thought about it, the more she felt unconvinced. If that was the case, why was she just a backup? And Ophelia and Chris had to go? Was she not as good as the two of them? Even though she knew rationally that Screech was probably just worried that she was not interested in taking the task at that time, she would start to feel aggrieved now that she was free. Even if she hadn't gone at that time, she could still help Screech win over the mentor by herself now. "Why?" Vera thought, and stood up angrily. Bo-rui was surprised. "Virella." Vera barely covered up. I'm not feeling well. I'm leaving first." Vera hurriedly left. And by the way, sensed Chris's location. Although they had not been married before, they were very close. In order to protect her, her family also gave them a lot of small props. Among them, the magic item that knew Chris's location was a practical alchemy item. Vera followed while looking at the location. And halfway through, she found that this point disappeared. Her face became solemn. It seems that Screech attaches great importance to it? Then she... Just take a sneak peek. Don't look too much. Vera found the point where it disappeared and ran over at a faster speed. At the same time, the students in the classroom also disappeared one by one, secretly following. Some were willing and actively instigated. For example, Bo-rui and Vera could go. So why couldn't he go? Bo-rui did not hesitate to instigate his good friends to follow Vera together. The worst that could happen was that he would be punished by Screech. Is there anything more terrible than taking Screech's class? No. Some followed passively without resources. For example, Bo-rui's good friends, such as Chloe and Amelia, who followed them to avoid being punished. And Darren, who didn't know why they left but followed them. They didn't think too much about it. They just wanted to go over and take a look. At most it would be considered skipping class. One after another, all the classmates rushed to where Aurora was. At this time, Shichen didn't receive any news. He was having a friendly conversation with Leonard. Leonard didn't have any idea of etiquette. After all, in his opinion, Shichen, the down-and-out headmaster of the Magic Academy, was not worthy of him to abide by the rules. He even went to Aurora's magic tower as soon as he said he would. Therefore, when Leonard came, it happened to be the highest point of Screech, the small auditorium used for the start of school. Shichen breathed a sigh of relief when he knew it. He climbed to the auditorium, led Leonard down, and entertained Leonard with the highest hospitality. A glass of old red wine, a few plates and exquisite pastries, all of which were good things that Shichen was reluctant to take out to eat. Your Majesty, Leonard, it is an honor to meet you in Screech and appreciate your handsome and domineering face. Leonard nodded, sat on the sofa with a big horse and a golden sword, and said in a cold tone, I heard that Aurora came to Screech. Come and see. Straight to the point. They legendary wizards don't need to play useless spins. Shichen was also used to it, and looked at Leonard in shock. What? Her Majesty Aurora is also in Screech? That's really unexpected. Facing Leonard, Shichen didn't dare to praise Aurora too much. But he couldn't ignore her directly, because that would be too flattering. And Leonard might not buy it. Shichen first expressed his regret for not being able to meet Aurora in person, and then asked Leonard, Your Majesty, what do you think? Could it be that because of the poor facilities of our college and the few and very disobedient students, Her Majesty Aurora left without showing up? He was genuinely puzzled, and Leonard did not expect Shichen to really lie to him about this, so he naturally believed it. To be honest, with Aurella's arrogant personality, anything could happen, especially since this school looked really shabby. There was no place to step. Damn it! But in this case, could it be that he and Aurora missed each other? Chapter 44. Leonard had come for Aurora, and when he heard that Aurora had not come at all, he was filled with anger. He felt as if he had been tricked by Aurora, but he could understand why Aurora was so unfriendly to him. After all, so many newcomers in the magic world believed that it was inevitable that he could defeat Aurora. But there were some big mistakes. So, when Leonard heard that Aurora might come to Screech, he was still a little worried that the old-fashioned woman would force those little guys to change their answers for her own reputation. This is really bad news for him. Of course, Leonard has selectively ignored it. All the little guys' articles have an if. If this or that, Aurora will definitely not be able to defeat Leonard. There is no way. There are only a few angles to choose from. Students who are crazy about plagiarism checks don't mind writing such articles. They didn't lie against their conscience, did they? As for Chris's praise and inevitability throughout the article, oh, that's fan behavior. And it has nothing to do with their standard answer. I've strayed off topic. Back to Leonard. Since Aurora wasn't here, he had no interest in staying. Leonard didn't think that Screech, a muggle, had the guts to fool him. After hearing Screech's answer, he handed him the comment he brought. Then take it to find the one at the Stearns' house. Leonard was not interested. He didn't expect that he had made a wasted trip. Aurora was really great. Shichen didn't care about Leonard's neglect. He adjusted his glasses, lowered his head, and carefully sorted out the stack of manuscripts. Looking at the one Leonard commented on, he calculated that the name should be a commoner. Fortunately, there was no need to communicate further to ask Leonard to write another copy. He smiled and said to Leonard, Thank you for your generosity. I will definitely hand the manuscript to Editor-in-Chief Fanny. Leonard hummed indifferently, and was about to leave after running the magic. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and asked casually, When will my comment be published? Shichen was stunned for a moment, and replied with a smile, It was my negligence. It's like this. Fanny told me that I have asked for your consent to let you be the subject of the next issue. But, Leonard frowned tightly. But? There is a but? Shichen sighed softly. Her Majesty Aurora once had a brief conversation with me. That's why she was willing to give my unknown student a dispensable evaluation. I also promised your Majesty that I would repay her kindness. Leonard's face looked ugly. Do you mean that I should give way to that old woman Aurora? Of course not. Your Majesty, it is a great honor for you to agree to leave a message in the Stern Journal and write comments for my students. I can't let you down. Leonard's face warmed up a little. That's right. They should post their own comments. Of course, Leonard is not stupid. And he also knows that he should give some benefits. These stupid nobles beat around the bush. Isn't it just for more benefits? He was disgusted. But the shortcut to suppress Aurora was right in front of him. So Leonard still controlled his temper and said, I can write a few more comments for you. This is already his greatest gift. Siashichin said apologetically, It's not a question of comments. Your Majesty. It's like this. Leonard said coldly, Don't push your luck. Screech. As for Screech's name? Leonard couldn't remember. But he was from the Screech family anyway. And calling him Screech was enough to make him react. Siashichin smiled unchanged. We promised Her Majesty Aurora that we would never let her miss any episodes during the special issue of the Tower Battle. But she has already missed one episode before. Your Majesty, Leonard. We really can't break our promise again. He glanced at Leonard with a slightly apologetic look. And when Leonard was about to erupt, he changed the subject, but, Your Majesty, you can submit an article to us, which is also an opportunity for us. Stern. And we can't offend you just because of a promise. Right? Excuse me. If we really do this, the future development of Stern will have no credibility. Only the journal that Her Majesty Aurora is willing to comment on is a family experience, which is not as professional as the flourishing of many magicians. Yes, that's right. Leonard was made comfortable by Siashichin's praise. Say that he can't be offended because of a promise. Isn't it admitting that he is more important than Aurora? Say that Aurora is a family experience. Isn't it secretly saying that Leonard's network of contacts is wider than Aurora's? Leonard had heard so many people's praises. Even the Emperor of the Ace Empire had expressed his respect for him. But none of these praises touched his heart as deeply as Siashichin's words. He even waved his hand and said, You are right. As long as you listen, I will contact my friends later and say a few good words for you. This promise is valuable enough. If it were an ordinary magic school principal, he would probably agree to it immediately. But Siashichin would not. He could still tell the difference between a nice word that was dispensable and a future legendary wizard mentor. He smiled and didn't continue the conversation, but said, We Screechy are greedy. I can't deny that. You are so smart and sharp. You must have seen our ambition and greed early on. So, Your Majesty, how do you think about this? In the next issue of the journal, you and Aurora will both be the main characters, and we will only put your comments and evaluations of students in the next issue of the journal. Leonard's face turned pale. You want me and Aurora to be put on the same newspaper? You? Siashichin pressed his palm lightly downwards, signaling Leonard to listen to him first. Leonard didn't know why he calmed down subconsciously and waited for Screech's next words. Siashichin carefully chose his words. We still have 17 manuscripts left, and we will continue to publish them in the journal in the future. And the debate between you and Her Majesty Aurora will not stop so soon. Leonard was about to speak, but Siashichin continued, Now that Stern has joined the battlefield of the two Her Majesties, as a journal for promotion, if we only publish your manuscript, some people may think that one of the Her Majesties is more powerful and made Stern compromise. Isn't this good enough? Leonard was puzzled. Of course, Siashichin said, as if it was a matter of course. The battle to seize the tower is still related to magic, but our Stern compromise is more likely due to interests. In this way, will people outside also think that because we are not as good as the other party, we should publish more articles of our own and praise ourselves? That would be an insult to you and His Majesty Aurora. I think you don't want such rumors to spread all over the Ace Empire. Right? Well, it seems to make sense. Leonard would not be led by Siashichin easily. He thought carefully for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion that was almost the same as what Siashichin said, although everyone would not say much because of their face. Who knows what they are thinking behind the scenes? No. In this way, he can't be the one who stays in the journal. But if he doesn't stay in the journal, wouldn't he be weaker than Aurora? Leonard is like a lion trapped in a cage, with anger erupting on his face, and the momentum around him even makes people weak in the legs. Siashichin calmly drank a sip of tea and took the initiative. So, I thought of a good idea. Leonard suddenly thought of Siashichin's proposal just now, and he subconsciously followed Siashichin's footsteps. I and Aurora report together as the main body? What kind of good idea is this? This is simply terrible. Siashichin shrugged and smiled mysteriously. Your Majesty, since there are two main bodies, what do most magicians and nobles think when they see it for the first time? Leonard was blunt. Look at my Leonard's joke. Siashichin shook his head. No. I want to see the comments of the two His Majesties, to see whose comments are more reasonable, whose comments are more excellent, and whose words are more professional. If our Stern holds a selection at that time, The one whose magic theory gets more support will have an extra copy of his manuscript in the next issue as an Easter egg. I think the magicians who like you and Her Majesty Aurora, and the nobles who want to please you and Her Majesty Aurora, will also actively participate in this election. They can't wait to see more of the experience and heroic deeds of a legendary wizard. Right? Leonard knew what Screech was up to. And he mocked, "Oh? What good will this do for me?" "Of course," Siashichin said seriously. "You have a lot of friends, don't you? Only this kind of fair selection can prove that your knowledge and magic have been recognized and affirmed by more people, and that you have gone further on the road of a legendary wizard than Her Majesty Aurora. Oh my God! I think at that time, no one will question that your small mistake in the battle to seize the tower was inevitable." Leonard subconsciously retorted, "That was not inevitable. I was just careless." Siashichin smiled and said nothing, looking at Leonard with a very tolerant look, which made Leonard angry. But it must be said that Screech has grasped his fatal point. He wanted to prove that he was better than Aurora. Because of a mistake, he lost the magic tower that should have belonged to him. Now it is almost 100 years. He often panics and worries, fearing that he will not be as good as Aurora in this battle to seize the tower. But how could it be possible? He is the strongest legendary fire mage. He has more forbidden spells than Aurora. His background should be his pride. This is the strength for him to defeat Aurora. However, after failing once, Leonard always dreams about every move he made back then. He still can't help but care about it. So he was so excited when he saw the move of the Stern Journal. He wants to strike Aurora to death. Even if he uses all means, the victory of this battle to seize the tower must belong to him. Leonard took a deep breath and looked at Siashichin with complicated eyes. "I don't deny that your words really touched my heart." Siashichin nodded slightly, knowing that Leonard had more cruel words to say. Sure enough, Leonard suddenly frowned and said aggressively, "But this is not a reason for you to use me." Siashichin apologized openly. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I really can't balance your request with Your Majesty Aurora. You know, I'm a very ordinary muggle, and any magic may cost me my life. I am so afraid of death. Your Majesty, please forgive my unreasonableness." After Siashichin admitted his weakness, Leonard looked up to him. After all, such a timid muggle is the easiest to control. He waved his hand, which was also considered as agreeing to this statement. "I will write a new review. Give me the manuscript." "Your Majesty, do you want to take it back and write it?" Siashichin said, somewhat embarrassed. "It's not that I don't want to keep you. It's really that Screech is now. You can see it too." Siashichin smiled shyly. As if a little embarrassed, "You can send it directly to Fanny. She is the most professional, and knows much more about this than me. I have to convince her first, using my method." He noticed Leonard's expression, complaining unintentionally. "Really? She pushes everything that is hard to refuse to me, and I have to spend a lot of time to convince her. Oh my God! She is such a difficult collaborator." Leonard nodded. He had seen the Steen family before. Indeed, they agreed to everything, but were unwilling to agree to anything. If he didn't act strong every time, he would not get a response. But since Siashichin said so, Leonard also felt that it would be better to go directly to Fanny to threaten him if there was anything. Go to Screech? A muggle? He might mess things up for him. Of course, now he needs this muggle to talk to Fanny for him. So he thought about simply inconveniencing himself and handing in the manuscript here, which can be regarded as a bargaining chip for Siashichin. The intention is good, but Siashichin is anxious. Damn. Olila is reading in their meditation building. The small black room can only last for an hour at a time. Siashichin has already renewed 3 small black rooms. Principal phase duty is a small matter. The biggest problem is that Aurora will not be restricted by the small black room. She is a teacher who teaches, and she can leave the small black room at any time. If Chris and others fail to hold Aurora, Leonard will realize that what he just said was all lies. By then, Aurora will also be able to see Leonard. The two of them will be a pair. Oh! Siashichin is finished, and he will definitely fall. Seeing Leonard hesitate to stay, Siashichin's heart ached. But he couldn't let Leonard leave again. He was embarrassed the first time, and if he emphasized it the second time, it would be a ghost. Siashichin could only pray that his excellent student was reliable enough. Well, this reliability has to be questioned. Bang! Bang bang bang. Leonard frowned. What happened? Siashichin, He also wanted to know what happened. Fortunately, Siashichin's golden finger is still reliable. App, host. You are finished. All your good students gathered at the door of Aurora's room, as if they were instigating Aurora to perform ice flower blasting for them. Siashichin. He tried to communicate with Xiao Xiao in his heart. My students? App, yes. They all went over neatly. Wow. Aurora is going to blast ice flower blasting again. And it seems that she is planning to find a spacious place. Siashichin, shock. He was sweating profusely. How wide is our small dark room? App looked at the instructions. Maybe a whole meditation building? This range is already very wide. He knew. But, Leonard said unkindly, Scritch? Siashichin came back to his senses, and his expression changed quickly. He looked at Leonard with a stiff smile. Your Majesty, you see, this is one of the reasons why I suggest you go back and write. He hesitated, as if he was in a difficult situation. That group of students. I'm just a muggle teacher. Leonard understood. This student who studies magic is not someone that a muggle can easily control. Not to mention that there are several nobles of some fame in the capital. Bang bang. App, good news. Chris led Aurora to the open-air garden behind the meditation building, which is also within the scope of the meditation building. Siashichin breathed a sigh of relief. App, host. Your good student Bo Roy suggested that Aurora go to blow up the small garden, which is the place for morning exercises. App, that is considered outdoor, and our small black room does not have the authority to include it. Siashichin, Siashichin clenched his fists and looked at Leonard calmly. Your Majesty, it seems that the students will be noisy for a long time today. Shall I take you home first? He said worriedly. This environment is not suitable for writing. If we block your thoughts and inspiration for writing, it will not be fair for you and your Majesty Aurora to compete in comments. That's right. When it comes to his own interests, Leonard is not so willing to be friendly. He is a legendary wizard. There will be many places where Screech will ask him for help in the future. It is understandable that he is arrogant. Leonard thought about it, and stood up from the sofa. He could say some polite words. I can go back by myself. You should take good care of your students, he said meaningfully. Maybe you need to find another magician. Siashichin smiled and nodded. You are right. I will think about it. Leonard was too lazy to continue talking with this flattering sycophant. He tore open the magic scroll, and after a flash of magic light, he disappeared in Screech. Siashichin remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, Where are Bo Roy and the others? App hesitated. Logically, they were not in danger, so he could not locate them casually. But the host seemed a little scary now. App immediately rebelled. Just after leaving the meditation building, Bo Roy is going to lead Aurora. Oh, is that so? Siashichin slowly opened the teacher communication group. Principal Siashichin, Teacher Imoshuzi. Please help me. Imoshuzi was scratching his head and having a headache over his ridiculous student development plan. And when he saw Siashichin's question and answer, he replied without hesitation. Physical technique Imoshuzi, you say? Principal Siashichin, I give you permission. Please go to the small garden and wait for me to beat up these 20 students. Especially Bo Roy. Beat them to death. Physical technique Imoshuzi, yes. Personal grudges? Principal Siashichin, am I a person who can't distinguish between public and private? Don't worry. In such a big matter, I distinguish between public and private very clearly. Bo Roy's blessing is still to come. Physical technique Imoshuzi. Got it. By the way, I don't need to give me permission to beat up the children. Right? Principal Siashichin, oh, there is one more thing. You should fight with Aurora first. The guest brought by the students. It should be okay to fight back and forth. It should be okay. Right? It is okay. But why? Did this guest also delay the principal's work? Imoshuzi was puzzled. After the next work, he still asked carefully for the reason. Principal Siashichin, it's nothing. Give future colleagues a sense of freshness. By the way, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Imoshuzi didn't know that his base camp was about to be blown up. He thought it was one of Siashichin's methods of recruiting new members, so he didn't raise any objections. But I couldn't help but sigh. Siashichin is indeed a man with a system. He can do great things. For a teacher, he is willing to spend so much principal value. It seems that in the future, he can use more power in this world. Imoshuzi hurried to the small garden. The app looked at Siashichin's face. which was smiling more and more brightly, and did not dare to say anything. However, it takes a 300-word reason to open the permission. It hesitated and began to ask in a low voice, "Host, what is the reason for opening the permission?" As mentioned before, the teachers given to Xiaxichan by the app are all strong men from the small worlds of the heavens. The most basic reason for them to be selected as teachers and sign contracts is that their strength is enough to support him to cross the gap in time and space. Generally speaking, most of these strong men have reached the realm of breaking through the void. In other words, the legendary mage has taken another step forward. Half a step to become a god. Or even a god here. It's just that because Xiaxichan has just started, the teachers given by the system have a lot of restrictions. That is, they can only teach basic things. So naturally, their own strength is maintained at a very basic level. For example, Eugene has many alchemy recipes, but he can only teach the most basic ones. Unless Xiaxichan is willing to spend the principal's points to upgrade Eugene, he can come up with more recipes, as well as deeper experience and knowledge. Otherwise he will be sent back. The same is true for Emoshuzi. During the stage of students' physical training, his strength was at most that of a high-level swordsman, which is about the same as Xiaxichan's current strength, because basic physical training teachers do not need stronger abilities. But this does not mean that his strength is only at the level of a high-level swordsman. The college always has needs, and their app is not the kind that is unsympathetic. As a teacher of the college, it is natural to provide some help to the college when it is most needed. So, at this time, it is necessary to temporarily open the permissions. It is a little expensive, but compared with the cost of the small black room, Xiaxichan is still willing to spend it. Of course, the app can say that Xiaxichan is now short of principal value and will not open it. But Xiaxichan is too scary now. It directly gave Xiaxichan the loan permissions without bargaining. Xiaxichan calmed down now. He thought about it and added a few valid reasons for his way of venting his anger. First, to scare the monkeys and let the students know that their physical training teacher is very strong and not to take chances. App's heart trembled, and he hurriedly followed up to record. Second, to increase admiration. To make students yearn for physical training and admire their teachers, so as to increase the amount of physical training classes in the future. App paused and silently lit candles for all 20 students. Third, let Aurella see the hidden strength of the academy. Bring curiosity and freshness to Aurella. When Xiaxichan said this, his smile was as perfect as a mask. You came here with me. You must have heard of the term sunk cost. Right? I have spent so much principal value and energy. If Aurella doesn't come to coach, it will be my mistake and incompetence. The app electronic voice trembled. Understood. Understood. I will go and polish it now. Hey, the little guys are really... Are you angry? The little guys didn't want to either. When the 20 little guys saw Emoshuzi standing in the small garden, they felt mixed emotions. 3 hours ago, they weren't that presumptuous. Vera followed the location all the way to the meditation building, then analyzed the location of the wave, and searched for it floor by floor. She was still a little smart, and understood that the sandbox game room should not be a reception place, and it would most likely be the first floor or the meditation room. But the meditation room on the top floor was not completely built, and after careful elimination, she successfully found the destination she wanted to go to. There were just some minor problems in the middle. Bori? Villa was shocked and pulled Bori into the stairwell. Lowering his voice, why are you here? Bori's eyes rolled around and he smiled. Come to join in the fun. Villa gritted his teeth. You. Okay. Villa. Bori waved his hand lazily. Didn't you skip class too? We are all here. Even if Screech is angry, he won't punish too severely. Believe me. I don't believe you. Vera had already given up at this time. She always felt that once Bori got involved in something, unexpected changes would occur. But it was too late. Who's outside? A cold female voice sounded coldly, and a group of students stood still in a panic, their eyes full of doubt. Why is there a stranger's voice? Soon. Ophelia's gentle voice came from inside. Maybe it's my classmate? There are no other relevant personnel in the college. I go and see. I'm sorry to disturb your interest. Classmates? Aurilla raised her voice slightly. Are they all the people doing their homework? Let them all come over and chat. Ophelia paused and smiled again. Okay. This is the greatest honor for us Screech students. What a sweet-talking little girl. Aurilla smiled lightly. and soon hit it again. In this way, the 18 little guys pushed each other, one after another, like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, and never came out again after entering. They stood in a row awkwardly. They were originally there to watch the fun, but now they felt like they were participating in something they didn't really want to participate in. Aurora glanced at the crowd, and Chris stood up very politely and introduced Aurora. Your Majesty, please allow me to introduce you. They are all our students of Screech, including me and Ophelia. A total of 20 students, said Chris, and specially added, when Principal Screech told us about your past, everyone had an endless yearning for magic and looked forward to Principal Screech giving us a lesson about you. Aurelia asked with interest, Oh, what happened next? What happened next? Then we had to do our homework. The homework almost made Chris a hater of Aurelia. Chris was silent for 2 seconds and pushed Ophelia. Ophelia joined the topic with a smile, in order to improve our enthusiasm. Teacher Anshin told us that he could recommend some books to us. But if we want to know, we should check them ourselves and not waste class time. Ophelia stuck out her tongue playfully, then seeing that we liked it so much, she simply assigned us an assignment to collect information. It is really something we dare not think of to get your favor. She wasn't lying. She really let them figure it out on their own at first. And then Screech assigned them the assignment of the battle for the tower. And then everyone worked hard to read the book. However, they just skimmed over some unimportant plots, which made Aurora feel like they liked Aurora very much. So Screech assigned them the assignment. They were full of energy and wrote high-quality assignments. So Screech had the idea of submitting the book. Chris gave Ophelia a thumbs up without leaving any trace. As expected of the heir of the Empire. She is so amazing. Aurora was also slightly happy, even though she knew that the little guy was trying to please her. It was difficult for her to say sharp words to such a simple, cute, lively, and kind Ophelia. She might as well focus on the group of little guys behind her. She remembered that there were quite a few little guys who wrote the manuscripts of that idiot Leonard. Chris noticed Aurora's gaze and continued to introduce her to her classmates. It's just what you think. This is Master Aurora, who was invited by Principal Screech to teach us some simple experiences that can't be found in books. It's simple, but it's just a hint. He talked with Ophelia and Aurora for a while, and knew that although Aurora had a lot of knowledge, it was all magic knowledge, not to mention the classmates. Even Chris was confused. But when it comes to mental power, Aurora's description is not as professional as Screech's. To be precise, Aurora's description is more like she explored it by herself, and then gained some fur and experience. Although there are some refreshing moments, when the classmates listen, they will find it boring, because they heard more professional and systematic knowledge related to mental power. In comparison, Aurelia seemed to be just touching on the subject. Occasionally there were new things, and Aurelia's answers were vague when asked in depth. But Aurelia's attainments in water magic are indeed unmatched. Unfortunately, she and Screech agreed to take courses related to mental power. Chris didn't know why he chose this, but he believed in Screech. After considering it, he decided to give his classmates a shot of prevention. Those who could understand his subtext would naturally help to cover up the lie, and those who couldn't understand would probably not speak casually. And for Aurelia, what he said was right. Indeed, this knowledge was very simple. Chris's words were meant to compliment her, so naturally, she would not be angry. Vera quickly grasped the two characteristics of Chris's words, simple and not in the book. She saluted Aurelia without hesitation, smiling sweetly and surprised. Really? Your Majesty? Are you really telling us about your magic experience? Oh my God! I am so surprised! Aurelia likes the carefree look of the little girls the most. Even though Vera is a noble, she doesn't have the airs of a noble. On the contrary, after more than a month of struggling with Screech, she has reconciled with her father. Now she is like a wild rose, pure and beautiful, with infinite vitality. Aurelia nodded, just a simple talk. Screech said that you like to listen to my stories. If I have time, I can also tell you. That's great. Bori joined the conversation with a smile. Your Majesty, Chris and I have been friends since we were young. Every day he tells us about you as described by the bards. I have long wanted to know more. I haven't heard of you yet. There are not even bards in my hometown. Valentina scratched her head. She didn't know why everyone wanted to hear it, so she just agreed. Sure enough, after she agreed, her princess gave her an approving look. Valentina smiled even brighter. But I want to know too. I want to have something in common with them. Ophelia tried to make up for Valentina. Don't you like to hear stories about warriors and dragons? I heard that Her Majesty Aurora once rode a dragon. Ride a dragon? Does her princess like to ride a dragon too? That's so cool. Valentina's eyes lit up. I want to let Ophelia ride a dragon. Too. Okay. Ophelia? Ophelia's smile paused. And soon she smiled again. Okay. Then you have to work harder. Riding a dragon is not easy. Aurora almost lost herself in the students' chatter. Fortunately, she was still relatively reliable. Relatively. After hearing Vila's casual word Beau Roi, Aurora suddenly joined the topic. Your name is Beau Roi? Beau Roi was stunned for a moment and nodded subconsciously. Aurora considered her tone, trying not to seem so fussy, but she still couldn't help feeling a little sour in her heart. God knows how many times Leonard has ridiculed her with this student's homework. So she couldn't help it. Her voice turned slightly cold. Didn't you say you liked my story? Why did you write Leonard as better than me? Aurora asked this, and asked sincerely, do you really think Leonard is good? Because he is a noble? Or because of his fire element? Excuse me. That idiot is terrible. Bori, eh? Aurora also knew how to comfort the student. Don't worry. Kid. I'm not here to cause you trouble. I just want to know the reason. I can't understand how there are people in this world who really like Leonard. But I'm trying to understand. You should know that we who practice magic can't be narrow-minded. Bori, eh? What do you like? Isn't it all for homework? Bori felt like he was petrified and couldn't even move. Help. 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 Bori is dying. Chris. Vera. For the sake of our friendship since childhood. Shouldn't you help your brother? Chapter 45. Can't help. The two playmates who grew up together turned their heads away almost in unison. Very harmoniously. As if they had never known Bori. Cold and ruthless. Seeing Bori hesitate to speak, Aurora's eyes gradually became dangerous. Do you think I am inferior to Leonard in every way? No. Bori retorted very quickly. He knew that if he reacted a little slower at this moment, what was waiting for him was not only Aurora's disgust and teaching, but more likely, Scritch's revenge. Oh my god. Don't ask how Bori knew the idiom repay the debt in autumn. It's very simple. After Bori provoked Screech again, Screech said meaningfully, Little Dragonoutian, be careful. Don't let me find a chance to settle the debt in autumn. Little Dragonoutian is the name Screech gave Bori. Bori likes this name so much. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Bori thought Screech meant to settle the debt with him in autumn. And he thought Screech was really a good teacher who only said harsh words. What a joke. By autumn, we will have forgotten all the grudges. Okay? Then, that afternoon, Beau Roi was beaten with a teaching stick, and his buttocks were swollen. Beau Roi dared to say that in the entire Screech School of Magic, he must be the student with the closest relationship with the teaching stick. No one else. Little Beau Roi angrily asked Screech why he didn't keep his word. Screech explained a story called Final Score in front of the class, and said, didn't the teacher say that the teacher had been in the East for a long time? So he was used to using some Eastern slang. You see, Orientals are always very reserved. They like to use all kinds of techniques, metaphors, and hints. A sentence can be interpreted in many ways. But these are the charm of language. Aren't they? Don't worry. Next month, after you learn expressions, the teacher will teach you the art of language. I am even more worried. Bori knew from that time that he had to guess what Screech said. Anyway, he would guess the worst. But even so, Bori still committed the wrong thing. Otherwise, what's the point of such a college life? Bori woke up from his memories, and knew what he should say. Thinking of the facial expressions he had learned recently, he forced an ugly smile. Your Majesty, it's not what I want to write. These are established facts. What's there to write about? Chris's face changed. Bori. You? Bori said righteously. It was Screech who asked us to write. He said that each of us can write something different. But there are only a few angles. I can't find anything to write about. In the end, I can only write about Leonard's hypothetical theory. Chris, eh? It's over. I hope Aurora won't fight with Screech. Otherwise, he will have to think about whether to choose a cemetery for Bori in advance. Aurora was stunned. Obviously, this answer was beyond her imagination. Ah? Screech. Why did he? Ophelia thought of a solution in a hurry. Because we all like you. Your Majesty. When she said this, she became more and more fluent. And her tone gradually softened. It's like this. Your Majesty. When Teacher Anshin talked about the battle to seize the tower, Chris was very excited. He wanted the teacher to say more. But the teacher still had to teach. He asked us to find a lot of books to read. He was worried that we would waste time. So he gave us an assignment. I was just worried that everyone would copy each other and lose the essence of the tower battle. I didn't expect that it would leave Bori with nothing to write. Ophelia said this with an annoyed look on her face. Bori was too powerful at the time. So we discussed leaving the easy ones to the students who had never been exposed to magic. Bori is really kind. Bori smiled. Not really. I just started a little late. Ophelia, enough. She couldn't think of any words to fool around with. What are the advantages and disadvantages? It's just an assignment after all. After finishing the assignment. Not to mention Leonard. Even Aurora's face turned green. How could there be any bias? Ophelia sighed softly. It was really not easy to earn such high contribution points given by Screech. Chris chose to give up directly. Who cares? Bori caused the trouble. And Bori should bear it himself. This is called if a friend dies. I will die. Chris is already thinking about how to exonerate himself. He doesn't want to share the pain at all. Aurora was a little speechless. But thinking about it, since it was just an assignment, there was really no bias. In this case, Aurora said calmly, do you like listening to my stories, little guy? Bori opened his mouth and wanted to honestly say that he was tired of listening to them. But when he turned his head and accidentally saw Chris's cold eyes, he subconsciously changed his words. I like it. I like it. I have been listening to it since I was a child. Very good child. Aurora patted Bori's shoulder with relief. Then sit down. There is a lot of time now. I will tell you first. Bori, ? Olela sighed. Just treat it as practice. I will have to explain it to you again at the weekend. Bori, shock. He was filled with 1,000 troops and horses. And soon came up with an idea. Okay. But your Majesty. Before that, can you fulfill a small wish of mine? Olela was curious. And Bori rubbed his hands. I have always heard Chris say that your magic is as beautiful as fried ice flowers. I am very curious because I have no talent for magic and can only be a swordsman. I really want to see it. It turns out that even the dumbest and stupidest Bori is good at changing the subject in the face of a crisis. This is a warrior who has been fighting wits and courage with Screech for a month. What reason does Aurora have to refuse? No. This is the only way to convince the students. Right? So Aurora performed for them. From small fried ice flowers to large fried ice flowers. To outdoor fried ice flowers. And then? So beautiful. Bori's eyes lit up. And he pulled Aurella's sleeve and kept talking. Your Majesty, can we go to the small garden to fry ice flowers? It will definitely look good if it explodes there. Of course. I have plenty of magic power. Chris hesitated to speak. But it was useless. He guided them to the meditation room at the back once. But it was obvious that the whole class was in such an excited mood that it was not possible to guide them just by saying so. Chris subconsciously looked at Ophelia. Ophelia lowered her head and fumbled for something. And soon sighed softly. Obviously there was no way. It's been 3 hours. Screech should have finished talking. Right? Ophelia asked Chris worriedly. Chris was silent for 2 seconds and asked back. Do you think the discussion is over? Ophelia smiled bitterly. I hope it is over. Oh my God. Ophelia experienced the difficulty of management for the first time. It was much more difficult than when she was the heir. The 2 students who knew the inside story gradually walked to the end of the team. And they had no idea what to do about what happened. They listened to the cheers of their classmates. The carefree voice of Bori leading the way. And Aurella's occasional chuckles. And gave up. Forget it. Screech must have a way. The 2 thought with a guilty conscience. And then found that the team suddenly stopped. Ophelia wondered, why is there no sound all of a sudden? Chris was a little taller. And could see the very conspicuous sign over the crowd. And he was silent. 2 seconds later, he said with mixed feelings, the gatekeeper is here. When did Chris make such a joke? Ophelia's mind flashed with doubt. And when the crowd gradually dispersed, she saw the physical training teacher who was sitting on a folding chair like a big horse and golden sword, with a strange long beard and very thin, and suddenly felt that Chris might not be so humorous. Well, it's really vivid. The taciturn gatekeeper stroked his beard, and his voice was very loud and penetrating. Hey, are you here to bomb my territory? He didn't care about anything and raised his chin towards Aolira. New here? Civilian or military? Military people. Let's fight. Right? Aolira frowned. I'm not. Mo Shuzi knew how to get angry. No way. No way. When we military people fight, it doesn't matter whether we are men or women. If you don't like it and feel that you are at a disadvantage, it's okay. I will give in. Tell me, how many moves do you want to give in? Aurora's fists hardened. Let's give in a few moves. You're looking for death. Aurora gritted his teeth and sneered. No need. Find a place and fight directly. Don't say I'm bullying you. Idiot. Aurora has never lost a verbal attack. Mo Shuzi touched his nose, knowing that his hatred was a bit too much. But there was nothing he could do, because this was the principal's order. He waved his hand, and the plum blossom piles in the garden crowded to the edge like rows of automatically arranged seats. And a golden protective cover rose. Okay, students, go inside. There aren't many battles you can watch for free, so you have a chance, Mo Shuzi said, and used the teaching aids to divide a large area. And looked up at Alela. Right here? Alela said it was okay. 20 students were stunned. What was going on? Mo Shuzi didn't have that much patience. What are you all standing there for? Go stay in the protective shield. Oh. The students ran into the protective shield with their teeth bared, not knowing how they had become like this. Even Bori, who had the sudden idea, couldn't understand why it turned out like this. He asked hesitantly, is it because of my suggestion? Asado nodded. It's possible. Bori wanted to cry, but had no tears. Sure enough, people can't be too perfect. If I were perfect, everything I did would be a mistake. Chris choked, and almost choked on his own saliva. Who taught Bori this? No. It should be said that how many weird books did Screech give Bori? In the field, Mo Shuzi and Alara kept a distance. After all, Alara was also a magician. Compared with a swordsman, it takes a certain amount of time and distance to activate magic. Just as they stood still and Aurora was chanting a spell, Mo Shuzi suddenly remembered something. By the way, sister, you don't mind being recorded, do you? Siashichan, that troublemaker, asked me to record it and explain it to the students later. Aurora, She was chanting a spell. How could she mind? Can she stop the spell and start again? Damn it. Don't tell her that this was Teacher Screech's conspiracy. Aurora didn't answer, so Mo Shuzi took it as her agreement and threw out several photostones, trying to record the battle in 360 degrees. Forbidden Law Ice and Snow Domain. In addition to comprehending forbidden spells, the biggest difference between legendary mages and ordinary magicians is that they comprehend their own domain. In their own domain, their attacks and speed will be increased, and the enemies will be reduced. In contrast, even if a swordsman reaches the level of a legendary swordsman, he does not comprehend this domain. At most, he can improve his swordsmanship. Therefore, some people are discussing whether the title of legendary swordsman should exist. This is why magicians are more popular. At the same stage, magicians are always the nemesis of swordsmen. And as magic improves, the gap gradually widens. Aurora never underestimates any enemy, which is one of the reasons why she has almost no defeats. Therefore, even though she felt that Zhong Maksuzi was just an arrogant high-level swordsman, Aurora still played with extreme caution and opened the field as soon as she noticed something wrong. The combat awareness is very sufficient. A trace of admiration flashed in Mo Shuzi's eyes. He smiled heartily and took out a harp from behind him. This harp looked very strange, long and with a few red strings on it. Aurora had never seen it before, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. She concentrated and continued to chant. Her skills were very smooth. As long as the enemy was hit, it would be difficult to escape her rhythm. Unfortunately, she failed this time. In her domain, Mo Shuzi was not affected at all. He gently swept his strings at the first time, and a wave of vibration spread throughout the domain. There was almost no time to react. Alela felt her mind go blank. When she tried to chant the spell again, she had a short amnesia and forgot the structure and content of the spell. Alela forced herself to calm down and immediately found her rhythm. But it was too late. The sound of Maksuzi's piano was very overbearing, omnipresent, and very disgusting. It didn't attack, but harassed. Every time she chanted the key part of the spell, a high string sound instantly interrupted her chanting. Alela's mood became more and more impetuous. Her fingers clenched the magic wand tightly, And she even felt a sense of powerlessness. This feeling of having so much power, but nowhere to use it is really uncomfortable. Olayla closed her eyes. And when she opened them again, there was a hint of determination in her eyes. Forbidden spell. Wait! Emoshuse noticed the other party's action and said very quickly. You are cheating. You said it was just a PK. Why did you use the forbidden spell? If Screech is destroyed, Siashichan, the old fox, will definitely come to me for revenge. Olayla sneered. It's none of my business. She continued to chant the spell. She was sure that she could reduce the scope of the forbidden spell. As for this stupid man, he would die if he died. It's not worth it. Emoshuse is really weak now. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Okay. Damn. I wanted to show off and show my martial arts skills to my classmates. But who knew that the opponent would use a big move just after I took out the 7-stringed harp? Of course. If Aurora knew that Emoshuse had a trick up his sleeve, he would definitely not use the forbidden spell so quickly. Who made Emoshuse provoke too much before? This loss is absolutely unbearable for her. Aurora took back the staff with a cold face. Are you a magician? That's not right. She didn't feel the other party's magic fluctuations at all. But this sound attack was very much like the means of the Siren clan, which made Olayla unable to confirm. Emoshuse raised his eyebrows and laughed. Little girl, since you are curious, then I will give you an understanding. Watch it. As he said, Emoshuse clenched his hands into fists, fell straight from midair, and hit the ground with one blow, which belonged to the core of the domain. Olayla's face changed, and the next moment, the entire ice and snow domain shattered like a mirror. With a sound, it turned into water, and then gathered into a vortex at Emoshuse's fist, disappearing one by one. Aurora's eyes widened, with an indescribable shock. You? Impossible. How is this possible? Aurora muttered to herself. If there really is such a power, it should have been rejected by the law long ago. How could it still stay on the mainland? She looked at Emoshuse in doubt. Emoshuse touched his beard and was about to pose. His aura suddenly leaked. He quickly fixed his posture and looked around. Sure enough, he saw the stingy dead fox. Emoshuse pouted. You are so stingy. You won't give me one more minute. Right? He rubbed his fists and sighed softly, feeling a little disappointed about the lost power. Aurora also slowly descended from midair. She did not speak. Her expression was very calm, with a hint of doubt, and more complicated and difficult to discern. The mysterious martial arts teacher, the principal who was very confident not to let go. How many secrets does Screech School of Magic hide? Aurora stood there in silence, not because she felt ashamed. She had climbed from a commoner to her current position, so she was not so shameless. If she lost, and she was convinced. I was just immersed in the move just now. My heart was surging. I had some insights, and I was still digesting them. Moreover, for the students who didn't know, this battle was very strange. First, there was a harassment of playing the piano unpleasantly, and Aola didn't use any moves. And then Emoshuse called for surrender. The most intuitive thing was that Emoshuse broke Aola's domain with a punch, which made all the students lose their voices. The teacher who taught them physical skills was so strong? Then, could they also be so strong? Just thinking about it, their blood boiled, and they were even willing to accept the heavy courses that Screech assigned to them. This is the price of becoming stronger, Borui said in his heart, very excited. My God, it turns out that Emoshuse is so strong. It turns out that being a swordsman can also be so strong. If he really learned this move, wouldn't he be able to kick Screech and punch Emoshuse in the future? And even have his old father serve him tea and water when he goes home? His road to becoming a winner in life is coming. Borui was very excited. At this moment, Emoshuse stretched his muscles and called out Borui. Borui immediately rushed over as if he had a rocket on his buttocks. I'm coming. I'm coming. Teacher Emo. Long Aldian is here. Emoshuse was happy. Yo? You are so eager to be beaten? Borui breaks suddenly. Huh? Emoshuse smiled and seemed very kind. Your teacher Sia said that since you almost caused a big disaster, but didn't make it big, just beat each of you up. Borui paused and began to retreat without leaving a trace. I can explain this. Emoshuse said calmly. Sieshichan also said that the one who sticks out should be punished. You should be punished more. Borui, question mark. Bo-rui was not convinced. Why am I the one who sticks out? It's not fair. Oh! Mo Shiuzi was curious and stepped forward to put his arm around Bo-rui's shoulder like a good brother. Didn't you ask the guests to blow up my venue? Bo-rui, Actually, my ears are very good. I heard everything. Mo Shiuzi snorted and patted Bo-rui's head. You need to beat him twice more. One for Shiichin, one for me, and one for the whole class. How about this? First beat him once, then hang out with the whole class, and then beat him again? Mo Shiuzi suggested, thinking that his idea was great. This way you can rest more, and I don't have to hold back. Bo-rui closed his eyes tightly. God, come and take him away. God didn't respond, because Mo Shiuzi came up with his fists clenched. Friendly reminder. If you don't fight back, you will be beaten even harder. What else can Bori do? Isn't it that he can only obey him and hit the stone with an egg? But as we all know, hitting the stone with an egg will not end well. Mo Shiuzi is just like he is not addicted to fighting. He hits Bori hard and hits the soft meat. Do you feel this place, little Bori? In the future, if you hit here in a fight, you won't see the injury and it will hurt. Right? Oh! Be gentler, brother Mo. Be nice to your students. This place is amazing. If you use the right strength, the enemy will be half paralyzed. Do you feel that you can't lift your right hand? Huh? Why are you holding your head suddenly? Get up, or I kick you like a ball. Bo-rui, Skricky. You are so cruel. Mo Shiuzi, you are so ruthless. This cold world doesn't even leave a single space for Bo-rui to survive. Wait. In another 18 years. Oh no. In 30 years. The Dragon King will return. And he will make these two class enemies regret it. Bo-rui sobbed with a bitter face, cursing the two villains over and over again in his heart. Oh. Will he compromise with the two villains? No. Not in this life. If you can't compete with the teacher in wits and courage and make the teacher suffer a loss, then what's the point of reading this book? Little Bo-rui fully demonstrated his arrogant characteristics to everyone, knowing the mistake, but dared to do it again next time. A vigorous fight ended just like that. There were some minor incidents. After Aurora gained knowledge from her perception, she thought about whether she should also beat up the students. But magicians are always prone to accidents when they beat people. And she didn't think about how to prevent accidents and let the students learn a lesson. In the end, she could only give up with regret. However, Shiichin spent a lot of money to win over Aurora. Hearing Aurora's regretful tone, he smiled and said, How difficult is this? I have quite a few protective devices here. If your majesty has nothing important to do next, you can choose to stay in Screech temporarily and study these teaching aids. He said casually. It just so happens that the students should have recovered from their injuries by then. Students still lying down? ? You really don't care about our lives? Aurora was a little moved. But I don't really think so. I understand. Your Majesty. Shiichin smiled softly, leaned against the plum blossom pile, and spoke gently. These little guys are very energetic, aren't they? Every time I see them, I feel that it would be fun to bully them a little, playing with them. I seem to be younger than 10 years old. That's true. Aolila didn't deny that she was indeed eager to do something to the little guys who had led her here. Moreover, it was really stress-relieving to see Mo Shiuzi spanking the children, and the little classmates screaming but getting up again to fight again. She said modestly, Just call me Aolila. By the way, this Mo, I want to call you Xia. Shiichin? Shiichin explained. I lived in the East for a while, and I met teacher Mo Shiuzi there. Shiichin is my name in the East. If you like, you can call me Shiichin. Of course. Anshin. Screeky. These are all me. Aolila nodded in understanding, feeling that the distance between herself and Shiichin had shortened. Shiichin also quietly shortened the distance, not only moving Aolila to the teacher's dormitory, but also actively introducing her to other teachers in the college. Mo Shiuzi stroked his beard and immediately stepped forward to apologize to Aolila. He knew how to socialize. They would be colleagues in the future, and they might even team up to trick the little guys. Of course, he had to establish a good relationship in advance. The three teachers left the scene one after another, leaving the 20 little guys who were sore all over to look at the sky, feeling a sense of being abandoned. When they were chatting, did they forget that we were still here? Herbert hissed. turned over with difficulty, and looked at his compatriot lying like a corpse beside him. Next to him was the unlucky Bori. Although Bori could not be said to be breathing more than breathing out, he had no energy to talk at all. Chris still had a little conscience, and when he tried to get up, he reluctantly reached out to help Bori. Before the action was completed, he suddenly withdrew his hand silently. Bori? Chris was shocked, even a little angry. That's too much. How could Mr. Mo slap me in the face? Chris coughed lightly, trying to hide the corners of his mouth that were about to rise. What? Is it serious? Villa also hurriedly got up and came to care about this childhood friend. Does it hurt? I go find Screech. Cough, cough, cough. Villa gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand, pinching Chris' waist hard, angry and unable to hold back his laughter. And his whole body was sore. He almost died. It hurts. It hurts. Chris gritted his teeth and complained quietly. My waist is full of bruises. Can't you wait until later to settle the score? Villa, Bori murmured with an indifferent expression, if you want to laugh. Then, laugh. His little fat face had 2 dark circles under his eyes. And I don't know how Mo Shuzi made his lips twice as thick. And his whole face was very funny. Well, we are all classmates. So, ha ha ha. Villa laughed until his stomach hurt. But he couldn't help it. Bori, I told you to follow me and incite the whole class to leave together. You deserve it. You deserve it. Herbert joined in the condemnation lazily. Bori, This was not what he could have expected. For Screech's students, this beating was very educational and valuable. Their morning exercises the next day were cancelled, leaving only physical training. This was really good news. At least they didn't need to be beaten again with their current broken bodies. And Screech also had to deal with Aurora's move-in, so he didn't have much time to take care of them. And even the contribution point display was postponed to Friday. They had plenty of time to recover. The next morning, the kids who didn't have morning exercises slept in and ate breakfast slowly, walked to the classroom slowly, and prepared for class slowly. Everyone stuck their butts out as usual to activate the spell, then slowly got up, chanted the spell, and waited for the table to activate. Chris had sighed countless times that this was too rude. But there was a little trouble this morning. Chris, Bori's voice was buzzing, as if blocked by something. Help me. I can't stick my butts out. Chris looked at Bori, and seemed to feel that his face was very embarrassing. Bori put on a headgear. A headgear. Because there was no ready-made one. It was made of a paper bag. So 2 holes were dug to reveal a pair of big eyes. The dark circles around the eyes could still be seen faintly. So, Chris asked calmly, can't you stick it out? Bori didn't answer, but pointed at the place where his symbol was, and then looked at Chris with expectant eyes. Can you help me? You have so much mental strength. You can definitely help me. Right? Chris nodded, of course. We have been playmates since childhood. Beauroy's eyes lit up. Thank you. What are you doing? He turned his head in disbelief. Behind him, Chris suddenly stretched out his leg and kicked Beauroy's relatively intact leg. Beauroy fell forward without standing firmly. Chris was not so ruthless. He caught Beauroy with his 20 hands and slowly put Beauroy on the ground. Beauroy's chin was right next to the spell. Chris straightened his back without changing his expression. Okay. Stick it out. Beauroy's forehead was almost bulging with veins. That's not what I meant. I mean, I am. I know. But Bori, Chris said calmly with a barely perceptible smile. We all stick our butts out. Why don't you stick your butts out? Screech said that we share the good and the bad. Yes. Yes. Herbert sat down limping. Couldn't agree more. Look. We've all been beaten together. So what's wrong with sticking your butt out in front of us? Haven't you all seen each other? Beauroy choked, but I can't get up. After the words fell, several little guys who were on good terms with Beauroy said in unison, I carry you. After counting carefully, even the socially anxious Chloe was one of them. Beauroy puppy whimpered. Long Outyan's road is so lonely. The lonely little Beauroy was listless throughout the morning class. And even Xieshichan pitied him and didn't ask him to get up to answer questions. Mainly, the little guy was still not very convenient. When Xieshichan was about to finish the class, he charitably told everyone the good news. Teacher Eugene and Teacher Mo Shuzi worked together and finally mixed a healing potion. It's especially effective for external injuries, Xieshichan said, smiling. If you get physical injuries caused by class in the future, you can get treatment for free. so you won't delay the subsequent physical training. Physical injuries caused by class? Chris was picky. Does the injury from punishment count? How can it count? Chris, if you make a mistake, you should pay the price for it. Right? Siashichin said with emotion. It's mainly because the academy doesn't have that much spare funds. And as for the potion, it's really not that easy to refine. Chris said expressionlessly, how much is it per session? Talking about money hurts feelings. Siashichin smiled and raised a finger. Only 1 contribution point. Isn't it a good deal? The whole class, No. 1 contribution point can be considered a good deal? Take the reception task from Alela this time. For example, they can only get 10 contribution points a day at most. And for the Warcraft task, they can only get 5 contribution points a day at most. It's very hard to earn. Although for them, except for the makeup exam, other uses that require contribution points have not been developed too much. And their contribution points are also saved up. But who can bear 50 contribution points for a makeup exam? The students calculated the account, and their eyes turned black instantly. Damn, Screech. You are really black-hearted. The black-hearted fox Siashichin hummed in confusion. Aren't you touched? Teacher Imo Shuzi and Teacher Eugene love you so much that they are willing to spend their extra time to help you solve such a big problem. My God. They are really rare good teachers. The students were not moved and even wanted to cry. Yes. In order for them to be beaten every day, they even developed a healing potion. They are really rare good teachers. Heartbroken. Too heartbroken. Heartbroken. Too heartbroken. At the same time, Fanny was also cursing Siashichin. Screechy. This big bastard. Damn man. How could he be so vengeful? It turned out that Fanny had received various unilateral contacts from Siashichin. Principal Siashichin, Leonard has been dealt with. And the manuscript will be sent directly to you when the time comes. In the next issue. As we said, the two will battle. If the difference in votes is too large, pay attention to control it and stabilize the emotions of both parties. Principal Siashichin, Aurora is here with me. She should be easier to talk to. Don't worry. Fanny was deeply moved. So this is the sense of security of being backed by an old magic school? She was really moved. Fanny, who was moved, immediately looked down, wanting to taste Screech's love for her. Principal Siashichin, in addition. A small matter. Sheldon Muster promised to let the Stern Entertainment newspaper publish what he was going to do next. And the content has been sent to you. So develop it well. Principal Siashichin, well, because they all came to Screech. It brought a bad influence to our college. I changed the plan and decided that after each student reported, we would send a congratulatory letter to their family members to see the effect and try to maintain the reputation of Stern for fairness, justice and rigor. Yes. That's right. Fanny was so touched. Screech is such a good man. If Screech didn't look so distant, she wouldn't mind marrying such a strong man. The combination of the two powers is also very helpful to their industry. Fanny wiped away her non-existent tears with a fluttering heart and continued to look back. Principal Siashichin, oh, yes. Leonard will take over from you in the future. I said, I have no right to influence you. He felt that it was a waste of time to communicate with me and decided to threaten you directly in the future. Principal Siashichin, hold on. Teacher Fanny. The college is still waiting for you to come to teach next month. Fanny, Who to find? She had a myocardial infarction instantly, and felt that her heart would never beat again in her life. Fanny even wanted to ask Screech what was going on right away. That damn man Screech actually, very accurately, sent a message to her to be sarcastic. Principal Siashichin, do you like Screech's teaching style? Would base Fanny, haha. Screech, you must be kidding me. Right? It's still more than a month away from April Fool's Day. That damn man didn't answer. Not only did he not answer, he even chatted with Imo Shuzi Eugene about the healing potion in the teacher group. Fanny had a blank expression on her face, staring at the remaining line of her words, and gradually clenched her fists. Heartbeat? Want to get married? Ha! Men. None of them are good. Chapter 46. After hastily sending Fanny away, Siashichin returned to his peaceful teaching life. I don't know if it's because there have been too many things happening in the outside world recently, but Siashichin was still a little uncomfortable for a while. However, the students were used to it. No matter how many things happen to the teachers, they study from morning to night. Oh, a very magical phenomenon. CS Shichen had clearly promised to miss a day of physical training. But after they reluctantly spent their contribution points to buy healing potions to heal themselves, Mo Shuzi gave them extra training. The reason was also very outrageous. Mo Shuzi argued, "What does CS Shichen's promise have to do with me?" Mo Shuzi? "Of course, I have to make up for it." Herbert couldn't help but whispered, "But you said that we should have a good rest. Didn't you have a good rest?" Mo Shuzi asked back. The silence of the 20 students was deafening. "It's okay. Like this?" Later, when Bo-Rui clamored for CS Shichen to control his teachers and not let the teachers go back on their words, CS Shichen agreed with him. And then said, "I think you have always known that no one can take advantage of Screech." He spoke lightly, as if he was talking about something ordinary. But he also revealed a sense of dominance for no reason. Bo-Rui was extremely envious, and even wanted CS Shichen to hold back his words and let him come. CS Shichen laughed, "Don't worry. You will learn the art of language next month. So what can you not say?" Chris was alert. "Really? I don't believe it." CS Shichen was stunned for a moment, and laughed. "Then we can only wait for time to prove it." Proof of nothing. Chris turned around and described it angrily in his notebook. He always described the beauty to us like this. But every beauty had to be discounted. Although in theory, he was indeed trustworthy. He said he would take us to Stern. And we did. But the process made us almost vomit. He said we would have a chance to get to know Orella. And we did get to know her. But her face turned green when we first met. I don't know why. Screech did everything very friendly. But the process was always so unsatisfactory. Oh yes. There are healing potions, which are really useful. The teachers really care about us. But the sudden increase in training makes me feel like a lamb to be slaughtered. Well, who is not a lamb to be slaughtered in Screech? Now I just hope that Her Majesty Aurora can always be a lamb and not become a wolf in sheep's clothing. While writing, Chris suddenly remembered CS Shichen's words that no one can take advantage of Screech, and sighed deeply. But I still love this place, as if I have an indescribable backstage. I like it very much. Chris finished writing today's diary. He didn't know when he had gotten used to recording what he saw and heard that day, as well as his mood before going to bed. At first, he had never thought of recording something in his diary that could easily expose his childish heart. It was all because of Screech. Damn it. Has Screech come up with some weird tricks again? Bori muttered. Why do you suddenly ask us to go find him in batches? Bo-Rui stared at the invitation letter with wide eyes, almost scared to the point of wanting to poke his eyes out to show that he hadn't seen it. Invitation letter? Chris came over to take a look. Surprised. I didn't receive it. I received it. A cold voice sounded very unkindly, and it seemed that one could hear the sound of teeth grinding, and it could be heard that it was a very angry little guy. Chris looked up, and was even more surprised. It turned out to be Chloe, the least noticeable classmate in the class. He remembered that this classmate seemed very quiet, and was a classmate that was easy to get along with. Chris completely forgot that it was Chloe who suggested the revenge on Screech that day. This classmate was really insignificant. Only Bori, who chatted with him from time to time, could remember this guy. Bori raised his hand and sat on the desk. His tone was very exaggerated. Chloe, I knew you would receive it too. Look, we are all problem students on Screech's list. Is he going to take revenge on us? Bori was filled with despair when he thought of this possibility. Oh my god. I have been so honest, so kind, and so quiet recently. Why does Screech still come to me? Not really? Bori's sigh was so loud that even Amelia, who was sitting in the corner, heard it. Amelia lowered her head and saw a handful of invitations in her palm. She tried to guess what Screech was doing. Could it be that everyone has one, but at different times? Her voice was not loud, but everyone had been learning magic apprentices with mental power for a while, so their ears were naturally sharp. And Bori knew it clearly. Bori was too lazy to move. Anyway, class hadn't started yet, and everyone was playing their own games. He raised his voice and chatted with Amelia. Sister, how long do you need to send the invitation? Amelia, who was called sister by Bo-Rui many times, but still had a shock every time, said silently, Tonight at 10 o'clock. Let me finish the physical training class early and go there. Bo-Rui's first reaction, what? Doesn't he want you to make up for the class tomorrow? Amelia, She was puzzled. It was Screech who took up my time. Why did he want me to make up for the class? That's right. Bo-Ray muttered softly. But how could he say it? Why was Screech so easy to talk to? Shouldn't it? Looking at the invitation in his hand, Bori hesitated secretly. He asked Amelia sincerely, Amy, do you think that Screech will give me back the time he took up my rest time? Amelia thought for a while. Screech said that no one can take advantage of Screech. This sentence is a bit confusing. But the core content is very simple. It means that no one can take advantage of their academy. Specifically referring to Vera, who paid a large amount of money to play the title of sponsor, and was almost given extra training. Aurella, who was secretly tricked, and has not left until now. And Fanny, who unknowingly became Screech's mentor. Either no one can take advantage of the principal. This does not need to be pointed out specifically. From the beginning to the end, only Screech is taking advantage of others. But no matter which one you are referring to, it may not be easy for Bori to ask for rest time? Amelia sincerely suggested, why don't you choose a meal time and talk with Screech while eating? Bori, his is meal time. Bori can only look at Chloe, his good friend who has silently walked around to the seat by the window. Chloe? How long will you be? Chloe said stiffly, evening self-study. Bori paused for 2 seconds, turned his head, and looked at all the brothers and sisters in the class. Good friends. Has anyone else received an invitation? When is it? Thanks to Bori's very good popularity, many people turned over their desks to see if they had missed anything. In the end, everyone found that a total of 6 people were called over. In addition to the few people who just chatted, there were also Ophelia, Nathaniel, and Lucius. Basically, Bori is very familiar with them. Oh, I am not familiar with the guy named Lucius. This guy doesn't respond to anyone no matter how you talk to him. He just hangs around his girlfriend, which makes Bori very angry. Bori ran to find Ophelia happily. Your Highness, show me your invitation. If it is the same as his, then today's trip will be absolutely safe. Ophelia handed over her invitation reluctantly. Bori read it carefully and made sure there was no mistake. He breathed a sigh of relief. Ophelia joked, Bori, did you do something bad behind Screech's back? Bori subconsciously retorted, how is that possible? Bori, never do anything bad. He was just subconsciously afraid. That's all. But Bori would never admit it. Ophelia smiled gently. Her eyes curved, and did not refute out loud, giving Bori enough face. Of course, this invitation came in a strange way. Someone asked about it during class, but was sent away by CS Shichin with a surprise, which made the students who received the invitation subconsciously look forward to it. Screech is still very trustworthy. The trustworthy CS Shichin received his first little classmate today, Nathaniel. Nathaniel and CS Shichin had an appointment for lunch. So CS Shichin simply brought the food directly to the reception room and asked Nathaniel to sit down and eat with him. Don't be nervous. There is no need to worry in front of the teacher. Eat first, and listen to the teacher while eating, so that you don't take up your rest time. CS Shichin's voice was very gentle today, full of the tolerance of a wise man. Nazani looked at CS Shichin's little hairband with great vigilance. It was a silver feather hairband. Then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat down opposite CS Shichin. CS Shichin always laughed at this behavior that was led astray by Bo-Rui. CS Shichin didn't say much. He was sending signals to the students. The fact that the students understood showed that they were flexible and observant, which should have made him feel relieved. So at this time, he pretended not to see the little guy's behavior, but very gently took a rolled scroll from the table beside him. The scroll was opened, and rows of potion names were written on it. Nathaniel took a quick look, and there were magic talent potions, fire affinity enhancement potions, mental power amplification potions, special talent stimulation potions. Nathaniel suddenly realized what CS Shichin was going to do, and bit his chopsticks at the corner of his mouth. Stunned, and forgot to react, CS Shichin continued to take out a pure white scroll from behind. Opened the scroll, and there were lines of standard fonts on it, as if they were printed. Nathaniel knew every word, but when they were put together, they felt strange. Outstanding student Nathaniel's personal report evaluation. Nathaniel's voice tightened. This is the monthly exam reward I promised you. The talent potion. CS Shichin laughed and explained. The talent potion can't improve all talents. It is specific and needs to be prepared on the spot. So the teacher needs to communicate with you individually to confirm your ideas and needs before placing an order. This process will take at least a month. I think that for such an important matter as improving talents, I still need to talk to you, and then think about it carefully. I will give you a relatively formal invitation letter. It is true that Shichen can give the little guy's designated talent potions according to his own ideas. But what if? What if the little guys have other ideas? This mandatory designation will become a hurdle that is difficult for them to overcome. Shichen is overbearing. But Shichen is also a good teacher. He barely understands when to enforce, and when to give students choices. He will tell students his suggestions, his analysis, the good and the bad, so that students can make their own choices after considering the pros and cons. Other things are not important. The most important thing is not to regret, and not to affect your determination to move forward on the path of magic. Chapter 47. Good teacher Shiechen's attitude was so kind that Nathaniel was scared. However, Shiechen's subsequent words still made Nathaniel forget these restraints, and seriously think about what Shichen said. You should understand this without the teacher telling you. This is the file report generated by your personal physique, Shichen said, pointing to the indicators on it. These are all the information collected when you started school. Of course, after a month, you have changed a lot, and many of the indicators here are inaccurate. For example, physical strength, mental strength, intelligence. These have all been greatly improved. And what you need to pay more attention to are things that cannot be improved in the short term. For example, the Magic Element Affinity Index, Magic Talent Detection, Martial Arts Test, Alchemy Initial Talent Detection. After Shichen pointed to several indicators marked in red as examples, he told Nathaniel, your talent potion can be used to make up for these shortcomings that cannot be improved in the short term. Of course, in order to find all your talent directions, we have extracted a lot of information. You need to choose the indicator that you need most at the moment and improve it. Nathaniel saw it, and he didn't know where Screech got the report from. Even the culinary talent was marked on it. But it might be that its importance was also emphasized. So it was ranked very far back. Nathaniel opened his mouth, a little confused but not confident enough to ask. Shichen calmly asked him, I asked you to come here to answer your questions and understand your thoughts. Right? Nathaniel scratched his head, puzzled. How did you get these data? It's really strange. When Screech casually took out the data of Aurora and Leonard, none of them questioned that the data was fake. Now it's the same. So Nathaniel is even more curious. They have never conducted any testing process. How did Screech know? Shiechen's expression remained unchanged. This is Screech's secret that has not been banned so far. You will know it later. Okay. Nathaniel lowered his head and looked at his data seriously. And suddenly looked up. Can I take this away? Not for the time being, Shichen said with a smile. Although the teacher believes that even if everyone knows each other's physical data, there will be no jealousy. But once everyone's physical data is exposed to the outside world, it may become a weakness against you. The teacher's first choice is to protect you. Nathaniel was deeply moved. He just wanted to take it back and study it carefully. But he didn't expect Shichen to think so much about them. The reception room was surprisingly quiet. Nathaniel only felt safe. He continued to look at each line of data carefully. After browsing it from beginning to end, he returned and focused on a few of them. Magic Talent Test, 17, originally 82, Fire Element Affinity, 79. Special Element Sensitivity, weak. Fire is his strongest affinity at present. Special Element is his weakest weakness at present. And Magic Talent is something he has always wanted to recover since he was a child. With Magic Talent, he will no longer be a mocked muggle. But Nathaniel took a deep breath, showing a maturity that does not belong to a teenager. He looked at Shichen nervously. His fingers involuntarily clenched the paper. Without a bottom. Teacher, can you give me some advice? Nathaniel didn't know if his request was excessive. But Shichen brought them hope. He looked at his dense test data and didn't know how to make a decision. Of course, Nathaniel really wanted to learn magic, which was his lifelong pursuit. However, when he saw that he was more talented in other aspects, he couldn't help but want to study this aspect more. More importantly, the talent potion was so important that he might not be able to obtain a new talent potion. So this choice was particularly important. Is it to make up for the shortcomings? Or to increase the advantages? Or to have a chance to restore the magic talent? Shichen smiled and replied, Of course, child. I am your teacher. Your class teacher. Your principal. You can rely on me. Ask me. And get my help. Nathaniel looked at the paper eagerly. Then what do you think I should do? Siashichin did not answer immediately, but asked, if there is a talent potion, where do you want to use it? Nathaniel thought about it, pointed to his magic talent and affinity for fire elements, and pointed to another martial arts test and alchemy whose index was not high. He wanted to become stronger and make money, so he needed these. After a pause, seeing Siashichin's tolerant face, he went back to choose. I'm very excited about spells, elixirs, and refining, but I don't know what they are for. Scritch's tests are really varied. Of course, everything that should be tested in this small world of the heavens is tested here. And you can even see talents such as prophecy, fortune-telling, and geomancy. Siashichin introduced them to Nathaniel one by one. And after he finished, he gave Nathaniel his suggestions. Some of them are just interesting but not useful at the moment. You can temporarily hold your opinion. In the future, the academy will have more teachers, and they will also teach you these. If you are interested at that time, it is not impossible to earn potions. Talents only make you learn faster and more inspired. What you need most right now is the teacher's personal suggestion. You can use it to improve your weaknesses or specialize in your specialties. I know you really want to improve your magic talent. But magic talent like yours that has been destroyed by acquired factors can be slowly restored through the practice of mental power. If you use potions to restore it, it will inevitably be a waste of talent. Nathaniel was stunned. I can restore myself? Siashichin laughed and gave a positive answer. Of course, mental power is a good thing. Nathaniel stood up suddenly in excitement, and then realized that he was still in the teacher's office. He sat down slowly again, his face showing no sign of hiding his excitement. He could rely on himself to recover his talent. God knows how long he had been waiting for this moment. Don't get excited, young man. When your talent is restored and you learn stronger magic, you can go find your enemy and tell him that you have returned after completing your studies. Don't bully a poor young man. Siashichin's teasing words made Nathaniel blush instantly. I don't need to say that. As a relatively introverted child, Nathaniel really started to tap his toes when he heard Bori say these words. Embarrassed for Bori. But Bori was not embarrassed. Bori's words were still convincing, making Nathaniel really want to put on a hood sometimes. It was too painful. However, with Siashichin's relief, Nathaniel also came to his senses. He thanked Siashichin and chose the direction he wanted to choose. Fire element affinity. Of course, this doesn't mean that he is not interested in other things. But Screech said something very right. He could always earn back the talent potion later. It's just a matter of taking more tests. Nathaniel, whose score was not high the first time, is more determined to study hard. Siashichin sent the first child away, and it went smoothly. So smoothly that he wished he could meet the second child now. But it was almost time for him to go to class. Siashichin put away Nathaniel's talent report and leisurely went to the classroom with his teaching stick. In the classroom, everyone was very curious about Nathaniel, and especially wanted to know what Siashichin had asked Nathaniel to do. They surrounded Nathaniel in layers, chattering. Nathaniel's ears turned red. He stammered. Wait, you will know when the time comes. Yes, it's good news. Really? Nathaniel, don't lie to me. Boroy looked at Nathaniel pitifully. Is Screech really not looking for us to settle accounts? What have you done again? Is Screech going to settle accounts with you? Bori curled his lips and said, You know, I can't sit still. I've been going to Her Majesty Aurora these days, thinking. Cough, cough, cough. The coughs came one after another, and Bori's face changed. He didn't need to turn around. He closed his eyes in despair. I was wrong. Teacher. Children who admit their mistakes honestly will always be treated preferentially. Siashichin glanced at the whole class with a smile, but didn't say anything. Okay. Everything is done. It's time to start class. The students observed Siashichin carefully and hesitantly, and their hesitant look made Siashichin almost unable to hold back his laughter. Are silver feather hair ties really that effective? Several students pondered in their hearts, and even wondered whether they should send a few hundred more to Skricky to increase the probability of the silver feather hair ties appearing. Bori, who had escaped death, decided to take action, as he always liked to test the rules. Siashichin taught the afternoon class very well, and before the students had any reaction, the class was over. This time, He directly called on Bori to follow him. After everyone disappeared, the remaining students began to touch their chins and think about Screech's recent style. I have to say, Screech with the silver feathers has a more stable feeling even in class. Villa was amazed. Don't make it sound like Screech is not stable at ordinary times. Chris put away his book and interrupted. But it is indeed more stable than the animal hair tie. Especially the red animal hair tie. Screech was so petty that day that if someone was absent from class, he would ask more people to answer questions. He would take revenge on the spot, and there was no time to settle accounts later. Chris thought of this, and silently recorded what he saw and heard. It was time to compile a Screech observation note. The subsequent students' talent answers were both smooth and unsuccessful. For example, Bori chose to improve his martial arts talent without hesitation. For him, magic was just the icing on the cake. And what he needed most was the martial arts that he was most interested in and talented in. His martial arts talent was as high as 95 points. Bori asked Xiaxichan happily, "Brother Xia, if I use the talent potion, will my martial arts talent be full?" "No." Xiaxichan shook his head. "The initial talent will not exceed the full value of 100. But there is no upper limit after the upgrade. For example, Mr. Emoshuzi, his martial arts talent is currently over 100,000. Not including the skills he has practiced. And other indicators that he wants to add." Bori, more? How much? Xiaxichan patted Borui's shoulder with pity and encouraged. "Don't worry. You are still young. Mr. Emoshuzi is a 100-year-old monster. You can be so strong when you reach that age." Bori screamed silently. "But, does he have to be hundreds of years old to kick this old monster without feet?" "No." Bori left with a gloomy face. And the whole place was so desolate that it could be used as background music. The students who came in later all gave Xiaxichan a headache. The first one was Chloe. Before the conversation, Xiaxichan had to explain that he knew the little guy's identity as an orc so that the subsequent conversation could proceed smoothly. Then, the little guy was scared and showed 2 cat ears. Black cat ears. Unexpectedly, it was still a little black cat. Xiaxichan resisted the urge to get started, and kept reminding himself that he was an old teacher who was a role model for others, and he should not do such things that were not in line with his status. Then he coughed lightly, and explained the situation to the little guy. The little guy was very fast, and when he saw that his racial talent was very low, he drooped his ears slightly in disappointment, but still cheered up and chose the racial talent potion. Xiaxichan thought that the mental potion was more useful, and the little guy's mental power was too low. But seeing that the racial talent seemed to be very important to the little guy, he still did not interrupt. When her memory was not enough, the little guy knew that she could earn contribution points to take the make-up exam. Xiaxichan was willing to help her. Amelia's story was also a little complicated. Her talent point was in the special talent. The talent value was very high, but it could be shown as unactivated. In other words, it could not be improved without detecting what the special talent was. Amelia was not in a hurry and directly asked for the magic talent. Her elemental affinity and magic talent were both very free and easy zeros, showing that she was not suitable for the path of magic. But Xiaxichan still asked her to think about it again. Special talent means that even if you don't have the magic talent that ordinary people care about, you can still practice magic. Are you sure you want to choose magic talent? But there is no other way. Right? Amelia saw it clearly. I don't know where my talent is. And if I don't increase my magic talent, I will soon fall behind everyone else's progress. Magic talent is still somewhat important, at least in terms of the speed of learning magic. It is much faster than a novice like her. Amelia didn't want to be too far away from everyone. And who knows if it was because she was too poorly gifted that Screech made such an indicator, so that she wouldn't be depressed. Amelia wouldn't take any chances. Xiaxichan agreed. Okay. The potions will be in my hands in a month. If you regret it during this period, you can come to me. Amelia nodded indifferently, and left the classroom absent-mindedly. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't disappointed. The previous success seemed to have dealt her a heavy blow here. She is just a complete muggle. Xiaxichan marked a key point for Amelia. The last one. Lucius. How to say it? This blonde and black-eyed little guy made Xiaxichan feel that his elementary school was full of hidden talents, but also a little regretful. Because of Lucius's identity, his future will be dazzling enough. But at the same time, there will never be room for further improvement. Lucius raised his beautiful eyes, glanced at the data above, and said without hesitation, "Of course, I choose the special system. My special magic talent is definitely the light system." "You just give me the light system potion?" Xieshichan asked. "Why do you say that?" Lucius said, as a matter of course. "Because my father is a cardinal of the Church of Light. And my mother is also a Knight of Light. So of course I am the same. In fact, he was detected with a very strong element of light in the Church of Light, and was called the son of the God of Light by the people of the Church, and was directly designated as the successor to the next pope. So Lucius was sure that his talent was definitely a talent of light." He leaned lazily on the sofa, with an imperceptible arrogance and a sense of distance. "Anna is the same as me. If she doesn't choose the talent of light, I hope you can help persuade her." Anastasia, the little girl who often traveled with Lucius, held a book of the Oracle of Light in her hand and often read it. But she didn't seem to be pious at all. Xieshichan understood the reason, but he was curious about what Lucius thought. Why? It's her freedom to choose what she wants, isn't it? Lucius was silent for a while, and said impatiently, "Anyway, you just need to persuade her. You are teachers. You don't want to know all the secrets, right?" He seemed to realize that he was untenable, and emphasized, "I am doing this for her own good. She must strengthen her talent in the light department." Xieshichan nodded with a smile. "Teacher, I understand. The potion will be in your hands in a month. If you regret it, you can come to me at any time." Lucius waved his hand and left. "Don't worry. I won't regret it. And neither will Anna." Xieshichan was helpless, sighed softly, and marked Lucius with a key observation mark. Lucius did have the capital to be arrogant. His bright talent was so bright that the Pope was afraid of him. If he didn't have a cardinal father, he would have been assassinated by the Pope long ago. The current Pope is not a good guy. It's just... Xieshichan looked at Lucius's student file and had a headache. His light talent is of course brilliant, because his father is the God of Light, who lacks half of his godhood. How can there be a better way? Xieshichan murmured to himself. Recultivate other talents? But his shortcomings in other areas are too short. App was puzzled. Why recultivate? He himself said that his light talent is very strong. It's not easy to have a light magic student. Don't you want to be immune to light magic? Xiao. Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you really stupid? Xieshichan knocked on the table. Helpless. The other half of his father's godhood is in him. As long as he embarks on the path of light magic, he and his father are destined to have a relationship of one rising while the other falls. This plane is originally a system where new gods replace old gods. What's more, Lucius can't do without his father's half of the godhood, and his father will eventually make way for his son. Why? Xieshichan didn't understand, knowing that he will perish. Do you want your son to take this path? Xiao hesitated. Maybe. It's because of love? Then aren't you afraid that your son will be sad when you disappear? Xieshichan really doesn't understand. By the way, host, App thought of Beaurui's honest complaints about the two of them being in love, and said cautiously, "Do you think Lucius knows that Anastasia is his biological sister?" Xieshichan, I will pay attention to it. Okay. You can go play. App immediately went offline. Xieshichan rubbed his brows with a headache. Sure enough, he thought his students were very suitable for developing his academy. But now he is in trouble. He should have understood this truth long ago. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The negotiations over the past few days almost consumed most of Xieshichan's energy. Most students are not that difficult to deal with, and have already decided on their future direction. But there are also a small number of students in this small class who are difficult to deal with. This makes Xieshichan like Chris and Ophelia very much. One is determined to stick to the water system, and the other must balance the 5 elements before taking the potion. Both students will hardly give other answers. They were very motivated. After getting the information, they decided to take the make-up exam without hesitation. Xieshichan was relieved. He finally had a chance to recycle the contribution points. During this period, he counted the contribution points of the little guys, and found that these little guys were like hamsters, especially good at hoarding. Almost the minimum contribution points were more than 100. If they were not used up, according to the current scarcity of contribution point exchange mall, students would soon lose interest in earning contribution points. So, in class the next day, he announced the make-up exam time without hesitation and asked interested students to sign up as soon as possible. The next time will probably be next month. It takes time and energy for teachers to set questions. Bo-rui thought meanly. If he keeps taking makeup exams, won't Screech be exhausted to death? Oh! Thinking that the most tormenting thing about exams is himself. Bo-rui regretfully gave up this wonderful idea. By the way, more than half of the second month has passed. Since there are a lot of subjects this time, I decided to outline the key points for everyone in advance. Xieshichin raised his lips and gave everyone a heavy blow. The students were full of question marks. They asked unconfidently, "What about the makeup exam?" Xieshichin said, as a matter of course, "The exam will be held next week. Kids, you will take 5 cultural subjects this time. And there will be a physical test. If the makeup exam is taken together with these subjects, the teacher is afraid that you will not be able to bear it." Isabella flipped through the book, wondering, "Teacher, haven't we finished the class yet? So we are marking the key points in advance." Xieshichin rolled up his sleeves slowly and explained casually, "Don't worry. The teacher has always been sensible in class. And the course will definitely be finished next week. Students, don't be nervous. The magic history test is only half of the book. And the rest of the book is to be studied next month. Isn't it a lot easier? A lot. But not easy." Isabella was shocked. She has not been shocked many times in her life. And every time she was shocked by Screech. The first time was when Screech used various tricks. The second time was when Screech directly pointed out their identities. And the third time was now. How dare Screechy say that so casually? Among them, Chloe was even more frightened. As mentioned before, his mental strength was very low. Even if he practiced very hard, it would be difficult for him to catch up with others in a short time. So his memory was naturally not that outstanding. It was already very difficult for him to follow the teacher now. And now he had to take makeup exams. Exams? And more. The little guy hesitated and decided to find Xieshichin to change his talent potion after class. Forget it. The most important thing is to pass the course first. When can't the racial talent be improved? Chloe gritted her teeth, loving and hating Xieshichin, the teacher who didn't follow the rules. After throwing a big one, Xieshichin also knew to give a little sweetness. Next month, the teacher will teach you the art of language. Soon, you will be able to use your mouth to make the inarticulate teacher Emoshuzi suffer. Are you happy? The student said lazily. Oh, happy. Is there a subject missing in this? Who is happy must be made clear. Xieshichin sighed. Well, the teacher promises that next month, the teacher will teach you how to activate magic. We have successfully activated magic. Let's go to the Magic Association to get the certificate. By then, we will all be little magic apprentices. Are you happy? Next month? All the students looked at Xieshichin with their round eyes without blinking. After confirming that Xieshichin did not deceive them, they smiled happily. Happy! They dared to guarantee that this was definitely the Magic Academy with the fastest progress. It took less than 3 months to learn magic. The little guys who had thrown their previous frustration aside were dancing with joy. Xieshichin also gave them a chance to vent. After they calmed down, he slowly outlined the key points for them. Psychodynamics and micro-expression studies are mostly practical, with only 50% theoretical knowledge. However, compared to the initial students, who were always worried that the practice would eliminate them, now they are more happy to see the practice. When they are in class, the last thing they lack is practice. And now the practical score is a kind of free points for them. Xieshichin snorted and asked, "Teacher is good to you? Give you such a high practical score?" Chris was alert. "Are you sure that the practical exams are all the ones you have practiced in class?" "Of course I'm sure. It's too unfair for the teacher to let you take the test without practicing," Xieshichin said, pretending to be sad. "Chris, you questioning me like this really makes me sad." "Chris, If you ask Chris what is the most painful thing after learning micro-expression, Chris must complain bitterly. It's Screech. This bad-hearted guy can obviously make expressions perfect, but he must leave some gaps for them to observe, causing Chris to bite his teeth every time at this seemingly perfect, but actually full of loopholes expression. Damn it. Why would he hide a snicker on his face while pretending to be sad? He would rather not understand. Chris took a deep breath and said with a blank face, "I don't believe you. I will apologize to you after I get the points." "That's it. Chris, you are so smart," Bo-rui screamed. "Why didn't I think of understanding it this way?" "Chris, Xieshichin couldn't help but laugh softly. This time it was a genuine laugh. Chris couldn't laugh anymore. His little face was serious, and he couldn't hide his embarrassment. Oh! The students have learned more skills, and it's more fun. Basic Theory of Magic. Field Guide and History of Magic are exams that focus on theory, with 20% of the practical score. When Shichen said this, he saw the students' tangled faces, and nodded to let people ask questions. Nathaniel had hope of recovery, and he was much more cheerful recently, and dared to ask questions. He asked Shichen curiously, "We haven't practiced these courses. How can we take practical exams?" "That's right. Shouldn't these be purely theoretical exams?" Shichen winked at the students without changing his expression. "You will know when the time comes. Don't worry. The teacher will never go beyond the syllabus for the first exam." Students, even more worried. Shichen introduced the content of this month's exam and continued to highlight the key points. Until the end of the class, they didn't hear a single accurate word from Shichen, including how the physical training class will be tested. Shichen was extremely surprised. "I didn't teach the physical training class, so of course I don't know how to test it." "Dear, you have to ask Mr. Mo about this matter. He will definitely tell you generously." "Yes, the monthly exam is so important. Teacher Mo should." Generous ass. The students ran around the academy in the wind, since they had improved their physical fitness. Mo's punishment for them became running around the academy. Around the academy? Running. It's all tears to say more. And they can't delay the class time. They often can only run a lap, and then come back and collapse in the medicine and pretend to be dead. That's it. Mo still said righteously that they were too weak. Just running a small academy. And they were panting like this. Ah! So angry. However, Bo-Rui smiled and swallowed his anger. "Brother Mo, tell us something. We don't know how the test will go. We are nervous." Yes. Teacher. Just tell us a little bit." Herbert also persuaded Mo. "We have 5 theoretical courses in this monthly exam. We are really unsure." Mo. glanced at all the students. They were already familiar with them, and they would not yell at them. Now they have dismantled the cabins and replaced them with short screens. They were wearing bathrobes and could see each other's heads through the screen. And some even lay on the screen to chat with each other. This body training is too boring and too hard. Like being bitten by ants. Itchy and painful. If there is no way to divert their attention, they will scream out in shame again. Okay. You have finished running. How can I not tell you?" Mo's compromise instantly cheered up the students. Mo's stroked his beard. "This is the first time you have taken my exam in this subject, so I don't intend to make it too difficult for you. There are 3 stages in total. In the first stage, you draw lots to fight. I will teach you 2 sets of boxing. You will fight whichever set you draw. But you must be standard. Otherwise you will not get any points." The students all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they can do it. For the second stage of physical training, I set up an obstacle course. You just need to pass it without any problems. You will be scored according to the time it takes to pass. The lowest score is a passing score. Huff. Teacher Mo is such a good teacher. Mo. The third stage is group practice. The groups are determined by drawing lots. The requirements for each group are not high. Within 1 day, each person must have a second-level monster. If you are one less, you will fail directly. Huff. It's okay. But, huh? Bori screamed. Second-level magic beast? A second-level magic beast is equivalent to the strength of a junior magician. Oh, you reminded me. Mo. suddenly remembered to patch. I remember Shichen said that Chris is a junior magician. Right. Then those in his group must kill a third-level magic beast. Chris, I killed Bori. He spoke with difficulty. Teacher, is this task a bit difficult? Most of our companions don't know magic. Mo. frowned and said, Look at what you said. You chose such a low-level monster just because you don't know how to do it. This task is indeed difficult. But it is not impossible. The back mountain of our college has been almost plundered by your teacher Xie. With me here, it is very safe, and it is convenient to find a monster. It is easy for several people to besiege a monster. If you are not just learning, I won't go too far, and I will let you fight alone. Mo. said the truth. All the geniuses in their small world require the weak to defeat the strong, and the few to defeat the many. Otherwise they dare not call themselves geniuses. Geniuses are embarrassed. If the students were not weak and not used to it, and most usually would not give them such an easy task. But, how to say it? The students dragged their tired bodies back to the dormitory. And they were not so nervous and worried. It seemed that they had gotten used to it. No matter what the teachers of Screech did, they felt it was normal. It was just, this month's monthly exam was really good. Difficult. No wonder Screech was kind enough to give them the key points in advance. The college has entered a tense and exciting review phase. Students have to balance new knowledge points, learn old knowledge points, and review the content of mental strength in order to cope with the upcoming supplementary examination. Outside the college, it is not as harmonious and stable as inside the college. Fanny's Stern newspaper exploded again. It is not right to say it is once again. It should be said that the previous Stern journal made everyone feel that this was a desperate feat of the Stern family. With ridicule, the current Stern journal is a signpost that everyone dare not underestimate, and even wants to submit articles. Since Leonard responded in the Stern journal, the journal has once again launched the Leonard and Alara double review theme, and provided everyone with a magic device for voting. Anonymous. You can even write a review through this device, and select the best batch to report in the next issue. All magicians and nobles who study magic are crazy. This is the time to stand in line and show yourself. They can comment on the two legendary wizards openly. Of course, no one dares to say that the legendary wizard is bad so directly. And the comments selected by Stern are definitely valuable and reasonable. But, this is anonymous. This is the most convenient way to have a hearty exchange with His Majesty Leonard and His Majesty Aurora through the Stern journal. Even the Croft family had to work hard to find Aurora. And in the end, they didn't even meet. Now, as long as they are professional enough and speak with reason and evidence, they will have the opportunity to get a response from the legendary wizard. What an exciting thing! Everyone's enthusiasm for academics was ignited again. And even the other two compromising journals could not stop this enthusiasm. Fanny sat in the office, looking at the manuscripts that were flooding in, and reluctantly forgave Screech for swindling her. She lazily asked her assistant, "How are the votes?" The assistant was excitedly counting and quickly gave Fanny a number. Her Royal Highness Aurora has 5,000 more votes than His Royal Highness Leonard. Fanny secretly cursed Leonard, the stupid wizard, for being unpopular and adding to her workload. But she remained calm on the surface. Fanny, try to keep it within 1,000 votes in the future. You know what to do. The assistant was puzzled, but still agreed. Strange. Didn't they say it was absolutely true? Chapter 48. The capital has been really busy lately. It's mainly because of the Steen family. They're making a lot of noise. Since they've boarded the ship of His Majesty's, they've got to make a lot of noise. But they're really brave. They even dared to show off the excitement of His Majesty's. I'm afraid they've really reached the end of their rope. She sipped her coffee, sat on a sofa that looked very expensive at first glance, and listened to the ladies around her talking without saying a word. The lady who talked about the Steen journal sneered and continued, "I think it's just busy during this period, when His Majesties see the manuscripts being commented on and get angry. The direct and collateral branches of the Steen family will have nothing to worry about." The lady couldn't stand Stern's current behavior. She said that in order to maintain the purity of magic, he refused to make innovations and went along with other magic journals. Now, isn't this also a compromise? It's just that the compromise is in a fancy way, which has a fig leaf. The lady hates this kind of behavior the most. She married a noble son of the Rebno family. Although he doesn't care about things, he is also concerned about the family business. Because of these actions of the Stern family, the Rebno journal, which was the first to compromise with the top wizard, is now in an embarrassing situation. Her husband was often bullied by the master of the house, and he took it out on her when he came back, which made the noble lady hate the Steen family. But compared to them, other noble ladies didn't have such conflicts. At most, they just joined in the fun, listened to her complaints and smiled, and didn't say anything else. It's a joke. The Steen family dared to use the two legendary wizards as a gimmick for several weeks, and even let the imperial dukes and royal family promote them. Now they even directly let the two princes vote. They are so powerful, but they don't have any confidence behind them. How dare they do it? The current head of the Steen family is not stupid. Besides, if something really happened, the princes would have gone to trouble the Steen family long ago. How come they are still fine now? Everyone was thinking in their hearts, hiding their expressions with the teacups beside their mouths. thinking about going back to have a good relationship with the Steen family. If you ask me, the Steen family has great ambitions behind them. A plump woman looked at the ladies chatting next to her and chuckled. I heard that they also created a student entertainment newspaper. Isn't this trying to win over the little magicians in the magic world? When the little ones grow up and get used to working with Stern, this position will be very stable, she said meaningfully. And the woman who had said bad things about Stern before became angry, and her face changed. Haha. Madam Mina is really good at making assumptions. Another woman fanned the flames, but had a different opinion. Maybe it's to please the nobles. Wasn't it because Stern was able to send messages so smoothly before that he borrowed the power of the two nobles? Look, the last issue of the entertainment newspaper was directly about the entertainment news and congratulations of the Croft family's son. And this issue is about the pampered lady of the Muster family. The Duke of Muster was really ruthless and gave the title to his daughter as soon as he said it. To support his daughter. Yes. Yes. The last issue should be written by the little girl from Muster's family. Right? She is worthy of being a child taught by the Duke. It is written very beautifully. No wonder His Majesty Leonard likes it so much. Sia? A thin woman asked in confusion. What's wrong with you today? You didn't say a word? Are you feeling unwell? Many women chat without paying attention to the expressions of the people around them. But Sia is different. She is one of the leaders of every gathering. Even if you are chatting about gossip, you have to pay more attention to her expression and change the subject at any time. As the only wife of Captain Amos and the sister of the Emperor of the Empire, Sia has a great reputation in the aristocratic circle. Of course, it is not because of her status, but because of her iron-blooded management of the Iron Rose mercenary group and her ruthless methods when she assisted Emperor Fickle to ascend to the throne. She is naturally different from these noble ladies, who were trained to be like daughters. When we talked about the Steen Journal before, Sia didn't show much. So everyone continued to talk about this topic. Who knew that when the voice scolding Steen came out, Sia's face became cold. Mina was thinking about changing the subject, but she didn't expect that after she talked about the gossip of the two families. Sia didn't even keep her cold face. She put down her coffee cup and her expression collapsed. She didn't even bother to keep it. The thin woman and Sia could still chat for a few more words. So she asked tremblingly. This question made Sia even more angry. Uncomfortable? Of course she was uncomfortable. Damn it. The last issue was clearly written by her son Beauray. Just because her family didn't hold a banquet. Just because that crazy Muster applied for a title for her daughter. The credit became Muster's family. How can this be? What's even more hateful is that the Stern student entertainment newspaper wrote that the princess was born with high affinity and was a genius. That the Croft heir had a quarrel with his mother and then reconciled. And that the Duke of Muster apologized to his beloved daughter and applied for the title. But it didn't write about her family's Beauray. What does it mean? Is her family's Beauray not worthy of this newspaper? No. 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 It should be said that the damn Bennett couldn't do anything well. He went to Screech and got nothing. And brought the bad news that the banquet could not be held. Did this fool really think that everything would be fine if he hid in the mercenary group to train? Sia took a deep breath and tried to maintain a smile. No. I'm just not in a good mood recently. Sorry to bother you. I go first. Before Sia finished her answer, a maid knocked on the door outside. After getting Sia's response, she reported to Sia in a somewhat bewildered manner. Madam, there is an owl outside the door, saying, it wants you to reply. Sia frowned. What owl? The words were interrupted again. Sia looked at the owl unhappily, feeling that she had really had a bad day. The owl tilted its head and cooed a series of strange answers. There must be a response. Owl, your best partner for sending letters. You have a magic letter, an item from Screech. Please check and reply. Screech? Oh my god. This owl can talk? A woman screamed in surprise. Is it a telepathic magic? But this voice is too strange. Sia's brows relaxed slightly. Maybe. There are always many strange things in Screech School of Magic. As she said, she casually received the letter in front of everyone. And her green jade fingers gently touched the cylinder, and found that it was a small space, which should be the so-called items. The only connection between their family and Screech is Bori. I hope it's not bad news. Thinking of this, Sia still opened the letter elegantly, and explained to everyone casually while opening it. My Bori was driven away to Screech by his father. After all, It is an old magic school. It is worth the trip to be classmates with Her Highness Ophelia, the Croft family, and the Muster family. I hope this letter is not to complain. Xiao's cold tone was doting. I just spoiled him. He is very naughty. Who dares to say yes? Of course. Everyone will flatter Xia. Bori? I remember that the little guy was a junior swordsman very early. Right? I usually see that the child is not in tune. But I didn't expect him to learn so quickly. Yes. He is also very smart. Last time I heard that the Iron Rose mercenaries couldn't do anything with him. And each of them had better ideas than the other. Xiao's mood was barely better. As long as the content of this letter is good, she will not look for Screech again. Xia specially found glasses and put them on. And then she started to read the letter. Dear parents of Borui, hello. Thank you for taking the time to read the envelope in your busy schedule. I am the principal of Screech School of Magic and the current head teacher of Borui. Ancient Screech. Borui's recent performance is extremely good. He published an article in the XXDH issue of the Stern Journal in order to express encouragement to students. The Stern Journal specially awarded the students with the medals and certificates of honor they deserve. The medal has been handed over to the honorary person. But I think, as Bori's parent, you are more willing to help keep Bori's certificate of honor and witness Bori's growth. So I mailed the certificate of honor to you, hoping to share this common joy. In addition, due to the Duke of Muster's strong power, we have to compromise with him. In order to thank you for your compromise for Bori and Screech at that time, we will formally apologize to you in the entertainment newspaper, and hope to get your permission. Permission? Of course. Xia excitedly clenched the paper in her hand, and couldn't wait to take out the certificate of honor from the mailbox. It was a very low-key and luxurious black cover, with the word certificate of honor written in gold foil. Xia opened it without hesitation. And it contained Stern's praise, evaluation, encouragement, and even time for Bori. And it was also stamped with the seal of Stern Journal. It was very valuable. What is this? Seeing Xia's happy face, someone asked cleverly. Xia held back her smile. It's nothing. Little Bori has made great progress. He published an article in Stern last week, and was given a medal of honor and a certificate. Oh! This is really something. No matter how cold Xia was at ordinary times, she couldn't help but want to show off when she saw the child in this situation. It was sent to Screech, so I give it directly to Bori. The head of the Screech family didn't think it was troublesome, and said that honor must be shared with parents. So he sent me Bori's certificate of honor. She spread out the certificate to show everyone the contents, and smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. I wanted to keep a low profile and not hold the party. But now I have no choice but to hold it. Women, Jealousy made them split apart. How come even that jerk from the Amos family can be published in the journal? Oh my god. They just praised the last issue of the journal for being well written. But now they are so disgusted. You know, the boy from the Amos family was originally laughed at by everyone because of his lack of ambition, lack of magic talent, and only sword skills. Bad personality and no future. But it's only been a month since he went to Screech. And he's even been published in the Stern Magic Journal. How is this possible? At the subsequent gathering, most of the women became absent-minded. And many even planned to go back and talk to their husbands about this matter. It's not that they trust Screech's teaching methods, but Screech's ability to build connections. Now it's just the Stern Magic Journal. Will there be a magic association in the future? Or even a direct meeting with a legendary wizard? They all have young sons in their families, and they are reluctant to send their heirs to Screech. So can other spoiled children also take advantage of it? Not only do they not have to worry about the child's safety or the child getting into trouble, but they can also give the child more reputation. And in the future they can marry a nobleman with a good family background. Which is also very good to say. The more they thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Everyone began to ask each other about it with a smile. And they were not even afraid of Xia anymore, and discussed Screech's affairs with Xia. Xia didn't care either. She knew what these people thought of her son Bori. But so what? Her son Bori was promising. And it made them very angry. It must be said that the letter from Screech was delivered too timely. Xia was already considering whether to go to Screech again to meet the legendary principal. Xia sent away the women who were not here one by one. When she came to the last thin woman, she said casually, I remember that your child also came back from Screech? The thin woman's smile froze. Yes. Really? I don't remember it very well. Humph. after sending the woman away. Xiao snorted coldly. You deserve it for slandering my Bori for your useless son. Chapter 49. Mrs. Gershon smashed all the objects in the room. Many large and beautiful pearls tinkled on the ground and rolled all over the floor. But she had no time to feel sorry for them. Her face was full of anger, which made her beautiful face look ferocious. Her name was Xinya, and she was the wife of Sing, the vice president of the Magic Association's capital. She was also a thin woman who had a good relationship with Xia, and was Xia's half-sister. But unlike Xia, who was recognized as a princess at birth, her mother was only a lover of Xia's father from beginning to end. Xia's father had numerous lovers. In order to obtain a title, he gave his pregnant and beautiful lover to the emperor, because his lover was doted on and Xia was very beautiful. The previous emperor directly recognized Xia and acknowledged her identity as a royal princess. Later, Xia's mother gave birth to the current emperor. From then on, Xia and her were no longer the same. Even in the capital, no one dared to say that Xia and her had the same blood relationship. Whoever dared to say that was questioning the decision of the royal family. Everyone was not stupid. But that's why Xia hated it. They were both the daughters of the lovers of that stupid and downtrodden nobleman. But Xia could become a princess. She hooked up with him with all her scheming. But she only hooked up with the vice president of the Magic Association. Obviously, her mother was not worse than Xia's mother. Since then, Xia secretly compared herself with Xia. Xia married a poor swordsman, so she wanted to marry the vice president of the Magic Association. Xia gave birth to a fool, so she wanted to give birth to a genius. Xia. But every time, Xia's comparison always ended in a mess. Xia married a poor swordsman, but the poor swordsman was afraid of his wife and founded the Iron Rose Mercenary Group, one of the 3 major mercenary groups, and gave it to Xia to manage. Xia gave birth to a stupid son. But after the stupid son went to Screech, he became a genius praised by everyone. How is this possible? Obviously, the stupid son inherited all the inferior genes of Xia and his father, and he couldn't even learn magic. The more Xia thought about it, the more she was dissatisfied. She even thought of Xia saying that her son had been to Screech, and she felt a deep regret in her heart. Obviously her son is the one with magic talent, but because of his short-sightedness, he has no chance to become famous. Damn it! Everyone is against me. Xianya gritted her teeth, looked at her increasingly hideous appearance in the mirror, and overturned the mirror in anger. What are you doing again? As soon as Sun came back, he heard the servant report that the lady was angry. Thinking about it, he really didn't come back often recently. But wasn't it also for the development of the association? This jealous woman. If it weren't for her. Sung took a deep breath and tried to maintain his expression. What's wrong? Didn't you just go to meet your sister? Speaking of this, Xinya sneered. Yes. That stupid woman. She started to show off after getting the advantage. And she really thought her stupid son was a treasure. If it weren't for his majesty, who would curry favor with her? Sing paused, puzzled. A bargain? What bargain? Xinya was asked about her sad things, and tears fell down. It's the recent Stern Journal. The last issue of the journal said that it was written by her son. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. I know what her son is like. How could he write a professional magic journal? Does anyone know if she hired someone to write it for her? Speaking of the Stern Magic Journal, we have to mention Screech. Singer's eyes deepened. Perhaps the Screech family hired someone to write it for them. Although the Screech family is in decline, they still have some connections. Don't be angry. Doesn't this mean that Screech is going to fail now? Even this kind of thing has come out. Singh didn't know why his wife was angry, but he thought of the elders in the association who had been holding meetings frequently for a declining magic academy recently. And he had an idea. Isn't our child about the same age as Bori? When the time comes, we will put pressure on Screech to let Ike go to school and treat everyone equally. Wouldn't Screech have to find someone to write for our Ike? Shinya's expression moved, and she hesitated. Ike once went to Screech, but he came back on the first day because all the teachers in the academy left. No. How could they all leave? Screech has a lot of background. Sun laughed. You don't understand this. As long as Screech still has their magic notebooks, there are magicians willing to go there. It's just that our association can't force its way in due to the rules. Otherwise, we would have revoked their school qualifications long ago. Of course. After revoking the school qualifications, it would still be more troublesome to get these precious magic items again. After all, these are the private property of the Screech family. Therefore, the best outcome is to transfer the academy, so that it can be assumed that these things belong to the academy, and Screech can't take a penny away. But there is no need to tell Shinya about this. Sanger lowered his voice and bewitched, Ike inherited my magic talent. How could he be worse than the boy from the Amos family? As long as he gets Screech's attention. What can he not get? If Screech can impress the legendary wizard with something to write a comment for his students, then he must have something to give to our Ike. After all, Ike is so likable. Isn't he? That's right. The more Shinya thought about it, the more excited she became. She still remembered the lady's eager expressions before she left. She knew they were definitely thinking the same thing. When the time comes, we will all go to Screech together. Screech won't refuse. What's more, the most important and talented children in most noble families are trained as heirs. They dare not send them to Screech to take advantage of them. They will naturally send the second-rate ones, or even the idle children at home. Then, their Ike must be unique among them. Screech has all kinds of people who are not good-looking and can hardly learn magic. Even if they can learn magic, they are extremely arrogant. How can they compare with their little Ike? Okay, then we will send Ike there. Ike has been to Screech before, so there is no reason for Screech to refuse to accept him. She thought cruelly. If Screech didn't know what was good for him, then don't blame her. Sung knew that as long as his wife agreed, this matter would definitely be done. He never cared how his wife did it. He only cared whether this matter could bring him benefits. Oh, yes. I have to coax that little bastard Ike. At least take on the task of investigating Screech, and steal Screech's magic items if necessary. As for Ike's life, Sung has many illegitimate children outside. If one dies, just bring another one back. Shinya has done everything to give birth to Ike, and now she can't give birth anymore. So she will definitely agree. The couple had ulterior motives, each thinking of their own strategies, and directly decided Ike's next itinerary. But their son is not so easy to fool. I won't go. Ike felt sick when he thought of the empty auditorium of Screech and those Muggle students at that time. Mom, you don't know how disgusting Screech is. He actually accepted a lot of Muggles into the academy. So what if I can get into the Stern Journal? The Stern Journal has long lost its authority. If I go to school with a bunch of Muggles, it would be really embarrassing. Shut up. Xianya cursed coldly and slapped Ike directly. In Ike's unbelievable eyes, she barely kept her patience. No matter what Stern will be like in the future, now Stern has been linked to a legendary wizard. What does this mean? Don't you understand without me saying it? Of course Ike understands. But he is going to the Merim School of Magic soon, which is a school of magic that only noble heirs and super talented magicians have the opportunity to go to. Why should he be classmates with a group of Muggles for their face? Ike was indignant. You don't even regard me as an heir, but as a face for you to compete with me. Shinya's face changed, and she slapped Ike again. Ike lowered his head, his eyes still full of resentment. Shinya's eyes were red, and she gritted her teeth. Yes, I don't regard you as an heir. In order to give you a high magical talent, I drank countless potions and begged countless wizards. After giving birth to you, not only did I become a Muggle, but I can't even have another child. Ike was stunned. Obviously, he had never known what Shinya said. Shinya calmed down a little. She took a deep breath to ease her emotions. Ike, Mother likes to compare, but Mother only has you as a son, so I will naturally plan for you. When she said this, her eyes were cold and vicious. Your father has so many lovers and illegitimate children outside. Do you really think I don't know? It's just that you want to take advantage of his power, and don't make it clear. Ike's back was cold. After all, he was just a boy who used to play behind Bori. A little narrow-minded and selfish, but more afraid. His mother's behavior really scared him. Shinya didn't notice the child's frightened expression. Now she had completely calmed down. She told Ike about her plan in detail. Your father must have other ideas when he agreed to let you go. But don't worry about it. He has always been selfish and doesn't care about you. He let you go to Screech, but he didn't let you learn. What can Screech teach you? But you look well behaved. As long as you can please Screech and get a comment from a legendary wizard, your mother will find a way to transfer you to Malum. It's just a few months of postponement. You're so smart. It won't have much impact. But when you go to Merim, you be a magic apprentice, who has communicated with legendary wizards, and a celebrity who has been on the Stern Journal. Isn't that good? Yes, it's pretty good. Ike was gradually convinced by his mother. But, Ike whispered, what if they find out? What if I'm a classmate of a muggle? Xinya snorted, no one will know. When you leave, Screech will be useless. Ike was stunned and hesitated. But Xinya convinced him, child. Your father's consideration is very correct. Screech is an old magic school with a deep foundation. If you can get some resources, you will not have to worry about your future. Your father is busy and selfish. It is impossible for him to give you enough resources. Your mother has become a muggle, and the resources she can give you are very limited. If you don't let Screech send you, won't you fall behind them in the future and waste your talent? Yes, that's right. He is so talented. If he can't get enough resources, he will be outshined by those heirs with countless resources sooner or later. By then, Bori will laugh at him. He shouldn't do this. Besides, Mother just said that Screech is useless. Mother is so cautious that she would never kill him for a small matter. Maybe Father wants Screech to transfer? Ike thought uncertainly. But he was determined in his heart. He wanted to go to Screech. He even wanted Screech to notice him as soon as possible. How should I go? Ike asked. He finally pretended to know nothing and obeyed his mother's order. Xinya smiled. That's right. Her son will always be 10,000 times better than Xia's son. Bori? He's just a clown who is trying to attract attention. Achoo. Bori sneezed, rubbed his nose, and muttered softly, I always feel like someone is scolding me. It may be that Screech is missing you, Chris said coldly. Or maybe Moxuzi is calling you. Bori Amos. Bori snorted, Chris, you look so ugly when you are jealous of me. Jealousy has made you unrecognizable. Can you be less childish? Chris, Chris turned his head back and ignored Bori. Bori defeated Chris again, and was so proud that even the pen in his hand looked beautiful. Hey, the pen was not wrong. It was Screech who was wrong. He made me have to take the makeup exam. Bori talked aimlessly, and suddenly said, I don't know what the questions in this makeup exam will be like. Asuto exclaimed. Didn't you read the book? Bori? Read the book? Bori's exaggerated gesture showed his inner resentment. Are you referring to the book with so many key points that you can hardly see the words? Oh my god. This is only the first makeup exam. I can't even imagine how difficult it will be to take the next makeup exam. But if you get 90 points in the makeup exam, you can get a bottle of talent potion. And you can get another bottle if you break the record. Asuto said, nodding. Isn't it normal for the questions to be difficult? Bori choked. Isn't he afraid that students like us, who just want to get better scores, will despair? Can Chris be as desperate as he is? Villa turned around and raised her eyebrows. She looked very handsome in her jeans. Because of you, little Bori. Chris can't even hold his head up in front of Her Majesty Aurora. Chris was stabbed in the back again. And he was so cold that the wind was blowing everywhere. Bori also thought of Chris's recent embarrassment and sighed. I didn't mean it. I really didn't react. Villa didn't believe it. She felt that Bori did it on purpose. Of course, there might be times when he did something bad with good intentions. Such as when he wanted Aurora to remember his friend who he couldn't get, but ended up making him a friend he couldn't forget. Bori thought about it carefully and felt that he couldn't be blamed. But Screech should be blamed. Strange. Why are the tutors chosen by Screech so narrow-minded? Villa wanted to refute. But after thinking about the teachers who are currently teaching, not teaching, and about to teach in the college, she had to admit that this is right. No. My father will also come to teach. He and Screech have agreed to come over when he is free. Villa said this. And he was justified. My father is not narrow-minded. Bori sneered. Villa. Do you mean that the Duke of Muster, who chased and killed the opponent until he saw him get beaten 5 times by the mixed doubles because he put a worm on your head, is not narrow-minded? Bori smirked. Really? Really? I ask when the time comes. Villa smiled slightly. Then you might be beaten by my father and brothers first. Bori fell silent. So, who is not narrow-minded? He, Bori, is the only one who knows everything, but can't share anything. His classmates were still too honest. Feeling cunning, Bori soon received a fatal blow from the petty principal. They began to take makeup exams. Xie was a typical teacher who pushed students to study hard, and was proficient in all kinds of modern methods of torturing students. For example, now, Shichen saw the students sitting in scattered places in the classroom, smiled slightly, and arranged the seats directly. Sit according to my instructions. One table for each person. Bo-rui didn't understand why this behavior was done. He thought for a moment and pouted, Brother Xie, we have been together for such a long time. Are you still worried about us cheating? There are not many of them who can do magic, so they can only cheat in a simple way. Bo-rui often saw his friends cheating when he was in school, but he never cheated. He would be beaten by his mother. Don't ask him how he knew. If you ask, it's because he was too pretentious and was misunderstood. Shichen explained with a smile. A table is to prevent you from being influenced by each other. What are you thinking? Huh? Being influenced by each other? Haven't they passed the monthly exam? Would they still be afraid of the swishing sound of turning pages? Before Bo-rui figured it out, he saw a string of cursive characters written on the blackboard. The first makeup exam for the first generation of elite class of Screech School of Magic. Bo-rui was in a complicated mood. He didn't know whether to be happy for the elite class or feel guilty for the word memorial. Shichen began to organize the test papers and answer sheets. He said leisurely, everyone's answer sheet is different. I made some minor adjustments. Don't be too nervous. It was a commonplace topic, and everyone knew what was going on. They sat in their seats and waited for Shichen to hand out the test papers. The first thing they did after the test papers were handed out was to read them carefully from beginning to end. This time, they would not make the same mistake as in the first monthly exam. Damn. What kind of questions are these? Amelia, who was only thinking about taking the makeup exam and collecting some talent potions to learn magic, almost wanted to rebel. A makeup exam with only 2 big questions from beginning to end, each worth 20 points, was really fucking despairing. Just asking. Will people think that these 2 big questions are for the purpose of increasing the score? No. They will only worry whether they have not written enough and cannot get the 20 points. 8 pages of questions. 2 questions that do not even take up half a page account for 40 points. Who dares to write less? Amelia continued to mark the papers. And the more she read, the more desperate she became. The first 60 points consisted of multiple choice questions and fill-in-the-blank questions. 100 fill-in-the-blank questions. 200 multiple choice questions, which means 0.2 points per question. This. Amelia pinched her thighs frantically, fearing that she would be so angry that she would shut herself up. Ah! Screech! You are so cruel. Shichen took advantage of the fact that the exam had not started yet and said, the questions are not difficult, so the number of questions is a bit large. Don't worry. Take the exam seriously. Believe in yourself, and you will succeed. It's not exactly the same as last time, but it's almost the same, which really gave the students a headache. You are really good at being a bad person. Forget about dying. Herbert muttered with his eyes empty, thinking that he might not be able to redeem himself this time. In this life, there will never be a day to adapt. Right? No one replied to him, because the exam had already started. No matter how desperate it was, you had to take the exam seriously. This was an exam that was earned with 50 contribution points. You couldn't let it go to waste after working so hard for so long. Everyone forced themselves to focus all their attention on the test paper, not daring to be distracted. Until Chris, Ophelia, Osido, Vera, and other students with good grades, who had written most of the multiple choice questions, all stopped writing and stared at the test paper in their hands with a stiff expression without blinking. It was as if some invisible pressure was slowly pressing them onto the test paper. Everyone's face could be interpreted with the most commonly used emoticon package of modern people, Subway. Old man. Looking at the phone.jpg. Chris swallowed slowly and looked at the paper on which he had already written 100 questions. His heart beat faster than when he saw Aurella. It was going smoothly before, but now I realized something was wrong when I looked back. He chose A for the first 40 questions and D for the last 60 questions. Last time, there were still a lot of questions. But this time, will Screech give such a stupid test paper? Shouldn't he? Chris, who is always confident, couldn't help but secretly tilt his head. Ophelia was sitting at the table next to him, although the distance was not close. The recent physical training and mental training allowed Chris to scan the other person's answer sheet at a glance. Ophelia was used to writing a question and ticking an answer on the answer sheet. Chris originally just wanted to find a sense of security, but he became autistic after seeing the whole thing. Ophelia's answer sheet, if he read it correctly, was probably the same as his. Rows of A's. Rows of D's. No. 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 There must be something wrong. Screech clearly said that their answer sheets were different. Even if it was a slight adjustment. It was different. How could the two answers be exactly the same? Chris lowered his head and continued to check his test paper. His mind began to work frantically. Believe it or not. Is Screech deceiving them again? Even a confident kid like Chris still doubted his life when he saw this scene. It was not because they had taken too many exams that they thought this kind of test paper was abnormal. But the questions Screech asked were very strange this time. There would be a few uncertain questions interspersed between several multiple-choice questions, which made the originally certain questions also a little uncertain, which became the premise for doubting themselves. And the same options that were too easy to get points made them doubt whether there was something wrong with them at the first time. After all, such a stupid question was too easy to get points. What if someone took a chance and wrote it like this? Screech is not the kind of person who values luck. The last key point is that when they tried to look around, they found that everyone's answers were almost the same. And Screech said that the answer sheets were different. But they got the same answer. This is mysterious. And Screech also said that sitting far away is because he is afraid of being affected by sitting close. No one knows whether this sentence is literal or metaphorical. Tangled. Tangled to death. Some students even started to use their own knowledge to observe Screech's micro-expressions. Unfortunately, it was useless. When Screech was invigilating, he was preparing lessons and making papers seriously. But he didn't notice their scratching faces. It seemed that he was not afraid of them cheating. The most important reason was that there was a school to help invigilate. And it was integrated and automated. So Xieshichin didn't need to waste too much energy. But the little guys didn't know it yet. There was no way to find a solution. So he could only trust himself in the end. Chris clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to fill in the answers he wanted. And then marked the questions he was unsure about. After finishing the test paper, he would correct it if he had time. And if he didn't have time, he would just let it go. The increasingly noisy sound of flipping papers made many students feel agitated. The questions were strange to begin with. And the big guys in front of them kept flipping papers, which made them even more nervous. What's going on? It doesn't sound like it's going to be fast. Could it be that it's too difficult? So these good students are looking at the questions again and again, afraid that they will make mistakes? I lowered my head and looked at the questions with the same options. And I also became entangled. At looking at the whole audience, I have to sigh. You modern Chinese people are worthy of being a big country of exams. This psychological warfare is applicable everywhere. Xieshichin couldn't help laughing. I won't do this to the next batch of students. I have high hopes for them. So I put them through so much hardship. Don't worry. They can make it through. Xieshichin said nonchalantly. There are only so many tricks. You will understand them naturally after experiencing more. If the students knew about Screech's high hopes for them, they would probably thank him with tears in their eyes. The afternoon exam was over. After the make-up exam, Xieshichin's comfort when collecting the test papers had almost no effect. The questions this time are easy. Right? Although there are difficult questions. The scores for difficult questions are small. If you work hard, 90 points is still easy. In theory. This is true. The difficulty of Xieshichin's make-up exam this time is psychological warfare. If you are determined, each person can get 1 or 2 bottles of talent potion. Xieshichin is also letting the little guys go. It's just that this sea is a bit turbulent and almost drowned everyone. Bo Rui asked tearfully, Brother Xie, tell me honestly, are the answer sheets really different for everyone? Xieshichin said without hesitation, of course. Didn't you pay attention to the question number when filling it out? Everyone's answer sheet is in a mess. This is to test your carefulness. Bo Rui couldn't help crying. Then why are my answers almost the same as mine? I almost didn't dare to write. Xieshichin couldn't help laughing, thinking that it's not almost the same. No matter how messy the order is, the answer to other people's questions is just one option. Of course. He's still comforted. Maybe everyone's mess is almost the same. It's just a slight difference. This is obviously not easy at all. I should have known that there is no easy time for the make-up exam. Bo Rui sniffed and felt hopeless. Xieshichin was surprised. You can't write it? Bo Rui, yes. But, Xieshichin looked at the students in front of him again. Do you also think the questions are difficult? Chris answered carefully. Most people can do it. But, Xieshichin shrugged, that's it. I said the questions are easy. You have to believe in yourself. Students, eh? Ophelia calmly asked back. Believe in yourself? Chris was stunned, but soon woke up and asked back. The questions are not difficult. Siashichan hummed. Yes. The teacher didn't lie to you. The questions are indeed not difficult. Right? Be serious. 90 points is also easy to get. Right? Even if there are uncertain questions, it is easy to get the correct answer by elimination. Right? Yes. But there is no but. They realized that this time. Screech said all the truth on the surface. Yes. Sit further away to avoid being influenced by others. Yes. The volume is large. So the questions are very simple. You must believe that you will succeed. But? Bo-Rui puppy whimpered. Sia brother. You should have said the truth this time. All the answers to the questions he was unsure of were changed. Siashichan, This was something he didn't expect. He originally thought that Bo-Rui was the most confident one among these children. But he didn't expect that the little guy was so unconfident in his studies. He comforted her. It's okay. The last 2 easy questions are 40 points. You will definitely do well this time. Some students who thought about the last 2 big questions wrongly and wrote very broadly became silent and stiff. Yes. It was the socially anxious little prince Chloe. Chloe didn't know why Screech seemed to be born to suppress her. He was used to being careful, and was used to being tormented by Siashichan during evening self-study. When he saw these 2 questions, his first reaction was that Screech was trying to trick him again. So, he sublimated, he diverged, and he worked hard to write a short essay. For the sake of these 40 points, he had done the previous questions carelessly. Now after hearing everyone's answers, Chloe calculated carefully. Wow, it was good enough to be higher than the first time. Not to mention potions. Not to mention breaking the record. Chloe's face fell, and it became even colder. His 50 contribution points. The 50 contribution points he had earned by overcoming social phobia and working hard were all gone. The poor little ones were destined to be sleepless tonight. But they didn't have much time to adjust. Because for them, a new exam would start soon. Since there are 5 subjects to be tested this time, including physical training, it is impossible to finish all of them on the weekend. After the supplementary exam, they started the exam week one after another. Basically, there are theoretical exams in the morning and practical exams in the afternoon. The good news is that the number of questions in the later exams is not as large as that of mental strength. They can basically take 2 subjects a day, which can leave more time for review. The bad news is, the practical exam is really fucking difficult. And it is very public punishment. For example, the micro-expression test. I don't know where Screech got a bunch of disposable photostones from, and put them in front of the students, and then put a piece of paper on them, asking them to record their answers. Question, please take out a photostone. Watch the image in it, and then answer the question. Well, everyone looked at it attentively, picked one at random, and opened it. It was a library of their classmates' daily expressions. Some were ferocious in physical training class. Some were dull in exams. And some were smart when being taught a lesson. The expressions were so rich that they felt ashamed of themselves during exams. Although Screech would tell them when he took the photo, it was difficult for them to control their expressions. The students who had always thought that Screech took the photo to give them a good memory were ruthlessly stabbed by their former selves at this time. Question, what expressions did Bori make in the picture? What does it mean? What mood? Question, what emotions are hidden in Herbert's angry expression in the picture? How to hide it? Question, if someone sees Bori and Herbert fighting with hideous faces as their friend, what should you do to make everyone believe that you are all innocent and playing? Damn it! The scene just now was so embarrassing. Let alone remembering the expression. I didn't even remember the action. Also, what meaning or mood can it represent? They don't know. The person himself was confused when he saw it. What was he thinking at that time? He forgot. It was painful. But he couldn't blame Screech. Just like Screech said, they were all taught in class. They had seen them before. The questions were very friendly, but not very friendly to them. After the whole afternoon of practical exams, the 20 friends who were so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe consoled themselves silently, saying that it didn't account for much. So it wasn't a big problem. And they could do it. Then the next day, the physical exams began. Or they took the exams for 3 consecutive days. Mo Shuzi raised his hand and took them to the back mountain, Little guys. Hurry up. How much time you can have to review depends on how fast you are. The little guys hurriedly divided into groups, and went to the back mountain one by one. Mo Shuzi and Eugene followed Xie Shichen slowly behind. And Mo Shuzi looked at the big backpacks they prepared one by one and sighed. The rules were not handled well this time. They just said that they can't bring space rings. Next time, they must not bring bags. They can only bring the basic set I prepared. Otherwise, if they put some magic scrolls in it, it's not cheating. Xie Shichen smiled. I don't think so. Let's make a bet? Mo Shuzi also became interested. Tell me. What do you want to bet? Xie Shichen raised his eyebrows. Bet on what is in the backpacks of the little guys. The loser will do one thing for the winner. Just one thing. Deal. Mo Shuzi agreed without hesitation. I think it's a weapon. It looks bulging and heavy. There may be food. But food is too common. So I won't bet with you. Xie Shichen smiled brightly. I bet it's full of knowledge. Mo Shuzi? ? He laughed. Xie Shichen. Xie Shichen. You are a student. And you think students are the same as you? This is an exciting physical test. How can you bring books to be a burden? You are doomed to lose, said Mo Shuzi complacently. I don't want to think about it anymore. If you lose, you have to write a student development report for me. I will dictate it to you. Xie Shichen smiled slightly. Okay. I also think you are doomed to lose. Teacher Mo. You must not run away. What a joke. How could I run away? He raised his eyebrows and asked Eugene to be the referee directly. Teacher Eugene is watching. I, Mo Shuzi, am the most trustworthy. Eugene looked at Xie Shichen. Then at Mo Shuzi. And always felt that Xie Shichen looked confident. He hesitated and asked, Did you see them packing their school bags? Mo Shuzi was at a loss. Who? Xie Shichen answered slowly. No. But I am confident that with such a tight schedule of exams, students will definitely bring books to study all night. Xie Shichen tempted Eugene. Teacher Eugene. Are you going to get involved? A little gambling can make you happy. Eugene, No. He was the referee. And Eugene, who wanted to gamble, extinguished his desire to gamble. He was no match for an old fox like Xie Shichen. Unfortunately, he has a stupid teammate named Mo Shuzi. Mo Shuzi grabbed him with his big hand. Of course. Teacher Eugene is a member of our college. How can we leave him to play? Come to Eugene, and tell me what you want to bet. Eugene, Xie Shichen saw Eugene's concerns and raised his finger to swear with a smile. I swear to the god of light. I really guessed it, and didn't see it. Otherwise, I will be punished to be entangled by His Majesty Leonard every day. This oath is really heavy. Eugene hesitated for a while. Then I bet. The students are carrying outdoor survival tools. This is the answer that is least likely to go wrong. Xie Shichen pondered for a moment. More details? What kind of things count? What kind of things don't count? This answer is too broad. Isn't it? Mo Shuzi nodded. Yes. In this case, my weapons are actually counted in it. Eugene thought carefully. So, if there are more defensive things to protect my safety, I will win. If the offensive ones are the majority, even if Teacher Mo Shuzi wins. If there are more books, even if Teacher Xie wins. How do you think? If the students only brought one type, then it would obviously not be displayed. It is indeed the most reasonable to use the percentage. The three teachers agreed to this bet after discussing it. In order to see the students' backpacks as soon as possible, Xie Shichen exchanged a student viewing mirror from Xiao Xiao, which can see the students' actions as soon as possible. Each group occupies a small screen. The specific magic power consumption is output by Eugene. The students are almost in groups of 3 to 4, walking cautiously in the dense forest on the back mountain. Walking and stopping, as if looking for a relatively safe place to rest. Mo Shuzi stroked his beard, and was very pleased. He is quite smart, and listens carefully in class. Bori, Nathaniel, and Asado walked to a hidden corner, looked around, and after making sure it was safe, they smeared the juice of nearby grass all over their bodies. This is a way to conceal the breath. The academy has not taught it yet. It seems that Bori learned it from his family. After all, there will be a gap between the life and study of students before coming to school. Eugene sighed softly. Xie Shichen nodded. That's because they have worked hard before. So there is a gap. Right? Just like Nathaniel knows more about the lives of small people. It's just that they haven't reached the occasion where they need him yet. When they need him, There will also be a gap. That's right. Eugene was stunned for a moment, and quickly accepted this statement. He was indeed a little narrow-minded. Pay attention. They are about to unpack. Emoshuzi lowered his voice, and became excited. Even if Siashichin was calm, he couldn't help but lean over to see what the students brought. So bulging. Nathaniel opened his backpack, took out a small pot from it, and took out a baby monster from the monster garden, and pressed it on the grass. Then he heard Bori's excited voice, Asado. Where's the knife? Quick! Quick! We can't hold this kid down. It's a pity that the 3 teachers didn't guess who this kid was. The little guy in this group secretly stole the baby from the monster garden. Chapter 50. Hey, little guy. Where are you going? Bori laughed in the tone of a villain. The little monster in his hand was only half the size of his arm. It was less than 3 months old. He pressed it on the grass, and it kept crying. Oh my God. You are so pitiful. Little guy. It's a pity that you met me. The ruthless killer. Bori! Bori raised one hand coolly, and the little guy under his hand suddenly rushed out. Bori was startled. NASA. Nathaniel quickly grabbed the tail of the monster cub and used all his strength to restrain the struggling monster under him. Nathaniel didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his face and looked very embarrassed. I say, Bori, can you be more reliable once in a while? Bori opened his innocent eyes wide. Nathaniel, I'm obviously very reliable. I just kidnapped a monster here. But you are responsible for this. Nathaniel subconsciously looked around and made sure there were no teachers around. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. He said unnaturally, we have to eat anyway. So why not warm up our stomachs during the exams? That's right. The monster cubs born through ripening potions usually don't live long and can't stay for too long. Plus, their movements are pretty rough. So it's better to treat them as a meal than to leave them in the wild. You know a lot. Natha. Bori winked and pointed at the monsters. Can you cook? Nathaniel, no. Although he was born a commoner, his parents doted on him and raised him as a genius since he was a child. How could he have ever cooked? Hey! In the end, it was Asado who took over the job with a sigh. He gestured in the air with his knife. Where should I cut? Bori came forward and gave random instructions. Cut the neck. A fatal blow. This is also a little mercy to this poor little guy. Nathaniel realized something was wrong. Cut the neck and the blood will splash all over me. Are you using me as bait? Asado was silent for 2 seconds and stood up. I do it. You guys get out of the way. The 2 unreliable people gave way to Asado. Asado often worked at home, and his father was a hunter who was very good at slaughtering. He held a beast by the scruff of the neck, went directly to the trap they had decided to set, supported it with an iron pot, and cut the beast's neck without saying a word. His movements were very smooth and his expression was very cold. And Bori couldn't help but sigh. Cool. Asado. You are simply the coldest swordsman I have ever seen. Asado is not a swordsman, Nathaniel retorted. Asado is obviously a top student, the kind who can remember everything he sees. Borui paused for a second, then immediately changed his words. Cool. Asado. You are the most ruthless swordsman and academic master I have ever seen. Asado was so embarrassed that his toes were on the ground. Okay. It's up to you guys next. Borui immediately took over the next task. First, he threw the monster in his hand into the pit, sprinkled the monster's blood around the pit, and then stood far away from the trap, squatting cautiously. It's a smart move. The actions of the 3 little guys were praised by Emoshuzi. Siashichin also thought of it, shook his head and laughed. It's a pity for my magic beast that can be sold for money. It seems that I have to ask them to contribute points later. Who is calculating carefully? It was Sia Small Belly Shichin who accidentally tied with Emoshuzi and others. But Sia Shichin will not give up so quickly. There are so many students. It is impossible that he can't guess any of them. Right? Sia Shichin cast his eyes on the Chris group and Ophelia group, who loved to study. The 2 groups of top students who were highly expected were not much better. Although the monster cubs taken out were slightly different. They all took out a cub to set up a trap. Sia Shichin turned his head and looked at Emoshuzi. Did you teach them? Emoshuzi cried out in injustice. How could such a thing as reducing the difficulty of the exam happen to me? Sia Shichin thought about it, and felt that it was true. No matter how he looked at it, he would not let the students take advantage of it. But he would not instigate his students to steal his private property. Yes, that's right. These monsters are considered Siashichin's private property. If Siashichin did not have much liquid funds, he would not have combined his private property with the public property of the college. Although the teacher's employment money also comes from his small treasury, Siashichin attaches much more importance to the small treasury than the funds of the college itself. He has been thinking about how to make the students bleed and then recover. In the picture, Borui's group moved quickly, and quickly went to a very good observation place to observe the appearance of the monster. Asado even boiled a pot of hot water, waiting for the monster to come and have a full meal. Borui stared for a long time and yawned. This shouldn't be. The blood of compatriots. And the smell of blood. Why hasn't a monster come out for so long? He asked uncertainly. Could it be that Skricky took all of them away? Siashichin, who was eavesdropping. Very good. He is indeed the little dragon outfit of their class. And he has mastered the art of language. Little Borui decided to wait a little longer. And if he couldn't wait, he would take the initiative to attack. The cost of taking the initiative was too high. They did learn some skills, but they were still some distance away from the second-level monsters. Not to mention that they could only fight in close combat. So they were too easy to get hurt. If they got hurt, they had to buy advanced healing potions. And buying advanced healing potions would cost contribution points, which would make the already poor family even worse. Borui would not do such a foolish thing. Oh, you mean why is he a second-generation rich kid? So frugal? Is eating at home the same as eating at home? Since coming to Screech, with the contribution point system, Borui really wants to spend one contribution point as 10 points. Very frugal. The three of them focused on the movements around them. And finally, they heard a heavy sound of footsteps. Bori's face became serious. Here they come. Aren't you afraid that Bori and the others will be attacked? Chris? Vera played with the grass on the ground. And seeing Chris's control, he was very confused. There are also fourth-level monsters here. If they encounter one, Bori and the others won't be able to cast a spell to escape. Since Chris's team needed third-level monsters, he was worried that students who had not learned magic would get hurt if they didn't escape in time. So he teamed up with Vera. There was also Valentina, who was not in his team. But Ophelia asked him to help take care of her. Chris listened to Vera's words, glanced at Valentina, who was still in a daze, and explained, "Don't worry. You may get hurt, but there is no risk. I have calculated it accurately." And Ophelia also gave a lot of meaningful advice. When Chris mentioned Ophelia, the dazed classmates seemed to be turned on by a spring, and looked at Chris with shining eyes. Really? Really? Chris, can you tell me about the princess? Valentina lowered her head in frustration. Why does the princess always like to stay with you? Villa felt that Valentina's words sounded wrong. Why do you want to know Ophelia? Do you like her? Valentina nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. My dream in this life is to take a princess home with me. Actually, she wanted to take her home by force. But the elders at home said that if she said that, she would be beaten and the princess would be unhappy. Robbing is no longer popular in the outside world. If they really wanted to rob, Dragon Island would be beaten by a group of outsiders and cry for their parents. Valentina didn't know that the elders said this just to dispel Valentina's idea of going out, or to hope that Valentina would be more careful when they were not around. But unexpectedly, the cub was not kept. When the cub went out, he met the princess and learned all the ways of showing weakness they taught him. Huh? Bring the princess home? Vera was shocked. Why must it be the princess? Great. Warriors, all have to bring the princess home. Valentina swallowed the dragon into her stomach and explained to Vera very seriously. The legend says so. I've heard it since I was a child. Chris also felt something was wrong when he heard it, thinking of Ophelia's meaningful words when she asked him to help bring Valentina. Chris felt as if he understood something vaguely. Before he could think about it, Vera had already curled her lips in disdain. Warriors bring the princess home? What a joke. Those cheap and disgusting mercenaries who call themselves warriors. How can they be qualified to bring the princess home? Oh, it's just that the bard doesn't want to hurt their self-esteem. Don't you think that if the princess is really abducted, even the legendary wizard can't bring the princess back smoothly, let alone those cowardly mercenaries? Vera said this and concluded, if Ophelia was abducted by a dragon, she might as well marry into the dragon clan directly. The strength of the dragon clan cannot be explained in a simple sentence. Most dragons do not know magic. But the flesh of adult dragons can already block the attacks of magic saints. Talented dragons with their own racial skills can even fight against legendary magicians. They are also very united. It can only be said that if there are really dragons who value Ophelia, Emperor Fickle will have to consider whether it is more cost-effective to let Ophelia marry or refuse to pay a large amount of compensation. When Valentina heard Vera talking about the dragons, she lowered her head in guilt. When she heard that Ophelia wanted to marry a dragon, she frowned and got angry. The dragons haven't had any newborn cubs recently. Is anyone interested in Ophelia? Valentina thought about the subadult dragons, who were older than her, and clenched her fists. If they dare to kidnap my princess, I will beat them to death. Vera, Chris, Chris changed the subject with difficulty. It's been a while since we've waited. Why hasn't Warcraft come yet? Huh? Valentina came back to her senses and blushed in embarrassment. I thought you were going to rest. So I just released a little bit of dragon breath, Valentina said, looking at the several books Chris had taken out, feeling guilty. So, while waiting for the monsters to come, you were also studying? As expected of Ophelia, a human who likes to talk. She is so amazing. Villa, Chris choked and took a long time to find his voice. Valentina. Valentina straightened up seriously, her eyes sparkling, listening to Chris like a puppy. Chris closed his eyes and sighed slowly. Don't talk after you leave the academy. After a pause, Chris said precisely, you can talk quietly to our classmates. He suddenly remembered that more than 10 years ago, Dragon Island, which finally had a dragon egg hatched, sent a letter of help to the leaders of all races. They said that their little dragon cubs were very weak and could not be raised. So they wanted to exchange resources. Everyone didn't dare to cheat the dragons casually. So they exchanged what they could give, which was a win-win situation. If I calculated correctly, my classmate should be the little dragon cub that was born not long ago. Right? The dragons enter the subadult stage at the age of 100. And it takes hundreds of years to transform into adult dragons. With this calculation, his classmate is still a dragon cub in the infant stage. Headache. Chris couldn't help but vent his anger on Screech. Why didn't Screech pay more attention when recruiting students? Infant dragons are very fragile. Vera was also very upset, and her mood was indescribable. She had a vague feeling that the classmates in this class were more or less mysterious. But she never realized that the classmates in this class could be so mysterious. A child, brainwashed by the warrior story. A dragon. Is it her classmate? Vera was in a very complicated mood. Valentina hadn't realized where she had been exposed. She was not stupid, but sometimes she just said it out of habit. In addition, she trusted her classmates, and Valentina, who didn't feel any danger at all, was very relaxed. In other words, the little girl may not have the idea of hiding her identity in her subconscious mind. Perhaps after living with her classmates for a month, she has gradually trusted these classmates, who have shared the same hardships with her. And she does not think they will hurt her. Now thinking back to the place where she was exposed, Valentina just stuck out her tongue and stammered, Then I will take back the dragon breath? Will there really be no problem? No. Christo explained a few words. The teacher said our test location in the back mountain, which means they are sure to rescue us. Maybe they are watching us secretly there. We just need to find the monster and kill it as quickly as possible. And the teacher will take care of the rest. Chris said it very easily. But they couldn't guarantee the time when the teacher would arrive. So they set up a trap and tried to stay as far away as possible. After listening to Chris's analysis, Valentina's eyes were full of stars. And Xieshichan and Emoshuzi Eugene gradually withdrew their smiles after listening to the analysis. You have also learned to calculate us? Xieshichan said softly with a smile. Sure, old Emo. It seems that we can teach them more Sun Tzu's Art of War and 36 stratagems. Emoshuzi snorted. The apprentice will starve the master to death if he learns well. Right? Eugene thought he could learn more. Why not start learning alchemy next month? You have so many little ideas. And you are too idle. Learn more. Earn more contribution points. And you won't have so many little ideas. It would be best if Xieshichan set a graduation standard for excellent students for them. Such as each subject must reach 90 or something. And if it is not reached, they will have to keep taking May-up exams. As a former wizard, Eugene is the most ruthless. Xieshichan did some calculations. According to the current progress, the first subject of psychodynamics will probably have to take 1 or 2 more make-up exams. It is really difficult for the little guys to get 90 points collectively this time. And this time, there are 6 subjects in total, including physical skills. If they all score points, the total contribution points will be 300. Well, it's not impossible to add a little more. The more subjects, the more chances to get talent potions. He often felt annoyed because the school gave him not enough opportunities to get the principal points. And he always wanted to let the students taste what it felt like when supply was less than demand. Shichen nodded and agreed. Then I trouble Teacher Eugene. He added with a smile. Teacher Fanny will also take up her post next month. Everyone will start to learn magic. And physical skills may be neglected. Teacher Emoshuzi will have to pay more attention to the students. Don't worry. I won't let Fanny take away half of my students' attention from me. Emoshuzi answered firmly. During the period of discussion among the teachers, each student group also made their own preparations. Some, like Chris Bori and his group, relied on traps to lead the way. Some rushed directly into the forest to find monsters. And some jumped onto trees to save their lives. Each group showed its own characteristics. And Shichen and his group also looked at the students' performances and scored them, almost forgetting the bets they had made. Until night fell and the bonfire lit. A group of students reached into their school bags and took out one book after another. Books? Shichen, who was about to give up the bet, couldn't help but stare blankly. The students gathered around the bonfire and took out various books. Most of them were about to take exams. Some were very confident and directly took out the textbooks they had taken before and prepared to take the make-up exams to improve their scores. But undoubtedly, they all held books and did not intend to sleep. Emoshuzi was also scared out of his wits by this identical scene. No, Shichen, you have only been teaching this student for more than a month. Right? Has he already caught your bad habits? Emoshuzi couldn't believe it. He had seen how curvy Shichen was. It can be said that the most hardworking genius in their small world is not as hardworking as Shichen. Even if the other geniuses replace sleep with cultivation, they still need sleep. Shichen is like an Iron Man. He will not sleep if he says he will not sleep. And he will be energetic the next day. Not only that, he is also proficient in studying late at night. Every time he sees the little light from the library, Moshuzi knows that a certain hard-working person has stayed up late again. Can this thing be contagious? The exam is coming soon. And the students are also under pressure. Didn't I say that I guessed that they brought books because of this? Shichen came back to his senses and explained to his students with a smile. It's just that the little guys are excited. Maybe they will go to bed later? Just after he finished speaking, Bo-Rui in the picture yawned. Shichen raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he has the talent of words? This is wrong. Bo-Rui tried to open his eyes and looked at the very hypnotic book. And sighed, if I were in the dormitory, I would have fallen asleep now. Nathaniel also nodded, me too. Without a teacher in class. These books look really boring. You can sleep if you want. I'm not sleepy. I keep watch for you. Asado urged his companions to rest. Sleep? Asado. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that it's unfair. Bori said that we should share the good and the bad. And then he said, I know you just want to study secretly at night and get 90 points, and then watch me take the make-up exam in a mess. I know everything. Asado. You can't fool me. Asado, Although he knew that Bori just wanted to ease the atmosphere, his fists were really hard. He rubbed his back teeth, put on his earplugs, and silently lowered his head to read. Bori came to Nathaniel with a smile. Nathaniel, you can't plug your ears in the wild. If a small speed-type monster comes, you won't even have time to react and get eaten. Nathaniel twitched his mouth, but be careful. His eyes suddenly widened, and Asado subconsciously raised his head, and Bori's sword had already stabbed over. Roar! The shout of the monster made Asado's heart condense, and he rushed forward under the pull of Nathaniel. As the strongest among them, Bori lived up to their expectations. The heavy sword in his hand seemed to be weightless, and it quickly hit the monster, causing the monster to roar again. Asado and Nathaniel did not know how to use swords, but they also learned boxing for a while, and with the help of the surrounding traps, it was not a problem to help Bori. Bori attracted the monster's attention from the front, while Asado and Nathaniel played a harassing role. They wore spiked gloves and hit hard at every weakness mentioned by Motsuzi. Whenever someone attracted the attention of the monster, the other two would intensify their attacks to minimize the damage they received. The three-person team had a very good tacit understanding. Perhaps it was cultivated during this period of time. Or perhaps they were born with similar attributes, which made people angry and funny. Under the gaze of the three teachers, the three of them changed their shapes and trapped the monster smoothly, exhausting the monster little by little. Until the end, Beauroy suddenly jumped onto the branch to gain leverage, and flew down heavily. The heavy sword pierced the monster's head without hesitation, and the monster finally wailed and slowly collapsed. Ah, Bori, you are so cool. Nathaniel looked at Bori's last move and was instantly full of filters. Oh my god. Are you still the Bori I know? I almost don't recognize you. Asado smiled faintly, very powerful, very dazzling. Bori was very embarrassed by the praise. Blushing, pretending to be indifferent and pulling his hair. No. This is just our Altian's daily operation. Thanks to Screech. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't know how to be so cool. Nathaniel, Asado also silently shifted his gaze. This monster must be a third-level monster. Right? This afternoon, their trap also caught a second-level monster. But that monster was a long-range attack, and the three of them caught it in a rather embarrassing way. Although this monster is very small, it is very fast. If they had not practiced a lot in physical training classes, it would be almost impossible for them to see the trajectory of the monster's movements, let alone capture it. Although the third-level monster does not meet the standards of an intermediate magician, it is not something that a junior magician can hunt. Not to mention three little muggles whose strength is not as good as that of a junior magician. Therefore, when he guessed that this magic beast was a third-level one, even Asado couldn't help but feel excited. He admitted that Bori was in the lead in this battle, and they assisted, but the three of them, all in close combat, successfully repelled the third-level magic beast. This is a result that even an intermediate magician may not be able to achieve. Asado looked at Bori in disbelief. He seemed to question his own knowledge and couldn't believe that this was really a third-level one. Of course it's a third-level one. I can kill a second-level one myself if I try hard, Beauroy said lightly. I used to go hunting in the forest with my father. I also hunted the second-level beasts, but it was very embarrassing. Now I have improved so much. How can the second-level beasts still make us so embarrassed? It's almost the same as me, Beauroy said carelessly, poked the dead monster and touched its stomach. I'm just hungry. Can you eat? Asado? Asado choked. He turned around and left in a bad mood, cut the meat and roasted. Bori's eyes lit up. Did you bring the seasoning? Nasa raised his hand and smiled. I brought it. Since I can't eat the little monster raised by the principal during the day, eating a third-level monster at night is not bad. Okay. Bori, who was only handsome for 3 seconds, decided to cut the meat right away. He jumped off the monster's head in a casual manner. When he was calculating which part was the most delicious, he suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. It's broken. The two companions looked at Bori at the same time. Bori looked up at the sword with only a hilt left, licked his lips. My sword? What should I do if I can't pull it out? Pulling out such a heavy sword from the skull of a monster. Beauroy thought about it, and was sure that he couldn't do it. He gradually looked at his two friends. The two friends subconsciously avoided Beauroy's sight. 10 minutes later, the silent trio finally roared, Beauroy, you are not allowed to learn these cool tricks next time. Asado, who had been pulling out for 10 minutes but saw a little cold light, got angry. Beauroy could only smile and apologize. As for next time? That will be for next time. Meanwhile, Chris, who had learned of Valentina's identity, was ready to challenge the fourth-order magic beast. Vera disagreed at first. You can barely deal with the third-order magic beast. But the fourth-order magic beast and the third-order magic beast are not just a change in numbers. The fourth-order magic beast is not something we can deal with now. Chris, I understand. But, Chris frowned. In our group, you are a magic apprentice who is almost able to register as an early magician. I am a junior magician who has already entered the magic field. And Valentina is a young dragon. If we look at it individually, you challenge the second level. I challenge the third level. And Valentina can barely challenge the third level. And it is not difficult for us. Villa was stunned, but the three of us are a team. Yes, this is the key point of the problem. Chris is a person who wants to do his best. Originally, he and Villa formed a team. He thought that he would hunt 2 third-level monsters and hand them in. This way, It would be challenging and not seem perfunctory. But with Valentina, no matter how fragile the young dragons are, they are much stronger than humans of the same age. Valentina is not impossible to challenge at the 3rd level. At this time, the 3 heads at the 3rd level are no longer a task for them, but a perfunctory one. Maybe Emoshuzi will give them a passing grade. Or pass. But it is far from an excellent result. This is not the result Chris is pursuing. Nor is it the result Vera wants. But Vera gritted his teeth and was a little embarrassed. But the 4th level is indeed easy to get hurt. Are you sure? Valentina was a little uneasy. I can help you. I'm also very good. She was a little worried that she had caused trouble for her classmates. Chris raised his lips and nodded. I have. And I have always wanted to try. He took everything on himself. Varela. Valentina? Can you help me? Varela looked at Chris quietly and laughed. Of course. My honor. How lucky she was that after escaping from the shackles of her parents, she had friends pulling her and breaking free from the transparent shackles together, so that she could dare to fly and think more in the future. She will do what she thought she could not do, and then dream of a farther and deeper future. Villa turned around, put her arm around Valentina, and said in a sweet voice, Of course, I know you are very powerful, Valentina, but you are a dragon. I have always heard from my father that the dragon race is the most powerful and most beloved race. Valentina blinked her eyes, and her round face turned red. Really? But they all said that we are weak and will be beaten to death. Valentina said this and added in a low voice, But I think I am also a little bit powerful. Not that weak. She was afraid that her companions would think that she was a drag. But she wouldn't. No matter how badly injured she was, or how defeated she was, she would not become a burden to her teammates. This was her dignity as a dragon. Villa nodded. At this moment, the delicate little magician's face was also stained with layers of determination and cheerfulness. I believe you. And I also believe that I am not that weak. When the time comes, Valentina must not think that I am a drag. How could it be? Valentina felt that Vera was super powerful because of the 2 girls in the class, who were as dazzling as Princess Ophelia. They all sparkled like the gold that Valentina loved. And Vera had violet eyes that sparkled like stars at a glance, as dazzling as gems. Valentina loved them. She was mesmerized by Vera's sweet voice. It can be said that now when Vera asked her if she could ride, Valentina would nod and say she would ride whatever she wanted. Chris didn't understand why the friendship between girls always came so quickly. Maybe Vera was very sociable? I don't understand. But among the 3 people, Chris felt a little lonely for no reason. Damn it. Why must he be the only one left? If I had known, I would have dragged Bori along with me. Bori, who had just won the victory, sneezed again. If he knew what Chris was thinking, he might not necessarily follow him, but he would definitely make fun of this arrogant magician. Ha! Do you know that Bori is the most important wherever he is? This physical examination was supposed to take less than 3 days. But the students had their own pride and confidence, and spontaneously rushed towards their current challenging goals. The teachers were also very pleased to see them, and even forgot the toothache scene they had seen. Sieshichin propped up his chin, watching the little guys with lofty ambitions, watching the little guys challenge across levels, looking more and more like geniuses, with the pride and strength of geniuses, and couldn't help but soften his heart. These are the little guys they brought up. If it weren't for them, what would the future of the little guys be like? App, do you want to know? You can spend 10,000 principal points to buy the original world line of the small world. There is a 20% discount if you buy it now. Sieshichin smiled slightly. No. App didn't give up. Don't you want to know the future? Don't you want to know the little secrets of your students? Don't want to. No. I only like free lunch. Sieshichin folded his hands coldly. Their future has changed a long time ago. Why should I know those bad things? Just looking at the various achievement tasks left by the system, you can tell that the future of these little guys can't be good. App was very frustrated. Such a trap to lure the host to spend is gone again. However, the app concealed the news. If the little guys reach the highest point, they will break the shackles of the original destiny line and see their own destiny line. After all, in a sense, Sieshichin does not belong to this world, and the fate of this world should not be changed. It's just that the original destiny of the plane is likely to lead the small world to destruction, and they are wearing the shell of maintaining the world, so they can barely insert these causal destinies. Sieshichin was right. From the time they entered this world. From the time these children obeyed the will of the world. Came to Screech. And stayed. Everything had changed. App sighed. Shichen is really not easy to deceive. If I had known earlier. Do they have a protagonist? App didn't react. And subconsciously said, how is it possible? The protagonist doesn't need our help. They are all a bunch of villains. Cough cough. Shichen. Why are you trying to trick me again? You haven't paid the principal's price. Shichen spread his hands innocently. I don't know how the plot develops either. I'm just asking. App, It doesn't believe a ghost. App was angry with Shichen and went into hiding again without saying a word. Shichen got another free message. And he didn't continue to provoke the golden finger. A good partner needs to be coaxed when necessary and stolen when necessary. He should give his little partner some time to shut himself up. Shichen looked at the heroic and high-spirited children in the field and said to Emoshuzi, extend the time a little. There are no hard indicators for the learning content next month. Emoshuzi agreed very much. It would be great if you can agree. I'm waiting. Shichen hummed. What are you waiting for? Emoshuzi rubbed his hands, of course. To attract monsters to them. Since you can challenge higher levels, you can test your endurance. Right? Emoshuzi has high hopes for these little guys. Don't worry. Old Xie. I know my limits. Shichen was silent, leaving Emoshuzi with the greatest room for development. Originally. This is still Emoshuzi's specialty. Isn't it? He turned his head and wanted to say something to Eugene. But Eugene looked at these little guys with fiery eyes, as if it was inconvenient to disturb them. Shichen hesitated. How about harassing Xiaoxiao again? Soon. Eugene turned around and looked at Shichen. Principal. Shichen came back to his senses. I'm here. Eugene's attitude was very correct. Do you still have the talent analysis of the students you gave me before? I plan to focus on training them. Shichen, ? Eugene laughed very happily. In my world, I am a wizard who is hated by everyone. You know, only people like us who have our own difficulties will sign a work contract with the main god of the heavens and the worlds. Otherwise we still yearn for freedom. Shichen nodded and waited for Eugene to continue. Eugene did not keep him in suspense. I have a very bad relationship with people over there. Let alone taking in apprentices. Emoshuzi told me before that he had taken a fancy to a few seedlings and felt that he could take them in as his apprentices and train them well. Compared with magicians, they are more suitable to be warriors who can break the void. I was too depressed before and didn't care. But now I think this is also my chance. Eugene is confident that as long as the children can endure hardships, even if they are stupid, he can train them into alchemy masters. What's more, there are many students with excellent talents. He clenched his fists. I have seen that there seems to be a student with dark talent, with alchemical talent and your talent potion. If I can't cultivate a student who is better than me, then isn't it my incompetence? Of course. The most important thing is that he is moved. Too moved. When he retires, he will take his students back to his own little world and tell everyone that his theory is correct. What an exciting scene! Shichen could understand that everyone who was willing to be a teacher had a heart to teach the world's strongest apprentice. That is, they all showed special talents. How did you know they had dark talents? Except for the 5 elements, the others were collectively called special element talents. At present, Shichen had only decoded Lucius, because his father was the god of light, and he had detected the light magic talent. So it was easy to figure out what the other party's special system belonged to. But Eugene gave Shichen a shocking news. I'm a dark wizard. Wizards in darkness are my main profession. I just work part-time as an alchemist to earn some funds for activities. Of course, I can tell who has dark talent, Eugene said as a matter of course. Otherwise, how could I have been hiding from those ugly clowns who say they are righteous until now? He said, recalling the names of the students, and said, like Amelia, Arabella, Chloe, Julian, Genevieve, Anna, Lucius. These students are all clearly seen to have dark talents. Eugene said with deep emotion, even though they are different in strength. I can't force them to learn the weak dark system. But for Anna, Lucius, Julian, it's a pity for these little guys not to learn the dark system. Lucius, Anna? Shichen's voice was a little high. He suddenly lowered his voice and asked, is it the Anna from Anastasia? There was only one Anna among his students. But this name was too common. So Xiaoxichen had to ask more. Eugene nodded. Puzzled. What's wrong? Xiaoxichen's face changed. But Lucius told me that he and Anna both have like talents. What's going on? Thinking of the complicated student-file relationship, Xiaoxichen rubbed his brows with a headache. Xiao Xiao. Why didn't you tell me that the brother and sister have both light talents and dark talents? Xiaoxichen asked App in his heart, not expecting to get an answer. Can two extreme special elements really coexist?